Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Trollic win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Clutches and comebacks, heroics and heartbreaks. The Hall of Heroes yesterday bore witness to some teams' dreams being crushed and some being made. That trophy is what everybody is fighting tooth and nail to claw themselves towards. My name is Ferris Spears. Joining me on the desk, we've got Peacemaker and Kassad to be diving into all the action today, the final day of the group stage. This is going to be exciting.
Final day of the group stage. Some teams are going to the semis, some teams are going to the quarters, some teams are going to the airport. You know, everybody has a lot of fun. But overall, we're going to have like a super good day. I believe there is a fiery matchups today. So all in all, it's going to be a great day for Counter-Strike here in Hall of Heroes.
Yeah, excited to be here. Final day. And as Kassad said, a lot of the teams are going to be really happy and some will be really sad on the way home. But just in general, some of the teams as well will have to play 2 best of 3s today, which is exciting for the viewers.
Certainly a question of stamina for some of the remaining teams fighting their way towards the Spodek. But yesterday, we had some teams that were actually awarded spots at the Spodek as well, and potentially now going to be playing for those places in the semi-finals. Alexa Vitality, Heroic Kassad. That was, it was insane to get to see Vitality actually pulling it over the line, making it to the Spodek for the first time in Zywo's history.
And it was really touch and go, especially on the 3rd map of Nuke. It was really, you know, Zywo played really well. It's like he really wanted to be in the Spodek this year after missing for like 3 years in a row. And, you know, you can look at Vitality and right now, I think Maniac was completely right. They are like 1 or 2 steps behind the top teams when it comes to the T side. They can compete with anybody on the CT side. Right now, they're like in a problem running into a brick wall. We saw that exactly that example on the Mirage, which was their own pick. They started with a 3-0, and at some point it was 14-3. So they have things to work on, but they qualify for the Spodek, and anything can happen in the arena. You know, same goes for Heroic. They didn't start like the sharpest, like we usually know they do in the group stage, but they managed to get to the Spodek. Who's going to be in the semi-finals? We're going to see it later today.
Any particular highlights for you, Peacemaker? I mean, you can give us some lowlights as well, because obviously eliminations were happening yesterday too.
Highlight-wise, I would say, I mean, Heroic, right? I think they are one of the favorites in my books for this particular event. I think they've been playing well. They have been together for a long time. In terms of the lows, not really. I think that we've seen a lot of them already with the Cloud9 being eliminated.
Yes.
I think that's got to be the one.
We are all sad about the IHC.
IHC as
I mean,
well.
It's not
my
a low,
heart
but
was
it's sad.
breaking for them a little bit. The fact
Yeah.
that they came so tantalizingly close, and it's a story of them being able to display themselves on that European stage. The fact that they took down so many big names as well. I mean, if you're an NA fan, you're very happy with this result. Complexity managing to keep their life. Mouse, though, I was disappointed about that.
Well, that's a disappointment for many people, including the mouse camp. So the thing is, like with them, they didn't really show their form from Rio and from Pro League before that. So overall, I think they're also disappointed with the performance. But it's not the end of the world. The season started for them. They have a lot of credit with us simply because of that last year. So we'll see what they can do in the following part of the season.
Yeah. Well, think about, Anders for a second, right? I'm going to pull you out. We're in his simulation. Whatever damn bracket we want going forwards.
As long as you're not in his dreams, that's...
Yeah, we have the teams that can actually qualify for this. So we're going to start over on the right-hand side because those are the teams that could potentially make it to the semi-finals. So, Peacemaker, are there any teams that stand out for you that you think will definitely be making it through?
Well, I would say Heroic, for sure.
Yeah?
So do we just want to put him...
Go for it. So you think Heroic are going to be taking down Vitality today. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I honestly don't think so.
Okay.
Although, like all the signs are pointing towards Heroic, I think in the big matches, some of these big names like Dupree and Magisk are showing up, and it's gonna be, for me, it's 50-50. And
I mean, Peacemaker's just making
well,
the decision.
that's how much he believes. He put
Yeah,
like two of
you're
them.
putting them twice. Oh, we're going to put them three times, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Peacemaker said, screw your point, Kassad. I don't believe in you. So that means that Vitality will be going through to the quarterfinals if you want to pop their name
Okay,
over
let's
there.
do Vitality
I guess that
right
was just
here.
decided for us. Okay, so G2, Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's the big matchup right now. That's the matchup that everybody is expecting today. Is going to be the for the viewers at least the game of the day.
Yes.
G2 beat them twice in Blast. You were a witness to that. Yeah. And, all the signs again are pointing towards G2, so we have to put G2 right there. Are they going into the upper?
They
are
are
going to the lower.
This one. There we go.
Okay, maybe this one.
Oh,
I need to clear the screen. Then we're going to go
God, now you can,
Heroic,
I thought you were gonna
and then we
maybe
go
pop
G2. And
oh, they're down there. They don't even want to be going into
well,
well,
let's just put
we know
them
where
right
it's
there.
intended. Okay, so that means that if you want to pop Vitality back over here,
let's go Vitality
and then
over
Na'Vi will be in the quarterfinals.
And Na'Vi is going right there.
Beautiful. Okay, so then we have these teams over here. These are, I guess, in contention for making it to the quarterfinals. As you mentioned, Peacemaker, obviously a couple of these teams are going to have to be playing twice today. Are there any standout names for you that you think should definitely be making it unfazed? No pun intended.
Outsiders, right? I guess we have to go for outsiders.
Yep. I guess. Do you over FaZe, really? Is that the team you think the most?
That's the thing. Like for me, at least, I could see FaZe. It depends. Like the outsiders that we have seen so far, it is a little bit scary because I don't think they have showed consistency with the new roster. But if there is a type of team, a type of style that could potentially challenge, FaZe, it is outsiders just because of like how much they clash on the server. So, but yeah, I mean,
they're not facing each other. It is Liquid FaZe, I believe that that's the game. And
Yeah.
then,
Liquid FaZe is the final
obviously
game of the
OG
day.
going to be taking on outsiders, and then they'll potentially have to play again later today. So we could go for both outsiders and FaZe.
Let's do it like this. Let's go with the Liquid FaZe matchup.
Yes.
I think Liquid is going to be the underdog in that one, especially because the performance they had during the event, and FaZe played better yesterday against IHC on the Ancient. So yes, let's go with FaZe. Are they going down? I think they're going right here.
I mean, you determine this, Kassad. You are the tournament operator right now.
All right. Then I will just put G2 right there as the winner, if I can do it. But the thing is, like, we have the other quarterfinal, then because teams that have to play, 2 best-of-3s a day, and considering some of the circumstances, outsiders would be my, favorite number 1 to reach that quarterfinals right here.
So you think, obviously, okay, let's just simulate it for the viewers at home. Obviously, it's Complexity, Fnatic.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to be winning out of that?
Fnatic,
Yeah?
100%. I think all the performance of the event, and yes, Complexity has been improving. They beat Mouse yesterday, nobody expected that. They qualified over ends into the group stage, nobody expected that.
Yeah.
But the day is the day they stop, and I think Fnatic shown more like a real team, like
I think
a
they're on the
compact
rise
team.
as well.
So
yeah.
overall, it's going to be a matchup, like a rematch between Fnatic and Outsiders. Outsiders are not going to make those same mistakes like they did in Overpass of Game 3, the first time they met, so they're going to be going right here.
Beautiful. Okay, so now we can progress
Big
on
bears.
to who's going to meet, I guess, whatever this motley crew is, and also Heroic. So we've got Outsiders, Vitality. Who's going to be facing Heroic? I think this is Vitality all the way.
Yeah, I think this is Vitality as well.
Yeah?
Mainly because like what I've seen from Vitality so far impresses me way more than Outsiders. Vitality has been together for a long time as well. Their map pool is wider than Outsiders. I think they haven't had enough time to be able to perform and to put the maps.
I mean, I'm outvoted here 2-1. We are all about democracy here, so Vitality, Heroic semis.
Okay, very quickly, who is it? FaZe, Na'Vi?
FaZe.
FaZe, perfect. Let's pop FaZe in there. Boom. Oh, I can't do this. There we go. There we go. And then who is going to be making it out of G2 versus FaZe into the grand finals?
FaZe.
Beautiful. Oof. Pop it in there.
FaZe right here.
Lock it right in. Heroic Vitality. I mean, you said Heroic this time, so I guess Heroic is going to be there this time.
Heroic. There we go.
Beautiful
FaZe
stuff.
Heroic.
You know what? You have to
wins,
tune
guys.
in to episode 2 of the simulation to find out who's going to win this beautiful bracket. But not before we head to a quick break, because when we are back, it's elimination time on the line. 2 teams are going to have the stamina to outlast today. It's Outsiders versus OG, and it's going down after this.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on
a race for the arena and a chance to forge a legacy, as only one of either OG or outsiders will take a step closer to potentially inscribing their name in the Spodek Hall of Fame. This series determines which team takes that step closer to the arena, or who will simply be receiving an early plane ticket home. And two teams that had a quite different routes throughout 2022. Kassad, obviously we saw outsiders hoisting the trophy there in IEM Rio. For OG, it was only a handful of opportunities to actually get to play in front of a LAN crowd.
Looking at the outsiders, you can clearly say they might be at least the second best team or the best team of the second part of the year in 2022, lifting their trophy after the roster changes, getting into the that position. They played major masterfully. Like we have been witnessing the rise of fame, and even Norbert was in the lineup. Then they won the freaking major, right? That's crazy. Nobody thought they would do it. They played great Counter-Strike. They didn't finish the year on the great note, but they are started here, right now in a difficult-ish spot. You can say it like that. They need to be two best of threes, but they are the absolute favorites. The other side we have OG, the team that you cannot really place. You cannot really say bad things about them, but you cannot really say too many good things about them. So it's like they're just floating around somewhere, but they're still in contention to get to the Spodek, so that's good at least.
I mean, good things the last time around that they faced, obviously, at the RMR. OG actually managing to take down the eventual champions of that Rio Major. But for OG Peacemaker, unfortunately, Flames, he's been taken unwell. Obviously, our well wishes are going out towards him. So he's decided to take a step back for this particular best of three, if you guys didn't know already. Casper will be subbing in for the squad.
Yeah, not ideal, right? But it is what it is, right? They have to make the best out of it. And actually, talking about making the best out of it, I had an opportunity to talk to their mental coach. I was grabbing a cup of coffee early in the morning, saw him, and I was like, well, sorry for what's going on. And he was like, sorry for what? And I'm like, yeah, I heard you guys are not playing with Flames. I said, who said that? He was kind of like cracking a joke about it. And then it came, like the point was that he was like, trying to stay positive because Nexa was right next to him, Fico as well. And I like it. I like the fact that they are all about trying to make the best out of it. Let's have some fun. If there is a good thing about all of this is that now they don't not only have one mastermind in the game, which is Nexa, they have their coach who supposedly knows all the strats. And as a coach, there's not only much you can do in terms of like firepower and stuff, but you can definitely contribute on the server with the different aspects in the game.
The problem is like you may know the strats, you may know the rotations, but you don't know all the smokes, you don't know all the flashes, you can't hit all the timings, and obviously the aim is not going to be the same as you have the proper player. So that's a massive disadvantage for them. It's unfortunately what happened, but sometimes you have to play with the cards that are given, and they're given really a bad hand right here. So they will try to make the most of it. I'm sure about that. So and for the other side, for outsiders, it's a stroke of luck. Maybe they get an easier best of three, maybe not. But on the paper, it should be easier right now than it should be. So it's difficult moment for players from OG, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and of course, this means the world to them. Fiku included in that as potentially the only remaining Polish player to maybe, just maybe, make it through to the Spodek.
Yes, that would be amazing, right, for the Polish crowd. Himself, I think he should be proud from his performance throughout this event. I think he stepped up huge. I think he's playing well. Proved himself, in my opinion. Him and Flames, in my books, are the highlights out of this roster throughout this event. And it's even greater just thinking about the fact that he's not necessarily a guy that has really good roles in the team. He's the anchor. He's a player that not often is going to find a lot of opportunities to get the duels. And then we see him clutching. He's been rock solid in his bomb site. So yeah, props to him. Regardless of what happens today because of the circumstances, I think he should be really proud of himself.
I do agree. I do agree with most of the things that Peacemaker said, and we just have to sit back and enjoy the game as much as we can. I'm sure every player will do the same.
Yeah. Well, let's check in with the last remaining potential Polish hope. It's Fiku catching up with Heku.
I have Fiku from OG here by my side. Fiku, I see there are some changes happening right now in your booth. What's the situation?
Yeah, we've got new talent from Danish scene, Kasper. Because Flames is sick, so we had to fix something, and our old man said he will make it, and let's see.
He will be the upcoming talent. Oh, right. But obviously he knows all the strats, but does he actually get to play CS on a daily basis?
I think he understands something, and he also was like the professional player before, like a long time ago. So I'm happy to play with him because he's a good guy, and and that's it basically.
I mean, in this scenario, it seems like you will just try to like have like as much fun, like at least like during the series. But you know, like you're kind of like the only Polish player left that has like a chance of getting to play in the Spodek. Obviously, in this situation, it might be a little bit different. But is that still kind of like a bit of a motivation, like to try to do your best?
Like we're gonna try our best for sure, but we know that it's gonna be way harder than with the Flames. But still, we hope for the win, and we hope just we're gonna make it, right?
All right, then. Good luck.
Thank you.
Of course, playing on his home soil, that extra sprinkle of motivation that Fiku needs to really be bringing the heat versus outsiders. Speaking of the team on the other side of the server, though, Kassad, you've noticed a couple of intricacies that you wanted to display to us.
Yes. We saw that Chiron is the new addition of outsiders, and the young buck is sharp. He's a good player. He's a good pickup. It wasn't a mistake that they got him at all. But he has some fundamentals to work on. We're going to see this clip from different maps yesterday against 10IP, and some utility, under usage or wrong usage of utility from the new addition of outsiders. You can see overpass here, 14-10 round. He's rotating back to ASAT. He's jumping, and then you can see that right now he has full set of nades right here. So we're gonna play it right now. Then you can see that he's jumping, and he doesn't really know what to do with the utility. He spots player. He chose completely kind of utility. There is no value for him what he did there, and that he got flash. He gets killed. We're gonna transfer to another round from overpass. Pretty much the similar situation. You can see him rotating back to the A side. As I'm gonna pause right here to show you the utility that he has right there. Again, so molly and 2 flashes that he can use to position himself in a proper position. So he's just, instead of doing that, he's just charging and facing people right here, gets killed, and the site is down. And then finally, the clip from Inferno yesterday. At this point, you will see him running back to B, and he has a 20-second mark. He has a, let's see, right? Where is? Okay, he has a smoke and a molly right there, and then you will see how he uses that one. So it's not really ideal. That's a deep smoke. Instead of throwing a molly in behind the smoke that he threw and just sitting in the same position, his move was this. So he goes behind the smoke. He gets in a position where he cannot kill multiple people. He gets traded and ultimately gives up the site. So just a little thing, just a little, heads up for Chiron there. So he needs to be, more aware of the utility that he has and how he can use it. So it's not a big deal. It's a thing that can be improved in a very short time, as long as he realizes, where are the shortcomings. And overall, he's a good player, super sharp kid, and I think he's going to fit in well.
And I love that you bring up those specific details, Kassad, because we throw it back to when our outsiders were hoisting the trophy in Rio. We knew them as such a well-drilled, well-oiled machine. They wouldn't let little details like that slide. So I'm expecting, James, the boys, to really be working on Chiron with the, just those little fixes to come into things.
Yes, I think it's more than ever, it's important for them. They have a match now against a team playing with the coach. They might advance, but then moving forward against the type of team that they're going to be playing against, like you often don't get along with these type of mistakes. Like you're gonna end up losing matches because of it. So I think it's relatively easy to fix. To at least like when they go through stuff. I hope that they're addressing these things. It's not gonna be an instant fix that the guy is gonna completely become like a way better player, like from night to day. But he can start working on it and adjusting a few of his decisions.
I think Dustin is gonna, take a look at this, and it's gonna be fixed really, really quick. It's not really a massive thing, but like Peacemaker said, in a crucial games against Tier 1 opposition, you will be punished.
Yeah, certainly. And when we're looking at the firepower side of the equation as well, coming into this specific matchup, obviously with Flamesy out of the equation, it is so, unfortunately, heavily favored in the way of outsiders. Sure, we've seen Dexter having some heroics throughout this tournament, but it's been a little bit of an up and down trajectory, even for him as the author.
The thing is, like, when you have a stand-in, obviously Dexter is performing super well. We saw that game against Mouse Sports, which they won, and where he had a tremendous impact. And it's like, really important for them to. I mean, he needs to step up even more, which is really difficult thing to ask for a player like that. So coming in with a standing, there's going to be a problems with rotations. There's going to be a problems with communications and timings and the mid-round calling they used to do in practices. So it's a very difficult position, especially against a team like Outsiders who are playing a specific type of Counter-Strike. You know, that like a really like suffocating Counter-Strike with a lot of saves and a lot of like stacks and like, you know, boring slow rounds. But it is what it is, so it's gonna be like double the hard like it should be in this match.
Peacemaker, just yesterday, obviously, we were covering the Outsiders game versus NIP, and that was literally two polar opposite play styles of Counter-Strike. How does OG then compare coming up against Outsiders, as Kazad correctly said, you know, very slow, very methodical. They're gonna make you bleed out the time in these rounds.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like I was even checking a couple of like the last games from OG. And I think they proved us that they deserve to be here. They beat Fnatic, they beat Mouse. Yes, they lost to Heroic, but Heroic is a very proactive team, a very good team. And considering the circumstances that we were talking about OG before and how inconsistent they have been last year, finished the year in a good note, came here with all the situations. And yeah, we're talking about Dexter being a little bit inconsistent, and that has been the problem for them, not only as a team, but on an individual level from the players as well. So, I mean, if OG wants to stand a chance here, especially with the circumstances they have, I think that obviously more than ever, they need the individuals, the Dexters of the world to step up. We were talking about Dexter, and I even have a number that yesterday, for example, against Heroic, he had he's been one of the most impactful players on the CT side for them. He had 5 kills a CT on each map, 2 maps played, right? And I mean, in terms of head-to-head against Cadian, 5 wins for Cadian, only 2 picks from Dexter. So if you want to go up against James, a very solid AWPer, and you're going to bring this type of performance with your coach standing in, that's going to be tough. So hope that he steps up.
But I mean, arguably a very different type of player than Cadian, that Dexter is now going to be going head-to-head in the
Very
Salt Battle.
calculated player. Let's say, like people would say Baiter and everything, but he's very calculated. He knows what he needs to do early on. He knows when to back off. He knows when to save, as we obviously know. But it's going to be very difficult for that. The thing is, like, OG needs Outsiders to underperform heavily, and they need to overperform heavily for them to win this match, simply because of the circumstances. If it was a normal matchup, then yes, maybe we can give it more chance to the OG side, but right now it's mega difficult.
Speaking of the matchup at hand, we can see the vetoes rolling in. Just to give some context, Ancient, Dust 2, Inferno were the maps last time around. Obviously, no Dust 2 in the pool anymore, so Inferno coming through as OG's pick kind of makes sense for things. Where do you think Outsiders are going to be going?
Well, they can do anything. Yeah, exactly. They went for overpass. It makes sense perfectly because, like, if you're OG, you want to go for a more standard map, Mirages and, you know, Inferno. Obviously, there is no Dust 2, like you said, but there is Nuke maps, or something. Right? But it's like you can't go for the Nuke because Outsiders are banning it. So they got, you know, they had to pick Inferno. Now they are in the disadvantage on the overpass, and Ancient is a decider. So the veto went, again, I have to say, completely in the Outsiders' favor.
I like the fact that so far this past month, I would say, we saw OG playing Ancient in Blast. They haven't played it here, but what I saw from them in Blast was really impressive. In my books, like one of the best city sides Ancient post-update that I've seen. So they ended up getting Inferno, which is a good map for them, also for Outsiders. They have a decider on Ancient. If they're able to pull a miracle here and win a map and get to the decider one on Ancient, that could be a little challenging for the Outsiders, because I really like what I saw from them on the CT Ancient, especially at Blast. But overall, yeah, it's hard, especially overpass. Like
the difficulties on the T side on Inferno is going to be like a big hurdle for them, right?
Yeah.
How do you take Banana? How do you execute into the site? If Roga doesn't know all the pop flashes or the smokes or all these things, like how do you get into the site and how do you trade those kills? Good luck killing James and Fame and, you know, Chiron there. Like, what's going to happen? You know, it's a massively hard task for this guy on the screen.
Yeah, for the first time, I hope that he just goes in front and people bait him, so they can actually have a chance. Probably a good game plan.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think when we're looking at Flamesy and just the space that he is able to take as a player, that was, you know, going to be instrumental versus Outsiders who like to play this sort of slower, more spaced out style of Counter-Strike. And now not having that in your kind of Swiss Army knife of tools, Kassad, that's going to hurt you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you lost a big piece of like your weaponry right there. And it's like you have replaced it with, you know, with your coach who is probably not playing forever. You know, it's like,
Last time he played was actually 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you have to. We are talking from the coaching perspective because we were in a similar situations, you know, and we know how difficult it is for the coach himself and for the team. So luckily they have Kakafu, I think, behind them, so that's gonna provide additional help in terms of like calling, adjusting, and anything. So that's like a positive line they can, you know, maybe draw from, I guess.
Yeah, let's talk about Outsiders Inferno just for a second, because obviously that was the third and final deciding map versus NIP just yesterday. The first half did get a little bit back and forth, but then Peacemaker, we switched over onto that T side, and man, Outsiders were leaving absolutely no room for NIP to breathe. One single CT round they managed to post.
Yes, I think that I mean, when you go up against Outsiders, especially on the T side, I think first of all their style, the way they play, it's very complicated to play against. Like, and in terms of like what happened in this particular match was mainly because like NIP have shown us weaknesses on their CT sides. Not taking any credit away from Outsiders, but like the thing is, like, if you commit any mistakes on your CT side, if you're playing way too aggressive, if you give them the opportunity to find openings, they're gonna get it. So for OG, from what I remember, like in terms of their style of playing Inferno, they're not really a team that is gonna be like super proactive and trying to rush down middle and trying. I mean, consider even more now the circumstances that they're in. I don't think it would make much sense for them to try and go for those aggressive plays. I think it really comes down to them using utility effectively. And yeah, basically trying to hold the bomb sides. I don't know how they're gonna use Ruger, if they're gonna swap spots, for example, and try to mix things up. We don't really know.
I don't think they should do that, but
Yeah.
you know, looking at the Outsiders and facing them on the T side, it's not like they have to, you know, outnumber them on these positions, but they're so sharp. Like, you know, these kids are, their weakest link is kicker, like, you know, arguably, right? All these other kids, Chiron, Fleet, you know, Fame, even like James, the IGL, they're super sharp.
Yeah.
Like, you can't deal with those, like, kind of aim all the time, especially if you're one man down and you have to play with your coach. So it's, we can't really emphasize how difficult this situation is for OG, right?
Yeah, and the fact that you're saying kick up, potentially the weakest link, yesterday, almost joint highest rated on the server
Ridiculous.
for Outsiders. That's the thing, and that's my issue when I look at Outsiders and go, okay, how are you going to exploit their playstyle? I feel like they offer you almost no holes in terms of breaking in.
Freya, the best teams in the world couldn't handle the play style of Outsiders in the past 6 months.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to believe that, you know, a crippled team right now today, like, you know, that they're gonna be, how they're gonna deal with the Outsiders, that's gonna be a massive issue.
In terms of the second map that we're going to be seeing going down, that is going to be Overpass, obviously Outsiders pick. We were talking about it earlier, Kassad, obviously that is the map. They fumbled a little bit upon facing Fnatic earlier on in the tournament. Any key holes that you were kind of hoping for them to be fixing coming into this, or do you think it was just maybe a flustered, you know, uncharacteristic Outsiders to start off the tournament?
Listen, they had problems with anti-eco rounds, with these rounds they were supposed to win, right? They didn't have problems with the gun rounds, developing a default, getting the right call, the mid-round call, the execution, that was fine. Every time they got into a position where they need to, you know, play against the weaker round, an unknown buy or like unknown setups, they would struggle. So if I'm Dustin, I'm James, I'm talking about that, like, listen, we need to do this, and that's how we're going to win.
Well, that noise only means one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Inferno is first up on the cards between OG and the Outsiders, and it is Scrawny and Launders to guide you through all the action.
Thank you so much, Freya, Kassad, and Luis. It is time to Outsiders OG to get underway. A bit of a sour taste, obviously, for OG to deal with, but hey, if there's any chance for Neofrag, for maybe Degster, or maybe Fiku to step up and take the place, the big hole that Flames leaves behind, tonight's the night. Nexa, Neofrag, headshots already, and Neofrag is going to go deep onto Tree to find himself the kill to Chiron. So a pistol could be a sigh of relief, because here's the reality with OG. We're talking about a team of young players who are supposed to have potential to become world beaters. They get a lot of experience versus the best teams because they themselves are partners, and sometimes we talk about inconsistency issues with the likes of Fiku and Neofrag. Today, again, there's space to be taken, and I would love to see one of those two individuals just go above and beyond.
Yeah, so we'll find out how OG want to use Rugga in this situation. When it comes to Inferno, we could talk about Flamesy spots a little bit as we go through the maps. And he's mostly playing like rotation roles, lurk roles, and supporting things. So I think right now at least for Rugga, he won't be the focal point when it comes to, for example, taking banana control. With all of the OG players, I think one of their greatest strengths is that they kind of have 5 entry players. They have 5 players who all can put up entries, and they actually might not need that as much, so we'll see if Rugga is a problem, but they like to keep it simple. That might fit with the style. And right now they're grouping up for another explode here on the B site.
Site currently stacked, of course. Nades over top. Neofrag can add an additional layer, and we'll see how much of the setup gets unraveled. It's damage versus Degster. That's going to make it a little bit awkward for him to keep on going. And top oranges from Fame could be a big place. Sure enough, just as they cross out, Chiron drops them with the Desert Eagle. Degster catching Flitz, but the bomb's now just been thrown down to the dirt. We've got Degster and Fiku in a 2 versus 3, and these CTs aren't going to give up possession too easily. Nice recovery from Degster. 2 additional kills, 4 of them on the round. Even though he's the first player to get tagged up when they get to that B site, he's the only guy to do anything and nearly does everything.
Wow,
James turned away.
Wow, he's not even going to go for it. Actually kind of surprised. I mean, obviously, it's just a 5-7 here. But they might know that Dexter's really low. Either way, it looks like he can punish maybe 5 players if he gets all the way around. So, well, let's see what he thinks about the situation. Well, yes, Degster wasn't really there in their last match. And he was just kind of okay, but you need him to be unbelievably good. And with his consistency, you can see that happen sometimes. Okay, Jane, he'll get his punish, it looks like.
Definitely so. Even just being here kills Degster.
He doesn't even run at him at the end.
Of course he doesn't.
That's great. It's just not the first thing on his mind.
It's James. The human calculator. Yeah, here's Degster getting dinked down to 36.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And, yeah. M4, Famas, and an MP9 out of Outsiders. I don't want to let off the pedal just yet. Early nade damage. Ooh, substantial. Nixon nearly dead already. That would have been a full belt of nades down.
Yeah. All right, another kind of winnable spot here for Outsiders with the amount of utility damage that has already come in. MP9's looking stronger than ever.
Damn, man.
Kicker, top performer. Going crazy.
You know, we talk about Degster's ability to clutch. Like when the pressure's on, he just kind of finds that new level that nobody else can keep up with. It catches you off guard. What if he accesses that level? What if every round from the start of the game feels like a clutch because they're playing man down? You know, I don't know, mentally, with the performance coach nearby, there's got to be some kind of mental angle he can maybe take and just get crazy.
It looks like James saw him. I'm not sure if that was clear to the mid guys that they were spotted, but he rotated into the site. So it looks like their arch rap will come down. It's a very smart move here for the T side. And James dies.
It's a good start, but it's also exactly what's going to draw them into all the additional CTs. Fiku over towards the little pit. It's Flit and Fame and Flit again. 3 kills. Excellent from Outsiders. All the players in the right positions, and nobody drops their shots.
Those are great rotations, and I think Outsiders, so a lot of the times you see OG take like Banana and then transform it into a hit without thinking too much about it, and I feel like it was actually kind of a brave call for Outsiders to get the pressure off on Banana, lose information, get this kill, and then rotate out to the A site, because OG oftentimes do not second-guess themselves, and it's the right call, so James makes it.
Already a few good calls. Think about how close that second round came. Until Degster puts up the 4 frags.
Unfortunately, OG sustained so many deaths in these past couple that they're now fairly broke.
Little boost up here for Degster. He's going to keep climbing. Then Fame times the peak, connects the headshot before Degster can really get his crosshair back up in position, so no chance at a fight back there. And Outsiders, they're just going to keep the pressure high, not give OG much room to breathe inside of this A brackets, so it'll force them back to the B site, and if they hit it fast enough, even though there's a smoke up right now, simply kill Kickert.
Yeah, no one's moving yet, even though they have full bracket control. So, well, Kickert all alone. He's got a smoke for himself. Sometimes you can threaten the Lurkin with it. It looks like Flip moves in just in time. He's got a flash on his back.
Yeah. No CT smoke here for OG, so they've missed that timing. That would have been free. But Flit does get flashed, so at least the util finds its mark. Kickert gonna drop Rug up. And Flit inches forward towards the cross, keeps it nice and clean. The headshots are there for Flit, as we've come to expect.
Yeah. Outsiders are moving very nicely right now. I mean, they're floating a lot. They're kind of striking me as like a snail version of Heroic. Like, they're not running around, but they are walking around.
Sure.
Yeah. We are seeing them move back and forth very fluidly between the A and B site, making call-outs. Here, Nexa probably shouldn't contend when they smoke mid, because normally Boiler's a little stronger when they have to worry about mid as well. But it's just a force buy. So now, nothing left here for OG. And I feel for Ruga. I think Outsiders is the last team I would want to play, even if I was really good. But if I was also a coach and didn't have much tier 1 experience, well, this might be hell. Outsiders are tricky enough for the best in the world.
I'm curious if Outsiders start to play a different pace once they get onto the offense. Whether they size up Ruga and think, you know, maybe today's the day we try something new for once.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, let's give him a break, shall we?
No, I feel like James' philosophy is scribed in stone.
Yeah. The Rosetta Stone of CS. Glock's going to jump around middle. Ooh, James falls off his perch. Nexa will kill one, but obviously A1S's, which we see an abundance of on Outsiders. And I would say even just in general, I'll be curious to see how Katowice ends up comparing to the end of 2022, just because...
It's dead even right now, actually.
Yeah, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's...
A1S's, I don't know. I feel like they're on a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah. There's some teams clearly are preferring them. And I think it's always good when you have... You know, if all your team can use one gun or really likes to, then that's nice for dropping people. They don't have to be good with both guns or comfortable with both sprays. But at the same time, different positions call for it on different maps as well, which has been really cool to watch because both guns seem viable right now.
I still think that it's James telling his teammates they have to play A1S so they can afford more ops.
Without even saying a word.
Yep. Kind of thing. It's a given. Just like this Flit kill, given over easily. Neofrag, he'll be at half health, but he's got the 5v4 set up. Singular hold towards top banana. Kicker bullets not far off. We got a chance here, OG. Ruga gets burned forward by the molly. Rest of the pack gets cut off, and James gonna clip his wings in an instant. Falls back to the site to keep himself alive. And we wait for that balcony split to possibly come out of OG here. Chiron's gonna be concerned with Arch. Wow. Nice couple shots to finish off Neofrag, the little that was left of him. And so that 5v4 turns into a 3v4.
Yeah, we've seen very good rounds out of Fiku entering from the halls. He's been a standout player for OG. And also the last Polish player in contention to get into the Spodek. Nexa, nice patience here. And suddenly 3v3 as Outsiders try to figure out if it's going to be the B site. But now, will the reapproach be successful? Fame getting into a better spot here up on balcony. If they kill him, they have a round.
Oh. Gonna get caught with the nade out and the insta headshot. Characteristic of the likes of Fame and Flit. James buys his time. Doesn't bite down until it's the one he needs, but let's see it from Nexa. 4 kills deep this map already. CTs could line up. He's got confirmation on both. Oh, Nexa! 2 headshots, point blank, to tie it up for OG.
Hey, well done.
And inspire Degster.
And to be honest, I think I saw Degster shoulder peeking there just for Nexa to cross below him. So pretty selfless of him to do that. And you see Bomb gets down safely, 1v2 from the captain. And he also helps win the round by allowing this AT to be possible, killing another 8 player, putting pressure on Fame. Fiku frustrated with that one.
Understandably. Just get some barrel stuff.
It is so super hard to read that Fame would have gone back up onto the balcony. That's usually a rotation you can't make. That was a good move from him.
I'm sure Fiku's thinking any death that doesn't come with a kill is just going to make things even harder for OG. Oh, they can't really afford that slack to be given over. Degster sets him up another 5 versus 4, a smoke to the CT cross and a chance for the T's to follow through, but Chiron, quick kill. Neo frag. He may have fallen, but Nexa's going to bring this back. We'll see if the Fiku Lurk A site ends up netting OG another one. It's the deep smokes for the moment that keep outsiders outside of the B site. Chiron's peeling all the way back.
No advantage, no retake, and they'll fall away.
They give it up that easily, huh?
Yeah, it's actually our first time casting outsiders here at the group stage, so
everybody has to take a turn.
But OG fighting hard. And again, I think in every one of their matches, they're able to win rounds because they have so many entry players. And one good entry player can win a round, and that's where their T-side magic has come from. They're very comfortable playing at disadvantaged situations, still execing, and still winning.
I think we got a really good performance out of Nexa on Mirage in a previous series. And that was a really welcome sight. Again, happens every once in a while that Nexa just goes above and beyond, can still frag, no doubt. Again, today's the day we need to see that from him, Neo frag, Fiku, and Degster. No more consistency issues. And taken from them. Want to fight for it? They are. A lead here early on the T side for OG. But obviously an easy bounce back buy for outsiders and a lot of early pressure towards B in terms of numbers. Chiron's going to leave now.
Right now, protecting alt is Fiku. No intention, it looks like, for things to go back towards A, but it's still early in the round. James staggers the peak. We saw Dexter capitalize on a flash last time. No one here posting at the moment, but yes, they are going to continue forward. I think outsiders know it. Oh, maybe not, actually. James starts to leave.
Hear that presence, and they're still pulling it back. James very much getting deeper and deeper on that A site.
Thrown util at A with Fiku, so it must be respected since they don't have information on bracket. If they gamble now, it's sort of blindly or a really good read. But we still have good utility. 30 seconds as Molly comes down right where they're going to set up their nades. That'll make things uncomfortable and make them feel like there's more CTs here than they want. And another smoke. Uh-oh. Yeah, well, they got to come through this. That's it.
Now it gets tough. And Kickert, he's going to play this one point blank. OG, no, not ideal, but they're still going to give this one the try. Blinded at first. Kickert, clean up, flits pistols out. And sure enough, because of that utility, unfortunately for OG, it's a bit of a brick wall. And I think it's an understandable problem that we've already seen in 1 or 2 rounds where we see everybody either taking Rugga's grenades from him or giving Rugga grenades. In this case, it was the flashbangs that got, just juggled back to him. And it's those minute little timings that usually everybody's already up to speed on protocols. And it's just so much more fluid.
Sure, I think you're exactly right. I mean,
that 5-second period is what makes the difference here.
If you're about to make a decision, it gets interrupted or you waste too much time, yeah, things like this will happen. And I see why James was leaving that entire time because they had an extra smoke. He said that even if you do execute, you can take the best positions to hold this through smoke. So, well, nice hold nonetheless.
Chiron peeks from Dexter's right side. Neofrag gonna bail back with the AWP at least. try to save that one. Assuming Outsiders let them.
Oh,
Nice
wow.
nades.
Could that be any more perfect?
Disgusting.
There's nowhere to go.
Chucks a flashback. Nope, it's a smoke.
So good at managing all their utility.
It's a well-tested approach to the game that even the best teams in the world are afraid of. OG struggles as of late, and an extra layer on top of that one. So another smoke. This one picked up off of the dead body of Nexa. Now the T's smoke getting used against them at the 30-second mark. You cannot go banana. It is closed.
That's a tough one. Can't count that grenade. So, well, it's also a smoke they could have used for their hit. Still going to commit here, it looks like. 20 seconds, Glock in hand. Got to go die.
Niku gets killed first. Rugga just trying to set him up by jumping around. And again, that op can be saved. Hopefully. If you can get that in the hands of Degster next round, there's a chance. Neofrag. Ooh, he's getting hunted. They know he's in here. They're coming for it. Oh, and the drive-by USP is going to sweep that one away.
Oof.
After time?
Oh, was it?
I don't know. He's 1450. Nope. Unless he had that saved.
Well, the other difficult part for Rugga is that he might come up with a lot of utility that they use, but remembering it is a whole different ballgame. People really underestimate how difficult it is. With the amount of utility that comes into every single map and every single side of every single map, it's the player's job to know every single piece of utility necessary by their IGL, by their coach. But the coaches themselves aren't actively practicing, memorizing, and that kind of thing. So you've got to kind of take what you can get with what he'll bring into the match. We don't know how active he is in his off time when he's not spending time preparing. So unfortunately, there are no real advantages from having your coach in the server. Even the the analysis of the rounds and stuff, it's a much different look to see it watching from behind your players than it is to be in the server with limited information and only vision of yourself.
And sometimes there's certain coaches that I think
Gary
could put up a fight, but listen, Rugga's a family man. I feel like he's got other things to do on top of doing his job. Which, again, doesn't entail pressing the buttons. Fame, double kill off the A1S.
Oh!
Nexa hits the Deagle shot.
Oh, Rugga!
There he is. First kill on the board. And it's in a round where they have a chance because the Deagle gets caught in the open. Sure enough, he adds one to the tally alongside his teammates, and with pistols, they've got themselves a chance. Nexa with the AK upgrade.
Oh, come on. I think he has to try to test that, surely.
James says no.
Dude, there's no moto smoke. They came in on an eco round, and he has the one rifle fighting him from mini pit. All right.
There's an op to be
saved. He found
saved.
his excuse. Oh, yeah, didn't get it.
Didn't even get the op.
Wait, why didn't he get the op? It was right in front of him, right?
Yeah, maybe those spam shots scared him away.
Wow. Fickle kicker.
Because James has calculated the risk versus reward, and he has decided you leave now.
I'm going to say he calculated wrong. That's right.
Neofrag dies to bomb, but guess what? We got Rugga on the scoreboard. We got OG tying up at 5. A little grace given over.
The stat for Outsiders was at the Rio Major. They had one extra buy per map than every other team because of the amount they saved, which is like a whole gun round.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the justification for this ideology right there.
I mean, Valve could balance the game and the economy and influence and incentivize different things based on Outsiders' gameplay because they've optimized more than everyone else.
It really is a cult.
But Outsiders, they don't need another nerf. They got the 5-bullet op nerf, Dust 2 removed. Valve said, your era stops now. But, well, what can we say about that round? Rugga wins it 100%. Long distance Tech 9.
Yes, sir.
Allowed them to get to the site. Headshot.
The game stays tied. James looking to knock them down, but Degster's posted on the angle. We got the Degster versus James fight going down at the B site. Haven't really had the head-to-head at A. Neofrag and 2 teammates, bomb included, sizing up Banana. Smoke's going down. Kickert's got another one here. Flit currently empty belt, but there could be a cache of utility. Looking like it's just the Kickert smoke. We're at the 35 seconds. Pit player in Fame also has one. So if he drops off either side of this split, then that could have kept them back. But instead, he just puts it down at his feet preemptively.
Very smart. 30-second mark, so.
He's got a little gap to work with on the short lane. Sees them crossing over.
Wow.
Tracks Rugga nicely. Chiron. It's a bomb delivered at his feet. Him and James gonna lock this one in unless Nexa can really come through with Neofrag. 7 seconds to that clock, and Chiron
They can't even go for this. They have to go back.
feeling comfortable enough. Degster will find the op shot. Nexa gets the next kill.
Okay.
If they had 3 more seconds, 4 more seconds, then maybe they can get that one. But because of the smoke towards Moto, it really does screw them over. Outsiders back to winning ways.
Yeah, and again, Outsiders, it feels like they have unlimited smokes. With how late they come out, it's very hard to bait this utility out. Seems to be on the right side at the right time. And yeah, that's the key thing for Fame right there is, you know, if you start seeing utility and you don't have the smoke down on Bike, for example, then all that's going to happen is you're going to throw your smoke down and miss your chance to shoot. So it's really on OG to try to get that kind of utility out earlier, and force him to use it before the 30-second mark. Otherwise, it's just checkmate.
Ouch. Molly on their feet.
God.
Kickert lines it up. There was a couple of guns coming into this one, but one's already down. Degster dead in an instant alongside Neofrag. And now you're going to lean on Rugga, Fiku, and Nexa. I tried to paint this picture of OG coming in with their 4 usual suspects and everybody providing impact, but at the moment, you know, Fiku still has 0 kills.
Yeah.
You can afford that on a day when Flames has got 8 like the rest of everybody else, but no slack today for OG. The Outsiders feel no sympathy here. 5 versus 2, very comfortable banana control again. Just poking and prodding, and they will lose 1 banana, but the close corner occupied, and Flit doesn't miss.
They came for him, too. Try to pull off that hard clear. Fit swings at the same time. And they lock it up. I mean, it feels like Outsiders are playing very well, but it's still only a 2-round lead here in the first half of Inferno.
A couple rounds given over, as Outsiders do.
Yes.
They'll give you rounds, but they won't give you wins.
Yeah. Nip.
It is the way.
Those Nip score lines were just so ridiculous. It was like 16-5 in the first half, and then it's like they have the shortest memory ever. They just come back and win 2 maps, no problem.
Hit by the bottle, but Flit
Wow.
still gets out of dodge.
I can't believe he fought like that. Dexter had every right to approach.
Consumed by the fire. And Outsiders throw it right back. Keeps Neofrag relegated to the corner on 28 HP. Exit tagged up. Still tries to connect through smoke, but it's not there, not yet. CT's gonna boost on the wall as Neofrag looks into the site, but nothing there for the taking. James goes back around coffins. If he extends out unsafely, then maybe he gets plucked, but it's gonna be Kickert first contact. James sliding ever closer. That's exactly what forces Nexa into Kickert and gives away another frag. OG 3v5, hit by flashbangs on the brink of sight with smoke towards cross, but a gap on that. Oof. And James tries to post, knowing Neofrag's already gotten over towards the pit. It's a quick flick up. Fiku 0-11 now.
Oh, damn.
Not even given a chance to cross over, but the bomb plant's here for OG. Retake needed. Massive ask of Neofrag and Rugga, and as they go peeking into construction, Neofrag at least gets 1. 4 more to go. Split coming in. Tries to section it off back towards cross. Trying to play both sides of this, but of course, Outsiders so calculated on the approach. never did it seem like that one's likely.
Yeah, great round there. And clearly they were having trouble organizing who smoked CT. I think Nexa didn't want to do it since he was very close and had to fight a potential quad player, someone emo. And so threw it himself. It was a little off. James hit a hard shot. It was very nice. And they kept numbers high.
Fiku has 3 ADR.
3 ADR.
3 ADR.
3?
3.
Rugga carrying his ass.
3 ADR with an assist.
Damn.
Whew.
Yeah, man, he's been one of the T-side Inferno players. It's been great to watch. I think when we talk about entry players on this team, and they're all good at entering, he's definitely at the top. He's also a great closer, but not in this match yet.
Not today.
Ooh, Neofrag, big one. They might be organizing a very ambitious CT split, though. Op to try to stop him. Op misses.
It's a chance to at least close the distance. James clips Nexa. Kicker's got the first towards Banana.
Oh my.
James just plucking him from the skies. Shot after shot, he's landing these. Rucka's got the AK and Fiku on the Galil. This one is a real chance. Fiku has to deliver now. Rugga, he's got himself another kill, but now both T's very low. The nade takes down Fiku, and we've got Rugga in a clutch. Goes out towards Banana, nearly kills Fame, which would have just pushed it into the 1v1, but instead it is Outsiders with a 9th.
Rugga 1v2 would have been beautiful there. Potential chance to win it. Almost figuring out what to do in that situation. And again, Arch split through CT. Very ambitious. Nearly figured it out. Got that bomb planted. It was a close round, but the money is irrelevant. Round 15 here. Both teams will buy. OG just happy to get a bomb plant. Oh, Rugga got 2 kills in that round.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay.
3 and 12 now. Neofrag. I feel like he's been trying to get the ball rolling, but he is also the #1 victim of nades at the moment from Outsiders. Him and Degster, honestly.
Really feels like everyone's HEs on CT side Inferno have gotten better. G2s, Heroics.
I co-sign.
Yeah. People are spacing them out more and throwing them in the same spots, but at different timings, and it feels like whoever prepares better is just getting so much value out of these. Oh, the second flash is great, but Nexus spray is even better.
The idea is awesome. And it nearly works.
Oh, are they going to come through this?
Kicker going to close in on Neofrag. Running out of bullets here. 7 shots left. Ooh. Uses all of them to kill Nexa. And has to swap out to the 5-7. Now, of course, James comes over throwing flashes. OG too timid to follow through. We'll try to redirect, and sure enough, that is an open A site. Entirely open.
Oh my god.
It's a quick run back from Chiron.
Let's see where he plays. He's going to try to cheat over to the site. Yeah, he's making a brave rotation in. Allows
he does
space
get there
for
in
Fame.
time.
Yeah. Just in time.
Fame also able to throw himself into the site. Balcony won't be a problem. They can fixate into shorts. And Fame, 19 health left over. Dropped by Degster. We want to talk about Degster's clutch. We want to talk about OG's hope. Well, this is another one. He swaps out to the AK immediately. It's full HP on James, but he's got the headshot angle of the mid box. And he's trying to size it up, but the pistol from James slides wide, and Outsiders will take that 10th on this CT half. It's a half that could have even been more, but OG will have 5, at least, to work with. We need to see a step up from key OG individuals if they're gonna have a chance. So we jump back into Inferno with a 10-5 Outsiders CT side. All of the Outsiders players coming together to perform well. And Outsiders, well, capable of making any team go mad. But a team that's playing with their coach, an added issue. On top of that, we get an underperformance out of Fiku, and it just feels like OG are on such an uphill battle at the moment. But maybe CT side serves them better. Maybe a pistol can help. They can close that gap. They've got nowhere else to be, and nothing else to be playing for other than another chance to continue this run to the Spodek. We got Chev and Jay on the buttons, and we got Outsiders taking their time. Shocking.
Shouldn't have given him so much clock.
They'll have one flash, one smoke for Jame and Flit. And Fame at the front. Dexter's going to hear all this movement. We see the mid-CT start to run out towards Boiler. But once they get into the pit, Outsiders just chill for a second. Looking for an easy opening kill. Fiku will get gushed. Dexter tries his damnedest. He's going to die empty-handed, and as those bracket players double back towards Arch, allowing the mid-flank to take their original position, they just find themselves smoked out. So, big retake needed. Oh, Nexa
no.
just about to find Flit with his back turned, but Flit has that internal timing to a T, and OG, looking like Outsiders, run away with utility to save.
Did that look strange to you? Like they didn't, like Dexter just didn't have any help for that long?
Yeah. I thought the bracket guys would come up short, but then Fiku got Gush, wanted to go back.
Yeah, so the two Cubby guys, I think, you know, bracket control is it matters, but it's not everything. And I think when they didn't see anything, you know, they had a very strong weakness towards halls. There was a huge gap in timing. Of course, there could have been some late mid-explode, but even in a late mid-explode situation, you could be spotting from Moto, playing on the site, and have 3 on the site. So a lot of that came down to Dexter, and of course, I guess Fiku tried, but immediately sent away by a headshot. Tyron's got to watch that posture. That's how, yeah, Kinder said he changed his posture because he got back problems. So he started sitting close to his monitor, but like upright instead of leaning. In his Taekwondo stance.
Yeah, there's a few of them, man. Sometimes Jabby makes me nervous too. Feel like his head's going to flop forward one day. He's going to forehead his keyboard. But you can fix those problems down the road.
No, you can't. Take care of your back.
You can only win now.
True. How much prize money is worth your back? You let us know in the comments. We get 10 likes for a fast Outsiders round.
It's not enough. James knows his value.
Yeah, James owns on YouTube. He's demanding thousands of likes. Game Time channel, unparalleled CSGO channel. He has made it a point to be better than the other pros making CSGO channels.
Yep.
He's done a pretty damn good job.
Come on, Piku. Now or never, kid. Smoke in front of the pack. Oh,
he's getting it today.
Yeah, I don't even know, like, obviously Fuku's not performing to his best ability, but also, like, is he just getting owned? Did he do anything wrong there? Flit's blind according to the kill feed.
You know, every time I do an unlucky or bad on my channel, it's games like these, right? And you go back and you watch, and it's always a mix. You know, it's like you don't get 114 completely unlucky. Okay, Zywoo's was actually his worst game ever. It was actually completely unlucky. Which makes sense for a guy who's that consistent.
Okay.
But most of the time, it's going to be like 2-3 rifle rounds that you notice they made a mistake on. One bad spray. The confidence falls off, you know, when you're 1-9, 1-10. And then the other kills, you're getting instud, you know, every other round, which is a typical day in CSGO at the top level. But yeah, not much presence from him on P side. We saw some visible frustration from him. Into now, it may be too late to recover, maybe not. I don't know, but no money here again for Outsiders, for OG. God damn it. For Fnatic, Heroic, Anavi.
IHC, Cloud9, Liquid, Complexity, EG, EG2, EG3.
This is a list of teams that could be at this point of the bracket. Okay, that's what I was going for.
Okay. Yeah, cover your bases, man. That's how I know that analysis is just plug and play.
It's just swap out any team name with all the analysis.
It's like play-by-play. You just change the names of the players. I'm sorry, Rugga. I'm sorry that had to be you.
Got it so bad right there.
You deserve better.
He wasn't even really peeking.
You deserve better. But another tough dose of reality for OG.
Dexter has 38 ADR. How much ADR does Fiku have right now? It was 3 at the end of the first half, yeah.
16 now.
16, damn.
An improvement.
Maybe we can get some util damage here.
Dexter could time this flank to perfection. They have stopped watching it. Doesn't look Arch where the first kill sits because he's going to chase the short guys, but the MP9 gets away from him. A little too much rate of fire on that baddie.
Like, where the hell did he come from?
Flick going to sit into logs. Here's this pack of CTs coming. Deals with 2 of the 3. And, of course, A-Site's going to be taken away. Neofrag just looking to save the AK. Smoke back, trying to trick James. But one does not trick James.
James didn't push at all.
One gets tricked by James. And that's exactly what happens here to Neofrag. Comes down the ramp and dies out. Outsiders, 13-5.
He just didn't believe it at all. Heard the smoke. Clearly, he must be running away. No. You're coming to me.
I was curious how, you know, I feel like, unfortunately, because this isn't OG at their full capabilities, you know, I was keeping an eye on Chiron throughout this event. I think many ex-outsiders will say that when you first get added to the team, it can be a lot to kind of take in, to grasp the system, to be indoctrinated into James' cult. I hear there's a lot of reading involved.
Yeah.
A few rituals.
The prayers.
Including chicken bones and...
I can't imagine what the Outsiders' hazing is.
Eye of Newts.
You must take ayahuasca and dream you are a tree for 100 years.
And inside that tree, you find James.
It's just his hair.
I am Father Time. We are all the clock. And they'll play all the clock every round that they choose to. Little posturing going on up Banana. It's going to leave OG worse for wear. Low health Dexter and Fiku. And it is a crawl of a rotation, but it's coming over fast enough, unless Outsiders really go fast.
They got their smokes down so quickly, the CTs might not be comfortable going through. Let's see, they flash. Oh, they got a dink. More players hurt, but not dead. Oh,
so many hit by damage. Flit, James, Chiron, Kicker, all in that problematic spot, just like Dexter and Fiku.
Dexter dies.
But it's a 4 versus 3, and they're all going to go back, and the B site's clear because Outsiders know what you're doing.
Yeah, they killed Dexter. They saw him take an off shot over on the B site.
They know what you're up to.
That's tough. That's tough. And they got a tag on Fiku as well. Free bomb plant, 3 CTs. Hoping and praying it comes back to their side, but nope, that's not the case. Such low HP. Highest HP player of these 4 from Outsiders. 54 on Kicker. Damn, this is shaping up to be like one of Fiku's worst maps, like just ever, honestly. Really unfortunate. We're rooting for him as the last standing pole. I think it's an apt way to describe it. Because all poles are standing. Otherwise, they're logs.
Okay. Enough of you.
I'm going to scrub final pole. But it's looking like the South Pole right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Melting.
Yeah. I am not seeing any
worse maps than this.
Like the worst game I'm seeing, 7 kills scrolling all the way back to AGO time. So, yeah. Damn.
I wonder if that's because of Flames' absence that, there's some kind of, like who had to take different positions.
Yeah, it makes everything
roles.
harder.
It's like,
well, nothing so far is the thing.
Yeah.
He was the Daddy Hall's player. So I think, okay,
still
no
playing
one's
Boiler.
easy to replace, but Flames, he plays flex on some maps, like on Overpass, he'll be the B rotator. So it's just that he's not playing any anchoring positions, and sometimes it's actually anchoring positions that are hardest for like coaches because they have to kill by being alone. Whereas like rotator, you can throw a lot of support grenades, which is kind of what Flames is doing. And so, I mean, I don't want to drop an excuse for Fiku where there isn't one. And I would say that actually, when they win games, T-side Inferno, he's getting Hall's entries, which are very hard to do, but I'd say he's good at them. CT side, maybe it's not even fair to speak about. We're barely seeing a CT side at this point. This will be one last chance to sort of get back into the game. But we could say this is not a great performance, unfortunately.
not OG's best day.
Yeah.
But I think it's also fair to say no one expected it to be.
Yeah. Yeah, very sudden. Hope Flames is okay.
Of course, that's what's most important, more than anything else. I'm sure even his teammates understand that.
Oh, nice kill. That's a nade smoke to take out Jame. Gorga killed Jame.
No one can take that back from him.
Yeah.
He will end the day with that at least. And Degster feels it. An inspiring kill from Rugga down mid. We just said this was kind of the last chance of this CT side to get into the game. They've done it. 5 alive, looking good. Of course, Outsiders will take every second of every round, and Fame hangs on to the AK here. So it's, at the very least, a 6th.
And a good round. A good 5 alive, all rifle round where they just be rebuy utility, have a little bit of padding. For the cash. Yeah, a nice tactic to start things out. They get mid control, info, they kill Jame. That's an op-down. They know it's B. And with the Chiron conversation, yeah, did see him hit some pretty good shots this event. They try it again, this time with the flash. Rugga down. Degster here. Oh! You know he hits it too.
Timing, man.
Oh, okay. So you don't molly hobbit if you are going to approach really fast and you think the fallback's coming. They delay it and they transition into a flash. Neofrag, yo, Frey, it's decent.
He's tried. Neofrag, feel like he has
not bad.
attempted to pick up a lot of slack. Just throwing himself up banana when they were on T side. It's the reason he was getting pelted by nades.
Yeah, that was a crazy move by Degster.
But it feels like at this point, you've got to get crazy. Textbooks, not enough. And so with the point blank op, Degster in the pocket, missed no scope. On a different day in a different round, maybe that one lands. Maybe then Outsiders lose another player, maybe 2, and OG's flank can get in position fast enough. There is still a little life on this. Fiku, his 2nd kill of the map, with Nexa still behind him. So they're going to send Fiku forward. We'll see if Nexa can trade out, whether he baits Fiku, tries to catch them off guard. For all Outsiders know, there is a CT player inbound, but the op shot from Jame is very clean. And while Nexa does get the kill to Chiron, you got to finish off Jame. 17 health behind the pillar, lets him get close. And sure enough, Nexa finds his target with time on the kit to give OG a 7.
Hey, well done. If Figo's kill opens that up on the retake, and Nexa does the rest. Another clutch for him in this match. OG lived to see another day. You can see Degster just going into hero mode here, you know. First of all, the re-aggression through the smoke is ridiculous. They needed that kill. And then he plays up close with all the utility coming in his direction, plays in front of it. Misses a no-scope. I think he maybe a little unfortunate that he missed it. Can be the inaccuracy. Maybe could have quick scoped, excuse me. But still, his team wins the round, so I don't think he'll be bothered.
Oh, wow. Chance at another, and he takes it. Yikes. Not the worst thing to happen, that bad frag. This could very well just push Outsiders into the top brackets peak. Some util usage to the left side. Boiler player will be an additional layer to the offense here, but with fire in front of them, They'll just walk back towards Banana. They want to get Degster off this angle.
Oh, they didn't
again.
flash. They didn't flash. He's just trying to play anti just in case. Oh, he misses the timing.
Dude. So close it feels like, but Neofrag behind sandbags, unchecked. Unchecked, Flit turns!
Oh.
There's just no way!
He just switches out because he threw his smoke and he had to wait for a second. Oh my god.
Flit with the presence of mind and the smoke spam into the chest of Rugga.
Oh,
dude,
he dies through CT.
Playing, he didn't do anything wrong. Flit just turns, and even Flit turning there, like, you could still capitalize on that moment. Flit just pulled his gun back out.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that Flit, like an all-star from the Wild West, hits him with the quick draw.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like that M4 was only in one hand, you know? Hip fire, straight out the holster.
Like a revolver.
Banana Man down. And down bad. I really hope we have his perspective in the replay.
Damn.
No pressure.
I think
Max.
also Neofrag started shooting, but he didn't insta-headshot, so... Well... So what Dexter's doing here is waiting for the window flash, trying to read the situation. And I think what they do is actually they run up into Banana and get tucked in that outpost spot. And then Dexter's on full alert, but doesn't know if they're going to come out dry. So he doesn't keep his face into the wall. Sort of hard to read, actually, from outsiders. And they were ready for his spot, so... Very smart approach. Dexter trying again.
Good nade.
Oh, they don't kill him.
Neofrag almost got him over.
There we go.
Edge and Fiku's Deagle will get the job done. Kickert's here to reclaim control.
Oh, right as they're re-smoking.
Playing with him. Nothing for free. The outsider's mantra. Desert Eagle of Fiku's going to catch another kill, but it really does just feel like we're talking too late to show up. His third and fourth frag of the map in this round, the 23rd. Degster pressured by Util. Won't find the smoke shot. We've got a pit player, though. It's Rugga.
It's Rugga.
3 Ts coming at him. They've done a good job of isolating Rugga.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to lock in one, at least. It's something for OG to try and work with here. It's a mandatory retake needed, but the bomb gets cut off awkwardly. Nexus slid up silently. He's going to hear that apartments play, so now the other CTs can try to hone in on it. It's an easy stoppage as James is just killed on the jump across, and Fame's going to have to come in big 1v3. First kills his in an instant. It's low health for Fiku to the right side of Library, but a bomb plant that can't be stopped.
Oh, I think he knows they're both here now.
First time's a fake, second is the commit, and the CT stoic. Both on the wall, Op scoped in. Fame goes forward, finishes Fiku off of the flash. He's looking for the last one, and Fame keeps this one clean. Outsiders from start to finish in full control versus a compromised OG. It was never going to be their easiest day in the office, and unfortunately, the beating will continue. We'll see you guys on Overpass in a moment.
Fnatic could be changing that, though. They're starting to put together some T rounds. Rifle save, Bullseye takes initiative, but it won't work out for him, and Floppy manages to get 2 back.
What a fantastic spray on Crims, just repositioning. That was a beautiful 2K from Floppy.
Still alone, though.
He is indeed, but what do Fnatic make of the rest of it? Looking for a 3rd frag now. He's still got 100 HP Floppy. He is extremely comfortable in this. Now they know that Long could be compromised, and there's enough time for Fnatic to do that, but he sees the creep. He's got to know that's 2 players. That's the bomb poking as well. That activates the rotation for Complexity. Has Floppy done enough, though? A rifle and 2 pistols on the remainder of Complexity as they make their way towards the A-bomb site. That good plant where you've got to face the wall to defuse it has been made by Fnatic. See Nikados creeping, looking towards top mid, spotting 2. Moving back slightly. There's a trade from Fang, though. The molly, does he go through it? Does he go past it? He has a smoke, but how could he pull out a grenade in this position? No kit on these players, so they've got to start moving fast. JT.
Outsiders begin this elimination series clinically and absolutely tear through their opponent's pick of Inferno. Sure, this was a limping OG coming into things, but Outsiders, they handle this exactly how they should. Well-drilled, well-measured, tempered CS, not relying on those individual heroics, Kassad, doing exactly what they needed to do to pull this over the line.
Yeah, they just went through the motions, I feel like. You know, it was relatively interesting in the first couple of rounds where OG got some of the pistol in a couple of rounds after that, but we saw that, besides the fact that Raga obviously didn't have a good time there, Fiku had a shocker game too, so it's basically, 3v5 at that point. And against a team that's major champions right now, it's very difficult. We can't really criticize OG at this point. Like, it is what it is. It's, they did their best, but it was a very difficult situation.
I think that's the thing. The Rugger situation, we expected coming into things. We were not expecting him to bolster basically anything, having to swap in for Flamesy at this last-minute situation. But Fiku, I think that's where I was left a little bit disappointed, particularly, looking at what else he has on top of this that should be pushing him forward to potentially be going to Spodek.
Yeah, we were praising him prior to this, right? We talked about how important he was for the team in the previous series, and then coming to this one, he had a really bad game. I was taking a look on the stats from HLTV, and apparently it has been his worst performance ever since he joined the team. And what an unlucky timing to have that one, right, with the all the circumstances they're going through. But I mean, I understand the pick, right, from them or Inferno. I think it is easier for them to pick that one. Just because, like, role-wise, there wouldn't be like an issue with Ruga filling in. It just felt easier. But now going to Overpass,
it's going to get even harder.
Yes.
Like, the only positive side coming into Overpass is the fact that they're starting CT. So they might have some space for Dexter. As you pointed out to me in the first half, he was trying to get into this like kind of carry spot, and he tried to get the openings and everything. That's to get his team in a good position. It wasn't enough, but on the second map, Overpass, he is going to have that CT side, have all that space on A, B, whatever, to actually just maybe make this, interesting for them.
Yeah, speaking of the AWPers, let's bring up our Air Force AIM high head-to-head for Dexter and James going up into this one. As, of course, you were alluding to, Kassad, the fact that we have Flamesy out of the server, somebody is going to have to pick up on the aggression, fighting for those opening duels. Dexter tried, but unfortunately failed more times than he succeeded.
Definitely, I mean, by nature, he's an aggressive AWPer. Like, we know that, and even here, he tried to do extra aggressive stuff. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't enough considering the circumstances. He needed to be way more. It needs to be like 40 frags to get him in a position to actually win the map, which is ridiculous to think about even, and let alone deliver. But, like I said, coming into the second map, the map itself is going to provide more opportunities. On Inferno, you have like tight corners, banana, bracket, like holes. Everything is super squeezed in. Every flash can get you, any grenade can get you, double swing, whatever. On Overpass is a little bit different. You get more space, you get more like wider positions, and it's easier to manipulate like the offense and the defense as well. So it might be a little bit better time for them on that aspect, but overall it's going to be the same.
Yeah, of course, not the start that OG were hoping for coming into this series. But let's check in with Heku to see if she picked up on any details after that first map.
I the end of the first map, I was standing next to OG just to try to figure out what is happening in the server, and I kind of got an impression that Ruga and Nexa were kind of sharing the IGLing responsibilities. It kind of makes quite a lot of sense that because that way Nexa can maybe focus more on the fragging. The atmosphere overall in the team it's not too great, but it's also not terrible because I think everyone understands that this is no one's fault and they couldn't really control the situation that happened.
Yeah, it makes sense that Rugger would be coming in and providing a bit more brain than aim power in this. And, we were speculating, are there going to be any role changes, position changes? I'm glad there weren't in that first map. You don't want to have to adapt around things and give people worse positions when this is temporary for OG.
Yeah, that would just mean more adapting, That would just be more confusion. It makes no sense. It just needs Rugger to pick up whatever the role Flames has. And you said it, I think he's playing the rotation role on the CT side?
Yeah, on Overpass, it's very challenging. He's playing rotation, and I mean, I would personally prefer that he plays B and then swap with Nexa and let Nexa do that role. I would prefer that mainly because, I think Nexa will be able to rotate better, will be able to throw grenades, which is very important. And then on that B-bomb side, he would still get assist from his teammates. I'm just concerned about, the amount of impact he can get as a rotator, if he's going to rotate on point. As a coach, you have a lot of understanding about how the map functions and how your team play. I just don't know if he's gonna be able to deliver in terms of utility usage and all that kind of stuff. But I'm more concerned about the T side as well. T side.
It's for me, it's the CT side. You want to take I would take the rotation role. I understand around how it's gonna develop.
Yeah.
I can read it. I can use grenades. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously they're going to be starting off on the CT side of things. Anything that you're particularly looking at for the T side of Outsiders? Because we know how dangerous James, Flip, Fame, they can all be on this map of Overpass.
They need to, they need to use Ruga that, monster spot so he can just hold the ground and hold backyard and then let the other guys develop the default. And maybe Ruga can chime in with a mid-round call or some sort of a finisher and just provide grenades or the entry or something. But I would just focus on the defaults, and if I had to switch it, I would go to some sort of a contact play, and that's it, and hope for the best and Dexter and Nexa can deliver.
For the outsider side of things, Peacemaker, anything you're particularly looking for, considering, Overpass against Fnatic, that was kind of shaky, feeling like they're going to have a better performance today?
Yes, definitely. I think that unless OG really steps up individually and someone pulls a miracle and has a stellar performance in the VG speak, I think it's going to be relatively easy. But for them, they should treat this more as if there's anything that they want to test moving forward, I don't know, some kind of a strategy, some kind of a setup that they want to run. I don't know. They have to win this convincingly, and they have to do it if there's anything they want to do.
I would go for gambles.
Right?
I would go for gambles.
Yeah.
And stacks with 4 people. On a 4v4, I would stack one side with 4. Just those type of situations. Yeah. That's the only chance.
Yeah. Well, today is truly a test of stamina, and the Outsiders have started this one off with a sprint. Their map pick of Overpass coming up next to see if they can pull this one over the line.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
So the unfortunate reality of OG's situation continues, but now I think it gets worse because we go to Overpass. If you were already strained against the slow-playing tactical masterminds that are on the side of Outsiders, well, just wait until they have another 3.5 kilometers squared to walk around a map.
Yeah.
Because it's coming. This is obviously a map that Outsiders have honed in on for quite some time, and it's a map that I think they have the edge on over OG, even on the best of their days.
Yeah, Fnatic got their revenge yesterday versus Outsiders, at least bringing it to overtime and winning there, even though Outsiders absolutely trounced them at... actually, sorry. No, that's right, yeah. There was the Rio Major where they 16-1 them, I think, but it was a challenger stage, so it's not showing up in the recent statistics. OG, on the other hand, I think will be a step down. Fnatic like to play that map. Outsiders, this is their playground. It even has balloons and a slide.
Yay! Gonna have a party after. But there's little to celebrate here for the OG side. We'll see how Outsiders want to approach it. How many procedures they're willing to skip, or whether it is the always consistently meticulous Outsiders formula.
Really bullied Neofrag out through bathrooms. And so again for Rugga, he's playing in B. He's going to be the rotator. Sort of the position a lot of IGLs play. Like Nafany, for example. But not having to anchor, I think, might be a little nice. But those rotations can be hard on Overpass for sure. Knowing when you're in B, when you need to be in CT ready to throw nades, if you're 8 players, that is a very fine timing, and that's exactly the string that Outsiders are going to try to tug on. If they even need to get that far. Dexter started to light up towards the end of Inferno, recognizing how much he's needed.
More than ever.
Yeah.
Deep smoke, Dexter tucked on long, and they're not looking. Ooh, Chiron dead. Bomb planter denied. Dexter comes in from the long play, and now we've got Fame to try and claw it back. James gets in just in the nick of time. P250 looking for heads. He needs the reload, not ideal. 1 second. He gets a kill, but dies. And so, it's the Dexter tuck down long to give OG this pistol.
I can't believe he actually denied the bomb plant. A player back-turned with a USP. I thought that bomb was definitely going down, so he clicked as fast as he possibly could. And of course, that run comes down to time, even though Outsiders get this opening kill at 1:15. Slowly walk onto the site. Dexter's positioning is everything. Some strength in that one.
Gotta fire him up. Gotta believe. Monumental task. For OG's starting 4. Not afraid of chasing down Con, though. Neofrag's carving out some info. There is a player to his left.
Didn't expect the latter option.
Flit just disappears. Outsiders look to go and reclaim this from the other side, and sure enough, it is theirs for the taking. CT's already all the way back. Moving up to A at this point.
They've traded some HP for some information. Timely move here from Nexa. And wants to re-smoke out of Dexter, but they don't have to worry about that right now. The formidable long A setup here. And an interesting spot, actually, for Fame to play in, but now he'll tuck. He won't have any support, however.
Dexter cleans him up. Easy. As the T's get closer to the bomb site. Any deaths? Any deaths at all? OG willing to give anything up? Little damage onto Dexter, but it's 3 to him and 2 to OG. Now that's nice, because last time we saw how incredibly close the conversion point came on Inferno. OG nearly throwing away the pistol round win.
Yep, that's true.
This time they keep a good amount of distance between them and Outsiders, but it's also not the force in the round prior. So the reward is James P250 here and now, and AKs for all the riflemen.
A little scary here with the stairs setup. They're going to peel back off of this, but now they've also got to be worried about the attack coming in. So this was the opening tactic for the CT side, but comes out a little flat. Pressure is working here for Outsiders. No op here for OG. Dexter with a peek. Again, playing with a ton of confidence right now. Doesn't mean he can't die, but oh. The longer he does this, you know, the higher chance towards the end of the round this comes down to no seconds. So very important to be disruptive, even though it's scary to find those openings versus this team.
Kicker's content to just sit and wait.
They want to kill Dexter first.
Does his own thing. Holds back. Neo frag. Ooh, Bathrooms players right behind him, but he finds the timing to slide down on Flit. Well found.
Oh, James locking him in, but he doesn't want to fight with this P250.
Kicker's coming in. That's a second out of Neo frag. Fomus taking down 2 players. Now, the trade-off is Outsiders have already pressed up into the A site.
Yeah, and they have long control as well. Bank is a little bit dangerous. We'll see if Nexa will take this fight or not.
Trying to slide away, loses his head to Fame. There's another Bank player, though. That's Dexter down. And all of a sudden, Chiron's got this deep angle. Compromises the dumpster stairs. Screws over Fiku, who just can't get into the gunfight. And so, all of the best efforts of Neofrag, a 5 versus 3 as he presses down through Khan, taken back. He is in with a third. Heaven player in Rugga gonna lend a helping hand. And now Jame retreats to the clutch. He's going to hear that movement. Of course, Rugga making a ton of sound. Easy kill there. Just trying to set up Neofrag, who jumps on top of Bomb. It's a 5-second stick. Jame closes the gap, but he's mere seconds off. And Neofrag keeps the winning ways rolling.
Man, he did everything. Walked. I don't even know how he found that path, but outside of the bathrooms alone, they were taking over slight long control. He just walked into the stairs, took his first kill. Second one was a player who knew he was there and just won that duel anyways. Then the retake kills. A beautiful round from Neofrag, top to bottom. Yeah, Rugga also got his.
Reality is, somebody from OG has to go massive. And in that round, it's Neofrag. To kick us off, it's Dexter. Still a huge hill to climb. But they had their hiking gear on to start. Neofrag sent down early this time. And we get a bunch of bodies from Outsiders just grouping outside of the B site. Maybe looking to keep things simple. Maybe looking to jump on Rugga.
Gave up monster control. B-split starting to creep in. Rugga, will you be ready for the contact?
They slide past. Ooh, Fiku still.
They both get theirs.
Still able to catch Chiron. That's enough to turn them away. And they got close, too. Off of that flashbang, Outsiders nearly hitting the brink of the site. But now instead, it's going to be long here for Dexter. We've seen this already serve up a problem for Outsiders when they get on site. And with a couple bullets out of the AK,
they can plant Optimus again.
Dexter's looking back.
The only smoke they have, they'll run into the op. That's free. Rugga's flash as well.
4 versus 2 in the post-plant retake. And Long is compromised. As long as Flit doubles back, he's going to be preoccupied. James going to have to do everything on his own right now. And the Long player does go back to deal with it. So Flit gets shut out. OG continue with a 4th on this retake. And it's starting to come together.
Yeah, 2 kills for Rugga and 2 kills for Dexter. An unlikely combo. And great awareness. Dexter turns around to check on top bathrooms. Another situation where they absolutely could have won. I was looking at, Fiku and Rugga playing together on the B side. I was like, man, there's a high chance that both of these guys fail to get their kills. Coming off Inferno, they were the lowest performers. But this is a perfect crossfire, well handled.
It's not enough to bottom out the money of Outsiders, but it is enough to keep the flawless game going. Come on, OG, you got nothing to lose. You think James is a Counter-Strike player or a YouTuber first?
A Counter-Strike player? Why?
Why
Do you ask?
I don't know. I heard that he won a major just to get more YouTube subscribers.
Oh, did he say that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, if he had started his YouTube channel before he started being pro, then I would understand.
Okay, one came after the other.
But I think his sardonic attitude will not trick me. I know James loves to play this game. Because he milks every round for every second.
Mm-hmm. Wants to be in the server as long as possible.
Yes, actions speak louder than words.
Nexa catching Chiron and seeing the shadow, so
hell yeah.
He sees a chance to press out, push forward, fight back. And that's in a 4 versus 5, need I remind you. So there is yet another chance because Dexter's ops down on the B site out of nowhere.
They're like, what's he doing there?
Kicker gets caught trying to walk out short. And that's going to mean that the bigger picture's a weird one to piece together, but with no time on this clock for Outsiders, it's an OG 5-0 start. And Fame, he dies before time expires, so it could have been worse. James saves op in Playground, but I don't know if he's having as much fun as he was on Inferno.
I'm going to check out Rugga's overpass statistics.
Okay. When is the last time he played again? 2018?
2018, yes. He played with Snappy, Yugi. There were a few other names that I actually remember from that. It was Nico, Cajun B, Snappy, Config, Yugi, and Rugga subbed in it to play 20 rounds of the match. Learned a lot since then.
James Op just looking to punish any kind of jump spot. Not a bad idea. Just not something that OG are currently using against them. I love that Nexa walk up outside bathrooms last round. Knows that the T's have gotten close. Honestly, lets them get close and then goes and kills them.
It was sort of the same gap that Neofrag found for them in the round previous.
Watch this flick. It's coming.
Which one?
The one where Fame peeks mid and Degster just snaps it down onto the headshot. Maybe he won't get the chance because we've got Neofrag pressing in through bathrooms. Ooh, he gets spotted. Not ideal for Neofrag. Knows that he can't stick around without help or else he should be doomed.
Yeah, they're not keeping the outside of bathroom smoked. So, okay, Outsiders 30 seconds, organizing towards B. Making quite a bit of noise.
B players. Couple of grenades left on this. No smoker incendiary to truly stop
Rugga.
it. So it's going to be Pistols testing Rugga. Fiku able to get the clean one first. Fame the only response thus far, but he does get himself the second. Rugga off the barrels.
Oh, yeah.
With a double kill. Will stop them in their tracks, just as it looked like they were cracking through. Oh. And he almost finishes James. Now he could rush this down, and to kill him after time.
After time. Oh.
James stops it, but still dies.
What? Okay.
And we can hear OG starting to pop off a little bit because you know what James loves. Money.
Money.
And time. And he lost both of them at the end of that 6th round. So OG flawless thus far.
And he doesn't jump out that way unless Rugga pushes him. So we'll call that a Rugga assist. I mean, he looks solid right there.
Now Rugga's having fun.
Yeah, this might be OG's 16-0, first 16-0 overpass.
I feel like even if Inferno was a closer game, we would have still seen like the smiles and the laughs. You know,
yeah,
it's there. It's you can't help but laugh at the situation when you can win a few rounds.
Yeah, if you're taking this too seriously, then you're losing your only advantage.
Yeah, it's a no pressure, great excuse to lose type environment. And if Rugga's putting up kills, you know every single one of them's going to feel good. But then back to reality. Nexa, he's got himself 2. Low HP, that's 3 from Nexa. Again, just working this rifle wonderfully. Pushes James to the P250 clutch. He falls back looking for guns. And Nexa's got an advantage, but he still loses his head. And now we've got a Galil in the hands of the Time Lord. A 1v1 against Dagster. Op and clutch gods. Locking horns, and James rounds the side of Pillar, piecing this together to give OG a quick dose of reality.
What a legend. Barely even moves. Kills Nexa sitting on the ramp, stays there, doesn't think about anything else, listens to Dagster running around like a wild animal, and stays in the pillar, wraps it.
He is the most efficient human being we have in this scene.
Very efficient, yeah. He reminds me of Kriperian playing like Diablo, Hearthstone, min-maxing basically every situation. You ever watch that guy? He played a lot of cards games and stuff. He was it's a pretty epic streamer. You should
pretty epic dude, huh?
Pretty epic dude,
a
man.
real cool guy.
I think he did like what was it? Was it in Diablo 3 when it first came out? The first fastest? I don't remember. Anyways, really good at games. Bust out the orange juice for Kriperian. And James.
And James. That's because you took James' op away in the last round. He came back for you.
That's true.
And he got his op back right at the end of that.
Mini pop-off here for Kicker. That's the other thing, like, how excited can you even be if you win a round if you're outsiders? You don't even get to enjoy this moment too loudly. Otherwise, everyone's going to make fun of you. So
it's true.
Yeah.
As much as OG have to take the beating, outsiders have to make sure that both of these maps, if not all 3 of these maps, you got to keep any losses incredibly close.
Yeah.
And any wins, total blowouts.
So weight class mix match.
Rugga with the Zeus.
Damn.
X27 engaged. If Rugga Zeus is a professional player,
then what?
If Rugga Zeus is a major champion,
he killed James on Inferno. But now if he Zeuses him, if you can Zeus James, you should get like a Steam achievement. It's like how?
Yeah, 0.01% of players.
No one's ever got that close to James
achievement.
before. Yeah.
I feel like
it's one of those impossible gold Steam achievements. That
the day James gets Zeused, is the day his eyes open wider and he starts playing fast CS.
Call that shock therapy.
Yeah, I hear that was real good for people.
It changes, man. Oh my
Here we
God.
go. Chiron. Bullet between the eyes of Rugga. Nexa's Deagle, though, will kill James. So that's one frag they can be proud of. And seeking a second, Kicker gets into a pistol fight and loses.
Why was Neofrag running from him?
I don't know.
Oh!
Wait, the Zeus lives on.
Wait, is that... Oh, it's Fame.
The Zeus lives on, and it's a knife first!
With an op.
There's no kid on the play, so an unwinnable round. But at least you knifed a man, made your money, and threw that op out of the map. Chiron's arms are not long enough to retrieve it.
He has to wait for the bomb and then go and look for it, but he won't find anything.
No, sir. It gets sent to Timbuktu.
Where is that? Is that a real place?
Doesn't sound like one. You know, there's a town in Quebec called Chibougamau.
You made that up, and that's not funny.
Nah, Chibougamau. Yeah.
What's the population?
Quebec. Not a lot.
Yeah.
But I know a guy from there.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah, JS.
What's he like?
Honestly, we always got compared to one another in college. We got
okay.
we got mistaken for one another.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's actually a vocalist in a hardcore band.
Oh, cool.
See, parallels.
I like how you said parallels in French, too. Parallels.
Shabugamu. I hope there's one guy in chat right now from Shibugamu who's like, he's never heard anybody talk about his hometown.
Okay, Timbuktu is a real city. Got producer confirmation.
Really? Damn.
It's where Stunna is from. Oh, we can't find it. Okay, well, Stunna probably knows. If it exists, it's probably near Stunna.
Yeah. All right, guns
or
in.
Or Zabumafu or whatever city you're...
Shibugamu. Zabumafu. Nexus ready for the stoppage here. Kicker creeping closer. Ooh, it's close, but the flash is perfect! And Fiku's blind spray connects. Rugga comes in with the hold. MP9 towards Monster, stuffs one, and James is sent back to the caves of which he came.
Wow, big shout out to Nexa for these past couple of days.
Big performance on Mirage in the previous series.
It's just outgunning fools.
And I mean, he was one of the guys to kind of kick off Inferno with a hope for OG before everything went south. And now here he is on Overpass, 11-2. Yeah, it is. Timbuktu is a city in the Western African country of Mali.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought it was in the U.S. for some reason.
Oh, historically important as a trading post on the Trans-Saharan caravan route.
Cool. Maybe we can have an event there.
I don't know if the internet infrastructure can handle it.
That's the tough part.
All right. Good B hold. Typical op save. Not so typical 7-2 OG lead with a coach. A coach who is 7-5.
He's doing a great job, actually, over on B.
Tied with Neofrag and still outperforming Fiku.
I mean, if you see a player in an anchoring spot, like he's playing barrels a lot, they're not getting blind. They're avoiding getting mollied. They're not getting caught with their nade outs. They're doing, like,
half their job.
Great
right
job,
there.
yeah. And then he's also, you know, just hitting the shots as they come to him.
Getting his kill here and there.
And there are coaches with, you know, no pro experience whatsoever. That's not the case with Rugga. It's just the amount of inactivity that we highlight. Ooh, weird timing here for Neofrag, but I don't know if Fame's coming to clear him. It looks like not. Some weird lurk, though, as Neofrag is ahead of his CT player. And Dexter, well, we'll see how long he holds on to this. Oh, my God, Neofrag, he misses that.
Now, that could just lead him into the back of Flit instead. Arguably better, seeing as they are gearing up for that B hit. But then maybe Fame can find timing to flank. James going to post up on connector. They clear out Neofrag, and Fame's gone so deep that bomb can just come sprinting upwards. If Fame is able to get a kill.
Dexter, who's coming up, I think.
Because OG are still just stagnant down on that B site. I mean, they don't think that this timing is possible at all. And yet Fame... Oh, not even needed! Kicker hits an absolute zinger, and that just means that Fame can now catch the next guy. Bomb goes down at the 6-second mark. CTs. Oh, this one's gonna hurt. Wild timing, but the fact that James gets the kill to connector is what makes that look so easy, I think.
It was crazy. It was like James is full focus there on short. The molly lands beside him. He's looking into the site. His teammate dies in short water. He doesn't move. He waits like 4 seconds. Neofrag doesn't see anything else. Then all of a sudden he jumps back towards him and his guard's down. And that's just enough with Fame where he was.
Well, leave it to outsiders to squeeze water from stone. That's a third. They had no business winning. They get a second op off of that, plus M-Force.
This could be a kickstart. I would say this map is less suited to... Well, actually, I mean... Doing rushes on this map is obviously possible. It's a little harder, especially towards like the A side, for example. You need a couple of things to happen. If people molly mid at the beginning of the round, that can mess that up. You're always giving them a tell. the CTs have way more map control as soon as the round goes live than the Ts do, which is pretty unique, I think, to this map. Like situations like this, for example. I'm thinking about when we switch over for OG. In terms of keeping it simple, I would say this is on the harder end of maps. This and Nuke. What else we put in that category? Those two stand out the most.
I'm a little nervous for OG once they get to that T side. Not a map they have picked into, but one they're going to have to deal with.
Ooh, well, it was a flash from behind with a double setup here, so it's a free kill given over to Nexa with the bait. And he can actually recover a better gun.
Careful, Rugga.
Yeah, the smoke's going to get phased. They're watching.
Fiku's coming down. Rugga turns away. Smoke fades. He's tucked into the left side now. Keeps turning. Continuation. Oh, Fiku! Double headshot into the monster. Picks up the slack that Rugga unfortunately offered over. Now he's pinned in behind pillar, so it's an easy push in from Chiron. And he doesn't even need to push in. The bomb can come up from Monster. Dexter. Oh, turns back. Stops Jame. And now we've got Chiron to the 1v1 with Nexa coming in from Connector. It's a quick jump. A silent drop. Piecing together the lurk. Chiron aware of the possibility. Now seemingly playing for this short walk up. Nexa's got the health advantage. He doesn't have a kit. He does have a smoke. Chiron keeps his head low and finds the final kill.
Oh, I don't know how he figured that out, but no one pressuring him from heaven in that spot. It was looking silent there for Nexa, but Chiron getting into back pit and icing off the one angle that Nexa was going to approach from. No problem for him.
That's a scary decision there for Chiron. You know, at that point, you tuck your head, but you're so exposed to all the plays. Heaven kills you, Graffiti walks up. Exactly, you know, he just commits to the angle.
He has a few seconds for Graffiti walk up at least, but yeah, Heaven totally open. So I just guess he just trusted his gut instinct there.
It's hard to teach clutch. And I think that obviously with Rugga in the server and with everything that's going on with OG, it's sort of overshadows, which I think has been a very interesting storyline otherwise, which is obviously Outsiders' initial struggles at the start of the year and trying to introduce Chiron, somebody who on an individual level is meant to best Norbert. You know, this was James' pick for his bold prediction 2 years running. In 22.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2 years running. He's been saying Chiron's the guy. And now 23 starts with him on the team.
Oh, that's pretty cool. He does have good taste in players.
Right? You got to indoctrinate them young. In the system. Our Lord James. Fame's running up. We've got Neofrag in the corner. This could get him something. Sure enough, dink to the back of the head. Nice flash down long. AK upgrade finishes the bomb carrier. And all of a sudden, blink and you miss it.
They have nothing.
It's just Kicker with 30 seconds left on the clock. Neofrag goes deep down long, grabs Op. Degster's still relegated back behind Dumpster, but he's going to catch Kicker with his head turn. So now it's just 14 HP. You'd think this one's easy, because it is. OG rob one back.
Well, they tuck everywhere, basically. They have they're scattered across the entire A site. They have all good angles. That USP rings off, and Fame, I think he's the only one who gets a multi-frag in this situation. Chiron with the first and the 2 Deagle shots from the site as well. That have to be noted. 3 players coming up the kill feed. Dagster helping out at the end. Beautiful team play, good read. And this is supposed to be an economy building round for Outsiders. They lose it. I mean, they're just losing this game handedly right now.
I mean, this is a half OG can be proud of. It's one where I think the elements of success are there. You're getting Dexter at the top. You've got Neofrag, who's picked up slack. Nexa, the most experienced, right there with them. And Fiku and Rugga have brought up the floor since that first map of Inferno. Notably better. Rugga has had genuine impact in stopping these B hits at time. And when he dies, Fiku picks up whatever kills he has to make sure they can't get in. So 8 to OG, but a 5v4 to Outsiders yet again. Fiku this time dies empty-handed, and you know Chiron was already getting ready to try and go in for the press. He gets his headshot versus Nexa, so we can be proud of OG's best efforts, but in reality, Outsiders, not a one-trick pony. They find their opening towards B and give OG the reminder of what's to come.
Strong entry work from Chiron. Top of the board here for Outsiders. And the initial pickoff on Rugga, one moment where he tries to take an aggressive angle, immediately outgunned into a fake walk-up, no overreaction for OG, but then a reprod in from Outsiders. Another kill comes down. And that's it. Round's over. No hold. Fiku been a bit more reliable here on CT side, but can't be good every round. Unless you're Zywoo.
I wish I was Zywoo sometimes.
Then you'd be playing in the SPO deck.
Wow.
Wow.
That'd be freaking cool.
He was pretty excited. He said it's not. I can't say it's his dream to play in the SPO deck, but he's very, very happy.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those legendary venues for Counter-Strike players at this point.
Yeah. Looking at the Hall of Heroes is pretty incredible.
Young God B, Starix,
Karn.
I don't even know who that is.
It's now the CEO of Fnatic, I believe.
Yeah, I did know.
Okay.
Just playing it up.
That's official, but
playing it up for the youngins. Ooh, Neo Frag slides past. Can't get the kill though. Flit's too ready. That's that sketchy reality of pushing past the Molotov. It's like if the T's aren't right there when you're in the open, what do you try to do? Hide on pipes? It's a tough job. But Degster will reel this back in. Singular kill versus Flit, who has been completely nullified this map. 4 and 12 at the moment. It's not every day Flit has that bad of a performance.
yeah. That's why it's called Jame time, not Flit time.
And the half's not over just yet, so he can recover. Chiron gonna catch 2 in the pipe. Kickert and Chiron combine.
Nexa, 12 and 6.
Let's see it. Degster, 13 and 7, not far off. Clean one towards the monster. Locked into the short duel. We got a 1v3 with Degster on the pillar. Y'all ever seen these ops go off from this very same position? Well, Degster's about to give you another serving. Deagle stops the bomb. He's got 17 health, and all he's got to do is best Jame. Sounds easy, right? But Jame switches off the op. Screw the truce.
Oh, he's moving so fast.
Gets into the AK, slides forward, uncharacteristic. Degster turns back, just one bullet needed, and he gets around the corner.
Oh my god, he doesn't see him. Where did Degster get off to? He's just as tricky as Jame in these situations. And now Jame not going to find him. Will he have figured out, though, that it's short?
Degster
he has
waits.
to plant the bomb, and the shot comes in. Degster. Wow. How? 4 kills, 1v3. Nearly got the damn op collat on Monster. Fame got shook.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had to switch it to his Deagle and
he
still
did.
kill him, and Fame couldn't find that one frag.
And like you said, could have been the collat. But that's what Degster does. And we painted this as a necessary element to OG success. If they're really going to win this with a coach in the server, then you need it from Degster. And he has been uncharacteristically unimpactful in some of their games. Now when it gets even harder, he puts up a 1 versus 3 to keep OG's hopes of a 10-round half very well alive. But Jame, every time you knock him down a peg, he comes into the next round with conviction because he wants that revenge. His body language may not say it, but he's seething. Jame does not lose. Jame win. Chiron can just hold back from Fountain.
Dexter's doing something interesting again. But if Chiron's sharp enough, this should be easy. Ooh, that shot was very close.
It's half of Degster down.
But Dexter doesn't have a fallback now. He'll have to fight his way out.
Nexus
the
got
smoke
help.
missed.
Not ideal. Yeah, he's doomed.
Oh, what a flash.
Flit gonna catch the kill towards Connector. Fiku trades one back. Nexa, catching the bomb as it falls off Party. They may have A site, but they need that bomb. And the molly burns one cross. Nexa, he could use that as a chance to exit because he's got a teammate right behind him. He wants to take the fountain clear first, and Fiku in the no man's land goes down. Now Nexa has the element of surprise. Goes for the fresh mag, 14 kill half, looking for 15, 16, and 17 to boot. That 10-round half looks likely. Catches one in the open. It's damage against Kickert, but it's still a 6 to the Outsiders. And now we're going to see if a rock-solid defense can eliminate OG in Kato.
Pissed that they weren't able to convert that round. A clean 5v3. They tried to tuck back, but they weren't playing positions where they could really work together that easily after they boost JT up. He has to bail. They think they can play retake, but they thought wrong. I mean, look how easy these are for Crims. Just boom, flash in, line up. Beautifully done. And then the focus is on ramp. Another flash into position. Oh, those lineups, man.
He really saved them there. That timing for Nikolos to come off the AWP to give his teammates the grenades was unbelievable. And look at the impact on that one then. Complexity, nothing in their pockets but knives and lints.
Oh, there we go, Grim. Get yourself forward for the boost. Oh, who's going up?
Now I've got vertigo.
Might not come into play here. Oh, hello.
Ceiling Cat is watching you creep around vertigo.
That means JT is alone on an island on the B site. He's not on a fun island. He's not having a tropical vacation. I can't believe I've just said vacation instead of holiday. That's what casting a complexity game will do to me.
What on earth is a vacation?
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, hello, 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 hello.
Oh, just panic mode.
Yeah,
I think he accidentally slid off, yeah.
When you look at that left, you slide, you start sliding.
Covered in baby oil. Opportunities missed.
Surely there's no world where Outsiders, after this 6-round T-side, fail to close this series in essentially a 5 versus 4. No BM. We got a coach, Old Man Rugga.
It really wasn't 5v4 in that first half, though. In Inferno, it was like 5v3 because Fiku and him, honestly, Rugga did more than Fiku. In Inferno, at the very least. Here on Overpass, though, it didn't really feel like they were missing anyone. Rugga, when it came to the B side, he didn't fail that often. It was like a couple of 2K rounds as well, so good enough. And 9 rounds. Solid. T side, it'll be hard to close out on, but we thought CT was going to be difficult as well.
They've survived long enough with the individual heroics of Degster, Nexa, And some really good rounds from Neofrag as well. So it's there. OG around the world. Down connector, back through T, back through Fountain.
No one's listening to any of this. There's no one in short. There's no one in bathrooms. They're just hoping someone's there to hear them.
Nexa just calls a long walk up.
Everyone's sweating now.
I can't trust my team to default.
Right. Well, whatever they did at work. James alone.
Yeah, they just had to get some steps in.
Does he have a teammate here?
No.
Oh.
Chiron would be closest, and he's down in heaven. So they're anticipating a B play that never comes their way. Rugga plants bomb. We got a designated bomb planter.
See when these flashes come out.
See what gets held back or what moves forward. For now, 5v4. Time is of the essence here. No kit for the CTs. Neofrag in with another headshot. All the bank players get stuffed. And now Chiron's going to have to ace if he wants to stop OG from getting to double digits first. They didn't get it on that CT side, but they will come into the second half with another pistol round win. Chiron is reminding them who's boss as the USP finds its home 3 times. But as he exits down towards the B site, Fiku's going to take away his Kevlar as he gets sent to cross graffiti. And
cool guys don't look at explosions.
6 more rounds to go, OG, to pull off a wild map win.
It would be a wild upset. Just this map alone. It'd be an upset even if they had flames. But OG have an overpass, and they actually... Oh yeah, they'll have maybe a harder time on T side, just slightly. 3-1 right now. They actually beat Liquid twice on this map. Oddly enough, this is only really a punish because of... Well, it's supposed to be because of Rugga. So if he keeps himself afloat and finds a way to get into this T side or knows enough grenades or anything like that, then, you know, maybe Flamesy won't be missed here, at least for this map, and they could live to see a third.
Trying to set up Kicker here with the flash. We know what one well-timed flash can do to monster plays. Ooh, it blinds both
so
sides.
Good though, yeah.
But the Molotov also burns Neofrag into the open. Galil comes down and just churns up damage. Nexa's gonna have to recover a lot, and it's just too much of an ask. They walked into their deaths.
They were spotting from both a player on the wood wall and someone on headshot, ready to take contact, and that first 5-7 headshot.
Oh.
First 5-7 headshot, flash lands right after. Everybody else is blind. No one's playing anti at that point.
It's the best pistol in the game.
It's the best pistol in the game.
I didn't think that was going to go down so easily.
Yeah. They had a very good setup for the play that was coming. So, well.
It's going to force Outsiders
Every fairy tale story has its hiccups, right?
Yes, like when Hansel and Gretel almost get eaten.
Exactly.
Or when the big bad wolf devours Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother.
That was tough when that happened.
Or when Cinderella is the victim of domestic abuse.
When Will Smith's dog died in I Am Legend.
Ah.
Ups and downs, ebbs and flows. C'est la vie.
When the gingerbread man in Shrek lost his gummy drop button. Oh! Tragedy. A far too common tale. Single scout for Dexter. Deagles all around it. And plenty of room to get closer to the A site. But not plenty of room between OG and Outsiders now. Great way to kickstart a CT half after losing pistol. Before you know it, we could be looking at a tied game. being set up here in the close bathrooms corner. All the while, Bank CT throws out some nades. So it feels like this is really going to sell it if you've got Fame in the front. But what is that? Invitation for OG to play around the front of the bathrooms, and the wallbang actually finds Fame for a decent amount of damage. He's being scared away, trying to set up Jame. Will OG fall for this trickery? Oh no, Rugga. He's not watching. James slides out, pulls the trigger, decides it's time to cut down OG. He is on 45 health, but he's going to fight every step of the way. Neofrag bests him. Dagster's tagged as well, so that Scout's not able to get active in from long. Sure enough, Flit finding kills now. Welcome to the game. It was quite quiet from Flit up until these most recent rounds, and now he is getting back into the action.
Eco Cobra. We'll find out if there are levels to this game. Is that Flit's real crosshair? That's
the one he joined the server with it.
It's a smoke lineup crosshair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after Inferno, he might need a crosshair that big. Make sure you're always on him.
4 of OG's 5 players all have the same crosshair, actually, with slightly different gap.
That's a real team.
Yep. Fiku's the only difference. But he's also the only Pole left in Katowice.
True.
Doesn't clear his connector corner, and that will be the end of him. Short rounding coming, as far as outsiders are concerned. Neofrag trying to find a timing here, walked up with the knife out, so hey, you've managed to slide behind Fame, and Chiron's making a bunch of sounds, so Neofrag knows exactly what's going on. Only problem, there's another dumpster player. He would have loved to just fight Chiron.
Ah, so many of them.
Like rats.
There's 4 of them coming up to the A site.
5th one's up connector, that's Jame. So this one goes down nice and smooth for the outsiders. They make a little bit of extra money, no deaths. It's good, it's easy. And it's only a 1-round lead now.
Jame has just been so consistent so far between all the groups matches. I feel like
this guy lost 16. He lost a 16-6 map, and still had a 1.34 rating.
Yeah.
How do you lose 6-16 and get a 1.34 rating?
It's actually a Jame only move. He's had great stats. They lost 16-19 to Fnatic, 1.37 rating.
What an anomaly of a human being. Even more so of a Counter-Strike player. 10-round tie is on the line here in round 20. OG trying to size up this A site, but doing it slowly.
Fiku hit hard here. Round 20. You never get to hear the birds chirping when the other teams play, so
taking the moments, what you're saying?
No one ever really appreciates that.
It's important to enjoy the small things in life.
Yes.
Like the sounds of birds and the scents of flowers.
The disco at in Spawn. The train bell, the pitter-patter of silenced M4 shots coming in with no response. 20 seconds. OG. Oh my god.
Kicker stuffs the double flip right there. Again, outsiders just layered, just ready, too prepared. OG. They tried to mastermind something outside of the B site, but it just like the players are ready at that time of the round. Right?
They didn't even get in the tunnel.
And so they try to, but they get shut down.
Yeah.
The warm, fuzzy feeling of the sewage beneath their feet as outsiders enjoy a behold. 10 rounds to go here for OG's tournament life.
Quite a spray transfer.
Anybody from OG is going to kick it up a notch, but you'd expect them not to with such little weaponry. This is Rugga's hero round. He is the only rifle in this round.
They're setting him up.
You got nothing to lose, Rugga. You probably won't, hopefully not have to, ever get back in a server versus competitive players. So go ahead and shine. Flashes into the bathrooms, nothing there for him. There is an opening if he wants to take it up long, but James about to plug that gap with his AWP and a flashbang to boot. So Rugga tucks into the corner. How can OG hinge around him and find an opening this round? He has gone unspotted from James jumping, and Rugga will be given a chance to hit the side of this bomb site. We've got heads turned away. Rugga jumps the gun on the first one. Chiron's dead. Can't manage to get more than a multi-kill, but he will have OG moving forward into A. They've got the CT set up in an awkward spot. It's only James to try and hold on now. He's lost his other teammates. Yes, Fame flanking, and it's so damn close. Nearly made possible by Rugga, but James holds on.
Yes. If Dexter got that kill, it was probably going to be free round. You know, he could go B, he could plant there.
He almost had his moments.
So close.
But it's still economic damage. It's not going to put a dent in the real cash coffers of Outsiders. Still a ton of money to chew through. But it is an OG buy at the very least. Their lead, however, is gone.
Big reason Outsiders are so good on this map is because of CT side for Jame. He is, wow, that's he got hit in the leg, but he also got a collat with that kill.
Worth.
But yeah, positionally on CT side, on A, he is so good at getting all the information. He'll find you no matter where you're tucked in. Rugga actually did a really great job of getting all the way up long in that spot. But of course, Jame managed to stay alive, even though he was the player watching long for the most part. I think he was spotted. So Fame's rotation will be careful.
Fires in the right position. But Kicker now going to start to speed up the flank. Will he get caught or catch them? They actually double back through bathrooms, so it's going to be all in from mid bathrooms. Chiron in a corner. Fiku half-ass clears it. Oh, double kill from Chiron on the little bit of HP he's got left over. Same boat as Jame and Flit, so it's not ideal. But will Rugga run this chance? We've got 12 seconds on that clock, and it just doesn't look like a possibility, so OG cut their losses, fall back on the save, and Chiron does enough to convince them to give Outsiders a 12th.
Yeah, it was a half-ass clear, Fiku. If he came out, swung that properly, that's a free trade for him. You know, that's a spot that works the best, of course, when people aren't ready for you, but if they are, you don't have really much angle to work with. Very easy to pre-fire, but Fiku doesn't believe he sees anybody. And Chiron gets way more out of it than he should. And so 12-10, a two-player save with an op at the very least. So there's something here. With Dexter on an op, there's always a chance. Well, let's see if we're prolonging the inevitable here for OG. They can really make a half of this.
Two guns saved from the last round. One of them's posted on Monster, waiting for all these smokes to fade. The other is Rugga's again. Ready for exactly that, man. Oh, Neofrag, I'm so sorry. Poor Rugga just gets wrecked by Fame. Caught in between grenades and whatnot, but that's just one of those reminders that you have to be so incredibly sharp. Especially versus Fame. You know, this guy bursts onto the scene as like a headshot hunter.
Highest elo in Europe. for a bit.
Insane. Nexa and Degster.
A major champion.
Looking for anything.
Trying not to Kirby it.
At his first ever major.
Yeah.
If not first ever LAN.
Ooh.
Yeah, right. Think about that.
First ever LAN? Well, the RMR's wrong. LAN.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
First ever LAN cycle. Definitely first major. Down goes Nexa. Felt like an eventuality. You know Outsiders. More patient than the Pope.
Is he patient or is he just smart? What do we know about the Pope?
Honestly, I saw him scold a woman once when she tried to shake his hand. But that didn't look very patient.
Yeah. Well, was she rude?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe she was rude.
Maybe she was rude. And if the Pope smacked me up, I'd still be okay with it.
I'd say thank you, sir.
I'll be back tomorrow. I feel blessed. Come on now, OG. Nothing to lose.
Yes.
Nowhere else to go. For Flamesy. For Rugga. For Dota.
For Dota.
Let's see it.
For No Tail. This round's for No Tail.
James comes back. Neofrag's already on the angle.
Oh!
Yeah, it's got the headshot.
This next kill's for Sep.
A very clean one, but a good flash. Flit gets locked into the connector fight. He knows that Nexa's down beneath him. Of course he stuffs that one instead.
That was nice. That was very nice.
Degster with the recovery, but if they rotate up, then they're going to be right in between Fame, who just lost his teammate towards sight. But that's the bomb! Oh, no scope! So incredibly important in that moment. And sure enough, for Flamesy, for Rugga, for Dota, they win this round. OG take 11 at least.
Yes. We need it. It's not OG if they're not going fast, if they're not being explosive. It's in their DNA. So let's keep it going. It's a nice situation. Actually, great round for Degster with the trades that he got off. And Fame could see the third kill coming. Couldn't get the second one though. Degster was there.
Little no scope, blessed by Gaben. James gonna stop. Ooh.
They're not using the coveted outsider setup, but they're using him in the same place. Yeah. Okay, there. He was trying to dodge that flash.
But it finds him.
Oh, what a shot.
The timing so close there. Kicker. Ooh. Nice lineup. You've got to give it credit where it's due.
Absolutely.
Sense that incoming. And Fiku just got pelted down to 50 as well. So from winning ways, back to reality. Fiku going to get finished off. Kicker doing an excellent job of just getting his kills here and there. You know, Kicker doesn't have to go above and beyond anymore. Felt like at times he used to pick up a little slack for Norbert, you know, but I think Kicker can just slot in knowing that all four of his teammates are aim gods. One of them maybe a literal god. We don't know yet. The jury's still out on James.
Timing for Kicker. Another clean one.
Degster forced to fall back to save. So this will be Outsiders 14th. 2 from victory. 2 from locking in a spot in the Group B lower final to face the winner of Fnatic and Complexity later today.
Complexity later today.
Or Fnatic.
Complexity.
Maybe.
What's the update on that score?
12-8, Fnatic over Cole, Vertigo.
But who's up a map?
Complexity.
Complexity.
Degster, no op save this time, my friend. Even if you got your no scope off, you had Fame coming in from behind.
It is nice that they don't have to think about that. That saved op last round saved him.
Yes. OG looking to force in here. It's going to bottom out the money. Fighting to keep Outsiders off 15. You know, this is a rock-solid CT side out of Outsiders. OG won the pistol. They've got 1 round sprinkled in the 24th. But even on a good day with all of OG's players, you know, Outsiders and Overpass, hand in hand. So, was is always going to be a tough day.
Peanut butter and jelly. Cheech and Chong. OG and Dota.
Yes, sir.
James in the Bible.
The save scripture.
Dexter and Abdul.
Hop in from party. Feels like James been content to just start each round here. Falls back when there's a little too much pressure, but there hasn't been all that much. Let's see if Kicker gets bested this time. He's gonna put another smoke down.
Ouch.
Loses half his health, and they're gonna pounce him. Frag comes in. That could help, but it goes a little too far.
Yikes!
And the A1S gets away from him. Flit in from short, has yet to find impact, while Fiku takes 2 kills down. It's a good amount of damage versus Fiku, and he's slowly getting closer, but the connector trade goes swimmingly. Chiron slides out from Graffiti. Fiku still fighting. OG still hoping. But there's a killer headshot. Again, it is Fiku, his 3rd on the round, his 13th on the map. And James could save, but there's already so much money that I love it when James goes for the clutch.
Yeah, have they...
Swaps out to the Galil, silent fall down, and he plays it pretty quickly.
Still think he's coming from CT.
He misses the kit. So it's a 10-second defuse, but Neofrag sitting on a silver platter, and you know that James goes and milks these moments, executes Neofrag,
Oh my God.
and takes down both.
What a legend.
2.0, 24 and 12.
And he didn't walk out far enough to see the second person, but he knew that guy was being covered.
He could feel it.
What a beautiful 1v2 from James. 24 and 12. Great series. Great group stage here for James. Win or lose. He's been a top performer. And he makes that around the world clutch look easy.
My guy. Not the first time this series that he's played a clutch like that. Just instantly leaves.
Because he started leaving before Chiron even died.
Yep. And sometimes he goes for the save, and sometimes he comes in with the clutch.
I think the best way for that to work is to not even tell Chiron that he's leaving. Because then Chiron might start hiding and stuff and ruin it for James.
Just goes.
Just go.
So here we go, map and match point. Outsiders given a bit of a gift with OG's bad news this morning. Ruggles tried his absolute damnedest, and he even had a couple moments of glory.
Yeah.
OG can't beat themselves up too badly for this loss, if it happens, when it happens. Obviously, to keep the hope of having a Polish player in the Spodek would have been incredible. The hometown hero of Fiku on the entry. Flit gets shut down by Nexa, who does get himself a double, so this one could still be extended, no doubt, with a 5v3 with James up in heaven. But the bomb's a little late to the party, and Fiku's going to have to watch from the sidelines. And James looks like he wants to come out and test this. It's just going to be the smoke onto the bomb plant. Nexa, again, inside of the water, will find another kill this round. He's doing everything that he can to try and keep them well and truly alive. And sure enough, already, we see Outsiders transition to the save, which means OG 3 away from overtime at least.
True. It is a very close game. So even though the kills and rounds are coming out late here, maybe OG can bring on some stuff. I think they were waiting outside B. We were watching that whole time as Kicker was spamming the right and left side of Monster. But I think outside of bathrooms, we had somebody selling us some sort of fake with perfect silence outside of Monster, right? No one blowing their cover. And with no Outsiders push, we had Outsiders start to fall back in the pit and give up the good spots that they used to hold versus Monster last round. So that's something.
Of course, again, the money is still so good for Outsiders based on the blowout that the second half has been. And the only reason that, we kind of think this one's fizzling out is because the OGT rounds have been so far and few between. 3 on the half thus far. 3 more needed with 0 margin of error. Would have to be a level from the offense that we've yet to see, but Nexa did look clean with it. Kakafu filling Rucka's seat. Why'd you laugh?
I just thought of something funny that happened the other day.
Oh, yeah? You want to share with the class?
You told, like, we were just hanging out, and then all of a sudden you told me there was some city in northern Quebec called Zabumafu.
No, Shabugamu. Population 7,500. There we go. Come on, OG. Everybody loves the underdog story. James is just so scary at the moment. Another impressively positive map from him. Win or lose. James finding new heights. Major MVP, by the way.
Undefeated in Rio. Op IGL star. Oh.
Don't question him.
Yeah, that probably was on purpose.
You just can't understand its purpose.
If we did, it wouldn't be that cool. You know, if it was easy to understand, then, well, everyone would be good.
Flash around long for OG. They're getting closer.
They're making good space here.
James pushed outwards,
Yeah,
so...
it's the rifle support for long. So Tyron will join up. They need an extra rotation. Oh, and they have the flank.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this could be a problem. Rugga, he's right around the corner. He's going to hear that.
Wait a second.
He's heard it now. Oh, but he, again, you know, that's twice.
It's Fame.
Yep, he's caught Fame with bad timing. But it's just the sharpness of Fame's rifle work that bests Rugga both times. And now that long player just gets stalled out by the smoke. Kicker gets his kill, traded back. It's going to have to be the Degster Masterclass 1v4. And sure enough, today is not OG's day. It was never meant to be without Flames in the server. An unfortunate situation that's just not their fault. It's a sad circumstance that they've tried their best to deal with. And Outsiders can only beat the opponent that stands in front of them.
Yes. And
so they've done that, and they've done it clean.
Yes, they have. It was a 2-0. Saw some good rounds in there for Rugga, just for fun to talk about. I saw Nexa sort of make some calls that made sense with the teams that they had to play against. Unfortunately, Fiku wasn't really there on Inferno in a way, but as a team, of course, their expectations can only be so high. As for Outsiders, they can only be so happy about winning this. But like you said, they got to beat who's in front of them. And they've got another match in front of them as well.
Yeah, one of the two teams that will have the daunting task of double best of threes today. It'll be coming at the end of this evening, and it will be versus either Fnatic or Complexity for a spot in the Spodek. High stakes still on the line for Outsiders. The major champions' jobs not done yet.
Yeah, less than ideal situation for OG coming into the group stage. Sadly, they do lose out to this one. Outsiders do take the map in two. To be fair, though, a valiant first half there from OG. We saw some heroics coming up from Nexa, Dexter as well. But Outsiders, I think Connor and Mo framed it perfectly. They came in, they did what needed to be done, and now one more series separates them from potentially making it to the Spodek.
Yes, definitely. Second map was, you know, they felt like they were more relaxed than they should be, especially in that first half. But let's be honest, in the past of like in this tournament, the first few rounds Overpass wasn't the best side for Outsiders. They always had like 6-9 and then start with the 6-11 up, and they bring it back, and it happened the same thing here. On the other side, we have OG. You know, they did the best they could. You know, Fiku wasn't really showing up on the first map. That kind of was additional, you know, blow to the circumstances and the problems they have right now. On the second map, they did their best, but still wasn't enough. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day.
Well, Outsiders do close this one in two and now cement themselves a spot in this series later on for qualification in the arena. So let's check in with Heku and Fiku after that series.
Yes. It is not going to be Fiku, it's going to be Fame. He's by my side. And Fame, congratulations. You live another day, you have another series in the end of the day. But before we do that, like, let's actually talk what is like happened right now on the server, because obviously OG, they were not in their strongest state, but they kind of managed to get you to like double digits on Overpass, which was your map pick. maybe some things did not go according to plan?
Yeah, first of all, I feel very sad for them because FlameZ couldn't play. I don't know why. I heard that something with his health. I wish all the best, and it's kind of unfair for them. But this is life. Stay healthy. And yeah, on Overpass, they had a lot of opportunities on CT side to find frags, to play more aggressive moves than on Inferno. Inferno, everything in control. And yeah, we couldn't end some rounds. We lost Eco. We lost 1v3 when I didn't kill Dexter. But it was still okay for us. It was all in our hands. And we felt like we control everything.
But did you change like the attitude towards the game the moment you found out like one of the best players on their team is actually not going to play?
It was kind of shocking for us. It was 30 minutes before the game. Admin told that FlameZ not gonna play, but it didn't change anything, didn't change game plan or something, and we played as always like we wanted to play with FlameZ.
It's the same. All right, but it means that like now like you need to just wait to find out actually who is going to be your opponent. Is either going to be Complexity or is going to be Fnatic? Is there a team that you would prefer to maybe avoid playing?
No, for me it's nothing to avoid. Maybe want to take revenge to Fnatic, but it's okay. I just gonna play against anyone. I don't care.
You don't care. Okay, you don't care if it's going to be complex, it's going to be Fnatic. You try to just do your best and play your own game.
Yes, trying to stay alive.
Trying to stay alive. Trying to survive this whole tournament. But thank you very much. I want to delay you any longer. I think Ardes can give you like a great summary of the series right now.
Thank you so much, Heku. Yes, for my money, I would love to see that grudge match going down between the Outsiders and Fnatic for a spot in the Spodek. But Fame was just alluding to it, the fact that, it was their game plan through and through coming into this series. Obviously, not too much heads up that FlameZ wasn't going to be in attendance for the side of OG. And I think Outsiders, they did what they needed to do to get this series over the line.
Yeah, just enough. It's not like we said, it's not the best CS that they played, but it was better than what OG had, and it got them to the next round. Maybe, they didn't spend so much energy, which would they spend if there was a full lineup of OG coming into the next game, probably Fnatic or Complexity, and they're gonna go back probably to their hotel now, chill a bit, watch the game, prepare as much as they can, and go into that final game for the Spodek.
You know what did impress us though? Chiron. He was really showing up on this map. Obviously, we're not sure exactly what we were going to be expecting from him, how exactly he would be slotting in, coming in for the Outsiders. But he was looking pretty confident on this round of Overpass.
Yeah, looking very confident. I think it's nice for him to get some confidence going. This is the perfect match for that, right? Playing against a team with a coach as a standing. So it was great. This time around, we didn't see many individual mistakes, which we alluded to pre-game with the Telestrator, where we show a couple missing grenades and lack of using utility. It was nice. Can I bring some spice stuff about the Outsiders? Because what I saw from Outsiders in this one, right? So they, on the first half, they found out really relatively easy that Ruga was playing Monster on Overpass, right? And when that happened, for me, it did feel like they were just trying to abuse the fact that Ruga was playing there. But in my eyes, they did it such in a bad way that like their T side didn't look sharp at all. And if you actually take a look, there was 2 one-on-ones that they actually won. One with James in that half and another one with Chiron, since we're talking about him. So moving forward, I'm just concerned about the fact that it did feel like if anything goes out of like their comfortable zone or they find out there's some kind of a weak spot, then they just go blindsided trying to exploit it, which was the case. Like from my experience watching them, I feel like it was weird to see them playing because like they didn't develop A control on the T side properly. Like what in my books, what they needed to do was to pull next rotation towards A in order to attack B against 2 guys, and then potentially they would win a round. And they only did that on round 11 into the half. The rest of the rounds were just like a bunch of B defaults, take it easy, try to go out Monster, die. I don't know. It didn't feel comfortable. And moving forward, if they play like this against Fnatic, I think it's very scary.
That's an interesting point, but I kind of want to counter it with, do you think Outsiders had that read that Rugger was actually playing in that position earlier on? Because we were expecting him to play a slightly different role.
Certainly at some point they did. But the bottom line, and I think what Luis is trying to say, is like that these outsiders, they're not the major outsiders.
No,
you know?
no.
They're not that level now. They're work in progress with Kyron, who is still super sharp. We saw what he can do aim-wise, you know. But, you know, when it comes to this, like, rotation and using the utility, like we explained, and all this, like, couple of other things in aspects of the game, still work in progress. So are we going to see the major outsiders in the next game and in the Spodek? We'll have to see, but so far they didn't really show up, but it was still enough to get them into a chance to be there.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Exactly, and the pressure certainly is going to be on in that game going forward. James, though, he decided not to save in one round. Actually did go for the clutch right at the tail end. We can bring that round up to recap exactly what happened there. This was great from him, kind of showing a bit more confidence coming into things. And yesterday, I don't know, we were kind of framing it as James not having the most impact. Got a beautiful impact from here, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very important round for him towards the end, right? The clutch that he was able to pull in this one.
I think he felt the timing here to get up short. And once you feel the timing, it doesn't really matter if you're 1v2, 1v1, 1v3. If you feel the timing that you can get behind two people's backs and kill two of them and get in a position to finish down, you take it. Even if you're James, you take it. So I think that's exactly what happened. He knew what was going on. That one guy is planting, the second guy is covering Monster. And then he just kind of sneaked in and killed the planter. And then he probably had the information that the last guy has low HP. He grabbed the chance. He won. It was like Luis said, super important round 14-11, get you to the match point and ultimately finish the game.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, you know, the storyline we were coming in for OG, not the most favored for them without Flamesy in the server. But I kind of want to move away from that point and look at some of the other mistakes that they made throughout this series. You had a point about Neofrag, you know, being a bit overcommittal towards some of those positions.
Yeah, I feel like there was a moment in this game on Overpass where it kind of gave me flashback from the previous game on Overpass where he was overextending in connector area as CT. And it did feel like, for him specifically, like he was committing these mistakes more often than he should. Maybe, perhaps because of the fact they're playing with their coach, they need to try something new. They need to try to play aggressive. But I think there was even a round in this game where he overextended. James read it really well because I mean the main thing that you should know as an IGL is who plays where from the other team. And then as soon as they kill Neofrag in connector overextending, obviously, they're going to rotate and they're going to adapt to it. So that's what they did. They won a round because of it. Later in the game, Neofrag committed the same mistake. They have 4 guys in B. He goes connector, dies again. And then this time around, they didn't react properly. But the point stands. It's just the fact that, like for OG, it's these individual mistakes that also cost them rounds, that also cost them games. And for them, I started to create a lot of expectations after the first couple matches from them. I didn't have them making it all the way here. They did it. Now going back, I think they need to watch these small things if they want to be consistent in the future.
Overextension is like in 99% of the cases, I would condemn it. You know, I would judge about it.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I can't really blame him. Like, you are in a tough position. You need to take extra risks. Risks are like that. They're not super calculated, but you know, they can get your reward, but it's a high risk, high reward kind of situation. So I kind of understand it, but in most of the other cases, I would probably be on the same page as Luis. But right now, it's a bit different.
Yeah. Of course, not the best day in the office for OG. Unfortunately, eliminated here from IEM Katowice. But let's get a few departing words.
Side, I have Ruga, who is now apparently like the 6th player of OG. Ruga, unfortunately, I mean, we know the circumstances like happening to the team, but I do see that Flames right now is actually extending their like, maybe like not looking super happy, but can you explain this whole situation?
As I also said to you before, like it's also news to me that he came, but it meant he felt better because otherwise he wouldn't be here. And also the whole circumstances in the first place. I know it's not easy to say no to playing a team, and I think it's also like mostly my decision to say, okay, he sits this one out because he was not in a condition to play, but I'm happy he's feeling better now.
But I noticed, like at least like during the game, like you were pretty vocal. Was it your goal kind of maybe like take some IGLing responsibilities for Nexa so he can actually just focus on fragging?
We talked a little bit about it. I think the T side on Inferno, we didn't really get that part going, but then we came to CT and I think we had chances to make a little comeback, but some rounds here and there didn't fall out in our favor, and that's why the scoreline was as it was on the first map. But second map, we tried, but obviously they also did their preparation and our like best threats, they didn't really work, so then it becomes an individual like game from there.
And your next tournament is going to be EPL. What's the plan until then?
Now we're going to go home and get some rest. I think we've been 36 days on the road now, so I think the boys need to come home, get some energy, refresh a little bit, so we are ready for the next tournament.
All right then. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Certainly glad to hear that Flamesy is feeling better coming into the next stages of what is going to be the CSGO calendar. Props to Rugger for giving us a few words as well. And we were kind of talking about it in the first half, the fact that Nexo was still stepping up individually, still had some great reads on some situations. Obviously not the prime OG that we were looking for, but still props to them for having a valiant effort in the second one.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm happy that they actually swapped the roles on the CT side, that Ruga was playing Monster, allowing Nexa to find the impact that he had. And yeah, it's just a very unfortunate situation that they're going through. Like, I don't think they should overthink this too much. Like, it would have been a completely different game if Flames was playing. He plays very important roles for the team. So yeah, commiserations to them. I hope they bounce back from this one.
I mean, the only thing we can say is like, you know, speed recovery to Flames, and that's it. Come back for the Pro League and do better. They didn't disappoint. They didn't do anything great. They had a hard, you know, cards handed to them. So it's it is what it is. You go home and then.
And very last minute as well. That all this happened, right? Like no time to really prepare for this one.
Yeah, c'est la vie, unfortunately, for the side of OG Outsiders, though. One more spot on the line. That's going to be going down later on today, and potentially their last chance to grab a place in the Spodek. But speaking of two teams that have already grabbed their hands onto that place in the playoffs, it's Heroic taking on Vitality, and potentially a spot in the semi-finals up for grabs. Going to see how it goes down in just a few.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days that are
Welcome to AI Tweets. Today we have Team Liquid here with Yakinder and Nitro to guess, of the 3 tweets, which one was made by the player themselves and which 2 were AI generated and completely falsified.
And I'm here with Torzi and Dexter to try and figure it out. How's your Twitter game, you think?
I look at it, but it just goes in and then goes out the other side. So
How about your own tweets? Are you...
yeah, my own tweets are just stupid.
Okay, so are mine. Excellent. Now let's take a look at the first ones.
Oh, wait, I know this. First one is real.
I saw this like 2 months ago, but I can't remember.
People keep posting it, I think.
Yeah, someone just retweeted it, but I would say it's the second one. No, he would never tweet something like that. I think Keaton is the guy who uses an emoji, no? And a hashtag.
Ooh, okay. Getting into the... I like it.
I mean, this is a legendary tweet.
I remember
I'm
Steve.
certain it's first one. I know this.
Go first.
I know the legendary tweet.
You sure?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm
I remember the
100%,
picture, but I don't remember
100%
what he
sure
says.
it's 100% right.
I was just trying to cause some doubt. You guys are right. It is the first tweet.
Why you don't believe me?
I did. I went with
He
you.
faltered.
Okay.
I got
went with you there.
You were like, when Anders asked, "Are you sure?" You were like, "I don't know." It's like,
It's like code names.
yeah.
Chris, let's go with the third one.
I trust you.
Yeah. I picked the third one.
You're wrong. You were right, actually. It was the first one. Your thinking was spot on. You changed your mind 3 times.
Yeah.
All right, so again, only one of these 3 tweets are real, all from Automatic here.
I feel like the second one's fake.
Yeah, but it's actually a great story.
Second one.
Second
I
one?
remember it, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember?
I think so, yeah.
I haven't seen this tweet. I mean, if Chris saw it, I trust him.
Okay.
Oh wait, Tim is not like that. That he's like, reminds me of all the teams who will be crying after losing to AG. He would never say that.
Plus, Automatic's not a person to go bragging about, oh, this is class or freaking we're gonna win. So the second one.
Okay, you're right. That was spot on, your analysis.
I would want the second tweet to be real, but it's probably not. I want to go first.
All right.
First?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
We're here to make some dreams real. It's the second tweet that was actually the real one. The next one. This should be hard if the AI is good because Poppy, man.
It's the third one. Yeah. I remember this tweet, I think.
You're right. It is the third one.
That's a good one.
It's probably third one,
I
right?
think it's the third one. I feel like that's something
You
to
think
say.
the IE would generate? Didn't think Valve could make ancient worse? Holy fuck! I don't believe in that.
I'm gonna go with C. My gut's telling me to see.
That sounds like floppy, honestly.
Okay, we're going with the third tweet. Lock it in?
Yeah. Lock it in.
You're right. It is a third tweet.
Yeah, you got
that one.
Yeah, imagine.
Maybe it's real.
Yeah. Okay. Well done.
AI is taking over.
2 out of 3, maybe like 2.5 because you kind of had it, but then you changed your mind. Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
But
2 out of 3.
yeah.
Pretty good job.
Okay, that was AI tweets and Yakinder Nitro joining us to decipher who was real and who was fake. AI is getting pretty good, but they also did very well. It seems to know their peers. So thanks for watching.
Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks to lock it in. The quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flit left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're going to end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today. From quarantine to quarterfinals, it's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Rops has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Rops might just knock them all down.
A 1v4 that Rops is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Rops has heard something. Rops knows. Oh, there's the closer! Rops! What a way to lock in Dust 2! Rops ain't playing around! Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. And he's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What this man? Oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the Ghost. It's all on to Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the balcony position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals. We bring out 2 teams Two teams that have never won here. Two players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through, spots him, sees him, easy find to the kill, looks down, Hunter, not looking the right way, Twist has both. Monacy comes right back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it, he can't. Monacy's got overtime, how are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Monacy, it's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks, gets shut out by Monacy in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Monacy back in the corner, and this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? For G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
As they have to figure out a solution quickly. Fasha and Roy have 1 kill apiece. Nikado's not much better with 2. Mezzi and Crims both with 5, having a slightly better time of things. Let's not forget, 40% of those frags from Crims opened up the B bomb site to allow them to get that 1 round that they've got. So really nothing's going wrong. Now, Complexity have to think about the timeouts from Fnatic as well. Do they take this opportunity to start going super aggressive? Do Fnatic expect that? A change of pace with this pause? Many questions to be answered shortly. 8 seconds away now.
Back into the action immediately. AWP out for both sides. And for Fnatic, it does just look like their standard default. Crims always towards B, then many more players towards A. And you can see Fang just sitting behind this smoke. Will eventually back up. You've also got the AWP of Hulzerk here alongside him. And again, Fnatic just playing this default. Fasha is slowly working up Connector. In fact, Fasha's happy to take Connector alone, so that's some nice positioning gained. Now it's a little easier for them to play between the bomb sites, which is normally the playstyle that Fnatic like to go for. They like these drawn-out rounds, and Roy, flashed in by Mezzi, picks up the opener, and Hulzerk has to be a little careful here.
Beautiful util from Fnatic. They're playing anti-AWP strats, but Hulzerk is still here. He's still ready. Rifle support or not, he's going to go for it. Fasha flashed in. Hulzerk to collect another one. He's got Grim by the truck as well. That smoke is quite strong. Gives you a lot more space when you're defending the A bomb site. Really hard to push through that as a T side. Hulzerk can focus on long with better angles. Now delay a response on B as well. Hulzerk over the boxes, spots Nikadoz. Going fishing now. Needs to get his reload on. And again, Grim's not even started yet on this A-bomb site. Floppy disrespecting again. Starting to flank now. Wow. Grim has to deliver. The grenades will start to stream through. Grim's holding the angle, dinks, but still alive. 10 seconds to plant this bomb, both in the red now. Nikadoz with 24 HP does run out of time and is running towards a position where he's going to lose his AWP as well. Floppy trying to find an angle. Complexity again shut things down. So let's not forget, it's a vintage setup we saw with the AWP and the rifle holding divider as the AWP looks further. The same setup again for Hulzerk, starts to move away because they don't have anybody on long. You see those anti-AWP grenades, the smoke at the front, the molly towards divider, then that smoke to the side to just take all your angles away, but it still can't stop Hulzerk. They literally, their whole round was anti-Hulzerk and he still fragged half of them.
Yeah, he did so well there. Getting forward, I didn't think it was possible for him to play forward. And this is the final timeout taken by Fnatic. We've played 9 rounds. They've had to take 4 timeouts. It's been that bad for them.
Hard counter strats from Fnatic. The pop flash through the smoke took off the rifle support, but Hulzerk doesn't care. He does not care.
Yeah. And Floppy made an info play on B short at an incredible time. Oh, hello. Boost early. Just to counter the potential boost on the other side. Won't be seen though. So I think Complexity realized Nikadoz saved the AWP in this round. And maybe they're not fully aware what else Fnatic have. So, you know, if it was just a hero AWP in this round, that could be a way that they try and open things up. Not meant to be though. Fnatic will start to take map control elsewhere. Couple of players up A long. JT this time playing in Connector. Top fragging right now. 10 kills to his name. But Fnatic have realized there's some weaknesses at A right now. They're starting to clear out these bathrooms. JT's still in Connector, remember, so that could be awkward, but Nikadoz watching for it. Entries all over the map for Fnatic, finally finding some success.
And not too late either. They'll break the money if they succeed here. Mezzi has to deliver this kill. Down he goes as well. Grim onto the USP now. Fasha to trade. Floppy last seen on B. 1v2 before the bomb is planted. Where is he headed? He's got the AWP.
The money's bad here for Cole. He actually has to save, and even that might not be great.
Yeah, not fancying the 1v2 then, once they know where his position is. I mean, the T's can take super aggressive angles, so he'll be on the opposite side of the sights of the map, rather, to Fnatic. And indeed, Fnatic could end with 7. As rough as it has looked, it can still finish pretty good, all things considered. But people need to start turning up. Fasha just with 2 kills at the moment. AWP has been a problem towards A. Headed towards B this time. That turned out to not be the right play for Complexity.
Terrorists win.
Orb saved, but Complexity broken. Despite such a strong start, they'll buy what they can in this round, but they should have a lot of limiting factors into this one. And that means there might be eyes on Hulzerk in this round, considering it was that AWP saved by Floppy. I don't think Hulzerk has had to do too much so far. He's had a pretty decent showing, 7 for 3. But it's been a lot of aggressive rifle plays for Complexity that have been effective. In this round, that AWP is positioned over towards B early. Fnatic putting a couple of players into connector. Should be able to get that standard map control they're looking for early. So Complexity have the AWP of Hulzerk posted up on Monster. Instead of just constantly re-smoking it in this round, they're letting him play here. That's allowing them to take some liberties on this B site and play a few more players towards A instead.
That boost is always good for one frag, isn't it? You have to discover it the hard way. Fnatic continuing with their own pace. Despite the situation, refusing to be conditioned by the likes of Complexity. They are heading into this AWP, which is probably still looking towards those stairs. Slightly different angle now. Oh, that timing is very, very curious indeed, but perhaps there's more concern towards short. With this time on the clock, you've got to use your utility, try and make things hard for the opponent. Down he goes. Hulzerk's here with the AWP. Battle sniper mode. Bomb on the floor. 17 seconds. Great angle for him. Running to their doom, Fnatic. As far as the clock is concerned, they've outplayed themselves. There's no time for error correction when things start to go wrong. 6 seconds. He's got to find all the frags. If they don't show, they win the round. Complexity. As long as one survives. Fnatic in the bin once again.
That's why you give him them AWPs. Hulzerk making it work with the AWP on the B bomb site. Oh, the smoke timing was so good. It means Hulzerk can focus on short. And even though JT goes down on Monster, it's enough info for Hulzerk to play around the pillar perfectly. Not enough utility for Fnatic to get him off that angle. And now it's Fnatic down to a half buy. And maybe something faster for Fnatic. We haven't seen this pace from them yet.
Got smokes towards the balcony, charging in. Roy will start things off in the right way. Floppy's in the red. Grim trying to help out as best he can. Floppy somehow still alive. The communication came in there. You can see Grim's hesitating. Floppy, what is he up to here? He should be a goner. He's still standing as Fang gets that last kill.
There's no way Floppy survives. There's no way.
You can see from Crims on the site, about to go for a plant. I think the call was there. Floppy still alive by the barrels, pulls out the MAC-10. Just in no man's land after that one. Going for the molly as well. Floppy with 2 HP. Just slowing them down and delivering the kills. Fang to sweep up the crumbs. Leave no trace on that bomb site. This is a disaster for Fnatic. 2 rounds to the 12 of Complexity, who are storming towards the next match.
Oh, Fang with the aggro spray, not successful. Probably should have got that opener onto Roy, but the spray went wide. Now Grim in connector. Needs to win this fight, and he will. Can get back to safety because Hulzerk has him covered with the AWP. Oh god, get away from that molly. Grim's already low. He is going to be able to get out alive, bringing it back to the 4-on-4. And again, they've got info on B short. but it's JT with an SMG, with the MP9, so he can't peek towards Monster. He can't really see if they cross towards that B site. It's a risky setup right now for Complexity.
Still playing their clock game, but look at Complexity. They've got 4 smokes on the map at the moment.
Damn.
Fnatic have not given them a reason to use them. So as that clock continues to tick, they're going to end up in a similar situation where they're facing smokes they're going to have to run through, and they're probably going to get mauled.
That's nice. That's the way to use the smoke from JT. Just slows them from getting towards the site, allows the rotation. Oh, and Grim gets active on the other side of the map. He's going to see A is pretty clear. They should be ready towards this B site now.
Ulzerk has a smoke as well if he's in position to use it. And now the push comes through. The flashbangs are here, but not in time. Floppy being a nuisance again from up top. They've lost position Complexity. There might be a chance to plant this bomb. Grim has a HE, but he doesn't have an angle. 10 seconds to plant. They've got to focus on that. Here comes the HE grenade. Will it do the job? 32 HP for Mezzy. And Floppy gets another one. 3K for him. Again, awkward at the end of the round for Fnatic. Complexity just keep on winning, and it doesn't look that close.
Floppy showing up now. And again, Floppy's so good in those tough positions. He almost seems better sometimes when he's put with his back against the wall. It's a nice try with the flash, but Floppy just emerges from the heavens. Mezzy has no opportunity on the bomb site. He was run down. What a showing from Complexity. What a tournament this has been for them. Still more work to do. But if they were to win this series, they would be 1BO3 away from playoffs. Fnatic still want to put up a fight, though. Crims playing around this smoke that you'll see every round from the T's. JT is aware of the angles. They've got connector control, so he can fully focus this fight, but Crims wins the duel on the other side. He's been the main man for Fnatic here on this map. And they're ready for this connector angle. Oh, but Grim still wins the duel against Nico does.
Yeah, funky one-way. It's not the first time he's been abusing that. Still chances for Fnatic, though. Grim giving a sound cue in that connector area. Not shy to take the duel, though. Hungry for revenge after the previous map. Oh, Hulzerk just catches Grim's jumping. Merciless headshot from Hulzerk. Now Mezzy wonders how surrounded he is. Again, that clock continuing to tick. Grim emerging now, looking for that transfer, but Floppy's here for the trade. You can see him wondering about Monster. The bomb's stuck at the moment. Fasher needs Roy to make a play here. Down goes Hulzerk. Floppy heading towards A bomb, waiting outside B. Everything quiet as well. Roy's got a very strong angle indeed, and surely, oh, Floppy's just creeping, but the headshot will be delivered for a much-needed third round for Fnatic.
Getting a little wild in this one. I don't think that comes down to strategy. That just comes down to fights all across the map, and maybe that's what Fnatic needed to do in one of these rounds. Crim's doing a good job at getting that opening, and then Complexity were just a little precarious after that. As soon as you lose that B short player, those connector players feel like they're in much more trouble. And even though Complexity have 11 rounds into the last round of the half, they're still happy to take the time out.
Fash is still on 2 kills. Life has been difficult in this game, but again, so many of these rounds have been a mad rush in difficult situations onto bomb sites. Be difficult for Complexity in this last round. Despite their momentum, they are simply ill-equipped.
But we could still have another Hulzerk special. Focusing on getting the AWP in his hands. Ooh, nade stack. Not quite timed right.
Well, they know there are 3 outside B, but again, with a minute 30, doesn't mean much when it's Fnatic. Not much presence towards A at present for Fnatic. They'll be looking to establish that now, as we can see the rotation on the radar. All those potential targets make for a hungry Hulzerk, who makes his way towards B. As we can see, the bomb is still here as well.
And this time, unfortunately for Complexity, They don't have that much utility. They don't have those same smokes that could have been effective in the late round. That monster smoke's about to fade, and then they only have one left in the hands of JT. But it means the same setup where Hulzerk tries to take Monster. The issue is they're already crossed to the side, but Grim's going to go aggressive into them.
Well, that's one.
Gives
He only
Hulzerk
sees
some
one.
info.
Yeah, and maybe they can full rotation. Oh, the team kill. Is this the start of something real bad? They've got 2 frags there. That's the bomb spotted by Hulzerk in no man's land. Fasher now in the corner. They know Fasher fragged a teammate, so they know that there's one more person there. But can they cover his back? Because a flank is coming in from the A-bomb site. It's coming quickly, though. Mezzi's making noise. Fasher lost in the meantime. Not really waiting for that rotation. Out of sync. 10 seconds to go and rescue that bot. That might be why things are really urgent. They can't rescue it and go back. Fang just needs to hide somewhere. They have no idea where to look. 12th round on the boards. Another disaster for Fnatic when they had all the advantages. come through. They're walking into a crossfire. This is so awkward. Fasher needs to deliver a headshot. Someone does. Fang trying to trade for his teammates here. Advantage Fnatic. That bomb is ticking though. Just the simple engagements may slow them down enough, but it's only Hulzerk and Fang now. Someone's on the bomb. Swinging Hulzerk, trying to do what he can. And there's no time to defuse the bomb. They've done the job again.
Holy fuck, dude. No kit, no time. And so Complexity are so close to making it through to that lower bracket final where outsiders await. The shots were good from Fnatic, but it's just that setup. They took a big risk. Mezzy landing some great shots at the end, but who the hell cares? It's Complexity who are making noise right now on the server. 13-3 up. Fnatic do decide to force. They're so far down, they figure they've got to find some way in. That's a start. Oh, it's a scout on long from Crims. Tag lands. He's happy to fall back because they've already got the man advantage.
This is a really good start.
Yeah.
This is a really good start for Fnatic. We haven't said that very often in this game of Overpass. But it is certainly something. Mezzy knows that more needs to be done. Complexity bunched together now. They can't tank the damage from these scouts. That always ends in catastrophe, and that's just one of two. Mezzy will continue, but Grim is starting to wonder. A man who really needs to come to life in this half. Definitely wants to. Big headshot from him. Mezzy will be denied further information. A minute on the clock. You see Crim's jump peeking for info. There are flashes, there are Molotovs for Complexity. They have the tools for the job. That doesn't mean they'll work though. Smoke grenades will start to stream in, but they've got to take these angles away from Crims. Crims has to deliver. He will deliver another tag at least. And when these pistols and his FAMAS starts rotating, then this proves more and more problematic. The flashes will continue though. They get closer now. Crims still alive though, running distraction. Nikodos unable to land a shot. Floppy holding the angles. Looking to swing, the double swing. They're turning things around, Complexity. Fasher and Roy remain 20 seconds to plant that bomb. One stuck on long behind the smoke. Fasher with the deagle. Hulzerk is the vulnerable one now. Oh, things are getting so awkward for Complexity. A little less now. They know where Roy is. Trying to get into position. That's Grim hiding behind the truck. 1v1 now for Roy. He doesn't have a kit. He needs the ace to keep Fnatic alive here. Grim just jiggling, just showing the sound cues now. Delivering the headshot. That's the kind of round that Grim wants, but not what Fnatic needed.
Some key kills from Grim. I thought they might have messed it up there in the 2v1 when they didn't play together. They couldn't peak as a unit, but Grim holds his nerve. And Fnatic are in such desperate territory. I think they might just force again. They're so far down, they can't imagine winning with a save at this point. It's 14-3 for Christ's sake. So that's what they'll be going for. Another desperate force buy. See the reaction on both sides. Stark contrast right now. Nice attempt on the boost, but no clean opener for Fnatic. Big damage both ways.
The year of ZywOo's first ever Spodek, and now a chance to run this one even deeper. The Danish heroes on the horizon, who alongside Vitality have already netted themselves a spot in the playoffs, but now already an opportunity to make it all the way to the semi-finals. My name is Ferris Spears. Joining me down here on the desk, we've got Peacemaker and Blair joining us, because man, this is going to be a banger of a game. We already know the rivalry is running deep between these two squads.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For me, the fact that, again, for Vitality, first time for ZywOo at the Spodek, and obviously want to have an easier path all the way to the finals, right? Getting this win, they're going to be in the semi-finals straight. Heroic coming in, looking a little human, looking a little shaken, looking a little like they're limping along. Caden's not feeling great, but still here they are.
Yeah, it's been spectacular to witness, and witnessing indeed, of course, the matchups have been going down for the past 12 months between Heroic and Vitality, because up until just a few weeks ago, Heroic taking the W's every single damn time, but Vitality, they came back swinging in Copenhagen, managed to take their first ever victory versus the Danes.
Yeah, I think it's great for Heroic that they managed to finally get a victory. But in general, for Vitality, I mean, right?
Yeah.
But in general, like I think Heroic has been playing really well. I mean, major finalists. Well, what else can you say? Just in general, I think this is. I'm very excited for this one. My first match doing with a Danish team in this event.
Oh.
No, being an ex-coach from Heroic. There's a little bit of a
bit of history going
special
on
feeling,
there.
yes.
I think the game in Copenhagen, what was so special for me to be able to witness from Vitality is the answering back. I think we'll all remember that clutch from Cadian on Nuke, the second map, which just spelt an end to anything Vitality were going to offer. But the fact that they were able to answer back to that was impressive. They didn't let the emotions get the better of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just the fact that they seem to finally... I mean, we've been waiting for so long for them to kind of coalesce together right there. And for me, more importantly, is the fact that Spinks got activated. Spinks finally, playing like the star he was supposed to... The second star in the team like it's supposed to be with ZywOo. So Vitality looking really good. But I want to touch upon what Tessa said yesterday in the post-game interview against OG, where it's like, who do you want to play against? Do you want to play against Vitality or I think it was Liquid who they played against yesterday, right? He's like, I want to play Vitality because they finally beat us and now we have their name on our death note and we're going to take them down.
Well, before we do dive into any more analysis, let's check in with our two superstars in our Colex players to watch.
Of all the retake servers in all the towns in all the world, they join into mine. Our Colex players to watch are two familiar faces who we've met before. Protégé to Captain Cadian, Stown is a star of a synchronized Danish roster that came so close to glory in Rio. The world's ranked number 10 is expected to do great things, and while Heroic have had a shaky start to the year, they know that Katowice is the starting pistol of a long season. An early semi-final spot would be the dream scenario for Stown. The French are renowned for producing some of the world's finest goods. Here's looking at you, ZywOo. It doesn't get any better than Counter-Strike's immaculate son, a boy born for this game. ZywOo is the key reason Vitality made it over the line against Fnatic. These two faced off in Copenhagen where Vitality had the edge. Consider this the ultimate test for Vitality's viability once in Spodek. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, certainly a beautiful battle ready to ensue here in the Hall of Heroes. And speaking of ZywOo, man, he has had an absolutely incredible tournament. Starting off 2023, looking hot to trot back in Copenhagen, absolutely continued it here and a well-deserved first spot in the Spodek.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the second best player of the year last year, and right now he's in pristine form. That 1v3 he pulled off yesterday, I believe it was yesterday on Nuke, was just ridiculous. And that's, I think, maybe 3 or 4 people on the planet could pull it off in that fashion. So him coming in, again, with a 1.44 rating, the highest rated player thus far in the group stage, that is a great thing if you're a Vitality fan.
Yes, I mean, there's not much to talk about ZywOo, right? He's just out of this planet. And the thing that impresses everyone the most is just his consistency, right? I mean, he's great with the AWP, he's great supporting, he's great with the rifles as well. Great pistol player, what else can you say? Like, guy is just out of this planet, and I mean, he was playing really well against Fnatic. I think he also played really well against Heroic in the previous series, so feels comfortable for him.
I mean, from the top-rated player in the tournament to the second best-rated player. Let's talk about Yabi for a little bit, because, man, what a breakthrough individual form we've seen from him. I know there was a couple of questions initially when Heroic were making this roster change. We didn't get to see that honeymoon period, but, man, the later stages of 2022 and this tournament in particular for the young star, what a performance.
Yeah, like the fact that he's the second-rated, highest-rated player for a team like in a team like Heroic, where you have the likes of Cadian. Sure, he might be feeling a little ill right now, but then you have Ston, the so-called star of that team. But I feel like almost anyone can be a star. And for me, how Yabi has been so crazily impactful is the fact that, sure, he's not just the highest-rated player in his team, second highest in the tournament, but his T-side impact he's been finding. I just looked at some of the numbers. 28% attempts on T-side entries with 70% success is truly, and I mean truly, ridiculous. He's finding all that impact on the T side. And head over to CT side, guess who's really stepping up? Shush is the best rated CT side player in the group stage as well. So Heroic, despite the fact that Caden's struggling a little bit, is feeling ill, everyone else is stepping up to the plate.
Right, so if you see Yabi, you're basically dead, is what Blair is saying in these duels.
70% of the time.
Yeah, 70%. 7 out of 10 times. That's basically most of the time. But yeah, the fact that we talk about Heroic being, you know, such a well-rounded roster, and as you aptly bring up, Blair, Cadian feeling a little bit under the weather, the fact that you can rely on Peacemaker, the other players, to be stepping up to fulfill maybe what is missing for Heroic, that's scary.
Yes, that's scary, and I think that Heroic is a very good example for everyone's out there, like about a team that actually makes a lot of sense role-wise. They have a great in-game leader who is not only great in the tactical aspect, but also like in terms of like building an atmosphere. You can just tell that everyone looks up to Cadian as a leader, and that's very important for an IGL. We have the same with Apex as well. I think Apex is a good example also as an IGL that is very energetic, a guy that everyone looks up to, like he's a legend. But for Heroic, it's even more crazy that you bring these numbers because like it's not like Yabi is always in the perfect roles and the perfect spots to be able to find those entry frags and that impact. Like you see Tezes sometimes with a lot more freedom to get those impact kills. So the fact that we have... Wow, someone is very noisy here.
I mean, they're ready to get going, but you got a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
I want to bounce off your point about Apex, though, because obviously we're saying this is a historic moment for ZywOo coming into things, his first ever Spodek. Apex gets to return after 9 years of being away from this arena. That's incredible.
I was young back then, Freya.
I mean, look
So
at
was ZywOo.
these. This is a do you feel old yet moment. The iPhone 5 was just released the last time Apex entered the Spodek. That's nuts.
And the fact that the song Apparel song came out of that year is ridiculous. Fnatic was good at League of Legends. That is a nice. That's a nice thing. I love this tweet. This is fantastic. Shout out to the social media guy from Vitality.
Yeah, great stuff there. But I mean, yeah, for Apex, we saw the emotions of him, you know, actually getting to return to the Spodek for the first time, now leading the charge as well. We think about the differences in roles that Apex was actually playing back at that period of time. It's amazing to see him now as a talisman of the team.
Yes, for sure. I think that Apex has done it all as a leader in the game. I think that it is great to see that he's finally got a very good roster to lead, and also like that people actually respect him in the roster, the role that he has. Yes, he doesn't have the amount of kills that ZywOo has and that the Spinks should have, but I mean...
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, let's check in with the in-game leader of the squad as Apex had a chance to catch up with Heku before this series.
Just in a few moments, we're going to start the second series of the Stream B, but I have already Apex here by my side. Apex, first of all, congratulations! You're going to play in Spodek, and we'll finally see BB ZywOo on the big stage of Spodek. But, you know, like, this is going to be a series not for the playoffs. It's going to be for the semifinals. So does it mean that maybe you'll be a little bit more relaxed because now it's not elimination, so you know, like, you can afford some mistakes?
Yes, but we don't really care about it's really important game for us, so obviously we don't really care that we're already in playoff. Every game are important for us, so we really want to win this one. So of course we're happy to be to playoff, but that was yesterday. Today is another day, so we focus on beating Eric today.
Today you're going to play against Heroic, as you mentioned. Last time you played against them, it was a 2-1 series. It was pretty close. Pretty close? Well, pretty close. I mean, it's a 2-1. Let's be respectful in the end of the day. But did you...
It doesn't mean it's not respectful. I think the other time they beat us easily, and this time I think it was quite convincing from us. So I just to say the truth.
You're gonna say the truth. Okay, I do want to know then the truth about, like, because you know, like, you're pretty loud and emotional. The same goes for Cadian. Does it mean that kind of like, even though there's a glass between you, you'll try to like maybe compete against each other, try to win, like, who's better at taunting each other?
Not really. I'm not thinking that way. I adjust myself. Okay, of course, Cadian is like that as well, and that will be fun. But I don't really think that way. For me, it's really important that I'm myself, and I think he is the same as well. So 1v1 in that sense, but it's fun, and I don't think we don't think about each other. We're just doing our own stuff.
All right, then. Looking forward to see that your own stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Man, Apex bringing some sass and I'm sure some screams to the Hall of Heroes today. Just to remind ourselves of the veto last time around, it was Mirage, Nuke, and then Vertigo to round things out. Are you expecting it to be the same today?
No. The reason I'm not expecting it the same today is because of the fact that both these two teams can really try and flex their map pool. The Inferno for Vitality, I like this. I love this, you know, because one thing we heard from Heroic yesterday was like, we want to surprise people. People are picking Inferno to just punish us because we have kind of old bad stats, but they've been winning convincingly. Yesterday, they destroyed their opposition on that map. So the Inferno pick for Vitality, it's going to be a real test for both the sides, if you ask me. Overpass from Heroic, it's one of their best maps.
Yeah, one of their best maps. Comfortable pick for them. I think that coming into this one, they want revenge, right? So why not just go for our comfortable zone? Let's go with Overpass.
Ooh.
And then we have Nuke third.
Decider. Okay, you know, no bias here, but as a Vitality, you know, maybe sympathizer. That makes me a little bit scared for the third map.
Yeah. It can. Look, listen, looking at that map pool right now, looking at the form of both these two teams, this is going to be one of the hardest maps, one of the hardest series to call. But that being said, what I saw from Heroic yesterday impressed me so much. It's not just about the individuals. They have some of the they have the highest utility damage, the highest flash assists, the highest trading in the group stage right now. And they played that proper team-based Counter-Strike. So I'm going to give the slight edge to the Danes.
Are you echoing the same sentiment?
Yes, I feel the same. And let's not forget that we're talking about a Danish team here, and they're playing Nuke as a decider. We know Danish teams are very, very good on Nuke. We saw Astralis throughout the years. We saw Heroic as well. Yes, the results from Heroic might not look that good on Nuke. Lately, a little bit shaky, but the last time these two met, it was a very close game, and I believe Heroic even lost both pieces or something like that. So I'm going to give this one to Heroic. I think Heroic has the motivation, the energy needed to be able to get revenge after what happened in Blast. So I'm going to be bold here. I'm going Heroic 2-0.
Ooh, 2-0 indeed. That's a prediction up here on the desk. And Nuke will be that third and final decider map if we do so need it. But Inferno, the grounds of vitality coming into this one. The Danes want to be getting revenge for last time around. So let's see if they can pull it off with Connor and Mo.
Thank you so much, Freya. Thank you so very, very much. It's time to get into Heroic and Team Vitality. Inferno, Vitality taking it here, bit of a challenge. But at the same time, Heroic, there's been this uptick in success on this map as of late. So I don't think this is an easy accomplishment for Vitality to be coming at. Heroic, the ever so slight betting favors. And I think we're just going to have an awesome series on our hand. I hope that Lewis is wrong. I don't want a 2-0 blowout. I want something straight down the middle, brother.
I'm thinking 2-1. I think he called it a bold prediction for a reason.
That's fair.
This result could go every single way. It could be 2-1 for either team. It could be 2-0 for sure. Inferno is a great map for the reason that Heroic have clearly made tons of improvements on. I'd like to see Vitality get tested on the utility front because I think that's where Heroic have improved the most, actually. Put in a lot of work recently on Inferno. And we know about the normal Heroic CT side setup retaking B. They've actually quietly stacked 3 and not been tested from Vitality. Well, now Vitality hitting the A site fast.
Shush going to keep things locked in Graveyard. Sees 2 and 3. Insta-pops Magisk, catches Spink's head. Shush, very clean with the pistols. Apex has a bunch of bodies jumping out of mid. TessS's signature move is of late. Look the other way, jump up and down, and hope you just don't die. Sure enough, will get traded out. So Heroic pick up pistol.
Shush has been a shining star for this team, I swear. But, gets a lot of, doesn't get too many conversations around him on this roster. Lately, he has been stealing the show, I think, and anchoring when it comes to Vertigo. His individual level has been really coming up. Great to see the shots connecting for Shush. And Vitality don't win here. So, okay, it looks a little bit messy, but it was also a great round, great shots out of Heroic.
G9 picks up a couple.
Oh, what?
Remember who's in the server, though. At a moment's notice, you will be reminded bluntly. ZywOo not going to be able to pick up that third Deagle kill, but he does set up Spinks, who has had a resurgence in impact as of late.
Much better this year in this short time span, for sure.
Apex giving us an interview lately saying, Spinks has come to the realization that he needs to be a star player in order for this Vitality formula to work. Well, a star player is what he aspires to be. And it's what he's shown us glimpses of as of late. Quieter series versus Fnatic, however, to what we were starting to get expected. And we'll see if today changes that tale.
Oh, it's his patience that defines him, doesn't it? It's also Shush's, and it looks like,
wow.
Oh my God.
But Shush does shoot shots.
But hold on. An interesting rotation. Cadian trying to read into this situation. There is a smoke, actually, at the top of Car, if they can find it. So that could be the golden piece of utility, but instead Vitality will run it back to the other side of the map. Cadian's got the angle cutting through default, but the smoke is coming down Moto. He might have to move into this. We'll see how he responds.
As long as they don't cross before it goes up. Sure enough. Chance timing not taken. Cadian thinking about the press through smoke. It's unchecked. It's unwatched. Spinks comes off plant, catches Cadian. Low HP, so it's an easy pickup here for Shush. Looking for his 5th kill, but denied by the Deagle of Magisk.
With the 1v1 Deagle, he had the MP9. in his left hand, the deagle in his right. Damn, did he trust that thing?
Bro, but talking about trust, man, Spinks nearly betrayed. Nobody holding smoke. Kadian runs through. Magis just wanting to get eyes on brackets instead.
Yeah.
I mean, Shush gets out of that, or excuse me, Spinks with 5 HP.
They didn't know where Kadian was at all, so it could have been Kadian in the halls. It could have been Kadian flanking through mid, which is where Magis was going. Yeah, definitely good advice to watch that smoke, but the lurk could have come out from any choke point. Well, 1v1 deagle. Stylish way to end that round.
Off of Zywoo's double banger.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
We didn't even get to see it.
I mean,
it just felt big.
Yeah, it wasn't a collateral. He adjusted for the second kill.
2 bullets, 2 headshots. Shush gonna try to replicate the experience for Vitality. Zywoo locking in the library player, just gets drove by Vitesse, and Spinks is there to pick up slack. So all good here for Vitality.
Ooh, Vitality are moving nice right now.
3 players up, and they move that bomb closer towards the B site. Excellent scout shot from Kadian. Gotta give it credit. But it's still the B plant, and more than likely, the second round for Vitality.
Tells them at least where Kadian is, so he can go and get whatever gun he wants, maybe a couple of pieces of utility scattered across the ground. Yeah, he'll go ahead and hoard these guns, in fact, in case they want to come for the AKs. Prudent of Kadian, both the Ts right now only have SMGs, but Vitality will trade the round for those guns every day of the week. I would say 4/5 of Vitality have been impressing me. It's Dupree, unfortunately, I feel like, who had a moment. It was the groups. He actually played very well at the Blast groups to start the year off, but coming into Kato, very, very unimpressive, honestly. And for Vitality, the whole story right now is Paris coming up, Resurgence of 4 between some, we'll say, old dogs. You know what I mean? And Apex also had a good start to the year. And that has to be noticed as well, because you could say that Apex, even though he's the last person you need to step up on a team with so many major champions and upcoming stars, well, still, some of his games, he actually is the reason they lose because of how irresponsible sometimes his gameplay is, and individually he's been taking himself more seriously.
Yeah, I think if you were to just say you were impressed by 4, most people would probably assume that you don't mean Apex included in that. But his ability to stay alive as of late just seems to keep the easier rounds exactly that, easier.
It's a hard line to draw between making space and being too far away to trade. And sometimes I think Apex struggles to find that balance. When we scroll back a few years, Apex, he had something like a 1.18 rating. I think it was like 2018, something like that. I mean, at one point he was individually a guy we looked to, one of the best entry fraggers, period. But, well, time wears us all down, doesn't it?
Luckily, Counter-Strike keeps us young.
Yeah, and having huge goals in mind, I think, will only be a benefit. You know? So, and Heroic, they're not totally out of the clear. They're getting a little bit better, for sure. They've shown some improvements over the break on some maps, but not everybody is firing off.
Yeah, who is though?
Gabby is firing off.
Yes,
he has been, yeah.
Second highest rated player at Katowice group stage over all these teams, all these stars, and Jabby is number 2. Right now we've got Stown just trying to minimize himself inside of the pit. Very rapid clear from Dupree. All is good, but they let that go unchecked. Stown serves up the distraction that the Moto players try to push through with, doesn't go their way, and so it's the clean conversion to the third one.
For me, the thing that stops Vitality for being a tournament favorite for me is the calling style. I think they play an optimal version of CS, but it's slightly dated, in my opinion. And I think that can win them games because they have good enough players. And when it comes to pressured games, they have an edge over other teams who may be more inexperienced. But when I think about the modern era of CS, I think teams like FaZe with Kerrigan have really stood up and showed that they can keep up with any meta. Heroic are defining that meta currently. G2 are on top of everything when it comes to optimizations and playing modern styles of CS. But some of the older IGLs and teams that have been around a lot longer, you can sort of see where they're actually quite predictable in some of their rounds. And I think that's Vitality's biggest challenge. And it can be hard when you've won so much in different times to redefine yourself and look for the discipline to build new habits.
You think that uptick in their success lately is because they are starting to incorporate changes, or do you think it's more just individuals?
No, I think it's individuals personally. I mean, seeing some stuff like even though the double mini pit drop in that previous round, it's a little bit harder than it looks actually, and they did that with 2 players, but small. It's all about the nuance in 22. You know, if you go back like 2 years, CS doesn't look that different on its face, but there are so many details these days.
Ooh, timing. Timing off that flash. Jabby was in the reload, so we get 3 Ts pushing through, and Jabby still stuffs the double. Now, it's not going to stop the bomb from being planted, but that slight gap doesn't get punished.
Oh, a jiggle there.
Not quite the best op in Denmark. Stown giving away a chance here for the 3v5 post plant with the majority of Heroics members already low, but all of them getting into construction thus far.
This late molly.
Look at this pack.
Oh no, ZywOo.
Uncharacteristic, but now he's going to have to thrive on the rifle. ZywOo's got the double. Spinks, he didn't see that boost, and he's waiting for Jabby's peek because the Dupree flank comes in massive. Kadian falls down, catches Spinks off guard, but time decides this one, and Vitality will hang on 3v5.
Ooh, always good to switch up the lurk as well, and of course Dupree, known Pulse player that can lurk on Inferno, but if him and Spinks can split up that responsibility and that duty, then they could be a little bit harder to read. So Heroic not ready for it. Jabby's hold was so good, especially playing retake in a spot like this. Smoke lands late, he gets his peek off, so there's that, but not an easy job. ZywOo only missed that molly so he'd get the kills faster.
He's got to give himself a challenge.
Vitality are amped, and I think the story of this match is the fact that if you win this, you go to semis. Both teams are going to the Spodek, but both teams want to win this tournament, right? They're not dark horses, underdogs. Maybe Vitality slightly there, but you could see them winning events. But if the team that wins this, that goes to semis, avoids FaZe and G2, that entire side of the bracket. So if you lose this match, I mean, there are 2 teams there, the most likely teams to win this entire event, and you could potentially have them cannibalize each other, taking out teams on the other side of the bracket. So a lot could rest on this match, at least for the odds for these 2 guys.
It's a train ticket halfway up this very steep mountain that is the challenge of Katowice. I can see ZywOo on a gondola. Kadian, he'll find Dupree top mid. We've got more players where that comes from, but the 5-7 is still enough. ZywOo jumps out, doesn't want to be the next victim of these close playing CTs, because there's more where that first one came from. Yes, Kadian shaves off the first with the M4, 1 of 2. Spinks awaits his re-peek, catches that one. Don't know.
Yeah,
yes, he did. The glimpse of the CT climbing up into apps. So now you'd think that the bomb carrier in ZywOo is on high alert, but it's Jabby's second M4 that still slices off one, and then he just crouches back, awaiting ZywOo. The jig is up, his position's known, but that's not going to stop Jabby from getting impact. Tech9 gets away from ZywOo, 2 HP. It's not enough to stop the second highest rated player here at Groups.
Yeah, he's been a stonewall, man. Got to give it up to Jabby. We have yet to see how good this kid can get, and he's already done so well. Towards the end of 22, man, a standout player. At Rio, a standout player. Definitely no questions, personally, when it comes to big events. The trades come down pretty well here up until this final moment.
Pressured situation for Jabby, and he thrives in that.
He will not allow a retake to take place. So there's still money here for Vitality.
Pressured situation of the Copenhagen Fall Finals is another place that we saw Jabby go above and beyond.
Oh, man. Unreal.
The reason that they picked up their win, their big event victory in 2022. Like you said, both teams fighting for the victory, but the semifinals first.
It's incredible the kills that ZywOo has been getting here at the group stage. He's sort of someone to me that's between Device and Simple in terms of how visible his impact is, right?
I like that.
With Simple being so flashy and so clearly, like, when he has big rounds, you can count them. Like, they all happen at once, and ZywOo's kind of quietly picking up a kill here and there, and then has a big moment every once in a while.
Yeah, the hybrid of two of the greatest to ever touch the AWP. He's very much the whole package as well. Excellent pistols, rifles, doesn't matter what he's playing with. Yeah. Really is just a different game for this beast. Here we go into the exec at the B site.
Good place to go. Cadian on the AWP, but, well, he has a smoke at least.
But they're already ahead of it, and he misses his chance at clipping the first player off the play. That would have been ZywOo as well, so huge scalp to take. Instead, B site crumbles beneath the pressure. It's a simple exec with one missed AWP shot that gives Vitality man advantage in a post plant. Nothing can really be stopped at this point, so they're just going to take the evacuation route, but they get caught in the corner, and that almost costs them 1 or 2 deaths. They'll all be able to walk away. Everybody wipes their hands clean, but it's a 5th added to the board for Vitality.
Yeah, so the save will be respected. To go back again to their individual level and stuff, I made a video, you know, calling them frauds for 22 because, well, they've said it recently. Well, I talked to them in doing some pre-tournament content, and they said that they were very disappointed in their 22. Even though they picked up a tournament win or 2 every single year for the past few years, overall, for the stature of this team and the quality of players we see on our screen right now, you know, very disappointing results ultimately. They should be locking for playoffs every single event. They should be winning, you know, 2-3 tournaments, and of course, it's a very hard time to guarantee them with all of the great teams here. But I think ultimately, the reason they've even stayed relevant through these dark periods is because of ZywOo's consistency overall. I think he still has stuff like, I mean, he's not like carrying lights out at the major and things like that, but no one's buying him time. And when they played their best was when Spinks was there, and of course, that Pro League victory was the moment of the year for them. But as soon as he disappeared again as the new pickup, well, you know, there was a lot lacking around ZywOo, outside of ZywOo. Another guy we have yet to see how good he can be. Still, first 4 years as a Counter-Strike professional player, averaging top 2 on HLTV's top 20.
A genuine phenom in that sense. Never before seen.
Paris Major coming up as well.
Maybe never again seen. We've had great rookie years. m0NESY, obviously the most recent example. And
Bit winning a major in his first year. Yeah.
All incredible feats. But nothing as individually impressive as ZywOo. Right now, he's topping the board for Vitality's 5-2 lead. Dupree pressing into the arch side. Dane on Dane action as Cadian flashes him back. And Cadian's always happy to float around this bomb site, look for those engagements, try to stop balcony. He's not one to shell up inside sight under pressure. But obviously at this point, can't afford to die. We've also got Shush, killer pit player.
So he is actually fantastic at playing off the angles. So Stound comes in as a rotator as Cadian gets cozy inside the site.
And gets smoked off. Timing could play a factor, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Oh,
is that 3 backs turned? No, they tried to hold it. ZywOo meant to keep them in, but instead he gets popped instantly. Magisk will get the only return frag, and so that pack of Vitality players meant to wrap this A site.
Wow.
You know, Spinks and Magisk are sitting on their entry points, waiting, and then it just all gets swept away. So nicely done from Stound there.
Oh man, not asking for any utility.
Nicely done.
If he asks for a pit flash, for example, they might actually turn towards him. Or if they're playing anti, might alert them. He gives them no clues whatsoever and walks through. And that's the kind of player that Stound is as well in terms of finding gaps. He embodies heroic just like Cadian does, and well, he knows when to take initiative. That was an insane call out. And that's the kind of, when I say Vitality are incredibly optimized and have that older style of players who don't make mistakes, well, those are moments where they have every right with the 2 smokes down to split arch and wrap as quickly as they did. But then Stound can also feel comfortable knowing they aren't doing anything different, that they're going to be doing this a certain way, and maybe you can get away with a move like that. And I think that's why Heroic have got the edge over Vitality across most of their series. They actually, Vitality never beat them in 22. It's only recently they got a revenge win versus them at the last spring groups, but that was the beginning of the year. And Heroic will get better now. Now they got a bit of a chip on their shoulder with Vitality, and they have a huge incentive to really own this game. So a new test for Vitality.
Flash finds its target, and TeSS, Dupree wastes no time. TeSS regains vision, and Jabby can't get himself a double. Usually good for more than one. Now, luckily for Heroic, we're still talking about the double pit setup, even though Arch has been compromised.
They can wait.
But it could go back.
Yeah, so Shush is so good because he preemptively used utility, but if they can wait this smoke out now...
Just gave up his angle.
Oh, they got into the site as well.
Util over the top. Gets the player in the back line. That's the bomb drop. So now the only players left stranded inside sight. Apex, no chance. Not with Shush and Stown locking in pit like that.
Sorry, excuse me. I thought that Shush was going to get countered now that his smoke was coming up. No, he's just fine.
All good for Heroic. All good.
Yeah, what defines good anchors is look at how many flashes they dodge. And look at how many times that they have utility out as the execs are coming in. These are the two, I think, biggest skills that they can have. The aim is something that most of the players can do in their positions, but it's not getting caught off guard by executes that defines a good anchor.
Stuff between the smoke and the flames and... Oh, okay, Tess.
That's a fine.
Poor guy. TeSS, an individual for Heroic who's also had an uptick as of late. We've talked about Shush's CT sides, we've talked about Jabby's impact, his rating at the moment. But TeSS was coming into this event as the highest rated Heroic player. Jabby, again, it's a one and done. It's a 4v3 Vitality. It's banana control, unless Cadian really tries to press the issue, and instead, he just sets it ablaze.
This is a good moment to read. Cadian's moving over to A. Shush can be up to bat. He's thin on utility at the moment. Teaser coming his direction.
But a rock-solid defender.
Seen great holds out of Shush. See if he can make magic happen.
He's on a bit of a pedestal here, Dupree.
They're trying to create an interesting timing. Shush knows something to be able to stand here confidently with no smoke in the halls. Will he be correct in the entry out lane first? Will he have no flashes, though?
No, but a trio of smokes and a Molotov, that's it. Shush takes a more passive angle. This one can sometimes catch players so off guard. Sometimes they're already jumping. Does Dupree have the chance to properly clear this with Cadian's op not far away? Jumps over. Nice tracking. And he falls down beneath him. Look at this nuisance that he serves up. Cadian comes through. 2 op shots. Nicely done.
Oh, man.
Fantastic distraction out of Shush, but we will have Spinks in a clutch.
He has a fresh smoke down on Moto. He has a sight to himself. He loves to close.
Cadian on 20 health, Stown by his side, and he's going to try to press this in. Kills Cadian, looks for the next, but Stown already through that smoke, gets the better of him as he finds that minute little bit of timing to get the edge and to take back that lead.
And Spinks actually did check just in case Stown had gotten ahead of it, but Stown locks it up. And we look back on Shush, the hero, up on the halls. If he doesn't kill the guy with his last bullet as he tracked him falling into pit, then he couldn't have fallen into pit right after. Got more damage off and allowed Cadian to kill him, or get the refrag.
Wonderful play here. Look at that. Takes a player down just as quickly as he drops.
Yeah.
And Cadian seizes the opportunity with 2 kills to his name.
It's a beautiful disengage from Shush.
Each time Vitality find themselves attacking that A site. Whoa, multiple kills out of multiple defenders. But this one starts off with a bang.
I think ZywOo dinked. Oh no, he just got the kill. I thought he dinked one more. He's the one who got dinked. Stown's found himself in an interesting spot.
Trying to keep Heroic on their toes. Spinks. Oh, inspired.
That's a whole kit of utility and a good gun down.
By the Woo. He comes through with a dig of his own. Now M4 Spinks, M4 Dupree.
And the odds of the round completely change here.
Holy hell.
4v5, I'd still say Heroic, okay, you're still fine, but... So these are the moments, we take a snapshot here, where I feel like Vitality, they always sit and pause, and they wait and make sure not to make a mistake. And Heroic do a good job of making use of the map that's available to them, knowing that Vitality aren't going to go and seek things out or rush the situation.
And this is the kind of pause that you're talking about when you mention like slightly outdated CS.
Yes, and in the sense that Heroic, in this same situation, in a 5v3, would still continue searching map control where they think it's empty but not be worried about losing the advantage, just continuously going through with protocols, basically thinking 100% of the round. And that's where I feel like they get the edge versus some of the more veteran teams these days. But it still doesn't change the fact that it's 5v3. Now, Apex is the one with nades as they came in on a half buy. So we'll see if he can make use of them. There's actually no flash for him.
Dodged. Ooh, TeSS. Oh, what? That last shot. The bullet that curves into Spinks and takes back the edge. Cadian missed op shot, but his teammates got it all.
Woohoo! TeSS with 5. That third kill was unbelievable.
Cue up that replay, because it looks like he had looked away already.
Wow.
But the last bullet out of the barrel snips the hopes of Vitality's force. 2 deegs to kick it off, and nothing thereafter. Oof.
And Heroic have a lead after these rounds. The buy's still coming in for Vitality, but they lost a chance right there. Messi coming out of the halls. 3 people, 1 pit guy in his usual spot, and they can't kill him. There's no flash to support that take. So maybe they should have gone with a lurker and tried a different avenue, but look how easy TeSS makes this look. Oh.
The only player there without armor is ZywOo. Stellar highlight out of TeSS, and just like that, he's amidst the pack. Waiting for his chance to shine. It's round 11 with his name stamped across it. Cadian reveals the ops position. Magisk fades away before that nade will find him. That could have been Vitality's 6-5 lead. Could have been counter-terrorists on a broken buy. Could have been a lot of things, but instead it's a TeSS highlight reel. Vitality back to work.
Gosh, where did he grab that? Was that into boiler?
In apps. No, just straight up apps.
Oh, okay.
Spinks must have just put his head on a pedestal.
ZywOo locked up a little bit, trying to take lane with no Halls player at this moment.
No peek behind that flash, but it could have been huge.
Gotta appreciate Heroic's setup right now. It's well organized to deal with anything coming towards lane, and they still have someone watching Cubby. Vitality inch closer without losing any more members. 1 flash left on Apex.
Nobody holding this from Moto,
he's
though.
Here in Halls.
Stound's thinking about coming through that smoke. ZywOo catches the kill.
What an opportunity, man.
Now we've got 2 defenders sure enough in sight, and the defenders usually good for a kill or 2 apiece, but they are pinned against the wall, so they'll fight every step of the way. And Shush from the corner, as his impact from Pit has the T's chasing ghosts. They can't find him. They can't kill him because he stops them in their tracks.
Oh my God, Shush. He's the one turning it into a library. That's Vitality melted down, trying to look for the ghost of his former self over in Mini Pit, wondering what side of the pit he's playing in this time. And instead, he's not there. He's not on the balcony. He's not in apps. He's tucked in sight with Cadian in a brand new position. And
So
he's rewarded
fresh.
for it, yeah.
Just keeping things different. Even Cadian being in that backside box, right? We've seen him float around arch side. We haven't seen Stound take a risk through a smoke like that. Heroic. It's a fresh look. And again, they go right back to bat, swinging for Apex. He gets rocked. And that could just transition Vitality to the B play. But they'll be still working with just the Scout and AK. Couple of smokes to maybe get them in. We're starting to get down to the final moments of this T side. And it started much better than it's ending. For Vitality, that is. TeSS wants to challenge. He will bring one with him, but Spinks has the trade, and Cadian's ops not far away from the front line. Missed shot, though.
Uh-oh.
Again, missed op shots. He gets the pistol out. Nade finds Cadian. And that there is the CT cross cleared. Bomb will be planted. You've got ZywOo grabbing the AK upgrade. You've got Dupree still back on Banana, looking to just lock in this flank, and sure enough, it's coming. Shush's head popped, and now Stound gonna have to go big.
Oh, and Stound doesn't know where ZywOo got off to. What, how did he even sneak the quad? CT wasn't smoked.
Who knows, man? ZywOo just slides away into the cover. Had that Molotov landed on him, he'd be doomed, but he sees it as a chance to peek. And you can see Stown even thinking, if he's not dark corner, then surely he's construction as he turns to check the flank.
Man, and they half swing Cadian and CT spawn. If ZywOo doesn't throw that nade, he stays alive, and they lose a player on the cross. And that molly, that Cadian throw, actually wins the situation for Heroic. So ZywOo, again, massive impact. Like right there.
Round-winning moment. Shout out Dupree. ZywOo's job gets infinitely harder if banana control also becomes a part of that retake. Critical 2 versus 2 for Vitality to keep this as close as can be.
Feels like in a couple of these situations, they've locked themselves up when it comes to utility, especially flashbangs when they need to try to scale into situations. That could be them picking the wrong way to approach the round with the utility that they have. Worth another look back to see where things went wrong for Vitality, but Shush's anchoring can make a lot of teams look bad, so especially with the way he's been playing recently and particularly today, this is not coming out of nowhere.
Two rounds to wrap up this first half, and ZywOo goes right back to the banana opening. Oof, nice nade.
I actually could not have gotten more out of that. Square him in the middle of two of them.
And there's more where that came from, not just in util, but bodies. Jabby's about to fly around that corner by the looks of it. Cadian maybe just holding for the contact. Blind shot, nicely done. He sees the next one. It's a USP out. Jabby's in the middle of it all. The flash is fantastic, and Jabby keeps fighting. By the time that Spinks gets him killed, everybody else from Vitality is dead. And talk about getting stuffed on the brink of that B site.
Just a massive hold. They put themselves in the perfect spots to make sure to punish anybody jumping out before the flash comes out so they can scale. Cadian loves that angle. Jabby, perfect support right behind him, and they even had a third player there. If Vitality could see the map, they wouldn't have picked B in that moment. So Heroic, great read on the setup.
Jabby just goes in, sidearm swinging.
Like trying to catch a marble bouncing around the room.
Final round of the half.
It's been a good half.
Yeah, it's been good CS.
Yeah.
You mentioned that improvement as of late from Heroic's utility. I feel like that early nade damage last round, and then all of the smokes and flashes and chaos it created, really good example.
I mean, in terms of like opening kills and stuff, Vitality are keeping up, but we had this down 3K as he pushed, or 2K, whatever it was, when he pushed through the CT smoke. We had the multiple instances of pit hold. Tessus as ace. I think 2 3Ks out of Shush.
Yes.
So
Cadian with a couple op kills off of Arch/A-Site.
They're Vitality are pressuring Heroic to come up huge individually.
But they're delivering.
Yeah.
Good Counter-Strike out of both teams. Better individuals out of Heroic thus far. Luckily for us, plenty more to come. A solo B setup here, leaning on Jabby.
That was an interesting call out. They smoked CT, but not library.
Dupree in the smoke. 5-7 spam.
Oh,
damn, man. Luckily that thing's got 20 shots, and now Cadian goes through. Apex and him have crossed paths, but Cadian's made sound, so
Apex shoots.
Missed shot, but now I guess he can transition into the B split. It's going to have to be Jabby all alone, and sure enough, from just beneath Orange, barrel to the back of Magisk. Smoke cutting off each of the potential trades, but Spink's gonna keep this hope alive. 8 seconds to that clock. One final round to try and take, and it's Spinks to make the difference.
Did he plant?
Bomb, it's gonna, no, he missed it. He missed his chance, and Cadian and co will not let you get away with that. 9-6 on the half. Chaos and carnage.
He could be caught with the bomb here. That's a hand which proves to be very painful. Snapped off completely. But there's a trade here from Naf, so important. Rops must deliver now, trying to avoid the flashes. Sees a Liege as well. Assailants from both sides and FaZe Clan take the lead. 3 players survive, including the AWP for FaZe Clan.
I feel like that might have been a self-flash from Naf. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, he lands in the mini pit, and Rops is delighted for it, as it's the freest kill of the map for him. Yeah, Yakinda has not been at his best this tournament, sadly, for Team Liquid. If he gets that entry, it could be completely different. I mean, you see here, Rops gets that kill and there's no flash assist. So I guess maybe Naf flashed himself? Either way, it is FaZe who are happy to take that round. Nice initiative taken by Brokey. Means that it's easier for Rops to play his position. And Rops is very good in those sorts of spots. So reliable for this FaZe team. Looks like we should be ready to get back into the action shortly. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, their cash isn't liquid right now. It's tied up elsewhere, and so it has to be pistols. This is another match where I really think Rain versus Yakinda could be a big matchup. And I think Rain's getting the better of that so far on Banana. Carrigan here to assist. Flash, well timed. Just making sure they don't get overrun by pistols. Yakinda up close at the half wall though, but Rain clears him out. Perfect placement from Rain.
God.
He's feeling it, man.
What an animal. So fun to watch Rain year after year. Tech9 party is being neutered. That makes life a lot easier, in theory, at the very least. There is a flashbang here for Team Liquid to potentially use on the A-bomb site. I'll distribute the nades. I think we see a molly coming towards short again. Really wanting to force these.
So, TeSS with the ace in the first half and Heroic with the biggest moments. There's definitely strategy and tactic and clean execs that can be praised on the side of Vitality, but the reason they come up with 6 rounds is because I can think of at least 3 rounds that are all won by Heroic's better individuals so far here for map 1.
We saw some good rounds out of Spinks in terms of moves that he made. Every kill that ZywOo got was insanely impactful, but so many of those kills were won in vain because they ended up losing the rounds to Heroic's individuals or other players on Vitality not being there to step up. So just as much to praise about Heroic as to be criticized about Vitality. I think Heroic would be quite pleased with themselves to have recovered that first half and with 9 rounds. Maybe on this pistol, Vitality will have some luck. Pushing into middle. Oh, that's a clean pickoff. And another.
I feel like you don't want to run into ZywOo when it comes to the pistols, but Jabby trying to bounce his way out through balcony. It's a good way to preoccupy a couple CTs. Allows for the boiler peek out of TeSS, but that's also being held. So ZywOo kind of getting stretched thin here between 2 points of contact. Maybe Spinks can take it back.
That's a nice move by Spinks.
Clean timing, a little risk, right, to go peeking around the side into ult, but he's rewarded for his efforts. And I think that really allows Vitality to just lean back and try to close out this second pistol.
You'd think it was a foregone conclusion.
Of course, Heroic did win first pistol, but then the force buy of Vitality net them 4 rounds straight right after.
They also won multiple disadvantage situations. And now it's a 2v3. But ZywOo, he's not done.
No, sir. It's got Cadian stuck in the little pit. Goes for the reload. And Cadian catches him. But then, of course, Apex out from Library makes sure that the bomb can't go down. Let's see if Vitality can hang on to what Heroic couldn't. A CT pistol win.
Yeah. This map is really shaping up. Let's see. Best possible conclusion, 16-14. Don't even care who wins. This needs to go all the rounds. With all the players looking so good at the same time. It would be a shame to waste this. Okay. Heroic into the force buy with only Tech 9s. They're going for a lot of utility here. And no AKs, no Galils.
Put the fire out. Oh boy. Apex, multi-kill. Makes the FAMAS find 2, but then a smoke to the CT cross, a nade that could and will catch down ever so slightly. Wild spray from the MP9, not going to stop the bomb plant. You've given away a FAMAS, you've given Stown an SMG, and Heroic even pick up a couple smokes as well with it. So
there's no banana retake and flare on banana here.
Yikes.
So there's actually a molly left for Jabby as well.
And another smoke.
Got to be careful about going slow.
If you're going to make this retake happen, also no kits. Unless there's one down on the players, but they're over towards banana. So at this point, there's still no kit on this play. I just don't even think there's time. The trades are going to go to Jabby and Stown. Spinks out of the CT cross gets 1. You can rack up a cost versus Heroic, but you're not getting away with the win.
5 dead. And just gets the best gun of the round. The round win. Bomb explodes. Heroic back on top. Just like that. I mean, you know, anti-eco on banana. At least Apex gets 2 frags there, but that's 2 between 2 people. You simply cannot lose to rushes versus guns like that on a round where there's a high likelihood it happens.
Man, oh man. I'm still a little surprised they didn't just save. You know, you still had the majority of the M4s. Outsiders would have saved.
That's why we love Vitality.
Apex finds Stown. Finished off by the frag. That'll cause Heroic to have to go back and make sure that banana's not compromised. You can grab the better weapon and the smoke that comes with it. So, small price to pay.
They are leaving the site, it looks like. Doesn't seem like a late round adjustment from Heroic is about to come up. In fact, an explode in a mid feels like what's about to happen. CTs will have to step away from this. Lots of footsteps here heard by Zaiwu just for a moment, or Dupree just for a moment.
Full
second
white.
flash is great.
Nicely done. You know, we talk about Heroic being greater than the sum of their parts, and nowadays it's nice to see that Stown can be 9 and 12 at the moment, and Heroic are still just looking a cut above the likes of Vitality, who are also looking better than, I want to say, ever? Maybe.
Vitality?
Yeah.
Like in this very, like this Monicum.
Yeah, this 5.
Yeah, I think...
I don't want to jump to conclusions.
I mean, Pro League was their peak, and they sort of look like that again, I guess, but yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I mean...
Point being, if Shush, who's kind of touted as their 1 star, can have an off day, and you get everybody else just still tearing through Vitality, this is a Heroic that is actually looking to hang on to their crown. And just yesterday, we talked about their first 2-0 win since beating Spirit in the Rio quarterfinals. So it's Heroic with an uptick. You've got to give the credit where it's due, and it's not the star, singular, of Heroic, but the team from top to bottom. 4-round lead over Vitality. They get through this one. There's still no money for the CT buy, so expect the Danes to pull further ahead.
Yeah. Stown, the only player from Heroic in the top 20. And Vitality, they had Spinks and Zaiwu. Spinks near the tail end, I think like 18, something like that. And Zaiwu, of course, comfortably in number 2.
And, you know, we talk about the formula of Vitality kind of being Spinks has to be another star. Well, today he is performing alongside Zaiwu. It's the other 3 that are just nowhere to be found. Nowhere. Apex, good kill off the Deagle. 3 more terrorists where the first one comes from. And his teammates still smoked off from the engagement. So you can use that as a chance to leave if you choose. Stick around and try to run the risk of just racking up a cost versus Heroic. But we will need a significant impact from Dupree, Magisk, and Apex, or else this map, and arguably this series, is easily going to be taken away by Heroic.
And another feather in the cap of Heroic on a very quickly upward trending Inferno in their last wins. I think 5-1 now before this match starts in their most recent games, and like a streak of 7 losses before that. So, well, yeah. Nice punishment kills at the end too, which is something that also Heroic do better than anyone else. When they win rounds, they do a great job of making sure to get as many kills right after. And they set up a lot of the times with the thought that they will win the round and perform aggressive lurks on the other side of the map early to crush the economy.
Really are like the counterplay of Outsiders. I almost just called them Overtimers.
I'm sure that was like the next name on the list that they didn't use. But yeah, the Heroic have created a gestalt in the sense that its stats are so hard to define the team. Their team ranking has always been more impressive than any one of their individuals.
Ooh, deep nade out of Apex. That one will be worth him dropping to 58 in exchange for tagging up 3. M4 is suddenly looking that much more deadly.
Oh, the top-heavy Vitality. If they win this round, they'll have an op, and then maybe some odds, but Heroic very good with top banana control. These executes are fearsome, and Vitality's setup right now, it's not committed at all. Low on grenades, I don't think they feel comfortable in the site, man. They've only got one smoke here to stop this, but yeah, Magis gets a kill. Really good peek. Trade comes in on the other side of the map.
Tesses with a chance at another is shut out by Spinks, and the flashbang stuns Jabby at the forefront of the B hit.
No mollies, no smokes here. Apex. Oh, he wants to frag, and he just can't.
Nothing, man.
Yeah, he gets one. They keep numbers.
Another
the smoke
gap
is coming up. Oh,
Magis could capitalize. A1S gets away from him. It's damage versus Jabby. Shush also on 30. These are the two players who have found their impact. Spinks and ZywOo in a 2v2 to try and stave off Heroic's 13. You think surely they go for this.
They wish they had an HE. They wish they had a molly.
That would be the end of Jabby, no doubt. It's going to have to come from the guns instead, and that means that the crispness of these AKs on Heroic's side could still very well shut down the retake attempt. Who comes in with the damage first? Who manages to shut out who? And Jabby, with new box between him and the CTs, is just going to serve up the distraction. They're turning the wrong direction. ZywOo and Spinks with a kill apiece. No kit, no time, and therefore no 8th. It is Heroic with more winning ways.
You got their two best players miles ahead of everyone else and miles away from the site that's being taken. And that moment right there is where kills do matter. Apex, because their lack of utility, Apex is trying to get a frag so that they can keep high numbers. If he even goes 1 for 1, they're in a good position, and ZywOo and Spinks can come in and do the rest on the retake. But they just need more than nothing, basically, on these holds. And Magisk, well, he got 2, fighting from both CT and from Con, but with the 3 players, they get in total 2 kills there.
Yeah, not enough. Also, kind of slow from the last 2 players on the retake as well, right? You know you don't have a kit.
Yeah.
There's none on the play.
An interesting decision to go
we
for
saw
that.
ZywOo drop that smoke behind Coffin and kind of walk up. For those 5 seconds are what makes the difference between that being your 8th and Heroic's 13th.
Yeah, absolutely.
So get all the kills you want. Just get them faster. Probably easier said than done. And it definitely won't be easy from this point. 3 takes the gun off Spinks as he gets tagged up through those wall spams, I believe. And that nade, oof. Not going to make Magisk and Apex's job any easier, especially when their own util finds so little in response. They'll try to flash and re-engage. ZywOo's here, of course, with a gun. Butts down. Excellent. Dodges the blinding flash that comes over top. And then Heroic just as quickly leaking into the brackets, going around through apartments, and they're just going to try to slice their way through the little remnants of this A-site hold. Dupree on box, looks away, dies empty-handed. ZywOo will catch a kill through smoke. We've still got the pistol on the site. Stown, oh, this is it, but denied. He just has so little health because of the spam at the start of that round that you can't expect too much.
Yeah, they're actually, dupreeh has a good gun, and they have, I think, Spinks in a position where they don't see him. With a chance that everyone gets their kills, but dupreeh misreads the timing on dodging the flash. Just instantly dies, and the rotators, they're fast, actually, but not fast enough. Moto Smoke comes up nice and plump, and they can't get through it. Heroic on 14. Again, we look back a couple of rounds. I think that was the moment Vitality really had a chance to make this game a reasonable expectation to make a comeback in, show us some semblance of a CT side, and here at least they get the op they were looking for. It is just a little bit of extra pressure right now, and we haven't seen those sustainable, nice CT rounds.
Man, we really haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
13 of the last 16 all the way of Heroic.
Here's the last chance here.
Vitality's 4-1 lead made you think that they were showing up. 2/5 of the camp has. But no Danish impact out of Vitality tonight. At least not in this first map. Not yet.
Apex is lucky to be a part of the French couple.
Mm-hmm. French power couple. It's great to see Spinks still thriving. At least they have that second star, but 2 players don't make a team. Just ask Cloud9.
That was a good one.
Zai was able to hold the corner. Spinks is right behind it. That's not going to shot away from Heroic. If anything, that's just going to piss them off. dupreeh can't finish that second kill despite it being close. Spinks slides past the corpse of ZywOo. Jabby's down for Pit. You can see Spinks pulled in 2 directions, and he just gets shredded down the middle. Magisk and Apex on a desperate retake. 1 kill out of Library. Mid player could also pick one up, but just as quickly as they think they've got a chance, it takes right back. Heroic 3 alive, 8 map points, and a semifinal that seems so damn close.
Yeah, they're touching it right now. This would be one of their best Inferno wins and versus one of the best teams they played on this map. And seeing success, and absolutely, I'm going to tell you right now, watching their recent Inferno games, they have talked about this map. They have improved on things. They look just as good as anybody else, and their overall stats do not represent how good their Inferno has become. And now they're just proving it in the results. But we have a husk of a CT side here from Vitality. And even that round, Spinks and ZywOo both get run through, so...
Dude, Jabby is just on a different planet at the moment. Apex tries to press around Smoke, clip by Stown. Boiler kill from dupreeh doesn't connect, and those chances are going to be far and few between. Magisk jebaited by the jump front, and just like that, B-Site crumbles beneath the pressure. Apex with nothing, Magisk with nothing, and unfortunately for Vitality, essentially nothing. We can talk about that 4-1 start, we can talk about their little individual moments, but this first map belongs entirely to Heroic. A massive uptick in improvement on this map specifically, and it's a map that Vitality thought that they could challenge them on. The only challenges I saw, well, the Danes, too little, too late. We'll see what they can do in between these maps. It's Overpass up next. Both teams in the Spodek, but one of them a quick route to a semifinal.
Well, Heroic, they wanted that Inferno rerun, and they proved exactly why, because, man, that was an absolutely dominant second half to put Vitality firmly in the bin, unfortunately. Of course, they were already qualified for the playoffs. This is just to get them ever closer to the semi-finals. But speaking of the playoffs, speaking of the Spodek, we've got a hell of a lot of action going down in the A stream, right?
Yes, we do. It's been crazy from start to finish. We've already seen Complexity get their win over Fnatic. It was a bit of a nice one in the end as well, especially on the Overpass game, which has been Fnatic's home ground. But right now, it's elimination time between FaZe and Liquid, two teams that many would have expected to have a chance of already being in the playoffs. And right now, it is a 10-5 first half to FaZe. I'll be very happy with that. There was cheers, there was shouting, there was happiness, but we'll have to see how it goes.
And I heard you've already had a look at the Spodek as well. Apparently, James, you went there yesterday.
Oh, yes. I got to have a little look inside. It was actually being built up while we were in there. We were having some fun looking around, but it's already given me that nice feeling, you know, that warm feeling when I got inside of, we're nearly there. It's nearly time once again.
Yeah, we were getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Right, James, we don't normally get to hear your own opinions on games. So I want to hear, obviously it's been the day of NA to start off the A stream side of things. Complexity taking that W. Going to be playing later on today. How do you think Liquid are going to be faring versus FaZe, or are you FaZe up in all the way?
I think it's FaZe up all the way. I would love to see Liquid do well, but they haven't come in with the same fire we saw towards the end of last year where we got so excited about them. But I will say, I've got a good idea that Complexity might do well.
Well, I'm very excited to see exactly how that is going to be going down. But back to the action on the Bay stream. Actually, no, we can continue talking here, apparently.
Oh, nice.
I mean, do you want to give us some thoughts about the stream that we've got, or the game, rather, that we've got going on the stream right now? Vitality, Heroic, obviously the rematch of Copenhagen. We wanted to see, Vitality bringing it. Unfortunately, not in the second half.
Yeah, and you said this was Inferno, right? Which we've seen Heroic struggle at quite a lot recently.
Yeah.
I kept bullying him about that. I was like, Heroic, what's wrong with your Inferno? Your Inferno, and now they've obviously fixed it. So that's an issue.
Yeah, apparently Psych, Heroic have actually been practicing this quite a lot. But we do have Louis checking in with one of the members of Heroic to see exactly how they got away with such a dominant first map.
I am here with Exist after the win on Inferno. Man, that was impressive. Just wanted to ask you, was there anything specific that you guys planned for this one? Because like the way you guys played and the way you approached that city side, I feel like you guys started... I got the feeling that it was always some kind of a plan pre-rounds, like you guys started with 3B, and then as soon as something happened, you guys stacked A with 4 guys. So just want to ask if that's natural from guys, if that's mid-round calling, or if there's any sort of like game plan coming into this one.
I think that's just how Cadian likes to play, how he likes to call. I think our game plan here was that we didn't want to fight too much for Banana. We just wanted to get as much utility damage as possible and just try to delay them, kind of try to funnel them towards A. I think it worked pretty good.
All right. From coach to coach now, I don't know, you guys play Overpass right now, a very comfortable map for you guys. Anything special that you guys going to do? Like maybe you want to tell me like a little, what's going to be your pistol round, something like that? Or a game plan specific? Anything special prepared for this one?
No, not really. I mean, we just go as we always do. We have a lot of information on Vitality. They've played Overpass here at this event, so we have a lot of information how they like to play, and yeah, we'll just use that.
I tried, guys. That's it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate the effort, Peacemaker. We love a trier in that. Speaking of triers or lack thereof, unfortunately, Vitality falling flat in that second half. Man, I was expecting something more than just one round coming out of their CT side, but Heroic said, hell no, we know exactly what you want to be playing.
I know, and I have to give respect to Heroic, because yesterday as well, Tessa said, after the game, he's like, I'm just waiting for a team to just be Inferno against us. I think Banks mentioned it as well, the stats haven't looked good earlier on, but out of the last 5 or 6 games, they've won almost all of them, I think 4 or 5 of them, so they look really, really good. And the stars of Vitality did step up. ZywOo didn't have a bad game, neither did Spinks, but the fact is, again, comes down to the fact that Heroic is this 5-headed Hydra. Anyone can step up. Shush and Tess is delivering. Sorry, Shush and Yabi delivering in the first half. In the second half, Staun's like, they call me the star, so I'm going to be the star right now.
Yeah, got to post something up there. I mean, that was just absolute decimation, Peacemaker.
Yes, there was, and I think I tried to get a little bit of insight from Inferno specifically, and I think what Exist told me was more that what makes it even more impressive is that they're making all those decisions mid-round based on the way Cadian likes to play, right? And I mean, the way that Heroic played, like for me, it really did feel like they always have this sort of like a plan early round. So either they start 3 guys B or they have something proactive going on. Yeah. But there's always like a purpose at the beginning of the rounds to, let's say, get an entry or get full banana control and then fall back. And then there's always a following plan after that is like really fast being made by Cadian. So that's whether that's stacking A with 4 guys or staying B. but I feel like their decision making is super, super good, especially. For example, we saw them holding the A-bomb site as well passively. They're mixing up positions. They're not repeating the same things. It's just impressive.
Let's bring up a particular example of that, because Shush, he had Vitality on their toes in terms of that defense.
Shush, the best CD-sided, the highest rated CD-side player right now in the tournament, and show why, right? He was playing Pit and Minipit throughout the first few rounds on the CD side here, and look at the switch up, right? It's 20 seconds on the clock. Kaden gets a first kill, great trade from Apex, and there's a parallel. Where's Shush? Where's Shush? He's in the bomb site, and he does a fantastic job getting all three of them. I felt like a little bit of panic there from ZywOo. He just ran in, a little bit ahead of his teammate with the pistol out, and Shush obviously going to make quick work of him with the M4A4. But again, showing it's not about some crazy plays here and there. It's about a small little repositioning and how they're so good at their respective roles. Whatever place they're going to be holding on the CD side, it's a fort for this heroic side.
And the reason why we're bringing up our Air Force aim high head-to-head, of course, Shush having an absolute monster of a first game, and Yabi continuing on that pain train as well. This has just been such a breakout, a particular event for him.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Shush, I don't think that he had a stellar performance so far in this event, but this is a statement right here. Like, the guy that plays anchor spots, he's not in the star roles either, pulls up this performance. I mean, this just proves to everyone that, like, you don't need the best roles. You don't need any of that if you're able to do your role to perfection. Like Yabi is doing it right here. A very important round where he gets these multi-kills. A round that was basically lost. Then we see this one where we really replayed from Shush. Like,
and also for Yabi, right? Like, we're talking about anchor on that A bomb set, it's going to be Shush, but Yabi was phenomenal on his B bomb set. His positioning, right? Even though he's left alone, there are many times their anchors are kind of on the lonesome, and it's like, all right, all they have to do is just delay them or get a kill, prevent delay, the plant, play for retake. And Yabi seems to know exactly which path to take at the right time. He's like, okay, I'm going to be holding this angle, I'm going to be popping in through the smoke. Just such a good innate understanding of what the T's might be doing at that particular point in time. And for especially such a young player, that's fantastic.
Speaking of right paths, obviously we've got Overpass coming into the mix. It's the second map, obviously Heroic's pick coming into this series despite an absolutely dominant performance on that of Inferno. Any words or anything that you're looking forward to seeing from either side of the equation?
For me, it's the fact that they did play Fnatic in that pretty close affair. They're obviously able to close it at 16-13. But I like that interview you took from Exist. It's like, we saw what they did, and that's why we picked it. And by the way, Heroic have looked great. I think that might be one of the best maps right now.
Yeah, I think Overpass for Heroic, there's no better team in the world other than Heroic on City side Overpass. I think they're very proactive. They don't let you breathe. Like, it's really hard to default and play slow on the map against them because they'll be all over the place trying to go for ranges. We're gonna see a lot of that, I'm pretty sure. And like, if you are ZywOo, if you are Vitality, you need to be ready for all that aggression coming from them from different places. It can be tough to follow up on all of that. And they're also good at, like, when they fall back, because like their whole game plan on City side Overpass is always to go for aggression, and then they fall back, play defensively. We saw Shush playing defensively on Inferno. That's what he does on that B bomb site on Overpass as well. I mean, if you're Vitality here, we need the 3 individuals that didn't perform last game to perform, right? Like, we can take Apex not putting up the numbers, he's calling, it's complicated for him, but we need Dupree. We need all of them performing if they want to stand a chance in this one.
Yeah, Heroic already hot out the gate, and don't expect them to be cooling off coming into their map pick of Overpass. Potentially the final chance for Vitality to push this to 3 maps and maybe grab that spot in their semi-final, but if the Danes have anything to do with it, expect domination.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Salutations. Oh là là.
Do better than that. Hurry up. Ah, Pierre.
Zywoo needs to come back. Dupree 14 points ahead. Oh!
No. I kept hitting my. Last year the record was like 240.
But I swear I've seen you like in the facility. You've got that in the Vitality facility, no? Like the.
Yeah, back in the days on the Stade de France was nice for Zywoo. Liked it before the game, so it seems like the same thing. So yeah, but maybe we need to bring it to the venue for the warm up. ESL.
Okay. So we get like aimbots, reaction speed, maybe some deathmatch. Perfect.
Yeah, and sometime with the tennis ball. I don't know if you saw that. Sometimes
is it like the Formula One?
Yeah.
What does that do? I always see them doing that before a race. That's just for like reaction.
Yes, there's some warm up of the reactions. Yeah, sounds good. But Zywoo is the most accurate guys on the team for this. So.
But I mean, you work in performance as well, right? So.
Kind of. I'm more the manager, and I have a background of like a sportsman, and yeah, I can bring them some tools if they want to use it. I'm not. Some tournaments they use it, sometimes not, and at home obviously not. So yeah, but like Dupree, look this guy. You want to train? Eh?
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a game? Okay. Okay.
I think Zywoo got like 198. Okay, so
look, you stand higher than Dupree, no?
That's true. I wasn't as low to the. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you're hitting the live.
Were you using fingertips?
Yeah. Dupree using that, but I don't.
Okay. Wow, I actually quite like that. How's the vibes with Peter Rasmussen? Where are you at, bro?
I'm really good. I'm gonna have a kid in 1 month. So yeah.
Daddy Dupree. Oh man, congratulations! I mean, it's kind of on my mind that I'm thinking about all these people I've seen grow up with me. Like I've been growing up, you've been growing up, everyone's growing up. Daddy Dupree. Yes. Has reality sunk in? Your last month is where you're the priority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, but I don't think I will ever be that prepared. I mean, that's at least what we talked about at home with my girlfriend. Is that we've done all the practical stuff. We've bought all the things as much as we can, and we've studied the things we could study. And right now, it's all about just getting into it and then realizing that we will probably make mistakes and we will need to learn. But it's the first we're just rookies, so we're just gonna go with the flow.
You could literally do the same interview for a Counter-Strike match. Like, well, we've prepared as much as we thought we could. We're gonna make some mistakes. It's all. I mean, it sounds like it's a universal truth. Yeah. Man, I mean, that is exciting. Do you know? And you got an expectation date, so it's just Katowice, and then we lose you for a bit.
She's due to on March 2nd, so that's in like a month. Yeah. Just under a month.
Yeah, so like Pro League after Pro League or during Pro League. Honestly, great to speak to you, man, and congratulations. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
So here we find ourselves on the brink of overpass. Daddy Dupree, as Alex Machine Richardson so aptly put it. He's got to pick it up, man. He's got to step it up. Him, Magisk, and Apex, they've just got to do better.
He's going to be a father, but he needs to be like a daddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Today.
Yeah. Unfortunately...
Are you gonna let a bunch of?
He's got to.
Gonna let a bunch of kids beat you around inside the server?
Nope.
Got to make that child proud.
Yeah.
Got to get to that Katowice semifinals as fast as possible. Listen, they could still get to the semis. They still could get to the finals. They could still be the champions. But it doesn't look that way with the performance we got out of the majority of the Vitality camp on Inferno. It was their map pick, and it came up bust.
How do you even get here? Did you just teleport?
Sometimes they do that.
Sneaky jabby.
No clip. A wizard. I hate wizards.
Okay.
Stupid pointy hats. No action. Heroic all the way up in connector. Could have busted down the door. Could have flown up into the bathrooms instead.
They're waiting for the double push, I think.
Yeah, they go back. But guess who's got two guns?
But yeah, they're waiting for the double push, but I don't think they're anticipating well, there's a short play. How quiet have Vitality been? Stown trying to give him a seed of doubt here. And Spinks, he might come up big in this moment. Oh, no. They're so close.
Oh, but awkward. Shush didn't have his gun ready. Bomb gets thrown. Spinks won't get a chance at a third kill, but Magisk...
Oh!
Had to have been impactful, and instead it's a chance for Heroic to just tuck tail and head the other way. Spinks doesn't waste a second, goes sprinting up into this A site.
Daddy Dupree.
Gotta lay it down. Here's the rumblings of Stown. There's the contact against TeSS. He knows where both players are at. Apex should be running up. Dupree can't buy a kill. Couldn't buy one if he tried. Apex found out to be on the flank, down to 36 health. It's not a lot of HP for the Heroic players, but they outnumber him. That's for damn sure. He tries to jump across, and Vitality will mess up the layup.
I mean, it does come down to fragging right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stown even alive to get onto the site because of Magisk almost using his full clip in this situation. His full mag, trying to stop him from coming out of the door. And then, as bad as TeSS misses, he still gets to kill in the end. They just needed one of those, and it wouldn't have been easy to make that rotation happen. Gotta clean it up. That's just aim. That's just aim.
Literally, shoot them in the face.
Yeah, and I just mean, that's just aim practice. You know what I mean? Like, be as sharp. I mean, of course, it's hard to keep up with the players who are, like, grinding nonstop, who have yet to achieve that kind of thing, but you got to. At the end of the day.
Not everybody can be a fame. But you got to do better than that.
With no utility, there's no excuse. You're not getting outplayed. You're taking a duel you want to participate in.
On your terms, with the first shot.
Yeah.
And the health advantage.
Yeah. So, I mean, how else can you dress it up? Well, Heroic, they want it to be here too. Overpass, their pick. Now, pistol round in.
Peacemaker putting a lot of stock in Heroic CT side, saying nobody else in the world plays it better. Shush. He'll be caught out by Dupree. But it's 5-7 versus... Ooh, hold on. There's the aim. 2 more kills at the very least, and almost a chance to kill Cadian. A round too late, but impact's impact, I suppose. It at least racks up the price tag for Heroic's second round win.
Yeah. Pistol was worth more, but still almost 10 grand down here. So a very successful eco round for Vitality, or a little force in, which is nice. I'm with Peacemaker. Heroic insane on the CT side. Also very good on the T side. I've always been innovators on this map, I think. Call them Heroic grenades when you see that triple nade come through outside of B. Vitality have 3 wins on this map, but I don't think they beat any competition nearly as good as Heroic. They beat Fnatic, Evil Geniuses, and Astralis. Fnatic, the best of those 3. All 3 games were relatively close. This will be their biggest test by far.
Javi crawling out through Monster. First contact should be ZywOo, but he actually tucks his head down. That could actually maybe come back to haunt the defense. Dupree falls down. Magisk oversteps Cadian's Max 10. Very quickly cuts through Apex. Dupree will put up something, and ZywOo's got Javi's back turned. He pops up with the P250 into the AK upgrade. Spinks draws them in. Oh, aim punch though. The bane of his existence. And the Woo is going for the 1v3 here. No Kevlar. Seems impossible. But so does ZywOo.
They're both rotating equally as fast. CT's got faster rotations, and yeah, ZywOo doesn't commit to the site, so he'll be here, it feels like, just in time.
Yep.
With no armor?
No armor, but he got the first headshot. He's down to 57 health. They could double peek. And sure enough,
with a nade,
they force him away from the angle.
God
it
damn.
is the 3-0 start.
Yeah, and as good as he is, even if not one of the Heroic players are as good as ZywOo, they're all so close that 2v1, you got to give it to him. Well, they try. I saw this tweet that was like, I wish there was more pain to endure so I could grind harder.
I don't like the sounds of that.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, you got the motivation when you haven't got what you want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Heroic, they got that major final, but not the major.
Fall final may have felt good, but it's not quite a major.
That made them feel better about the major.
You know what's crazy is contrast the success of Heroic since that finals, but their second place finish, to the Outsiders major win, flop in Abu Dhabi, and almost on the brink of elimination here versus Complexity tonight. You know, Heroic, in hindsight, but the better team.
Well,
but not on that day.
The weird part about that comparison is that Heroic were a better team throughout the year. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But not on that day.
Yeah, that's true.
And they'll never get that back.
Yeah, hey, no shame losing to Jane.
I feel like coming second in a major would just make me want to, like the point you're making, right? Is
That's
so
the pain.
much more
That's
now,
the pain.
dude. That's
the
the pain.
That makes you want to grind harder.
The pain from Jame.
Yeah.
No Jame, no gain. Apex tucked into the corner here. We got 40 seconds to that clock. We got a flashbang that finds its mark. Zywoo catching Tesses, but down to a lower bit of health here. 2 kills to Zywoo. Perfect distraction for Dupree to come out from Bank, but then he gets his head ripped clean off, and his Danish counterpart in the Magisk Man has to very quickly get up Connector, and he will do so very quickly indeed.
Yeah,
he's got the backline compromised. He's not even looking, and he even changes it up going long.
Well, you know what? Since the bomb has been planted, this only gets better and better. So there's, I would say, the best likelihood to get 1 kill. Let's see if Heroic are going to be ready for this. Oh, they both put themselves, wow, doubling up on Optimus. This is,
dude, feels like the AUG could shred him. Yes, sir.
I mean, he's not going to read this now.
Nope.
Oh, but he might get the kill. Oh, what a reaction.
No read needed. Lizard Brain kicks in, and he snaps the crosshair in for the second kill. Opt for Zywoo, saved. Vitality on the board. Magisk, take a bow.
That's beautiful. Pulled out that Deagle clutch on Inferno. The early portion of the half, that was nice. Of all the kills for Shush to not get, that was not the one I was expecting.
1 more bullet and he's dead.
Oh, well done, Magisk.
They're in. But the money's out the window. MP9, FAMAS.
Yeah, both teams coming in broke.
All right, insta-stack.
We're fighting over patty subs here.
That's a start.
Yeah, it's when you put 2 Jamaican beef patties in a hoagie with lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise.
I don't even know the words that are coming out of your mouth. In fact, I might think those are fighting words. The hell did you just call me?
Pancake.
Your mama's a hoagie.
They used to call it a jumpaline until your mama jumped on it.
Magisk ready for another lineup here. AUG, good for the headshot. But Stown is so clean with it. Dupree goes for the peek off the flash. Almost had a chance, and he's going to lay down his own smoke here. So creates a pocket to play behind, not only to himself, but for Apex to test the edge with the FAMAS. Sphinx MP9. Oy, oy, oy. Dangerous game here on the fallback. Again, puts a smoke in, decides to take a fight, and Shush nearly toppled. But now he goes from Deeg to MP9. Flash finds the eyes of Dupree. His head gets shredded by Stown, who still believes somebody's in this smoke, and understandably so. Apex makes sound as he sprints out. Stown reacts faster, and now poor Zywoo, 1v4, just wants to save the AUG.
Oh, they just can't find him. Every time they go look for someone else, someone new appears.
Apex maybe jumping the gun there. Those 2 footsteps he took around the pillar.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Stown reacts to.
No one else swings that wide, it's true.
And Stown is reacting fast. Zywoo?
You can understand why he was confused. Didn't see anyone, and there was one just a couple centimeters away, but those audibles. Zywoo, go defuse.
Man, he's really finagled this. Got away with it.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. It's not over just yet.
Oh my God.
They're coming back,
they're
bro.
coming
They figured it out. They can smell
What
him.
the hell? They just all found his coordinates and launched themselves at him. That
The
nade
scent
coming in first.
of chocolatine.
Eau de toilette. You think he smells like croissants?
Le pain au chocolat.
I've never smelled Zywoo. Well, he doesn't know for sure if I have or not, but if anybody asks.
Apex understandably frustrated, but
yes,
he did try to pounce.
Apex, I am not.
Instead, popped. No chance on that one. No chance on this one. Runt of a B hit. Seen some pistol pop-offs from Vitality across Inferno and now. Never enough to rob away momentum, but at least enough for us to go, oh, and ooh, which is something. You know, if y'all signed up for the entertainment, you got Corndog and Movin to Salami here to take you guys through this second map.
Zygote on the server, carry the action.
Stick around, come get your slop.
See if we get Spinks or Sponks.
Heroic are going to be smart about it, though. Group themselves back out from connector into short. Listen, the B site is appropriately stacked, but it's also about to be hit by a sea of utility and a boatload of men. Jabby first and foremost, make that money, buddy. Stound's going to chop down one, and it's a 5-1 start with no sign of Vitality stopping them.
Yeah, and that's something as well in their new age CS. They just do not like, they don't like pistol saving at all. Sometimes you risk yourself running after pistols who are saving, but they just want to make sure you don't save any guns at all. That's how they get their biggest stomps off. So the buy comes back for Vitality. And it comes back in a good way. Zywoo doesn't have any money for utility. He's somebody I want to have everything. But still, everyone else can support. Stairs player with, there's no one above Spinks right now, so there's a lot of responsibility on him. His rotation upstairs is going to be difficult. But if there's somebody you could trust in this spot, you'd think it'd be Spinks.
There's only half of Shush left over, so an easy mow down. It's this down trade that's just killer at the moment. And it's cool because he had a quiet Inferno, and we talked about all the other individuals stepping up. Well, here's some individuals on the other team that have decided to knock him down a peg. We've got Jabby pinned against the wall with the Deagle.
Oh no.
But a caged animal's a dangerous beast.
Oh, the bomb is here.
Magisk has a chance, but it gets stopped by Jabby because he is, again, the second highest rated player here in Kato groups. And I don't see a single sign of that stopping anytime soon.
So nasty. He had to hit a hard Deagle shot right there. Apex had him locked off. It made sense for him to creep into that angle, but the one bullet Deagle to the brain, into the op, pick up into the Magisk, knowing that if he gets that kill, he wins the round. Two critical moments, both won by a half-health Jabby, starting off with a Deagle. Insane.
Best chance we've seen some Vitality to win a round since that pistol.
Back to a save.
Scout on Zywoo. Deagle's across, and remember what is, of course, coming in the back half of this map. It's a world-class CT performance expected from Heroic. Man, they may not even need to lean on it if they just blow Vitality out of the water, overpass a map that kind of came into their pool later. First time we saw it, Antwerp. Didn't get to see much. Smoked by the ninjas in pajamas. That was the day Maui Snake's analyst career nearly ended. But we chalked it up to him being unlucky. We gave him a second chance. Dupree will have a second chance to impress us in this series. Very tough start on Inferno, but it wasn't just him. Magisk, Apex. They've all got to get the ball rolling. But at this point, you've got a very hot Heroic on the trot into the B site as well here. AK's testing the water peak. We've got Dupree up on the wood. But it's all a ruse. They're going to take it into the A site because Shush splatters Magisk inside the A site. Stomps him out.
Yep.
And goes even deeper. Quick scramble out of Vitality to try and test Dumpster, met by a smoke. Desperation really starting to sink in here as it's going to be the 7th terrorist round win for Heroic. Cadians taking angles into bank. Cash in all your chips, folks. Heroic stock at an all-time high.
Inferno was one thing. It was shaping up to be a great match there for a second. And now I'm just waiting for Vitality to win a round so that we can talk about how they could win the next one. But until that happens, I don't even know what their first good idea will be that'll net them a victory.
Right, it was a really good first 5 rounds.
It was.
Come on, Apex. Come on now. They're almost dead. Dupree finished off the other. There's damage, sure enough. Watch Jabby come and clear the board. Gets away with it. Apex saves the AK. Money in the bank for Vitality, so they could still get an 8-7 half.
Yeah.
It's just got to be flawless from here on out.
There's a thick tree with thick tree bark. And a thick rock. (7-1). This reminds me that this tournament hasn't been favorable to the Brazilian teams.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Losing Furia. No shame losing to IHC, though. Those guys have just been the Grim Reaper of the event, alongside Complexity. Wow.
5 out of the 8 teams from the Rio playoffs have been eliminated so far in Katowice. Na'Vi and Heroic will keep 2 of 8 alive, and Outsiders playing this evening versus Complexity to round off the group stage. That game to be played simultaneously with Na'Vi versus G2. Again, just like this matchup, for a spot straight to the semis.
Yeah, straight to the semis and avoiding G2 phase. And honestly, at this point, wasn't sure if Heroic looked like a title contender. And with this match performance so far, it certainly feels like they are suddenly.
This is obviously a Heroic that has just fallen to Vitality last week for the first time in years.
A year, yeah. Is it more? I thought it was just that full year, but...
I'm just dramatic.
Right. But at least a year, which is already insane.
Jabby's going to get aggressive out through tunnels. We've got a chance for Dupree, but he's caught by Shush. It looked like he was just about to get to barrels. Could have really been a thorn in the side of the 3 remaining Ts, but every time it looks like they're about to puncture through, Shush picks up the slack, picks it up, and beats them over the head with it. And so Spinks, ambitious on the flank, would have loved to have just found 2 Ts with their backs turned, but little does he realize he's been outplayed.
Oh, like a bunch of sweaty betties. They run upstairs. Plant on the other side of the map while Spinks is still walking around. And now what? I don't even think he was... Is there maybe an AWP that he can grab? I don't know if Zawu had one, but...
Chuck
that's
to
that.
The wayside. 8-1.
Just getting easier and easier. Their trades are so fantastic.
That they are.
I mean, that would be the stat, if there's any number for that last match that mattered the most, it was the trades. The multi-frags from individual CTs of Heroic were the reason that they kept Vitality from just rolling over that half, honestly. They had way more chances to buy because their rifle rounds, man disadvantage, 3K Shush, 3K Tessus, 3Ks down. And sometimes when they moved as a pack, they would get mowed down as a pack as well. And somehow, it feels like Heroic, appear to do that as well with the amount of players they have coming in. But they're never in a position where they can just get 3K sprayed down. It never happens. And they're so comfortable in the chaos at cutting things down. I'd say, Vitality, we see a lot of tunnel vision out of them in some rounds, and Heroic are the opposite. They keep the full field in view. Great court vision, you would say.
The open plains of Denmark. That's what Heroic have eyes on. It's a windy place, but Heroic aren't wavering in this first 10 rounds. Pistols up close. Fingers crossed. Vitality can do something here, but flashes, fantastic, and entries, all Shush and Jabby. I mean, these guys are the stars of this series.
Yeah. That setup looked phenomenal for the CT side there, too. stop that attack from coming in. The flash is just flying low and above.
What a rock-solid event out of what is meant to be, you know, your CT side specialists in Shush and Jabby, the guy who just needs to be a bit better than Refresh. They finished that first map with a 1.52 and 1.49 rating. Jabby, again, all the way at the top of all the stats.
And he brings in some cool rounds on their overpass with some of his aggressive lurks.
And whenever a series goes to Vertigo, he just wins the map for them.
Yeah.
You brought in a guy who just wins maps.
Yes.
Or at least one specifically. He's just about to find, you know, the best form of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's not. He's a lurker, but an aggressive lurker, which is, I don't know, you see the efficacy. He moves rounds along with all of his frags. So, yeah. If there's one thing you can't say about any heroic player, no one is selfish.
I think that's the Cadian mantra.
And everyone understands what they're good at as well. So
it's a system you have to buy into.
Yeah.
It's a system where Cadian is the captain, and he treats his troops like equal soldiers. He'll die for them, he'll fight for them, he'll motivate them.
They're all on board.
And it's really sick to see Danish Counter-Strike back at the top. It's been some time since the Astralis era, and this is such a different type of CS, a different vision, a different style. It's Denmark reinvented.
I think we're pretty blessed, too, with this prevalent style right now between like G2, Heroic FaZe. These are all fantastically fun teams to watch as well, and they're also the most winning teams right now.
Oh, they're buying P90s.
Oh, baby. It's P90s, okay.
Down is buying P90s. We've hit that point. Is this rock bottom? Good, die. It all gets recovered. It's not the end of days, but we just need to make sure that there's nobody at home inspired to buy P90s. That's a death for the people.
Half the kill reward, and you're slow, and it's ugly, and used to be good.
The reload mechanism's weird.
Nice shot. And that's it.
Just like that, it's over. You know, the one strength of the P90 is it gives you that BM factor that lets you just go running through monster, jumping around corners. And even though you don't get anything if you're down, your teammates pick up all the space they need at a 10th as well on this T side. 10-1, folks.
This is a paddling.
10-1.
10-1. And I'm just going to look. I mean, we can talk about Vitality needing to play better, but we're also seeing Heroic play the best that they've played so far at this event, looking like it's last year. I mean, they smacked up some teams on this map, actually. I mean, they beat up Complexity 16-8, and that's not a bad overpass team. If you think it is, you're just probably European and haven't watched the games for what they are, which have been great matches from Complexity, so that's a huge result.
You just hate us.
They beat Evil Geniuses 16-2, who they actually lost to, before that as well. FaZe 16-11, Liquid 16-10, NIP 16-4. They have strong wins on this map.
In the series versus Vitality last week, what were the maps played, and was Overpass a part of that?
Actually wasn't. So, Vertigo, Nuke, Mirage. Interestingly enough,
Heroic picking up Nuke in that best of 3, losing the other 2. Wowza.
Wowza.
We got a fast one on our hands thus far. Unless Vitality have something amazing in store for us, it feels like they are simply not the better team today.
We just don't want to see another, CT hold where they're like, get dry swung and lose 50-50. Let's get some trades, Vitality. Let's deny some openings.
Get some action,
There's no front side bathrooms.
Move it forward.
Okay.
Get a double kill out of him. No third, though. Shush right there. Cadian behind them. So evened out as quickly as the advantage was taken, but the bomb has been set on fire. With 30 seconds, Shush could slip in and grab it, but instead, he's waiting, and he gets somewhat blinded, recovers vision, still dies to the Zywoo, and now Jabby's in a clutch. Little to lose here. Go ahead, my friend. Chains are off. Get crazy, get wild, stun us. No, sir. Not going to happen. Dupree's going to lock this in. Vitality, they will have a second round at the very least.
Man, we finally get a hold. But a 2K spray down from Spinks, and that's with no utility as well. Like, they were coming to clear him. He was just better right there, but they weren't exactly prepared for an A-site hit to come out. The smoke came in right after his kills, and then Apex dies on the site. But Spinks just had to... Wow. Oh, that was actually a nice shot, though, on Apex. Little flick there from Kadian.
A little tech here at the start.
Might have to restart this one. No one on Vitality at 10 kills yet.
You know what I like about this Heroic camp is it's something that I think we have the privilege of seeing when we're at events. And it feels like they really are like a troop, you know? A troop of soldiers on the same page. I remember being back in Rio, and there was a couple days where the weather was awful, and it's just raining, you know? It's horrible outside. There's some fun beach days, and then there was that day.
Torrential downpour.
Everybody's inside the hotel, probably either playing games, in their prac rooms, whatever not.
Little kids playing their video games.
Remember, we leave in the shuttle, and as we're driving down the road along the beach with this stormy day, I see 3-4 dudes in sweaters, matching sweats, running down along the road, and it's
What are
heroic.
they running from? What are they running from, huh?
They're running from the idea of losing games of Counter-Strike.
They were all wearing the same shoes.
I'm just saying,
as well.
This is really, you know, a bunch of people on the same page. Human beings with a common goal to maintain world #1, to try and kick off an era in a time where we all say eras are now impossible. They are not perfect, and they know it, but they're also getting better. And they're already ranked Worlds 1.
Not right now, but...
Are they not?
G2, baby.
God damn it.
My
monologue.
Everything you said.
My monologue.
Is pretty irrelevant now. It doesn't matter. Zaiwu goes down on the tray. They take the A site. No one else here. Apex, what you gonna do, baby? Oh!
He's gonna burn out to the fire. Falls to 28 HP.
Oh, he got through it, but there's a bank.
God, he just wants that truck player to move, but Shush is so stoic. Shush, look at him.
He's just bored.
We talked about snails earlier. This guy's a slug stuck to the side of the truck. No reason to move. Eyes in different directions.
What sound would it make if it hit the truck? I regret asking that.
That's a slug sound.
That's a lot. Well.
What?
One player on the site doesn't win his duel. And Apex's, attempt at a fight was something, but it wasn't really, he wasn't really in a spot to, make a meaningful trade happen. So that's basically where the round ends, just a 1 kill. Almost some success here after the bomb goes down. Tessus isn't even playing full screen. Wait till he starts trying, folks. Wait till he starts trying.
Trying to give him a chance, perhaps. Of course, we talked about how coming into this next map, we needed to see somebody alongside Zaiwu and Spinks, but the sad reality of Overpass is now we don't even have Zaiwu or Spinks.
Yeah.
Now all 5 of them have the same problem. An inability to perform.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Can't do anything.
Nope. They don't have pills for this problem. Smoke's about to fade in front of Kadian. Little combat op queued up. He's got 2 teammates in front, 2 behind. Shush catches Zaiwu. Body stacked inside of Monster. Basically everybody dead, but it does get brought back. Apex gun goes empty. Another chance for Vitality to add a measly 3rd round to the scoreboard before they have to face that coveted CT side. That Heroic.
Oh my god, is he going to walk through with the bomb? Oh my god, as they're throwing nades. Okay, he gets caught. Jesus.
A little too excited.
Oh, shush.
He's dead. There it is. Number 3 for Vitality added up. They could still have the best T side they've ever had in store for us.
We were kind of watching that from Heroic's POV, but there were some kills going on from Vitality trading out. Hard to predict these days, though, that they would get them. So at least there's that. Looking for a 4th round in this half. It's too late to get momentum, but it isn't too late to get some dignity.
One to go.
This being their last match before the Spodek. It's a great opportunity to, I mean, even a close loss actually means something, and
yeah, I mean,
they potentially be on the most difficult side of the bracket.
Yeah, all this just really sets the tone for the playoffs, because when we go back to just
what they feel they can do.
We'll go back to the group stage for both these teams. Everybody's talking about Group A as the group of death. G2, FaZe, Na'Vi, Liquid. We go down here, it's like, I think Heroic versus Vitality is what everybody would have expected to be this finals, this upper bracket finals for Group B. Well, that's great, but then we get to really mix Heroic and Vitality in with the best of the best.
Super best.
Of course, one other team getting out of this group as well. That'll be Fnatic. Excuse me. Oops. Sorry.
Too soon.
Complexity. Or Outsiders. Again,
it's a false dichotomy. We know who's qualifying.
Magisk. I like the ambition here to go ahead and take some control outside of Monster. If Heroic could put up a fight, then maybe he would have been stuffed already. He'd love to take a little peek through the fence.
Taking two little offies here. Oh, and he can't see him. That chain link fence and the smoke coming up. And will the trades come through? Dupree, he survives with control of this, so that's great. Now they're coming for him. And they get the duel as well. 4v3 in favor of Heroic here. Round 15. Heavily staffed towards the A site, but not towards Long. Long is such a key position. And they've actually got a tempo right, because they might not expect Long to be a problem in a situation where there was heavy B presence. Oh my god, Apex. Did he even see him?
It's just
And now they're going to get lurked on from Long.
It's too good. Zywoo's going to try running towards Dumpster. Tess shoots him in the back of the head. Everybody's dying all across the map. We've got maybe 4 rounds left, folks, before Heroic could very well lock in that semifinals. Both teams go into the Spodek, but one with a bunch more pride.
Welcome to In Your Head, the show where we ask IGLs to rate other IGLs based on how tilting they are on a scale of nap time to hair loss. How tilting is it to play against Apex?
Apex.
Flat tilt.
No way, that's slide tilt. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we get so tilted by his screaming and stuff.
I think when Apex is playing, he has hair loss.
Apex has hair
Yes.
loss.
I would say he's comfort to play against. Hair loss, of course, yeah. Total respect, Apex.
Okay, it's not because he's difficult to play against, but I will still put him in hair loss. Okay. And the only reason why I'm putting him there is because he's doing so many crazy moves that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It tells me so much. It's insane.
I think he's very good with momentum.
When he has his momentum, it's really hard to read him and play against him. It's desk and danger, you know.
If you take that away, it gets pretty comfortable.
But sometimes it's really comfort, you know.
He does like stupid moves individually.
We played Mirage against him. We walk underground. For some reason, he just starts jumping behind the smoke in window with a rifle, and he kills 2 people in underground, and it doesn't make any sense. And I'm pretty sure that was hair loss for not only me, but the whole team, so...
Let's say comfort.
Comfortably losing EPL final.
I would go with neutral. I think they always create great game plans, but then we see the game plan in the first couple of minutes of the game pretty much, and then from there on you just hope that Zywoo doesn't kill you.
What about his antics?
I think it's just funny. It's not really tilting me or anything. Like,
I think we get a better Cadian when Apex starts screaming.
Sometimes he's yelling stuff that is fun, and sometimes I hardly understand what he's yelling even. So
we've had a quite comfortable time versus Vitality lately. I would probably put them at maybe even relaxed.
So what if it was a mirror matchup and you had to call against yourself? How frustrating would it be?
I hope and think that we are a team that is not too easily read. Because I don't think we're doing super crazy, batshit, stupid things.
For 2022, I would say neutral, because we had more bad moments than good moments, to be honest. And I don't think we played that good, except 2 tournaments. We don't want to do the same mistake we've done last year, and I think we've done a lot. That's going to be the key for us to find the balance and to find the success we want.
Some deep self-reflection to end this episode of In Your Head. Thanks for watching.
Both teams qualified and guaranteed for the Spodek, but Heroic definitely setting the tone and the tempo and the expectations of everybody watching as to which of these teams from Group B will contend with the top of the other side of the group stage. And right now it is coming up all Heroic. Unfortunate, of course, after that great showing out of Spinks and ZywOo on Inferno that we just don't get any individual level from Vitality to compete with the all-Danish roster. A second pistol here for Heroic would truly spell disaster. Vitality, best of luck.
Yeah, they're getting blown away like a paper in the wind right now. We saw that P90 buy-in from Heroic, and it's like, well, if they were trying, what would they have done? Everybody chipping in. Vitality make their way around to Monster. If the pistol ever mattered, it'd be now.
See what they've got in store for us. See if there's any heroic moments left in the tank for the French-Danish-Israeli fusion. Headshot out of Shush. This guy just doesn't stop. Him and Jabby, I swear, unstoppable.
Dude, holy hell.
Over towards Monster Magisk. It's going to be the mandatory 1v3. 9 kills so far on this map. Incredibly quiet series. 2 CTs towards Graffiti. Just take him down. Wasting no bullets at this point.
The high-low setup on the hold. See that team chemistry working out so well. The nose flash is beautiful. I think one's playing anti, and then the other one just does such a great job of delaying. It's like, plus the counter flash comes out, so they had the perfect response. As long as they were deep enough back there in the tunnel, they had time to pull that off. And that is just looking ugly here. This one is going to be mark on the record, you know, to have overpass a map that Vitality so far have been good on, just not been tested thoroughly. Maybe a single-digit loss versus Heroic on top of losing this series, potentially.
I think this also, just because of the nature of the win, how lopsided this is, really undermines what Vitality were able to do last week.
Absolutely.
You know, how long did this team wait? Over a year to finally beat Heroic? And I remember seeing the Vitality fans. We finally did it! Guys, we can achieve. Well, back to reality, folks.
Yeah, this game is hard.
But it's not yet over. Cadian, maybe give it a chance to play with his food a little longer. Twirl those noodles. Get saucy. But as Dupree starts to run away, he sees that as his chance to pull the trigger, and pulling triggers they are. Magisk and Spinks. Deagle kills come through. ZywOo's now been tagged down to 49 HP. Dumpster player. Oh.
Hey.
Ooh. The Deegs have been slick.
They have been.
But there's just been too far and too little in between. So all of a sudden, we've got a little life left. Vitality trying their damnedest, but we've got Shush, the CT specialist, to come swinging around through bathrooms and falls at the hands of ZywOo, the #1 Frenchman in the world. Vitality, it's not pretty, but it's a little more.
Something.
It's a little bit more.
Yeah. Caden was kind of playing with his food there. Waiting, listening for stairs, but then getting deeked out. Nice shot from ZywOo. It's the little victories.
Yes, sir. It's at least a chance to play a T-side here on this second map. At least a chance.
They're always in jeopardy of getting ecoed, though, as far as I'm concerned, based on what we've seen at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. Every one of these half-buys just another chance for Heroic to add to the embarrassment of this outcome. A painful but truthful reality. Vitality have been completely outclassed thus far in this series. Except for the first 5 rounds of Inferno.
Those were nice. I remember those times. What's even going on here? They're finding out about new skyboxes.
Sorry, boys.
Theory crafting on the fly.
Not allowed. Little B-split coming through here for Vitality, or at least it seems so. Utility's going to go first.
One smoke here is going to cause problems.
Ooh,
oh, that's a one-way.
Watch him do it. Watch Shush and Jabby continue to change the trend. To be the 2 Danes that stun Vitality yet again. 5-7 kills from each thus far. More damage now out of Tesses. Jabby's going to find that bomb planter. Finishes him off with the tap. Down goes Zywoo. Spinks is killed. And like I said, add to the embarrassment.
Jabby just on rollerblades, running around the site, shooting 5-7 bullets. Everywhere he goes, he gets a frag. Tragedy.
Loves company.
They had it was his smoke too, so it was a nice setup. The one piece of utility that round, the 2 players in the site, they use it to one way, and Jabby does the rest. I mean, nicely done, but damn.
They were laughing a round ago. This one hurts. To look across through the frosted window, to see the excitement on Heroic when it just feels like you can do nothing right today.
8 majors in 4 rounds.
Okay. The most important major for this organization upcoming.
Yeah, they're looking to ramp up.
And it feels like their experience in the Spodek and in an arena, you know, this is a Vitality that haven't seen all the stages they could have. So just being in playoffs is an achievement. But I think it's a run that we could have expected when we look at who they beat just to get here. It's not like they had to play IHC. They'll try to get up into the connector control. AK's shattering hopes, dreams, and the little bit of belief that is still in the back of Vitality's mind. It's going to be force buy after force buy. Punishing amounts of pressure coming in through the wall bangs. Connector can't be cleared out without losing 2 players and a bunch of health. They'll have hands on Galil's, but hands off the wheel. They say, Zywoo, take it over. But it doesn't even feel like the Woo can bring back this map, let alone this series. He's going to walk out and die to the MP9 right above him. Shush with the curb stomp. Apex dies right after. Spinks' position is known. It's only 1 kill back to the Vitality favor, and that 1 kill stays that way.
And of course, the investment was there again. Vitality will try potentially for one last time. $2,000 each player. See if they can put up any kind of defense. Or sorry, I mean, they're on the attack. Defending their pride.
There's the angle.
Scary Heroic, man.
This bodes really well for them moving forward.
Maybe G2 and FaZe would be equally happy if Vitality won this game. Not having to potentially play them in playoffs. They're going to be a threat.
It's also just a really sick form out of Heroic to go straight to semis, right? If you earn it off of a close match, then people are just waiting to see what more you can do. But this is the type of performance, dismantling Vitality to this degree. Nobody can argue that they don't deserve that quick route to semis, and I think it's going to leave a lot of people, myself included, very excited to see what Heroic can do versus their next opponent.
Yeah.
This is a tournament-winning, world-class performance from Heroic.
Yes.
And it's not coming out of Stown being a superstar. It's not Kadian taking over the game with Op Impact. We are talking about Jabby and Shush and TSS all coming in with like career-high forms, round-winning impact, healthy-looking map pool. The win conditions are all coming in for Heroic, and then there's that extra additive in the sense that they're finally winning Series 2-0 versus OG yesterday. The first time since the Rio quarterfinals that they didn't give up a map to their opponent even when they won, and we're talking about teams like Evil Geniuses in that mix. Complexity.
Astralis.
So while Heroic are still winning, everybody here at this event looked at them as if there are still a weakness, a crack in their armor, a reason to doubt that they could go on to win this event, that every time they may find success, it's with a caveat, with an asterisk. Today, it's just Vitality seeing stars, heads spinning as we get to the end of this series on Overpass. Nice deagle out of Magisk, but that is all it is. A single deagle shot and a 16-4 blowout for the Danes as they lock in semifinals in the Spodek and send a shiver down the spine of all other competitors, because this is an event-winning Heroic.
Yeah, absolutely. With FaZe and G2 and all the other great teams waiting in the playoff bracket, there's a new threat on the other side ready to go, and Vitality will be there as well. But right now, it's the fear that Heroic have generated when it comes to watching that match, the respect of their peers, and the proof that their form is back to where it was when they won the Blast Ball Finals. Heroic absolutely look like one of the strongest teams here right now, and there's no telling how well they're going to play in front of that crowd, but we know that they can.
No way to tell, because you don't know which of any of these individuals is going to be the pop-off or the X factor or the win condition. And that's a really cool Heroic. Finally, another team that shows up greater than the sum of their parts. And all of these parts meshing together to the militaristic machine that is Heroic, led by their captain in Kadian. But we're going to get some thoughts from TSS to close out this series.
Man, Heroic, large and in charge from beginning to end of this series. Tezos, congratulations. You secured your spot in the semifinals. Obviously, that's where we saw you guys making it this time last year. You feel like you got what it takes to go all the way to the grand finals this time?
Yeah, we're definitely in another spot than last year. We have improved a lot, and we have been more getting more comfortable on the stage and in the arenas. And so we're just hoping for building on the momentum we had at the end of last year with the Major and the Royal Arena run. So yeah, we're hoping for another good tournament, and now we made semis, so yeah, we're very happy.
We know that Kadian hasn't been feeling all too well this tournament, so I bet he's feeling a little bit better after that result.
Yeah. Well, I think he's feeling a little bit better today, even though he's still having a headache and all these things, and not on his top level, but he's calling as he was on the top level, so it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, he's a beast, and he's doing extremely well.
Yesterday, you mentioned how you're kind of waiting for teams to pick Inferno against you guys, right? That's number one, and number two, you also mentioned that you have a little death note on your in your team where you're just listing down teams you want to take down. You said you wanted to meet Vitality, you wanted to get a revenge. So were you happy with the Inferno pick, as well as were you happy with how this one played out?
Yes, as you say, we hoped for the Inferno pick once again, and when we saw it, we knew, okay, yeah, we have a good chance in this. And yeah, of course, we want to get the revenge, and we did. And yeah, just happy with today. There's nothing to put a finger on. Everything was to perfection.
And one more last question would be, I think Exist mentioned in the interview just after the first map that Overpass is a map that you have taken a look at when Vitality played against Fnatic. Any insights you had heading into that map?
Well, I don't want to help Vitality out with saying their tricks, but yeah, there are some things, and we have a good analyst who's anticipating for us, and we're watching all that and making a game plan out of that. And today it worked really well, and yeah, just props to him and props to our game plan. So.
I think what was so impressive about this series in particular is it wasn't, the classic Heroic stars, if you will, that had to shine in order to get over the line. It was yourself, Yabby, obviously Shush, kind of the supportive cast really standing up to face Vitality. I wanted to get a few words from your perspective on Yabby, obviously newest member to integrate into Heroic, and we think back to when he joined. I feel like there was a lot of pressure on him, and you guys didn't have that kind of classic honeymoon period, I guess, with him. But now he is looking super hot. So can you give me a few words onto how you feel like he's been integrated with the team, how comfortable he's been feeling?
Yeah, well, he's doing extremely well, and he's very comfortable in the team right now. And he has been built into the system that we have, and we like to run. He is very good at taking initiative on his spots. So, for example, when he's playing B overpass as T, then when we rotate back to him, then he says, "Oh, they have used 3 smoke monster. Let's do this. They're not close monster. Let's use flashes like this and this." So the initiative on the T side when we rotate back to his side is very important for us, and he's just living in it, and he's amazing, and he's so funny all the time in and out of the server. So yeah, he's just a great guy, and yeah, great asset to the team.
You mentioned the T side of Overpass. We heard from Peacemaker that he thought, your CT side is the best in the world. We didn't really get much time to see any of that because you sped run through that series. But can you give me a few words to the T side and why you were particularly comfortable versus Vitality on it today?
Yeah, well, last time we played them, we didn't really succeed with our normal style of CS. I think it was a mix of not overestimating them a little bit and knowing they know our playstyle so well, and we just forgot to do our own thing because we were a little scared of them knowing everything. But this time we played our own level and our own playstyle, and it just shows that it works no matter what. It doesn't matter if teams know we're aggressive, because we're always gonna find the timings no matter what. In any situation, so yeah.
In terms of your route now through the Spodek, obviously you're the first team to cement yourselves a spot in the semi-finals. The other side of the bracket, potentially Na'Vi, potentially G2, we're going to find out later today. Is there anybody that you're particularly hungry to face? Because I believe it was FaZe that took you down last year?
Yeah, they took us down last year in Katowice with a stand-in, and yeah, it would be nice to have a rematch also from the Royal Arena where we played them in the final. But yeah, it's going to be fun no matter what who we meet. If we meet G2, Na'Vi or FaZe, it's all 3 really good teams and just amazing to play. Have a big history with Na'Vi not being able to beat them and so on. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to the semi-final now.
In terms of what we've seen from G2 and Na'Vi as well, any particular favourites going to that matchup later today?
Yeah, with the G2 Na'Vi?
Yes.
Yeah, G2 has been looking extremely well and can only imagine them going to win this. Even though Na'Vi is probably still one of the top teams in the world and can always surprise, and Simple can have one of those games. But statistics-wise and on the papers, G2 should win in their recent form.
Any final questions from you, Blair, before we let him go?
Nothing much. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, let's say something to the fans at home, because I know there's going to be a lot of fans that are going to be cheering for you in the Spodek. Hell of a lot of Danes been cheering on for you. So anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for everyone that is supporting us. We remember every one of you, and your support is always amazing for us. We love it, and yeah, just hoping for us to see you there and experience it all with us.
Well, Tezos, man, it's been a superstar performance from yourself. I can only imagine things getting better as we enter into the Spodek. I'll let you go because I feel like your teammates, they've already gone to celebrate. Yeah, we can grab the microphone from you. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Blair, I guess you'll just have to have it with me. Yeah, I mean, talk about superstar form from every individual from Heroic stepping up there, as we've heard. Obviously, Kadian feeling a little bit under the weather. Didn't affect his Counter-Strike brain, though. Still calling to perfection.
Yeah, you could clearly see the energy was a little bit lesser. Usually when they win a game, doesn't matter who they're playing against, a little bit more of an explosion of sound. So that was lacking. Hopefully he feels much better once you're going to be playing in the Spodek. That being said, absolutely, the fact that Yabby is consistently outputting so much when it comes to not just his fragging ability, but also, like Tessa just mentioned right now, he's this hard aggro lurk. He's getting so much information. And listen, again, for a young player to come in, especially with the system that Heroic have, and for him to slot in this well and also have all the responsibility, which is shouldering, I think it's fantastic. This is a team, I don't care if you're G2, Na'Vi, or FaZe, or whoever, you should still be worried about them.
Yeah, I mean, Storm was saying literally every single member of the team believes that they can win this event. And they're, incredibly humble guys usually. So, that speaks volumes, them being that confident coming into
They should be confident, right? After they won the Blast Wall Finals last year, that was a curse lifted right there. You could see how much it meant to Kadian, to everyone. There were tears, there were joy, there was laughter. And sure, they sunk a little bit when it came to World Finals. Obviously, Stavn wasn't there. The start of the year was also a little bit shaky, so to speak. But if this is the form we're seeing, with Kadian still not feeling great, I mean, if he starts to get better in the next couple of days, which he hopefully should, it's going to be exciting. And hi.
We got Peacemaker back. Thoughts on that series? I mean, it went by in a flash. Heroic proving that they are definitely a team to be feared going into the Spodek.
Wow. I mean, what else can we talk about Heroic, right? They have great individual players. On Overpass, we were talking about like how impactful they can be with their CT aggression. I guess we didn't get to see much of out of their CT side.
Maybe later on.
Yeah, maybe later on, but we got to see a lot of their T side. And I mean, their T side is just they're really good at like punishing aggressions as well, which is surprising, right? Because like that is something that not surprising in the sense that like they are so aggressive themselves that you can expect them to do like very simple things and very proactive things as well. But I think because of the fact that they just play like that as well on their city side, they have an idea of like, okay, if we play like this, let's say we play against a team that tries to be proactive and aggressive against us, how should we play? I'm for sure that's some kind of a plan around it, because the way they approach their T side, they figured out that Vitality at some point would try to change the pace, which they did. And Heroic was just able to capitalize pretty much every single time. Their executions are on point. Their utility users are on point. I mean, great series, great map for them.
I mean, in terms of Vitality, you're obviously not checking into Heartbreak Hotel. They will just be going into the quarterfinals, heading into the Spodek for the first time in the organization's history. But yeah, I guess a lot left to be desired when you're going up on an opponent that is as fierce as Heroic. We didn't even get to see ZywOo getting activated on that second
right? I mean, we didn't even talk about ZywOo at all in this two last segment. It's kind of wild. I mean...
Well, if Maniac was here, he would probably bring it up.
Yeah,
somehow he chewed on it.
Sorry, Maniac. But, I mean, the thing is, like, I think it was a team effort, like a great team effort from Heroic. Like, the fact that they were able to basically, I don't know, just make ZywOo look...
Human.
Change.
Human.
And once in a blue moon, that happens.
It happens. The thing is, it didn't really have a really bad game on Inferno, for example. No. I think Spinks and ZywOo both were pretty damn solid. But just the fact that the other individuals, as we pointed out, Magisk was kind of nowhere to be found. Dupree was nowhere to be found, right? And Apex, look, we're not really looking to him when it comes to the fragging department. And I don't want to condense this down to just such simplistic points as to they weren't fragging enough. But when you're playing against the top teams, if you want to beat the likes of a G2, of a FaZe, of a Heroic, or even a Na'Vi, you need to have all your stars firing on all cylinders, and even a support elements like a Yabi, like we saw from Shush, also delivering at a very decently high baseline. And right now for Vitality, it did happen at the beginning of the year, it did kind of happen at the end of last year, but it needs to be more consistent. I think it's a rude awakening, but luckily they're not out yet, and maybe they're able to fix things when they're going to be playing in the quarterfinals against whoever that is.
Yeah, let's dissect Heroic's T-side just for a little bit, because we were singing the praises, and there was a plethora of moments that we could have chosen from Blair, but what have you picked out for us?
We can take a look at round number 10. This is something about the how they were able to handle what Vitality was throwing at them. So this is a saved off from ZywOo, right? He gets his initial pick onto Tessus. This is a duel that's been taking place quite often in this entire first half. Look at the reaction. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Heroic. These two flashes from Ston is so damn good. Shush charges in, gets the first couple of kills, and then we also have a player waiting towards Monster. They time the Monster smoke to dissipate before they go in for that play. And just the reactive play they have on that T side, right? There were 3 CTs lying in wait there with pistols, just grouped up outside of Monster, and yet Heroic they solved.
There's 2 things about this round that makes it very special. The first one being that they understand that ZywOo not only got a kill, but he got info as well. So they immediately react. They see the opening, and I'm sure it's not something that is like a set thing or anything like that. They just found the opportunity. And this is the thing about Heroic. We saw during the game as well, towards Monster, towards Short. If you don't smoke them off, if you don't molly them off, and you let them have the space, they will take it. A lot of the times, they will take it. Simply because of the fact they understand that, like, well, if we have this opportunity presenting for ourselves, why shouldn't we take it and just play passive? And that's what makes Heroic different. The way that they approach, especially the B-bomb site as T, they put pressure, they don't let you save smokes, save grenades, and feel comfortable on that bomb site. If you plan on saving grenades like we saw Vitality, you're in trouble. Like, they're gonna go and take the duels, and that's smart. Because if you always play passive, if you never try to punish those type of things, then it just feels really comfortable for the cities to just.
And also, again, we have to go back and give even more credit to Yabi because of these rounds where they're able to hit towards a B bomb site. Like you said, right? It's a solution they had to find on the fly. But the fact that Yabi's there, and Tessa's mentioned in the interview as well, he's giving so much information. It's like they're out of smoke. The smoke, it's being deployed for 10 seconds. We wait for 5 more seconds. Then we're going to be popping in. It's a small little nuances, the small little details which comes in from having a teammate like Yabi. And also because of Heroic. They're one of the teams, this style is so heavily reliant on communication. One of the most hardest systems to work unless you're able to comp properly. So again, props to Yabi, props to Heroic. That was a fantastic map of Overpass.
Yeah, Heroic netting themselves a well-deserved spot in the semi-finals of the Spodek. But this next series is simply a case of survival. It's going to be Complexity taking on Outsiders, the reigning major champions, trying to make history for North America. And it's going to be coming up after this.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Probably aware Rain is close behind it. And Naf, well, not ready for Rain's angle. The Rap has come onto the bomb site though, and with full site control, as long as Team Liquid can flush Rain out here, I like their chances.
Will he look for Nitro? Can see Elige giving his sound cues away, winning the duel as well. Nitro's normally the one giving him pain in that position. 4-on-4 retake. Twist has a kit. They'll be looking to be gifted something here.
There's more smokes for Liquid. So hard to get into the site.
Yeah, those pistols. Karrigan's shadow is showing. Yakindar has an idea, but there are 3 other players coming. The pistols at a risk. We can see Twist swinging in as well. The AWP is there if he can find an angle. OC drops. So is Yakindar. Nitro and Elige now have to deliver versus 3. Twist the one with the kit. Maybe give the rifle to Rops, I don't know, but he's out in the open now. They're taking all the bullets, they're taking the damage! And FaZe Clan have won! They've defused the bomb! They just ran out there, took the crosshairs away, and Twist had enough time. They bought him the time to defuse the bomb. That has to be frustrating for Liquid.
I thought we might just see the spray on the smoke initially, but no! They take the fights, and it's just enough for FaZe. A robbery of a round. Look at how close this is. This is so tight. They hear the bomb tapped. Nitro goes for the fight first, then wants the transfer. Oh!
Wow. That's one tick between the defuse and the frag. Daylight robbery.
I mean, that doesn't leave FaZe in a great scenario, though, weirdly enough. You win the round, you get some money, but you don't keep any guns.
They're still holding on, essentially.
Exactly. Their buy's going to be good, but not great.
That puts their loss bonus in the bin once again. Makes it harder to survive, but they've pulled away once more.
This would be a hard reset now. Ooh. Let's see how it goes down. Wow, okay. 2 players without Kevlar for FaZe, including Rops on the rifle.
That's interesting. He can use an AWP. But he may not want to change the configuration too much. Rops eating a flashbang, falling back. OC in the middle of the site, completely blind. OC no see, with Karrigan finding 2 frags on the B area. Rops is here as well. That's the bomb on the radar. And look at the rotation from FaZe Clan. 3 versus 4. Got to be careful. Twist falling to Naf now. Karrigan still alive in the middle of the site, and Naf is just hunting through the smoke. Somehow Karrigan escapes. Liquid still standing. That's all the utility gone. A fake flash maybe for Brokey, but the AWP is more important. They know the CTs are here. That smoke is a pain. Karrigan being boosted back into the site. Naf, is he actually going to plant this bomb in broad daylight and escape afterwards? Wild Scene gets his bell rung, still alive though. Down Naf goes, and now it's down to Brokey. 1 versus 2. Nitro in the reds, and now it's AWP versus AWP. Yakindar on the pillar. Shotgun mode. Convinced he's on the right-hand side. It's the pistol for Yakindar to finish off the job. Wild Scenes and Liquid are back to winning ways.
What a ballsy call from Liquid to rush B in this round. The slow plays were working okay for them. Maybe they didn't realize FaZe was so dodgy on the buy. Either way, even at the end here, the coordination looked like it might have been off between Nitro and Yakindar. Yakindar didn't peek with his teammate, but he got into a good enough position to wrap round the side. And that's massive for Liquid. This now should turn into a good T side, because look at the buy from FaZe. They're all in on this round, and the buy still sucks. But it is Deegs, so I'm not assuming anything right here.
Brokey was looking to the right-hand side of the pillar while moving to the left. Free kill towards the end. See what they're able to do now. Carrigan with the scout. So long ago when he was main AWPing many years ago. Well, this should be quite reasonable for Elysian Team Liquid. Should be. Made easy now, Twist is dead. Brokey, 1 versus 3. That's past the angle. Fast one, out of the way, 6-6.
The body shot's not as strong these days. Need more than the 2 tags to get that kill. And so FaZe should be forced to a full save. Liquid with every opportunity to take the lead on T-side overpass. And the cool thing about this series is when FaZe were a little unsure against G2, they also threw a wildcard pick in there on the Ancient. And now that Liquid are underdogs against FaZe, they've thrown a bit of a wildcard pick in the overpass, which is a map FaZe aren't tested much on. They've only played it 3 times in the last 3 months. And it looks like Liquid have come in with pretty good preparation for this matchup. There could be some fun in this round. A couple of nades, a Zeus for FaZe, a cheeky spot from Rain.
Junk by. Oof.
Battery won't save you, Rain.
Yeah, you're too wide. Praying for a monster play, but Team Liquid, again, are giving FaZe Clan a chance to make their plays using the time afforded to them. Some grenades of their own. Karen can dodge it for the most part. Spots one outside Monster. But FaZe Clan don't really have much to offer in a round such as this. They've lost the lead and they'll be behind very soon as well. Liquid should be collecting the bomb soon. Time starting to run low. Not clear which bomb site they're going to just yet, although Ikindar is a little close to A.
Here's the Zeus. Oh, I thought he might get baited in by the reload.
Get baited in by the rotation up the stairs. That is quite a nice, simple strat, but very effective. That's coming in from the back.
There's still 2 nades here. If this bomb goes down late, that could be dicey. Oh, it's fine though. Brokey commits to the site. No issue any longer.
So from down those stairs, there is a lineup to bounce those HEs off of the front of the truck for the default plant, which could have been interesting, but for the most part, a pedestrian round for Team Liquid. We're back on the buy once again. FaZe Clan will have Twist on the FAMAS, and he has demonstrated that he certainly knows how to use that well. Heading towards the last round of the first half, it's just around the corner, but for now, Liquid are in the lead, 7-6.
Only a single incendiary for FaZe, and it is in the hands of Twists because he took the FAMAS. So that will be deployed towards B short early. That means they don't have the incendiaries to stop a fast play if Liquid wanted to run that. It looks like Liquid do want another quick play. Everyone grouped to B early, and FaZe only have 2 CTs here right now.
Yeah, they've got an aggressive setup towards the toilet position, and there's the entry. FaZe are never going to get here in time. Yakinda coming through the back now. Carrigan's not going to see it coming, but he's able to survive for now. Running out of bullets, trying to create some space with the smoke. Not coming inside. The chain flashes are here, but Elige will stop Brokey from getting any more done after the frag on Naf. 3v2, and FaZe are disengaging to play the last round, what remains of them anyway. Aggression from Liquid on their T side to make it to 8. Not sure what to expect of the second half, but we'll see if FaZe can do anything in the next round, the last round of the first half.
Yeah, not the standard way you would play overpass here from Team Liquid. We've seen so many slow-paced T-side overpass rounds throughout the tournament. It is normally the slowest paced map in the pool, but Liquid have found a way to go for some fast plays. And they've got enough money here that they can absolutely try to hunt these last 2 players. Try as Nitro might, he's not looking the right way. So 2 guns will be saved for FaZe. If you've just joined us, this is an elimination match between these 2. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals, loser goes home. And for FaZe, with the Grand Slam potentially on the line, they do not want to be going out in group stage. Already one map up, however, Liquid fighting back. And FaZe with some limitations to their last buy of the half. It's not too bad all in all.
Yet another scout. Will that be enough of a tag with the scout? We'll find out later. We'll be looking to fish for more damage here.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite enough onto Elige.
Well, it depends on what happens afterwards.
You never know.
It depends.
Maybe there's
if he gets shot in the head, it's enough damage.
Well, absolutely. I wouldn't count Brody out of doing that either. Ooh, Liquid sneaking to the right side as Rain commits to bathrooms. He's not looking the right way. Hard to adjust to this. Yakinda, clean entry. And what do you do if you're Brokey now? You got a scout against an entire team of AKs.
Surely they charge the scout. We've got flashes coming through as well. Brokey announces his presence, and surely his time is up on this half of overpass. Down he goes with a little more damage. This is the last round. Twist trying to find the wallbang. Yakinda in the red. They've got to find 5 frags here, FaZe clan. 2 of the 3 players have kits. They've got utility as well. They can smoke off the toilets all long. Some flashes for a burst. There's a flank coming from Naf also. He may make this one short indeed. Looks likely with Karrigan getting dropped. Rops on the swing now. Wondering what's behind him, wondering what's in front of him. Down goes Naf, does his best, but it will be a 9th round for Liquid. They lead at halftime by 3. Can they force Mirage though? We'll find out after the break.
Out. Short as well. They can't plant.
One side, one side.
Side, 2v2, 2v2.
Trash.
Right side.
Low man, low side.
He's low.
Nice!
Nice! Good job.
Fucking nice hold!
that's a map they beat FaZe on last time out, so opportunities are plenty for Team Liquid in this matchup. Quarterfinal spot on the line. Let's see if Team Liquid can hold on here on Overpass. Oh, Yakindar might be in trouble here, already dinked. He's got a Liege behind to help.
How long will he last? Not very long. Elige has range, but they have the numbers. Safety and numbers in the T side. Well, that's some proactivity for Team Liquid. A long way though when you have to rotate through T-spawn. And you never know if they'll head down connector. Twist dropped by OC, looks to his right, sees players to his left, starting to fall back now. Will he be chased or will they head towards the A-bomb site? Either way, they have a numbers advantage. This rotation has been a slow one from Team Liquid, starting to speed up now. Oh, bomb's the last man, the bomb carrier, Brokey. He's going to get around the corner in time, but where's he plant the bomb? Got to be for the truck, surely. Turns around the corner in time, hopping his way to safety. Have they spotted the CTs at the back now? They are surrounded everywhere apart from Long. Nitro getting shot in the face, as is Elige. These numbers dwindling for Team Liquid as they want to hold on to their lead, but it's going to get a little bit smaller, likely, unless OC has the round of his life here. 1 versus 4, made 3. Much more work to do. Full health for now. Has to find players soon. Doesn't have a kit. See Rock's creeping. Put him out of his misery as FaZe take the pistol and move to 7.
Both pistols for FaZe on this map, just like Liquid won both pistols on the first map. So FaZe have any opportunity here on Overpass on Liquid's map pick. They have no excuses after picking up 2 pistol rounds. And you would have no excuses if you were to lose this round against 5 USPs. We're seeing these full saves more and more in the second round. It's also kind of interesting that OC, for example, got a couple of kills because now he's got a bit more money. So that AWP is much more of a possibility into the first gun round. Those minute details can make the difference.
Need to practice that short beam molly.
Nitro doing a bit of heavy lifting there, man. He's boosting 2 players.
Carrigan with the Mac-10. Standard affair. Team Liquid trying to turn his USPs into one combined cannon.
Like Exodia. You combine all the USPs, and they suck a little less. Oh, Naf's not part of the fun. He's up on the A site.
There's always one. Refuses to follow the strat. Actually, normally there's 4. Doing what he can now. That's a nice work onto Twist, but Carrigan's job is to be the cleanup. So we're looking at a very interesting game on our hands. FaZe Clan being tested, stretching their map pool. What kind of condition will their T side be in? 1 map to the good. It'll be a more comfortable test for them. Get to the OC with the AWP soon enough on the CT side as well. So I think we're in for a quite interesting second half of Counter-Strike here. OC will be going straight for the AWP. Kevlar, don't care.
That's the benefit of the kills he got in the pistol. You can see Nitro doesn't have enough for an AWP. But a bit of extra money goes a long way into the first gun round. Nitro will be taking the FAMAS to get some more utility, as will Naf. And that could be fine because FaZe still have plenty of weaker weapons on their side of things, including a couple of Mac-10s. Well, he's smoking to mid from FaZe. They're going to try and take a lot of ground over on A, while Nitro is taking some damage on B.
Very early on the barrels. Makes a lot of sense, though. Attention to detail from FaZe Clan. A warning of things to come. Just tells Liquid this is not going to be an easy one. We are ready for Overpass. After a close inspection of the lamppost, Elige will start to fall back, but I'm not sure if he makes it there in time because Rain is race carring down long at present. No lurker towards B for FaZe Clan. They are full focused on this A bomb site. Is that something that Liquid can identify as they send a 3rd man in that direction? You can see that there are 2 smokes and 2 mollies for FaZe Clan to make a play onto this bomb site. Rain biding his time. Yekindar waiting to swing. Rain pressing forward now. You can see that Elige is here as well, but Yekindar will be enough. One kill either side of the wall, and there are advantages for Liquid. They're ready for this one.
OC using that, Yekindar using that CT smoke to get away on long and set up to play for retake. And Twists taking initiative, but Naf was wise to his tricks. It's all on Rops, the one man you would want in the clutch. He knows that Naf is here below, but Naf didn't seem to see him. Oh, wow. Never mind. Naf goes back, says no, you're out of here.
Nasty surprise from Naf with a FAMAS. I'm not even sure if Rops pressed mouse 1 there. That was so fast. Liquid seemed comfortable with that progress. Yekindar one to the left. Swings to the right. Oh, you want some as well? No problem. That was very, very key as the push came in from FaZe Clan. I think they may have seen Elige there towards the end. So some info for the rounds to come, but that's a great first hold from Team Liquid. An early test for them. They seem comfortable enough. We've spoken about Yekindar, a man who needs to deliver. Currently leading in the frags for his squad on 16. But Brokey leading overall with 17. He will be on the AWP in round 19.
Too many numbers. Not enough time. Team Liquid looking good here. FaZe with another full buy though. Brokey's had to go without a helmet, but not the biggest deal in the world. Just make sure you don't get one shot by the M4, because that will tilt you. 4B right now for Team Liquid early. Often the case to stop potential quick B plays. It's very hard to go for a fast play towards that A site. And now Yekindar will start to adjust and rotate back to A.
No mollies this time for FaZe Clan. They want to execute the site. They're going to have to try and find some entries first. There's a HE for Twist, but that's about it.
Oh, is OC exposed to the boost? He might be. They are. Crops eventually gets the spray to the body, and that entry could prompt this B-side push.
Karrigan checking the right-hand side, but Nitro catches him on the left. Naf is here with the AWP, cutting down the numbers, but the trades are here. Yekindar, that was a big duel for him to lose. Elige now stuck on the balcony, 1 versus 2. The money is terrible for Team Liquid if they lose this round. Elige really has to clutch it. He is kitless. He'll get a free frag though. 1v1 now. Finds Rain as well. They have got no idea. Made it look easy, Elige. Pedestrian clutch from him. Collects the AWP and takes round 11 for Liquid.
You normally see Naf in the clutch for Liquid, but Elige, the man rotating into position this time. And he's having a bit of fun with it. Happy that he won that one. Even when Yekindar's rotation was denied, the fact that he's able to get that first kill, he's able to spot that first player exposed is maybe a little surprising. The second man below has no way of swinging to help his teammate. They just didn't know exactly where Elige was coming from.
That could be quite the swing round. FaZe can't be losing 2v1s like that.
Yeah, especially after Rain does so much work. And yeah, you see Brokey just a little too exposed. And what can Rain do? He can't swing to trade from his position. Look at this from FaZe, a full force buy. But they're running on fumes here. They're running on empty.
Can't accept these marginal losses. That should have been a W for them. Two-man swing now. The trades are here. The flames are gone. Twist with the Mac-10 looking for an M4. Yekindar in the water. Rotation on the way. Smoke up top. Yekindar standing his ground. 3 on 3. Elige swinging now. The cavalry is here. The help is here. The trades continue. OC in a 1 versus 2. Forcing his way forward. Another 2v1. They can't lose it again, FaZe Clan. Rops exiting the bomb site. Moving towards short. We have an idea of where OC is. Brokey on the site. OC may be disengaging here. Or is he going up top? He doesn't have a kit, and he's falling away after all. Not allowing Liquid to build momentum. FaZe Clan forced their way back in, figuratively and literally. So many trade frags from both squads on the B-bomb site. Yekindar doing what he can from the water, but FaZe Clan eventually overwhelm B.
Yeah, just so hard to go for that retake with the AWP. Even if you find one fight, you're almost certainly going to be swung on by the second player. FaZe playing that post plant much safer. You saw the player instantly drop back to Monster and say, I'm not giving away fights. There's no need to. FaZe bouncing back. And these are the sorts of rounds FaZe are able to win when you least expect it. That makes them such a potent team. Just when it looks like Team Liquid have the chance to run away with it, FaZe bring it back. 2-round difference and a bad bye for Liquid.
Timing as well, running into the death throes of the Molotov. Try and catch the CTs off guard. Team Liquid will have to be afraid now. They've got so many flashes though, Liquid. And those two with the AWP, the Hero rifle, Hero sniper rifle, rotating to A at present as FaZe Clan start to close the distance. Speaking of, they're not the only ones doing that. Now, who baits whom in this long push from Liquid? They've got OC with the AWP as well. This could turn into a black hole for FaZe Clan, but they've got utility if they use it properly. That's a great start. Isolating the fights now. Rain taking his time though. He is alone in this one. This is a dangerous round. Yakindar dancing, swinging. Will he expect a leash? Going for the reload in the open, and there's the trade. That's important position as well. They can't split the site like that. Instant response from FaZe Clan. Oh, how have you managed to do that? Twist, 60 HP, right-click, backstab to Brokey. They're really not helping themselves out here. Maybe just wants him to go in first. It's going to be Rockstone starting to push. Nitro over 5-7, 30 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time, but losing the players as they exchange sides. 2 on 4. This is getting more and more awkward. They've got bomb plant pressure. Brokey will have to hold short as they go for the bomb plant, but the upper area is exposed as well. Where did they even stand post plant? Dropping more smokes up now. 2 versus 3, another awkward situation on the B bomb site. Elige rotating over, Brokey checking Monster. 2 from CT, 1 from short. He'll have to play off of his teammates. Elige and OC showing some presence. Brokey knows what that means. They're being baited, but where is the other guy? Where is the lurker? Flashes are up. Rops is in no man's land, still delivering both frags, Rops. Man like Rops, keeping FaZe Clan close. Nitro hunting with the 5-7. Out goes Brokey, back comes Brokey. They've clutched a really hard round on the B-bomb site.
Man, imagine the stress if you lose that round after the stab in the back. But it doesn't even matter. Brokey ends up surviving the whole damn round. FaZe back to B. We get a replay.
Deepest of stabs. That came out of his chest.
But this from Rops. Ridiculous. He gets into water, and then after being blind, just adjusts onto both players. Nothing Nitro could do. Time was against him. FaZe win another massive round.
Showing their depth there. They had to dig deep for that one. They made it real hard. Bedlam around the smokes. Nitro with a 5-7. But maybe they'll get stronger as they deal with these difficult scenarios on the B bomb site time and again.
Would be really nice for FaZe to win this clean. Keep some money behind and put Liquid in a position where they're the ones that could be constantly reset. And with all this info from Rops, surely this round is free. Just like NA Tears, if they lose this one.
Barrel of Rain's gun might have been spotted there.
Maybe. They're going to come his way anyway. Oh, tease it. Oh, don't Not bad. I could all take that. Remember, quarter-final spot on the line for the winner. Loser eliminated. This lower bracket is rough.
Absolutely cutthroat. Very dangerous teams in here. Unfortunate, the situation for OG, of course. Hope Flames is back to 100% soon. in for a tight one now.
Do the short execute. So me and Hovey is using nades to take.
All tied up. And a timeout called ahead of this one. It is Team Liquid with their second timeout taken. Making sure they know exactly what they have at their disposal for this buy. You want to make sure you know who has what utility. Early incendiaries can be important on overpass towards mid, towards monster. And the incendiaries might be lacking for Liquid. Only going to have 2 of them. But they do have the Orb of OC, so that can also be a way to spar for early map control. Get him established on an angle. You don't have to worry about mollying it. As for FaZe, it was a clean round in the end. They built up some money. They did give the AK away over to Elige, and ooh, I'm a little annoyed that Elige hasn't bought a kit here. Just a little. Just a bit. No
They could
kit.
do with one. They could do with one, but perhaps it's calculated. See if there's meaning to it later on, if things don't go their way. Time for Liquid to show us why they picked Overpass over FaZe Clan. Again. Nitro getting slapped with grenades on the B-bomb site.
They tried to get, oh my god, another one!
Oh, this
Ouch.
is beautiful. I do wonder if they're going to make a play against this later. Compromising the will they encourage him to not stand by the barrels and then abuse that with somebody dry peeking later on, perhaps? We'll have to see, but for now, Nitro is crawling. Almost a carcass.
Slow map control procedures for FaZe. Pretty standard round on overpass here. Clearing connector from top and bottom. Now you can switch between the bomb sites very quickly on the T side. FaZe going back into short B. 40 seconds remaining. Utility at the ready. And remember, Nitro's already low on this B bomb site.
Here comes that utility. Mollies, but also smokes here. Kindar, good for a multi-frag. That is exactly what Team Liquid needed. Stunting the approach from FaZe Clan. Footsteps are heard. Flashes are here as well. So many Liquid players and 20 seconds to plant a bomb. They can't find a frag. They're not being given anything. Now the push comes. Nitro trying to do what he can. Naf's going to trade the frag. 2 versus 4. Brokey's here with the AWP. Looking for another one. Unsure if anyone's coming in from the back. Holding the right of the pillar. But what about Rops? He's coast as well. Eating the flashbangs. But Liquid not swinging just yet. That's all their utility gone. Now they're going to have to go into the AWP dry. OC starting to press forward. Rops can hold a close left. Brokey's here as well. OC takes the angle. Rops doesn't trade. Elige delivers a headshot. A big one, but there's no kit for Liquid. Is there time? I think they've got this one. It's going to be close though. If it doesn't go... Oh, just in time there. That's a big victory for Liquid. Very nervous for both squads from round to round, but yeah, Kindar delivering the impact frags.
Yeah, he was blind, and I wonder if the strat for FaZe is to go with the flash, because the smoke you can see is there, but Yakindar spots just before the flash. Maybe the timing was slightly off there for FaZe. And all you need is a glimpse in that scenario as Yakindar, as they line up with their backs turned. Close on the defuse, but not close enough if you're a FaZe fan. Liquid into the lead again. At least FaZe had that buffer in their bank so that they can continue to buy, but a third timeout taken there by FaZe to make sure they get this figured out.
Brokey's got his keyboard over his monitor stand. That is wild. Unless I'm not seeing that properly, but I think he has. Hope it's stable. Seems to be. 21 frags for Brokey, leading the charge on the server in that respect, but many players are not far behind. Aggression from Liquid now towards a Elige. Got to be popped though. That's a huge loss early. OC wants to try and tie the score back.
Nitro, man.
Yeah, he's still just eating. He's eating grenades like they're apples, like they're Granny Smiths, like they're pink ladies.
He's a nade magnet. And FAMAS will be given to him because he's so low, they just say, screw it. Let's make your day even worse. Flash into connector. Yakindar doesn't spot anyone before fading off the angle.
Both teams are edging forwards. But this is a big swing round. Oh, don't want to do that jump anymore. Well, Karrigan will jiggle and fall. Great timing on that smoke from Yakindar. So blind, still finding the kill though.
What? Okay, mate.
Hello. That's got to be a nasty surprise. He must have been shaking when he turned around and saw that, but Rob's coming through, turns everything around. Liquid literally can't afford to lose this round. Brokey with the bomb in his hands or a grenade, I don't know which one. Naf somehow escapes the situation. He's seen the bomb. Where is Rain? They've got to go fast, surely. 2-on-2, 30 seconds left. Do they know where OC is or could be? Things slowing down now. 20 seconds as Brokey goes in quietly. Naf with the occasional peak timing. It's going to work for one of these players. The sound fuse will take Rain for free. And OC's here for Brokey. Liquid had to win that round for their economy, and they will. Pulling away from FaZe Clan, putting them into eco territory once again.
These rounds are so tight. This series is shaping up to be such a close one. First map was already incredibly intense. 16-14 win for FaZe in the end. If Liquid were to win Overpass... Oh, hello, Twists. A little frustration shown. Roban straight over. Trying to make him feel a bit better. Problem is for Liquid, we've seen FaZe compete in these sorts of rounds before where they just have pistols. And FaZe actually go all in on this round.
A big buy.
They could have saved. If they saved one, they'd have had a full buy.
It must have a strong strat for this though. Timing, chain flashes. Are we going straight into B-boys? Is that the play?
Such a bold call. But I am not one to doubt Karrigan's calls.
Dropping a grenade is Karrigan. In a position where you might do a running smoke towards the balcony, avoiding the initial grenade, pop flash towards short B. And just like that, they're in position to split. No one's in connector. They don't know that, of course. Still 4 players towards B for Liquid.
I feel like the counter utility should be too strong here. Liquid still have a good amount to work with.
2 incendiaries for Liquid. And they are holding on to all 5 smokes at the moment. A smoke on Monster would be devastating. When do they throw one? They've got so much util. Liquid. There's 1 or 2 incendiaries. Here come flashes though. Twist with the opening. Spreading with the Mac-10. There's a trade from Brokey. OC's here. The T's are continuing to spread, but Yakindar and OC delivering the frags now. 1 versus 3. They've survived a massive test. They're so close to the finish line now.
Yeah, you felt like once FaZe got out of the monster tunnel, that was almost the hard part done. But it wasn't the case. Even though they get good trades, even though they got the nice entry, and this one from Brokey, OC just pops up for 1, slinks back, and the rifle support was there. They didn't have enough utility on the site itself to make the difference. Liquid just stay at range.
Oh. And calm. Some chain flashes. Might have done a trick there.
Ouch, Raid, ouch.
They needed the personnel.
Oh, ouch a leash.
Yeah, this one's not free. This one is not free at all. We know what all these guys can do with Desert Eagles. A rifle to collect as well.
I mean, did Liquid know this was a low buy? Because now Rain's getting a gun. I mean, they know now. They've seen the Deeg.
Yeah, give that gun to Karrigan. Leave the other guys with the Deagle. Karrigan's got Kevlar. He can duel with a rifle. The rest, keep them on the Deegs. They need to swing. They need to dome. I think he is the courier for this rifle. Everything in its right place. Oh, no. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, Karrigan gets it. Remember, for FaZe, they took the risk to buy in the previous. They could have saved and had a full gun round here. Maybe they make up for that in this round instead. Currently, OC's AWP on A. That is not where FaZe would want to go. They don't have flashes for him. They don't have any utility to get that AWP out of there. Just this one incendiary, which will go into truck. They're going to try and pop here. It's actually into dumpster, so Naf can stay in position. Spray good onto the first and the second. Naf cutting them down, but Brokey trades. And OC caught in the open, could be in trouble. He's somehow still alive. And he might just have to play retake.
Bomb planted. Game on for FaZe Clan. Nothing to lose now.
Oh, Rops naded. Stuck on the truck.
They might see the blood there. That will certainly help identify the position. Rops with the headshot. Just delaying, just buying time. They both have kits, but he's been quite the nuisance. Now, where is Brokey? Maximum range. Look at this angle. Will OC be ready for this? He absolutely will. Brokey caught in the clutch, and Liquid find themselves at game points.
That angle's so tough to play from Brokey. I feel like you're just sticking out a little too far. The right eye peek against you. Team Liquid on map point.
So many frags for Brokey. The clutches, though, have always gone the other way, I feel like. They need 4 in a row now. That bomb plant will certainly help.
Oh, and it's Yakindar on the AWP. He's got a good spawn. Haven't seen the aggressive mid peaks really from Liquid with the AWP. Now could be the time for it.
Quite interesting. He's had so many multi-frags for his team.
Wow.
Yeah, they're playing off the spawns here. OC with a big frag onto Carrigan. Welcome to Monster. I am the monster, says OC. Looks like this pick might just work out for Liquid. Mirage will be the deciding map. That's going to be fun if we get there. Looks like we might, but you never know. Everybody bunched up for the most part here for FaZe Clan. As the smokes come out, this is going to be quite the difficult breach here. Nitro still tanking damage round after round on B.
Ooh, careful, Rops. Careful, Rops! You can't try and spam back. Nav's got you. Booked.
Cheeky peeks. FaZe Clan, looks like their plan is expected by Liquid. This might be unbreachable, especially with OC waiting. And then there were 2, Brokey and Rain, with 40 seconds to find an opening frag, let alone a bomb plant. Rain with it all to do now, heading towards the barrels. And Nitro will deny. They've taken over pass. Liquid force Mirage to see who goes to the Spodek. Who makes it closer at least.
They take us to a map that they've beaten FaZe on the last time these teams played each other. This could be dicey for FaZe. This could be a scenario where playoffs are really called into question, especially with how Liquid are playing right now. It's over to Banks.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
The mastermind. A person with outstanding intellect.
Blade was the architect behind Navi's success.
With the ability to meticulously plan a difficult pursuit.
Glabe's calling was instrumental to putting together the best CSGO team of all time.
And make certain that the end result is a success. They settle for nothing less than excellence.
People want to hate James' style because it's slow. Pushing the limits of what you should be doing with time, with money, all the boring things that nobody cares about.
Тебе легче исправлять ошибки, играя медленно и все контролируя, чем ты напичкаешь свою там плейстайл раундами, и там и мета меняется, и то есть это и сложнее и так далее, а тот КС, в котором мы играем, он вечен.
And now he's going to slowly take over the CSGO space, showing everybody you should be playing the style that James and outsiders do. This is the way that you will find the most consistency.
Guess what? It's James time.
James on Tetris and Giga considering that round. Oh!
I don't think James realizes he can actually save. He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on. Still gonna go for it.
Such a fundamental understanding of his win condition, and win he will. James the Redeemer.
И я, и Достан, мы с нуля, грубо говоря, изучали, то есть с момента, как ты проходишь на первые HLTV игры, до момента, когда ты выиграешь мейджор, ты как бы делаешь сам выводы. В целом, моя команда, она что-то привнесла в развитие Counter-Strike.
He have a lot of experience. He's 23, but we attended more than 50 LANs. I think he will play a lot of years in Counter-Strike, and best moments will be in future. And one major trophy not enough for us. General goal to have an era, to be like Astralis. Even I think about FaZe Clan, Kerrigan. I think James can achieve this goal earlier.
In case you were sleeping on Avangard, they are here to stay. Outsiders tested again and again, but they have proven indestructible.
James the Mastermind, but he's going to need to mastermind another series here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice if he wants a chance at the Spodek, if he wants a chance to prove that this is the Outsiders era and not just a fluke. To match up against them, we've got an Ascendant Complexity in what should be an absolutely banging series here, fellas.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for Complexity, they've gone deeper than a lot of people would imagine, right? They've looked a little shaky. They get a couple of wins, a close series, potential upset over Na'Vi, but they always seem to kind of falter when they need to get that, have that extra little oomph. And they seem to have found that Halsdorf. He's having a lights-out tournament.
Yeah, started here after winning against ENCE, qualifying, advancing to the group stage, and then, you know, they got in a position here where they can actually beat Outsiders possibly and go to the Spodek, you know, and it's quite amazing to see that lineup that nobody gave any, you know, credit whatsoever, including myself, improve in such a short time and, you know, show that like, they actually can be counted on in North America.
It feels like these two teams are very different in direction in terms of the narrative, and I think it's illustrated by a graphic we've got on hand. We've got Outsiders. They were on top of the world. They were at the peak. They were kings of the absolute castle in Rio, but sustaining that is tough. Once you're in the top, it's hard to stay there. And meanwhile, we've got a Complexity that's climbing up on them.
Yeah, Complexity definitely on the ascendancy. And I like the fact you pointed out the fact that for these two teams are two different trajectories, two different things to prove. Like you said, for Outsiders trying to prove that the major was not a fluke. They made that change coming on in with Chiron coming in. They're looking to hold on to the top. But as they've found out right now, staying on top is very difficult indeed. And for Complexity, this is a golden opportunity to qualify to the Spodek while taking down the reigning major championship champions right now. That would be something that's going to, you know, mentally just ascend them beyond what they thought was possible as a team.
It's already their best result at an S-rank event, I believe, ever with this roster. To make it to the actual arena would be a step beyond.
Yeah, definitely, but they do have an obstacle.
Yeah, a big one.
To take over. It's just it's Outsiders, the major champs, and we were looking at James, and you know he is the heart and soul of the team. You know, 23 years old and still super experienced. But also we have to look at some other guys, for example, like Flit, the guy who has been brought in by when Yekindar was there, and he was, you know, under the radar because Yekindar was the main star of the team. After he left, he kind of took over and kind of led the way when it comes to the fragging and aggression and everything else that's kind of impactful in the actual game itself on the server. And we can see his rating is pretty decent and opening duels 27-33, which is
It's good
respectable, very respectable, and you know, obviously they won the major. They are here right now. Nobody was actually talking about him because we were focusing on Chiron, who was doing very well, and James and the other guys. So Fleet is like still like in the shadows a little bit, but he's still delivering.
He's kind of the rock for the roster, right?
Yeah, I would say more like a missile, right? Like he had to step into some very big shoes in the form of Yakinder, last year the best, opener, so to speak, in modern day Counter-Strike right now. And the fact that he came in and it just, if you look at a percentage, right, just to add on the percentages over here, 34% TSAT attempts is quite substantial. That's almost Yakinder levels, and he's giving 47% success. That's fantastic. He's doing his job very well, and also alongside him, of course, he also has Fame at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Outsiders, they have a bunch of sharpshooters there, but there is another sharpshooter in Complexity, right, that we have to pay attention to, and that's Halzerk, right? He has been playing lights out on this event, crazy stats, you know, leading the way for the Complexity to get into this position, to go to Spodek and kind of compete in the playoffs for the first time after a long time for the organization itself. So this guy has been, like I said, one of the best performers of the event, in my opinion.
And I mean, based on what we've seen from him so far, he might as well be in line to lift an Oscar at the same time as he lifts a CS
I mean, coming all the way from Alabama, right? You don't expect someone like Halzerk to, really have his acting chops, but he clearly does. But jokes aside, this guy has been, he's always been kind of very solid as an operator. When once he got picked up, you could see he was clearly an improvement over Junior. But the fact that he's kind of found his form here in must-win games against, look, they really haven't faced off against top-tier opposition, so to speak, but they did face off against Heroic, which they lost, where he still put in the numbers against Mouse, against Fnatic. He's been instrumental with an AWP. And that's the one thing we always complain about Complexity. Like, they seem to have the pieces. Grim can shine, Floppy's there, everyone's there, but they always struggle finding the AWP, right? And here he comes like the hero, potentially elevating them to a level we might not have expected.
He's become a consistent piece for a roster where consistency has always eluded them. And to find out a little bit more about how Complexity is feeling headed into this game, we've got an interview with TC ready to go.
Just in a few moments, we're going to start the last series of the day. But TC, your boys already got to play today, but it was actually on a different stream. Can you maybe give us a short summary of what happened on that series?
Yeah, so we played Fnatic earlier. We got off to a really good start on Inferno. It was our map pick. At the start of the game, it was actually pretty close, but we won some important clutches, some important rounds. And then I think we just had the momentum on our side, so we kind of steamrolled the T-half 12-3. I think we ended up closing out the game about 16-8 to 16-9. On Vertigo, we definitely had our chances there, but we threw a couple of rounds, a couple of 5v3s, and a few advantageous situations, a classic Complexity map, so kind of threw that one away a little bit. And then Overpass was the third map where, once again, I think it was a bit of a steamroll, and we ended up winning 16-3. We didn't actually choke the lead. Impressive.
I mean, it is impressive, but I mean, again, coming back to Inferno, because every time I keep on quoting, like, oh, you won this team against this team. At this point, I kind of lost the track of how many teams you actually managed to win on Inferno after, like the losing streak that you had. We're not going to talk about that. Right now, we're going to focus on the fact that you keep on winning now on Inferno, but do you think your Inferno is actually better than Outsiders, who have 86% win rate on it?
No, Outsiders definitely have a really, really good Inferno. I mean, we've put in a lot of work into our Inferno. I mean, obviously we had to, right? It was just getting picked against us the entire time, so we had to figure out the map eventually, right? But no, coming into this season, we knew we had to figure it out. So we put in the work. We made a couple of key switches on the map, and it's been going really, really well for us. So I guess we'll get to see later. If it's in there, I don't know if the veto's out yet,
All right, then the only thing I can say is good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate TC not spoilering the veto for us. It feels like Complexity has changed the narrative around themselves at this event, right? For a while, they were the potential spoiler, the team that could push a good team to the end, but not close. Now, they've taken down three top teams for a while.
They were a meme, and now they are threatening. They are a threat to other teams. So you can see that these things can change very quickly when you put in the hard work and you actually show results on the multiple across the multiple best of threes.
I'm curious what they're going to pick here from Complex. They've gone for Anubis. I thought they might go for Vertigo because that's been a problem the past couple of times for Outsiders. And I'm assuming Outsiders just might go with Inferno. That should be the map they should be feeling very, very comfortable. Okay.
No,
it's gonna be
Inferno's been good for Complexity, right? It's been an interesting
but it's been great for Outsiders. And Overpass, Complexity are going to be super happy with this. The Anubis pick coming in. Outsiders only played this once in a World Finals against Liquid where they lost. They haven't played it ever since then. Complexity love this map. Overpass is a map loved by Complexity. You have Inferno as a decider. It feels like when it comes to the map veto, as long as they perform, they should be happy with this.
With your energy, it feels like you already knew who's going to win this game.
No, I'm not saying who's going to win, but...
Say it.
Let's
say it.
Not yet.
Not yet. He's not ready for it. You ready for it, Kasad? You feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm going to say Outsiders this one. Although I would love to see Complexity in this product. I think they deserved it with the performance here. But I think that it's going to be very difficult to deal with the suffocating style of Jame and the company.
Outsiders certainly the kind of team that Complexity has struggled with in the past. Kasad, the voice of reason here, but I'm not. I'm not the voice of reason. I'm fully bought in, baby. It's NACS time. I'm feeling a Complexity dub here. And I know two guys are going to be excited about this, whichever way it goes. For one final time, I'm throwing away for the first game of this series to Mr. Harry Russell and Hugo Byron.
Wow, that was something, Mike. Yes, I do love it. Complexity up against the final boss here. A spot in the Spodek on the line. It would mean everything to this team and to NA. On the other side of things, it's Outsiders with Chiron in the squad now, trying to build upon their results in Rio. We're into Anubis. Pistol round already underway. And right now, Outsiders are leaning over towards this A side of the map where Complexity do find themselves a little lacking. So Floppy, we've seen him fall down here before. He's getting pressured. A lot of angles to consider, and the flashes wreck him. Knock him out of the round. Complexity fall a man down.
Yeah, they've got to move in, though. They've got the kid on JT, Julie's on Halzuk, still tapped out by Chiron on top of Heaven, and Fame goes further forward to find more. Cole are getting decimated by Outsiders in this pistol round, and I think the A site is going to be such an important piece of real estate on this CT side for Complexity if they were to ever win this map in this series. We saw in that play-in matchup against Ents, Floppy was having a really hard time anchoring A, and it took Halzuk dropping 30+ kills, I think even 40 in that map with the AWP to make it happen. That being said, the good sign for Cole is Floppy has really improved as an individual in the last couple of games of this event. Even earlier on today against Fnatic, he was the top performer, highest rated player in the entire server, and against Malz, it was a similar story for Floppy. So eyes definitely on this young fella as Outsiders take the pistol and Complexity force buy up.
Yeah, we had that great interview from Kicker and HLTV where he let us all know that Chiron's just like us, for real, man. He just runs in and gets headshots. They said that's why he's here. This round, he's going to do exactly that with the trade onto the flop. Finding the 4v4. It looks like JT still wants to try and fight for this control, but that molly forces him out of there. Complexity taking a lot of moves early in this force buy. They wanted to fight for this A main control, and it has put the fear in Outsiders somewhat.
Yeah, even if they recommit, they're going to slow down for a little bit because they saw that heavy stack and they don't want it to still be
Where's
apparent.
this gun? There's one, there should be one dropped just in A main, I think.
Lost in the wind. Yeah, there were some bugs of guns falling through the map, but they were hot fixed a couple of weeks ago, so that's reassuring. But man, dropping guns in water, we remember what Ancient was like when it first came out. You couldn't find the damn things. JT getting molly. Oh, it's a perfect molly. Lands right on him. He's forced back. Chiron gets that entry. Halzuk Deeg still in the round, though. 3-on-3. He has that cross, and he can't stop Flit. With the Heaven Smoke and Con covered by Outsiders, they're going to get this free plant, and this should not be a retakeable or salvageable round.
Yeah, this boosting connector's nice, but the smoke has already faded. And Kicker's got a watchful eye on this. Dead on the swing, all right, a 2v2. Complexity, this isn't a round they were meant to win, but here they stand, making it happen. Just Jame And yeah, we said Outsiders like the final boss for Cole.
Oh.
This guy's the final boss in clutches, but they lock him out of it. Fang and Grim come together to form a round from nowhere. You'd already written that one off, Hugo, but they managed to dig deep, coming through that con smoke. They cut through the 2v3 to find a 4-spy round for Complexity.
I mean, can you blame me? No kit, no nades, only pistols and Outsiders with rifles and a man up in the advantage. They get caught looking like fools, looking the wrong way, and some beautiful tapping. That long-range shot for Grim was disgusting with the 5-7. And Cole, man, they are playing the CS of their careers, you could even argue, for many of these players at this tournament. Even though Outsiders so often the final boss, so often the gatekeeper, the hardest team to put away, they say. I don't know, man. There's something in it for NA today. Liquid and FaZe battling on for a Spodek spot. And these two teams just as much. Can't help but believe just that little bit in Cole. But I'm never going to count out Outsiders from any kind of crazy comeback. Grim finds Kickert just dueling into B. It's just a bunch of pistols here in this round. Outsiders don't even full force in. Cole not in the business of giving away any picks here. Little jiggle into mid for Fang, but nothing to be seen. And even if there was, that would be the bomb he could drop. He gets flashed back in for more. And Flit, oh, great move from Flit. Even though this is super risky, he hears a flash and he moves in late off the back of it. He's ready to take a bit more space in mid. James going to try and set him up, get that info, clear mid. But Fang is not moving. He is still on this position. Not forever, though. Pressure being put on A will pull Fang back out of mid. The gap is found. Flit moves in behind the doors and Fang does not know.
Yeah, this could get really awkward for Fang. There's a world where he finds the timing, and it looks like we might just live in that one. Oh, yes, catches them over in mid. Fang with the double. And so a sigh of relief for Complexity. The pistols, it wasn't a force in for Outsiders. The pistols don't find it. They don't do a lot of damage either. And so Complexity end up laughing all the way to the bank with a 5 alive round. That's money made. That is a perfect way to conclude, you know, your kind of 4-spy resurgence early in this game. It's going to tee them up nicely and make this a little more grindy for Outsiders now. You're no longer in this spot where they can just win around and, you know, your money's entirely down the drain. You actually have a bit of staying power in the early stages of this map. And versus a team like the Outsiders, that is worth its weight in gold.
Well, if there's one thing they can do, it's grind, Harry. I mean, this is a roster, a core of which that's been, you know, going on for years, if you count Dastan, the coach, and they've removed so many, you know, good players that you'd always think that they would have dropped off after these changes, but still finding a way to make runs, to come top 8 in majors, and even to win one back in Rio. An exciting story, certainly, for the Outsiders, but one that might end in disaster if they don't close this game as favorites today. Got combos, see a lot of these for JT on T and CT side towards Dark, but Chiron just spams the smoke and finds that entry kill. Grim's still here, up close. They might not be ready for a man, still fighting for this position, but Chiron doesn't need help nor a trade. He's got 2 already. That's just an open path into the B bomb site, and Outsiders will take it.
He's been given the bomb to plant, trying to tee up Outsiders for this round win. And in the 5v3, really on numbers alone, like Complexity might have been able to fight their way back into that 2v3 retake with the force. But this is one that you just write off every day of the week. It's not really worth throwing the resources down the drain on this one. They will just have to save these guns in this holding pattern over towards spawn. The retake never comes through. Lovely round for Chiron.
Yeah, I mean, where does James find these kids, right? Like, bringing in Fame already was such a firepower piece for Outsiders to go and take a major victory. And now adding in a guy who we saw even last year back in the Academy League draw a lot of attention in Chiron. I think he is he's a player with so much potential, and even though he can seem very erratic at times, that's something that we gain from watching him and we play and hearing his comm segments especially. I think if there was anyone who could tame that into, you know, an effective, efficient player, it would be someone like James.
Yeah, you know, this was a change that you and I, you know, unlike when you kind of have guys like Fame coming up through the rankings, you and I actually kind of had like a good eye test of Chiron already thanks to the Academy League. And it was a change we were excited about coming into this. I can't believe this is our first time getting to cast the Outsiders here, but I was really looking forward to it. And man, I like, you know, that interview from Kicker might have been a bit of a meme in terms of saying like, yeah, he's just here to run in and get headshots. That's his role. But I think that's kind of the perfect way to use him, right? I think if you started layering him up with having to do all this supportive util, trying to set up guys like Fame, no, I don't think that's how you get the most out of Chiron. I don't think that's how you make him comfortable. And that also runs a bit counterintuitively to James' style of play. So it shows that he's really doing what he can to get the most out of this youngster before, you know, fully bringing him up to speed. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, and I don't think he's the kind of player that you would have go nervous. Like, if Outsiders make it to the Spodek, I don't think Chiron's going to be all scared of the crowd. I think he's a very confident guy, and that could go a long way in making a playoff run here in Katowice. So, you know, as much as we want NA to succeed, what an exciting time it is for Complexity, in the back of my head, I do want to see Chiron on a stage soon. Whether it's this week, yet to be seen. That's the question we're trying to answer this evening. Double dark setup, Halzak on the pillar as well, and it is going to be that B split here for Outsiders. 35 seconds now, they're still fighting for dark. Cole putting on a lot of pressure. Chiron's got cover though, and he is a thorn in their side. Now Cole, focus on the B main area. Outsiders are running through.
Yeah, Grim up close. If there ever was a time for a vintage Grimithy spray down, it's in this moment. There's one. Make it the double. Grim will not let them into B. They've gone out, they've tried to play this opening hand, and they've come up short, and for Outsiders, that is a save call.
What a fantastic realization for Cole that Chiron was just a bait there. They put so much stock on fighting dark with 3 players around that area, including Halzak, and then they realized if Chiron's backed off to this cubby, if he's holding and he's not actually trying to take this space, he's just a distraction. He's just a bait for the B main push. Grim comes up with 2 kills. They shut out any chance Outsiders have of getting into that site. Complexity win a rifle round. Already very back and forth to begin this series in an extremely exciting map that even when we saw Outsiders debut back at the end of last year, it was underwhelming. I think that was against Liquid. We did not see a lot, but I'm always I always enjoy teams that adopt or adapt to new maps immediately when they come out. And yeah, there's going to be some teething issues. There's going to be a trial period. But we've seen a lot of cool things this week in Katowice on Anubis. Different kind of scope for Halzak towards B on an off angle. Should be good to get some damage off a full back. And he'll need to, because Chiron once again leading the fray into this site.
Grim just takes up this position and keep an eye on B main, but you'll note that third player in Halzak who was over towards B has just up and left this side of the map. Complexity, they've lent strong over towards that A site. So B is a little less protected. We do have the mid-rotate peeling away. Fang coming back. This is good timing on this decision to pull a third man over out of Cole. Flashes rain in. There aren't smokes down. There isn't util to cut off these angles. It was all dependent on those flashbangs and finding the entries. Outsiders fall short, and this is a round falling on deaf ears. I think, you know, if you want to try and uproot Complexity, you're going to have to throw a little bit more at them than that. A handful of flashes.
Yeah, barely smoke XX on B, you're noticing as well, right? Like, while a lot of the presence is just come in contact, Outsiders really didn't want to give the info away to Cole. It's a gamble that makes all the difference in Fang rotating over. But, you know, Cole went for info. They threw a flash out B main at about 40 seconds. No one even fired, even though Chiron was full blind. He just held it. And, you know, that's Cole trying to get info, trying to force a player spraying. Are they here? Are they grouped? Can I hear more than one gun? And yeah, Outsiders keep it very, you know, very quiet. They just walk in really with a flash. They don't do any kind of util. There's a temple smoke that comes in late, but you leave all these angles open, and Cole will be happy to take fights from back plat. They win the majority, and they put Outsiders back on pistols. That's 2 rounds now outside of B, where Outsiders have had to save their guns.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a shame because I think Complexity do have some CT tendencies on Anubis that can be exploited with good utility. I'm going to hold this thought because Fang is maybe in hot water, that nade pull. It makes me nervous. They're already ahead of it, and yeah, they run at him. They hear that nade come out, and they know that they've got a kill on a platter up close in mid. Response is in. Outsiders have left the bomb in spawn. So even if they get these A kills, they're going to have to go back and get it.
Well,
that could have uprooted the round, but I guess thankfully they don't get the A kills. So it never comes to matter, I think. Jame, 1v4. Ooh. Nice opener. A lot more still to do. They're keeping an eye on the minimap. They should spot that he doesn't have this bomb either, but they decide to fight him anyway. And so Complexity on to a 5th, continuing this streak of rounds, 3 in a row now, 2 of which are to time for Complexity. And as I was saying, I think ENCE did a very good job in their Anubis matchup versus Cole of showing how some of these tendencies can be used against Complexity, right? You know that JT is a very active player in Dark. Well, what were ENCE doing about that? They had some really interesting util to try and shut it down, if you remember. They would throw that molly from the canals run up, and then they would throw that double nade that comes in through the window, right? And it was always finding at least damage, but more often than not, a kill, and it was a way of kind of going 5v4 up at very minimal risk.
Outsiders threw that exact nade set earlier onto JT, but one of the nades missed, in fact, and they did about 20 damage to him with the other nade, so not that damaging, and it wasn't comboed with any molly, like you say, but I like that you brought that up because it was a really nice counter. ENCE played a good Anubis, I'd say, in that BO3 series, of course, one that Cole still came out the better in. They even won this map as well, but another broke by for Outsiders. Orb, first in the map, fires off. Outsiders going to hear that in middle, and so Hauzuk will move immediately, and his supportive element on A is going to be important again, because Floppy's in a one-and-done spot. Ooh, misses that first, does recover it well, but he's blinded. He has to fight for his life, fight for survival. They find him in the corner. There's no cover there. Hauzuk up close. Can he beat the flashes? They blind their own team, and he hits an easy one. Bomb drop. Molly's a problem. Chiron gets shot through the smoke, and Hauzuk putting on a show, putting on a performance. He's going to need him them orbs every damn round, and as long as he keeps putting up the goods, Cole are happy for it. Jame too late to the party. Hauzuk's had the cake. Candles blown out, and Jame not long for this world.
Oh, lovely, lovely sequence from Hauzuk, and it's very reassuring to see him, keeping up his strong performances all Katowice long. He's very quickly become an NA hero, right? Yeah. The Norwegian AWPer who was from a relatively obscure Dignitas lineup. Wasn't even someone that you looked at and said, like, yeah, this guy's got some real star potential about him, I would say. Sure, he had some good games, he had some quiet games in there, and Dignitas were a very middle-of-the-pack team at best. But since joining this Cole squad, since arriving in Katowice, we've seen a very scary Hauzuk.
Yeah, it's definitely been his career highlight so far, and I think a very bright future ahead of him. And for Cole as well, it's just great to see NA with 2 potential spots in Spodek tonight. Which of them will be realized, though? If either. Chiron again, Molly the Dark. He's been here most of the T side for Outsiders, but you'll notice their util's pretty lacking in this round. They've got 1 smoke. Gonna try and take mid. Flit's already done so, pushed all the way through, but Hauzuk's holding the double doors. Push. Oh! I don't know what happened there. He just, I think, dinked Floppy through the box, but he gets beat up himself, and Fame cannot escape as Fang goes to hunt him down, body floating, bobbing like apples. Hauzuk still has middle. It's scary to look wide on the right side towards the house. but he goes for it anyway, and that's where Flit's found. Outsiders want this A split with Flit's timing. It's going to be so important. Can they pull Halzuk out of position? Can they catch him in rotation? Or will Flit just get orbed the second he moves through? Halzuk's making the magic happen, and Flit cuts it down to perfect kill timing, as now it's all on Fang.
Yeah, the mid-split does add pressure. Fang has alleviated a lot of it, but sandwiched between main and the mid-wrap will fall. His heroics in this round. It's a big 3K from Fang, and now Grim and JT have got to finish what he started. Flit holding for this push, both coming from this angle, and he's going to nail both the shots. Chiron doesn't even need to get involved. Outsiders with a reply, and it's that later swing from Flit coming through middle while Chiron's pressuring main that catches Fang in a very, very rough spot inside of the site.
And I don't know if it's a comm issue there or if it's just a misread from Fang, because he did so much, but he wasn't ready for a fourth man for A main. He looked so sure that they were both coming from middle, turned over, completely gave his back up to main, and yeah, Halzuk's pissed because he's the guy. He's the first domino that falls, trying to early rotate to A when he even had two teammates in the bomb site. And gives over that gap in middle. We've already seen some lurky T-side rounds in mid for Outsiders. Can be very effective, considering how dangerous it is to peek deep mid as a CT on this map. And this is one of the reasons why. Boost up for Jame, and I love when teams do this boost. They often send a player walking through the smoke, knowing they have cover. They take mid again. They leave Flit there, but ooh, Molly attacks Chiron. Ooh, he's a little scared, spooked. And actually goes all the way back out of Dark. Maybe at the right timing, because there are still nades coming in for Cole, and they have a couple more smokes and mollies left in this round. Heavy B setup. Some important patience for Flit. He's not got an orb to worry about, though, this time. It's stuck back on B.
Oh, Halzuk first to fall again.
Wow.
Fame is holding for the Dark push, and Grin offers up a bit of resistance, but we're going to need so much more out of this solo B player. Grim doubles up. Is that going to be enough to keep complexity in this round? It's a big flank from Floppy, and Fang's coming through the smoke at CT. Flit is worlds away from this B site, now moving in through Dark, and Fang is fighting him again, goes back in for more. He didn't need to, but he does.
The confidence on Fang to not just pop through that smoke, knowing he had a 1v1, but to hunt that final kill as well. He had bomb down open, he had time on his side. That was a round laid in and ready for Fang, and he still goes hunting for the kill. That's how Cole are feeling right now, very confident. And as far as the B split goes, it's a little disjointed for Outsiders. Fame, even after that double kill in Dark, takes so long to come through the choke point that he gets shot from an A flank. Meanwhile, they've already traded Grim. They're already out A and they're planting, and two players are not even there. Super late for Outsiders, and they're going to pay the price.
It's really cool because I think, you know, in these kind of high stakes matchups that we have going on right now, it's one of these ones where there's a serious link between the games that we have going on the main stream and over here on the B stream, right? It's super interesting because obviously it's like for Grim, for NA as a whole, there's like this chance of, actually I'll break it down, you know, for NA as a whole, there's a chance of having two teams going through today. That's a huge bit of news. On top of that, you've got Grim's old team, ex-teammates battling on over on the mainstream. Also, your Kindar, ex-outside players over there in the Liquid ranks, right? It's very cool, the kind of, you know, links that we have between these games right now. I don't envy everyone at home trying to keep their eye on both streams because, man, how do you even pick what to watch here? Outsiders, they've got a hero gun and a force buy, but the opener's not found. There's a trade at least. Grim, still a threat, often good for a multi-kill, but they get ahead of him. They put him down. Instead, Floppy has got to be that missing piece. He's low on health. Halzuk comes rotating in. Floppy is a shot away from certain death here, and Outsiders do not have to commit into B. They're going all the way back with this bomb. Flit's trying to get ahead of it and move into the A site, and with Halzuk dead, slipping into Dark, this should be a done deal.
Yeah, I love how Jamie even hangs around there. He knows that his spot is unlikely to be cleared, and even if it is, he just knows he can cut down rotations. That's the best point to stop the bomb from crossing, taking that Dark angle and making sure that you can catch the bomb rotating out of B. James disallows it in this round. And nice fragging into B on a very low econ by 4 outsiders. Just a quicker pace. And that has broken Cole's money completely. They're down to 1,700, 2K a player. Not a pretty situation, as outsiders now have been given an opportunity to build into this half after all. Jame insta-scopes towards Dark, but JT doesn't really dry peek this ever. It's more often you'll see the one-way come down. The molly behind it. Right now he's only got a deagle. Ooh, dig through the wall. Chiron's hunting it. He does hop out of danger for now, but it feels inevitable. Can Chiron hit the molly? Team Spirit certainly couldn't, and this one apparently is very difficult. Still, Chiron pushes out behind it and looks to double kill in the site. Fame helps out, and everyone gets goods on this B site now for outsiders. More util being used than before. And Cole just trying to get out with guns. They could grab an AK and save, that'd be lovely, but outsiders are on damage control right now.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little threatening. As T-side starting to spiral. This might only be 2 rounds in a row, but it can get snowbally very, very quickly, right?
For sure. If we start seeing AXX for outsiders as well, and Cole are going back to these heavy B setups, and outsiders, I'd almost love to see Jame call like a quick A attack now with an exec, and you know, just run over Cole again like they did on that B rush. Because you can still win this half if you're outsiders. They're in a very dangerous position. Cole have nothing to play with right now. Just those save pistols. So while they started this game very strong, they're still in hot water. First timeout used. I mean, that's at least reassuring. They know they've been controlling this game, but they won't let it get ahead of themselves. Seeing some nasty aim out of Fame and Flit specifically.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting when you look at how, you know, the kind of pieces that Jame has to work with here is so different from, you know, outsiders rosters of old, right? He's got a lot of opening pieces in his team now, a lot of guys who have that ability to open up rounds and like to play at the front, and that was never really what you used to think of. It goes without saying when you thought about Jame-led teams.
So often just your Kindar, right? Like he would go for these mad entries, go kill 2, and then outsiders would go back into a really slow default on T sides. Now, yeah, if anything,
you've got 3 like entry pieces, right? And it's like Kicker is kind of the last of actually that like Jame era, right?
And on certain maps, Kicker's still in positions where he's, you know, going for opening kills, like a T side Inferno, for example, often working Banana on his own. And ooh, look at this. Fame in the cringe spot, but he's cornered, they're running at him. And he's trapped right now, nowhere to go. Just looking for some assistance from his squad. Jame will be there for 1. Ooh, little push for Grim. But they're going to turn him around and face him together. How annoying. Yeah, if anything, you'd imagine that Jame would have to, in many rounds, calm these guys down and stop them from, you know, fully sending it in some post plants in certain positions. But of course, if you play with Jame, under Jame, you play for Jame. You play his style. You got to believe in it because it is so different to so many of the other top teams that we know. But even now, not too hungry, are outsiders. They let the kills come to them, and they certainly will. 5 alive again for the outsiders as they get rid of these pistols once more. Complexity, an important rifle round that even then won't be the best buy they're going to field, but at least we'll have that AWP. And now that's a big question, right? Because outsiders are doing a good job of avoiding it, or, you know, making Hauser feel like he has to rotate out of position and then catching him while doing so.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the kind of win conditions for Complexity have often been Grim and Halzerk lights out, right? That always helps this squad take it over the line. And we're getting Grim with great mileage to open up this map. It's Halzerk who's been getting shut out in a lot of these rounds, right? Since outsiders have gone on this little streak, since they've embarked upon it, they've done a really nice job of locking this AWP out.
There are those nades.
Yeah, they threw them over the top. The Ents nades coming in again. Halzerk waiting, but they've already taken Dark away from him. Meanwhile, aggression out of Floppy on the A side of the map. Leaves them a man down now and opens up a route into the A play for Outsiders. With Dark taken, Chiron just waits for that kill to come his way.
He's just happy to be alive right now. They're just walking out A. They might not be ready for Fang. Oh, of course the molly comes in, but it's too deep. I think he might live for a second. It burns late. He gets a kill and a ding. Damn good try. And of course, Outsiders peel back yet again in no hurry as they wait for Flit to walk through the mid-smoke. He turns for the flash and JT peeks him at the right time. Still, Chiron found another gap. They're just all over the place. Ants on either sides. And Chiron, he has cut off Temple. That opens up alternative post-plant positions for the Outsiders. They will get that bomb stuck in the mud.
Why this gets a bit weird, they were burned by that CT plant before, right? So they don't go back to it. They don't plant or try to play around Chiron in the post-plant. It's a dark play, but luckily enough, Complexity is saving, so it's never a worry the Outsiders are going to have.
Oh, hunting here is so nice for Chiron. If he finds a single kill, it's massive. He will get killed. He thought they were setting up for the retake. Oh, even another spot for JT. Outsiders can afford to lose their guns in this search. However, Complexity certainly cannot. And it's even ballsy to see Cole stay around this position after all, as Kicker comes in from that A site instead. 7-7 Outsiders. We said it after they won that eco win on the B rush. We said they can win this half, and right now they're poised to do so. A very good recovery on what has shown in many series so far to be a T-sided map at the moment. Likely still needing time for everyone to quite figure out what they're doing. Fame holding A has been very efficient in getting his opening kills. They keep coming to him. Again, Cole set up with 2 in A main, looking for aggro.
Right.
You don't want to keep feeding the beast.
There is a nice little detail here, though, right? How Zerk and Floppy playing this layered setup is nice. This position is one where you're not going to have weird timings go against you, right? You are going to get a fight from a guy in main. It's probably going to be supplemented with a flash. They're still going to get a bit tricky with it. But Halzerk will have a chance at a straight-up gunfight here. You know, he's been caught on a lot of weird timings across these last few rounds.
Oh.
That is a beautiful opener from Flit in mid. He meets Fang and knocks him out of the round. Halzerk, that shot sails on past the attempted play, but Jame and Fame knocked out by the flop. And the bomb does not want to attempt the trade. Kicker has no choice but to just kind of hang around here and hope they feed him.
Nice.
There's no pressure to do that from Cole.
Nice to see them cool off, though. Like, Floppy almost went back for a third kill there, and that would have been the way back in for Outsiders. Instead, disallow it. They're going to group in mid and try and trade out. This is a nice idea for Complexity. They know Flit's here. He found that kill earlier, and they won't let him get much further. Now, mid cleared out. They could even start flanking this A play. They don't have the site, but Halzerk's here on bricks to drop the bomb. And Kicker dead at the end of the half means Complexity will win it out. A nice little late streak for Outsiders, but still, the North American side sit up by 1. This game is close as it comes.
Team Liquid, something's got to give.
Money is uncomfortable for Liquid, but they could get the M4s around this AWP. What if Nitro gets this frag? How does the round play out? Inaccuracy is cruel. Elise trading the frag, but Rain swinging with the AK. Yekindar getting blown to pieces. 12-2 for FaZe Clan now. 12-10, excuse me. 4 rounds away from seats in the Spodek. The M4s are out for Liquid. They do have a goodbye. 3 incendiaries only, it'll have to be enough. OC has an excellent spawn. See what he chooses to do with it. Could hop towards short, could go towards B. It will be into the crawl space that he goes. Up to short. Oh no, he's missed his jump.
Oh, it's a B play again. FaZe have been bombarding this B bomb site, and look at how quick this one is.
Is it a full commitment though?
hang
Arrogance
on.
having a look, poking towards Naf. OC misses his shot, nervous from him, sees 2 of them. Elige awkward now, but Nitro's here to help. This could be the first one for Liquid. Suddenly it's a 4-on-3. Naf at the back of the B bomb site. Everything slows down after that explosive round, but Robs is creeping on A. Man like Robs trying to find a way back in. Nitro in connector, stuck in a corner now. Robs going for the molly. Taking too many chances, too many risks.
Oh, Carrigan creeping, but Naf ready for him. Molly will force Naf into the open. Brokey drops onto him with the Tech 9. There's still 3 more to find. The swing onto Elige. Damage done in the process. Does he feel comfortable getting that bomb down? He's looking for more info. And Team Liquid respecting Brokey here, not giving him the fights that he wants. There's still the option to wrap round to A. Liquid have to consider that. They've got Yakindar in jungle, but Brokey sticks towards B.
There are holes in the defenses here for Liquid. The more he waits, the more chance there is of an A play.
Where'd you even plant, though?
Oh, if he won that duel, then who knows?
Complexity managed to win out that first half of play. They put a stop to a 4-round streak from the Outsiders right at the end of the half. They're doing all this while guys like Halzerk having a bit of a rough time getting started. It's been Grim and Fang topping the charts right now for Cole. On the other side of things, for the Outsiders, it's a pretty top-heavy board with Fame, Flit, and Chiron rising through the ranks. Kicker and Jame, the 2 vintage players, the 2 OG Outsiders, a little slower to open this one up.
Full armor in this pistol for Outsiders. JT's going to try and fake out the A site, but Fame will be able to get that info soon with a jiggle. And even now being flanked by Jame is going to be awkward for JT. He's a dead man walking, and James now confirmed that there's no one here. They're ready for the B pop, getting just into position. Kicker gets blind as he takes his shot, but he recovers well with 4 headshots galore. Kicker puts it up for Outsiders and shuts down that pistol round. What a performance. Almost whiffed it as the flash came in.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy for Kicker. That's a real confidence-boosting moment. Like, this is lovely, right? There's a lot of ways this could have gone wrong, and there was only 4 ways it could have gone right, and he had to hit every single one of them, and he manages it. That's the guy who was 2-9 coming into that pistol, dead last in the server. He's just rose himself up through the scoreboard and kickstarted this second half in a big way for the Outsiders.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Kicker's still on this team after so long. You know, Jamie's cut so many players over the years that, you know, maybe you wouldn't have expected. But no, Kicker's a very capable player, especially on T sides. We didn't really get that in the first half. Him and Chiron side by side in and outside of the server. They are the B-boys here on Anubis. Cole with just Glocks, 1 Deeg. Grim feeling it certainly. He's been the saving grace, not just back in Copenhagen, but here as well in Kato. The player that we always wanted him to be, the player that maybe we didn't see as much of in Liquid as we would have liked. Two A1Ss on A. Fame just gets up in the spot at the right time. They haven't got a molly to clear him. This could get awkward, but luckily enough, far away, the info is spotted from Heaven, and then Fame can swing, so it's an easy lockout from the 3A players. What a read to run that setup. Outsiders had no mid control. They just had the cross info from the A site. 9-8, and Complexity coming in with their first full buy in this T side. Looks like Floppy was even lining up a spawn smoke there for the house or dark. They'll send it right out. It's going to be dark.
Yeah, no one really moving into canals quickly, though, to get up close behind this smoke. That Complexity just using it as a bit of a ruse. That mid-smoke goes in, makes you fearful of the potential of a close window peek, a close player, so Complexity have to be pretty slow to open up this T side. I've got no real choice but to respect this mid-util, and this is feeling like what their play's centered around right now.
Yeah, the way Outsiders took mid was really nice in T-sides, right? Using boosts over the smoke to get Flit up close. Sometimes he would just dry walk it on his own and find that entry to Fang, and then just bought so much time and attention by just sitting behind the doors, not facing. Fang is going to be doing the same on this T-side now. Up right behind the smoke, waiting for it to fade, and they'll leave him there for later, either a late lurker, or if he doesn't like what he sees, he can drop back through window and come into dark. That's where the majority of Cole are right now. Two outside of long.
They just dropped
ready for kicker, and Molly's being held.
Yeah, I was going to say, they just dropped some util over to Chiron. Outsiders have done a really good job of keeping a lot of util alive in this round till the end of it, right? Chiron, they come through that smoke, but it makes his job way easier. Thankfully, Kicker gets caught on an island, so Complexity find their way into the 4v4. 15 seconds here as they look to move in. And Chiron adds another to the tally. This is starting to spiral. Complexity full. Flit with that frag has stole the round away. There wasn't enough time. Complexity, they wanted to move in really at around about the 45-second mark. But all that util held onto from the outsiders made that slow to a crawl. They re-smoked lower twice. Cole had to go through it. They had more util available for main to slow that down and disrupt the Complexity T side.
And Fang couldn't find the timing to come in on the mid lurk either. He was a little bit late to the party, hoping that if they get in, they get a bomb plant, he's going to be there to win the round and backstab. But they don't get comfortable. Flick comes right through on that fading smoke. And you'll notice Fang didn't go any further after the round ended, not just because he wants his gun in the next, but he also knows if he shows that he was on this temple flank, outsiders will be cognizant of it the next time Cole run that round. So he's trying to at least keep them confused. Kick it again, primed Molotov ready in front of B main. Chiron needs to be careful going wide here because he could get spotted. Kicker doesn't even get the molly out of his hand, and they both fall with a contact B-pop pistols, smash open skulls. I don't know how they just did that so easily. I don't know how that molly didn't even come down for Kicker.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit nervous about the Kicker B main hold because he's
even the round before he swung out in the open.
He's like out on islands a lot, right? Like he's not playing behind cover, not really playing in a position where he can get out of there. And he's also like, even then, right, you have like Chiron holding lower, you have like this triple like line of players. Yeah. But it felt like at times everyone's paranoid that like they're gonna get swung from dark. So even guys like Kicker were turning around, checking it on timings. And of course, then they come through main. So it's actually Kicker who drops the ball. The whole time he's being paranoid about Chiron missing the timing down on lower. That's very awkward. And it's a very unorthodox way of playing over towards this B site right now. Kicker just looks super uncomfortable, and it's not making life easy for anyone in the site with him.
I mean, it doesn't help that there was zero warning on that play either, right? It's not like he can, because he's close main, he can hear any pin pops, and he flashes primed, and he smokes over the top. No, they just start running. They walk very close, and then everyone sprints at the same second. And yeah, it just happens like that for Chiron. Immediately, the round is over, you are dead, and your entire B site is suffocated. It's a nice pocket strat for Cole, but it's not something they'll be able to get away with again. A lot of timeouts used for outsiders, but I want to see the change towards B. Let's see what Dastan's called.
Yeah, I think something is to change, even just with the positioning, right? I don't think there's much wrong with having, like, Chiron have the potential to be exposed like that, right? But it's this idea of, you know, when you're all in that line, it's very, very easy in terms of acquiring targets for Complexity. They're not fighting anyone Temple. They're not fighting anyone from the CT cubby.
So
they're not fighting anyone default. It's, look, in this 1 or 2 degree angle, and there is 3 dudes who we can light up and fight. It makes life way too easy.
It's
so
dominoes.
Now, yeah, it is dominoes. So now we should have Outsiders look to switch this up a little bit. And yeah, it looks like the change is going to be Chiron actually playing in dark, with Kicker looking to get aggressive around main. And this is nice, playing on opposite sides of the door. You've got Jame here to support as well. Chiron wins this fight down in dark. This is teeing things up for the Outsiders.
That's a nice opener. Kicker has full util, but this time at least has his gun out ready. Oh, Fang throws a lurk smoke to try and get out through main, but Kicker can see right through this. And Chiron's found his lower kill as well. That lurk will not work. Kicker's good for 1 at least, sees the bomb Grim. They know he's coming through, and Chiron turns on a dime for his 3rd kill of the round. He is looking solid right now in this map, in this must-win map, and he's going to be there to be traded at the end of the round. 11-9. Again, Cole, they think they can get away with it twice with another dry B attack. But Outsiders have the position changes. They have Kick It close with his eyes on the prize. And Chiron puts up quite a hold down in dark. Cole now need to dig deep. I'd love to see, you know, a throwback to this Fang mid-lurk, see if you can get away with a little bit more. It's a position that we haven't even really seen Cole attempt in this T-side, other than that one round that was purely reliant on winning B.
Yeah, one of the things I do actually really like about this Complexity T side, though, is that they set the precedent that they are going to have players close to B main. And what that does is it kind of stifles the play that Outsiders can look to make there early that some CT squads like to do, which is, you know, maybe you underhand that close smoke or you flash through the windows and you try to fight for it. Because a lot of T-side teams elect to just hold B from around this area over towards top mid and T spawn. But not Cole. They like to fight for it. They like to contest, and so that kind of boxes you in to be a little bit more. Removes that flow of info, forces Outsiders to look for that solution elsewhere. Now we have the change in game plan from Cole, but I will say, just to build upon that point I was making, Grim is still waiting outside of B, aggro towards main, denying that aggression later in the round, and leaving a path open to go back B if they don't like what they see at A.
Oh, dude, 1 HP after that nade from JT, and that's enough for Jame. He'll be happy that he's still just playing the round. It's the AWPer after all. But that one hurts. JT could have just found that opening kill. He did so much damage. Grim, fighting B, wins his engagement, but there's the setup, the swing. Playing a bit of a ranged round now. Our Outsiders not getting picked close. Chiron has lower with that deep smoke. Complexity, keep the pressure on. Chiron, you know he wants to get involved. I feel like he's going to take a swing as soon as he can once that util's done. And there he is, through the Molotov even. Takes a little lick of damage, but he's going for that info. He wants to know where Cole are ending up. It is A. Fang has a lot of room, but they don't even have main. The pressure's on Fang
the
to get these kills, and he's still looking at tempo. He needs to hurry up. They pop through with 25 seconds. They don't even give room for Fang to lurk on this T side right now. I'm not liking how gung-ho Cole are when Fang's out middle. Give him the space. Flick considers it. He turns around now, and Halzerk has a 1v4 on his plate. Yeah, Cole needs to give Fang more room, man. If you're going to rely on a guy lurking out mid, it doesn't work if you keep popping through smokes and committing to bomb sites before he's even had time. I bet Fang the whole time is calling, I have room, give me time. And they pop through the smoke, Harry. That's a bit of a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, you know, the thing that's kind of even more heartbreaking about it is I think, you know, you could have popped through the smoke in the exact same way, just in 5 seconds, and it would have made it that much, you know, would have made the mid-lurk that much stronger from Fang. The only reason that Flick goes back and looks, he's like, oh, well, they flash, no one else has come through, they're not pressuring me at main anymore. I'm going to up and leave. I'm going to go and check. Feels like they're waiting for the flank. Over on the mainstream, Liquid 3 kills away from denying FaZe a chance at the Spodek. and making it through themselves. Over here on ours, it's not so good for NA. They're on the back foot. This has fallen on deaf ears, this little partial investment round. And a 2v4 presents itself as Outsiders get aggressive up against the Pistols.
Yeah, I mean, it was good for NA for a while. They even won the half, if you remember that. But Outsiders, this has been a stellar CT side. Flit and Fame causing nuisances at A. Chiron has been a rock as that B anchor. And Complexity, a couple of little mistakes have cost them their lead. James Orps at B now as well. He should be absolutely good for one. And putting a player in the clutch is not going to make it easy. Chiron jumps the gun. James now needs that one that we mentioned. And 20 seconds for them to get through. The smoke is too deep. James ready. He hits his chance. And now they could even go through the smoke together. He's spamming it. Flick climbs up and over. And Fang is not ready. Why would he be? 13 rounds to the Outsiders as they set themselves up. And yes, it happened, Harry. Liquid have made it to the Spodek. In that 3-on-3, they closed it. They have eliminated FaZe Clan. And NA at least can celebrate that.
That is wild. That is wild. The defending champions at Katowice. The team 1 win away from completing the Intel Grand Slam. Gone and eliminated by Liquid, who make it to the quarterfinals. Well, let's see if it's a good night for NA or if it's a great night for NA.
Nice.
Right now, Outsiders are up in this lead. 4 rounds to the good. Cole coming in with another bye. We've got Halzerk's AWP. For Outsiders, James donning that up like you would expect.
Outsiders themselves, no strangers to the Spodek. We saw them there last year in the playoffs as well. With this same squad, similar squad at least. With Flit, but not quite yet with Chiron, of course. They fell to G2 in their quarterfinal. Mad overpass, oh sorry, Mirage, triple overtime if you remember it. Oh, Grim holds his nerve. Still going to try and put pressure on B, but again, Cole don't have lower, so it's only a bit of a ruse for now. Complexity have plenty of time to regroup. Outsiders are so strong on this B site at the moment. They really thought the commitment was coming in. Now they're going to have to start pulling back, but you wouldn't walk out A without using util, especially not with how contested A main has been for Complexity. So Fame is confident to leave that area open for some time. Now he gets back in position, flashing for him and Flit to get set up in the site as Complexity conga line. We've got Halzerk throwing in what I presume to be a heaven smoke, and they might go right through one of their own.
Yeah, JT walks it in dry. Flash after the fact. It's good. It denies that trade. Only for a moment. Oh, Halzerk never even sees Chiron. That's a bullet through the wall to find him. And that could be a real turning point in the round. That might force the save out of Outsiders on numbers alone. They're all grouped over towards the heavens. Not normally a team that like going for these man disadvantage rounds, and so they're writing this one off. They're calling the save on it.
Yeah.
And that one kill from Halzerk, that one spam AWP shot, that decides the outcome of this round. Halzerk had a very troublesome time.
Yeah,
a very, very rough start. But if he can start landing some shots, you know, if that little wall bang, if that one kill to put you onto double digits to close the gap, can have him get activated, have him get switched on. Complexity might still be in with a chance here.
Yeah, even though Outsiders just got set back up, right? They leave it open all round, Cole don't take it, and then it is contact after all. They just go running through that smoke before the utils even out from Halzerk, and they find that entry from JT. Brute forces A. So many of these rounds coming down to that opening kill, and so many of these rounds for Cole have been just contact hits. I mean, both of their winning rounds in this half have been that. They want to to go back to it, this time a little bit pacier. All right, JT just taking that space immediately as flashes, mollies, everything gets lobbed up into this bomb site. Fame's going to drop in to commit. He's got Jame above him with the AWP. And oh, he's even going to flash his rifler into this position. Floppy close by the baskets. Don't know if a flash will get him. It did. He's blind, but it expires. Fame's too late to make this play. And oh, finally converts it. Good spray, holds on, wrestles with it. Chiron dives out of the dark smoke as he trades damage with JT. It's a nade to put the captain down low. Chiron, he's stuck between worlds right now. He's stuck out in the open. The smoke gives him a bit of room. Jame trades onto Grim, but it's still Fang that they don't know about who made it through this smoke, and he's waiting for help.
Yeah, they have no clue about this second player. Jame clearly suspects, but not able to capitalize. Chiron saves his captain. 40 seconds, Complexity. They've still got time. They're going to try and get tricky with it, but look at Outsiders uprooting this move. Fame. He's missed the timing. It looked like he was going to hold the window. I thought he was going to hold the window. He should have been holding the window. They knew they were lower. But Complexity have found this gap. As a result, Fame confirms that B-Long is clear, but it's a very late penny drop here for the Outsiders. A route to the plant open. Complexity with that bomb down. Hauser gets more deadly in the post-plant with this AWP. 2 players wrapping him. He's going to go looking for them. Flash is good. Halzerk off the angle. Going back in. There's one from the AWP. The second man going to attempt the trade, but Halzerk's bearing down upon him, and Jame is left saving.
Fame got scared there. He didn't wide swing. He could have swung on that shot. He would have had the AWP. Halzerk was stuck in the corner. His gun was down. Fame's only way to win that was to wide swing instantly off the contact. But he doesn't bite. And a couple of missed sitters for Fame in that round put Cole up to 11. My, oh my. I can't believe that after Chiron somehow catches Fang, who walks through the B smoke. He was watching Dark, somehow flicks last second, finds that kill, saves Jame, who's getting fired at from the jail position. That's all over the place. What sixth sense for Chiron to
it's
turn
not
there?
his responsibility to be holding that. That's what makes it so wild. But yeah, dude, no, that round is rough for Fame. Outsiders kind of left themselves gambling on the idea that the bomb was long and that JT was alone lower. And that's why I got so, freaked out by the fact that Fame didn't hold the window.
That's sick.
Because from that window position, you can watch for the bomb rotating. Even when it leaves B, he can still get involved. He could have still locked it down. They try their hand at the fast B play. They try to run back one of these just dry fights in, and it's not gone well. Complexity, 2 men dead to the 5-7, and now everyone else is falling. It's just Fang. This round is a non-starter. 1v5 in the blink of an eye versus next to nothing, really. Just that saved AWP and a hero gun invested in for the Outsiders. It's the pistol that steals most of the glory.
Unbelievable. Especially with, Kicker. He's had a couple of shaky rounds on this B bomb site, but if you count the pistol round with that 4K from jail, and now this one, a hugely important swing round that Cole don't have the money for. Fang, he's just on damage duty. As many as he can get is the objective. He's been spotted. Everyone's going to face him together. Tries to pull a nade. You're not going to get given any suffrage in this site. And Kicker will finish what he started. 3 kills. Him and Chiron have been the cold killers on B. And Complexity have had to call their final timeout. This is their map pick going into an overpass that is a scary team to play on it. The first time the Complexity have had to take on the Outsiders since the PGL Major. And even then, different squads, different AWPer. Yakinda's still in the team. Almost incomparable rosters. And what a brutal dose of reality for Complexity, who have had a great tournament, who've taken so many upsets, who've knocked Mouse down, who even beat Fnatic, who are on a bit of a tear. But right now, previous major winners, Outsiders, with the new kid on the block in Chiron, who has been so solid here in Katowice. They are getting ready to shut out the first map.
Yeah, Complexity, you know, they'd gone through like the Grim Reaper with his scythe, a lot of the major playoff teams. But it's the ones that made it all the way to the final, to lift the trophy in Rio, that look to do them in.
Oh, Fang's burning. 70. Even
Flit
a
heard
wallbang
that.
would end it.
Flit knows he doesn't need to overstay his welcome now in middle. Fang trying to get tricky with these timings, but won't get given a fight here. Oh, Halzerk and Fame have an awkward engagement over towards main. Both the AWP and the rifle are pushing. They meet one another on an awkward timing, but it's Chiron to break the silence of this round.
Get out.
An early 5v4. Traded out by Grim. And a moment of solace for Complexity. They finally get a leash back on Chiron. Fang has found this full timing up through mid.
And they've got time this round. Last time it ran out. They're letting him. They're waiting. They're giving him space. He has won the round.
Yeah, there is some weirdness.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, the A main push came in while this was happening. Fame tries to play trigger discipline, but eventually had to take that fight. Still, it leaves this one in a very, very weird spot. They flush out the lower player. Jame is low, but Flit tries to uproot. Spam damage back his way. And Grim thankfully steps up and is the hero. 4 in the round to keep Complexity in this one that much longer.
That is a freakish round for Grim. Let's see that back because he hit every headshot he had to after Outsiders play with their food. Sticky fingers for Fame. Still got that kill late on JT. Threw the round into disarray. And it's up to Grim, again the hero of Cole for so many games, for so many maps. Saves the day. Even this final shot, oh, Flit had no chance. Cole is still in this one, and they can break the money here and now. Jame, glass AWP. No kit in the round. Halzerk's even donning his. Oh, nice flash peek in middle. Fame sets up Flit for that kill to Fang. All the Fs, but still no respect in mid. Cole contact A. Fame getting here just in time.
Another one of these contact walks. Fame discovers it, but they've already overrun the site. Flit looking like he wants to try and deny this plant. Could be in position to do so. That Molly's locking him out for the time being. And he won't get an angle over the top of it.
Oh.
Grim trying to manipulate the mid rotates. Flit comes out with one for the Outsiders. Floppy looking for this trade. Leaves us in an even odds bout, a 3v3 wrap round to flush Grim out of middle. That alleviates a lot of the pressure here. The Outsiders, they were being pinned in by this mid man, but now they've gotten past him. It's just Halzerk left to beat. Easier said than done. Halzerk's on a tear. 2 in the round. He just needs one more to walk it over the line, and there isn't time. Kickert's running away. Halzerk with a big round, stepping up in the clutch. Right when they needed him to, the Norwegian AWP finds his footing and keeps Complexity coming in on this comeback.
And if he re-peeked off that first kill, he would have died to Jame on the angle, but Jame gets caught throwing a nade to get Kicker back in. He peeks under the scope, he catches the captain with nades out, and he goes on to win the 1v3. Nice to see Grim in that mid-lug as well, this time with no Fang, and Grim gets away with a lot. Even though he gets flanked, the clock lets Outsiders down for a change, and no kit costs them. This one is on a knife's edge. Who will slip first? Cole, this round has let them down so many times with these dry contact Bs, but it's only Chiron this time with a smoke and a USP. Sure, the smoke might garner a little bit of respect, but how quick will those rotates be? Oh, JT from Dark, he's found that kill. That will roll out the red carpet. Before the CTs can get back in position, the round is already done. James is saving his AWP, and he knows it. Cole, sometimes the easiest ones can be difficult, and they can cost the most when you lose them. They won't drop the ball here. 14-14, a guarantee of 30 rounds. and maybe even more.
I think it's interesting to think as well, right? Down there in the Hall of Heroes, we've seen how it's all laid out, right? Just imagine in your peripheral vision, if you're Grim, if you're James, you see Liquid, you know, celebrating after their win over FaZe,
true.
knowing what that means.
Yeah.
You know, for Grim, his ex-team, they've just made it through to the spot. For James and this squad, it's Yekindar, right? And Yekindar back at Rio, you know, that was even a big talking point. This idea of, you know, how does it feel? Everyone thought Outsiders would fall off now that you've left the team.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was left as the outsider looking in that instance. He was the guy who, you know, didn't get the invite to the party.
Yeah, I mean, James could have been laughing the entire way, right? Even if you look at Buster, you know, obviously a long time away from the server. Here in Cloud9, an underperformance as an individual, as a team as well. Cloud9 didn't put up what they should have. But James still needs to lock in the Spodek again. This would be the third playoff run in a row for James in Katowice. Of course, one of those years being online. And last year, even then, a disappointing finish without a single map taken in the playoffs. James got to put the team on his back right now, as he has in so many matches, but he's gone a bit quiet here. Barely positive. Instead of saving the AWP, he needs to save the day. And he'll have his chance to here in middle.
Yeah, both these AWPers on either side of the coin struggled to get going, but the difference is Halzerk has been able to find his impact in these last few rounds. James has not had the same success story. So if there ever was a time for that CT AWP to come alive, it's now. He's in the right place at the right time, and Fang learns about it the hard way. Fame wins that 1v1, but nailed by Grim, who's having a fantastic performance here. He wants there to be 2 NA teams in the Spodek. Well, he's going to have to continue this streak. Dead. Grim out of the picture now. It's Floppy and Halzerk who have got to join together and cook up a 2v4. The delay of this bomb plant is huge. These smokes are going to start to fade. This second tap now, this is where the Outsiders swing. Halzerk dead, but he does get the bomb down in his dying breath, teeing Floppy up for a chance in the clutch. Low on health. No chance, surely, and out with that swing. Kicker puts a stop to him.
Halzerk had a chance. He had a chance to stick that bomb. He could have put it down the first time. Floppy had the cover. The heaven smoke was there, but he doesn't believe it. Fake down and can't even get off the plant this time. Floppy, it's just too much. Outsiders have done it on their opponent's map pick, poised to end it here and now. At least we have a buy for Complexity who can compete, but Outsiders, a sigh of relief. We call them the hardest team to put away, and even though Cole grinds back on the T side, it might be all in vain.
Yeah, you know, there must be a real sinking feeling in Complexity right now. The idea that you were so close, that could have been the round that made this so easy for you. Outsiders would have been broken up against 15. They would have had nothing. But instead, this Outsiders squad, who, as you say, you know, the story always was it's incredibly hard to put games away against these guys. And that was throughout multiple iterations of the roster. And it's even more impressive now that with Chiron, such a young and unproven player, on the big stages, that's still holding true here. The full 30 rounds. Complexity aiming for overtime. Outsiders just 5 kills away from stealing their opponent's map pick.
B scares me. Kicker and Chiron have stepped up massively in these previous few hits. And again, it's as contact as can be for Complexity. Jail has been the biggest problem piece. They haven't been able to clear Kicker out of this position, but James forces the kill, and now the attention's diverted. They will get cut in 2. Floppy trades that frag. James still sits at the back of the site, able to avoid the Molotov, but the biggest issue is that bomb. It's out in the open. It's been mollied off. Everyone can rotate in. Even a flank can activate for Fame. Collar on a recovery mission, and they do at least get that kill, but there's so much more left.
Halzerk just spammed out James. That was a full 30-round mag, spam through the main smoke. Oh, and it's pulled it back into a 3v2. Chiron, this guy's been such a nuisance, such a problem, but he doesn't check for JT. This has been a private 1v1 between the two of them, even in the first half. And so now, a 1v3 that Flit's been tasked with. Cole going around the world. They don't have this bomb. This will leave them with very little time.
Yeah, they're going to find nothing on this hunt. There's no way they search CT. The time is going to be a factor here. 30 seconds. JT doesn't want to go before his team are ready to play off the back of him, and they don't want to split up, so they'll never see him. This should still be no way in for Flit. But with the range in his favor, with no smoke to stop the cross, Flit, he has a chance.
Damage done to Halzerg, but not the killing blow. That's what would have been needed. He does go back in for it. Halzerg's given him a chance in the 1v2. Plant comes in. Flit can't do a thing about that, but he's still alive. They swing him together, and that is a confident display. Complexity. They give him the fights in the 2v1 only to steal that one away and send us into overtime.
This game has really got it all. And I have no idea where it's going, but Complexity know they need their map pick in this series. Overpass is such a scary position to be up against the Outsiders with their track record. Very nice try for Flit, but Complexity, they have been confident, even in the most scary positions. Always willing to re-peek. Think about Fang winning his 1v1 against Flit in the first half. Grim and some of the swings in this T side. Complexity have not been scared to throw everything they can at Outsiders. And Kick It goes back to what almost opened up this half in the first place. He's got a molly outside of main. Jay hits his over on A. That's the first time we've seen him play this position. Very common. Orping spot. Kick It gets spotted. But with a 5v4, no way he's giving away this kill when he's a solo B player. We'll drop that smoke as Chiron rotates in with another AWP. Outsiders playing cheeky. Chiron looks down below. And Floppy might just walk into this orb.
Not what you're expecting here if you're Floppy. Not what you've had to contend with yet at all on this T side. Even Jame, while he's been mobile, hasn't really been fighting from dark. It's not a challenge that Complexity have had to face yet.
If he goes late enough that his team are out, Chiron will have to eventually turn around. It's on to whether they can kill Kicker. They're going to trap him in dark, or he has to run back, but Floppy goes before the molly appears, and Chiron's ready for it.
Yeah, now he gets to get involved with the A play as well. Gets to try and shut out the play through main, rather. Flit nails the shot on Halzerg crossing, and Fang is removed. The AWP step up. Flit with a lovely hold as well. Outsiders take the first in OT.
Oh, if Floppy's a few seconds later there, Chiron feels so much pressure to turn around without AWP, but it never happens. And this jail position, I'd love to see it get mollied by Complexity, because Kicket's been there so many rounds. After he uses his smoke, he sits there close, and it's so easy to clear if you have util. Obviously, if CT smoke it off, they can just jump out of danger. But it's something Complexity haven't even thrown at him yet.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the sad things in that spot. Well, hang on a moment. This is a fast A play if ever I've seen one. Now that's a good nade onto Floppy, but he's going to try and set up everyone else with these flashes. Outsiders know that this is the A play. They've rotated everyone over, and they're all here holding the line. Complexity fight hard to bring this one to OT, but it's not looking good now that we're there. Outsiders collapse upon that A site. The flashes telegraph the play. They immediately know what's up, and they waste no time bringing everyone over to lock down that bomb site.
I love the way the Outsiders are defending A as well. They're dropping that stairs smoke, which is so annoying. It lets the T's get into the site to try and plant, but it gives them so much more room to just hold up behind it. Jame does it there. We saw Fame doing it earlier as well against Floppy. You just have so much more cover, and Complexity can't waste time spamming the smoke forever. Consistently getting this nade damage, not this round though. Outsiders, they are looking for a clean sweep in a game that's been T-sided. Looking for a 3-round defensive half.
I mean, this is where in OT for Cole, the fact they even had to fight for this, you know, the nerves are peaking. The anxiety is there, the trepidation. For outsiders, it's another day in the office.
Yeah.
And Chiron, every step of the way, has answered the call. This round only good for one, but Jame inside of the site. They didn't expect a fourth player here. Why would you? They're wrapping behind him, and Floppy will flush him out.
Behind you.
They don't know about Fame. Fast through the main flank.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Grim wanted to fight that. And now it's left in the 1v1. The best laid plans might have gone awry here. Complexity. They try to nail him, but they can't. And it's a flawless CT side from the outsiders. This has teed them up to steal Anubis at the 11th hour and go a map up in this series with everything on the line.
And the rookie, again, what a rock he's been in this map. Chiron has put up so many multi-kills on the B-bomb site. He has not let the stress get to him. He's bringing the energy that outsiders so desperately require, and he is fighting forth for the Spodek. And Cole already look disgruntled. That was not enough, and they know it. Not on their map pick. Not on the T side. And now one mistake, a misnade, a bad comp, a second of indecision will cost them their pick in this series. And with that, sets outsiders up for a very confident 2-0. Of course, there are no guarantees. But I feel like this one had to be Cole's. And they know that too. Floppy getting curious. Famous flank ended last round against this exact man. And now Floppy looks to force it. He's in no hurry. He's got the AWP right beside him. Outside his contact out mid. Fang, another point of contention. He's not had anyone there to flash for him, but finally JT gets there in time. Great pop through the doors. Flip v Fang comes up for the North American, and now outside is forced into B.
Yeah, but it was just one player here. JT, that rotate that was meant to come and help Grim out is dead immediately, and Grim deleted as well. It's all been uprooted. It's all coming undone. Complexity, man disadvantage. Map point for the outsiders. They've got to dig deep if they want to build back into this 3v4. And outsiders are not feeling the same pressure as Complexity. They never were. Double setup down in dark. Kicker waiting back at long. There's so many players that can play around the time here. Complexity, they've already let this bomb tick down halfway. That could hamstring them in the long run. It's Chiron to close. The youngster of the outsiders stands up and delivers. Steals the map from Complexity with a beautiful spray down a close. They said they brought him in to get headshots. Well, that's what he does in that closing sequence. My word.
What a beast. And now we move to Overpass. It's outsiders pick. It's a map they were running rife on at the major. They even closed the grand final against Heroic on it, for crying out loud. And they've got to be feeling invincible right now as we go into the second.
To catch them off guard on their clear. Like such nuanced expectations of each other that you're looking to exploit.
Honestly, those Julie's here at the bottom of this totem pole and a smoke. So keep this in mind if it is a B execute with the util in Navi's hands. 2 smokes, a molly and a decoy for good measure on Bit. We're at the 55-second mark. Expect this one to come in soon. Ooh, Bit's actually past this boiler setup, so going to find a lot of room here over towards A.
Electronic comes a knock in. Bit out into the balcony. That will force Hunter into the fight. And Electronic down and out. Contact on B. Nico gone early, and that's the smoke down, which is disrespected immediately. Monacy, though, the flash will repel the invaders back into the smoke. And loads 2 on the dual Berettas. Nice back from Bit. Go either way as they charge. He's racing the bomb carrier, just trying to round the corner. He hasn't gotten to safety. He's going to go down unless he can fight his way out. Good luck. Have fun. Perfecto gone.
Time's a problem here, 11 seconds. Bit with no chance.
He'd like a kill. And Monacy will take another 4 from Monacy early.
Okay, that's one way to kick things off. And well, speaking of kicking things off, you've got map number 1 here between the likes of Outsiders and Complexity. This one, map number 1, Anubis, went all the way to overtime. And there's Chiron, newest edition. Outsiders will pick up that first map.
Hey, that's our game, Chad. Now we're going to talk about it. I got Kassad here on the desk. Outsiders snatching away Complexity's map pick of Anubis. What'd you see there?
A very, very messy game overall, but it was like a true game that qualifies you for the playoffs, right? Very dirty, very hard to watch, but it was, high intensity game. You saw the overtime as well at the end, hard-fought battles all over the place. And the only thing the negative thing of the side that I saw is basically that the whole teams, both teams, they looked uncomfortable with, with the map. So it feels to me that they are not ready, especially Outsiders in some situations. And on the other side, we had Complexity going in the solo actions in multiple default T rounds. It was they were a bit all over the place, but at the end, hey, the experience and the suffocating CS that Outsiders play got the better of it.
That's something, actually, I got a chance to talk to Dastan before this series kicked off, and I asked him for his secret. I said, literally, Dastan, what's the secret you guys have ready for this? He said, no secret, just experience. And I think we did see it come through, right? Because we had some questions about how prepared Outsiders would actually be for Anubis. They don't have a lot of officials on it. I think just one before this. And it feels like through the course of that very long game, they almost figured the map out, got a little bit more comfortable with it and settled in.
Yeah, especially on the CT side, what I didn't like is the lack of setups, the lack of protocols, the lack of pro reactions and everything. The rotations were all over the place. We can see, individually speaking, the players performed, right? Yes. Especially Flit, for example. He is the one who we talked about before the game. He delivered high impact kills, but overall the impression of these two teams playing the map is just not ready yet.
Speaking of Flit, he actually features very nicely in, because we've got our Air Force aim high head-to-head, and it's between Mr. Flit and Grim. So quite, actually pretty close mirroring in these scores, even in the opening duels.
Yeah, it's actually it's relatively it's almost to the exact point that they're the same, but the multi-kills went to the side of Grim, but overall performance, I think it went on the side of Flit, who got a little bit more impactful kills, I would think, in the overall picture of the whole map. But definitely both players stepped up when they needed them. One team can only win. That's the whole problem of it.
One team can only win, and to see how Outsiders win about winning that, we got Bless standing by the Telestrator. So let's give that a watch.
Thanks there, Mike. Actually, I wanted to talk about a round where they kind of messed up, actually, but if they could have made it much more easy for them. We're going to jump straight into this. Round number 19 is what we're going to be taking a look at right now. So I'm going to be showing some of the positions which should be up on your screen right about now. So we've got 3 players on the B bomb side. You got Kicker here playing up close with a Molotov in hand. Chiron's going to be looking towards Dark. Now, we can't see Flit, but he is towards Temple, and he's also be watching Dark over here. Now, what's going to happen is Chiron is going to be playing right behind a pillar position, and he's kind of be jiggling while it's going to be Flit who's going to be making contact as the players come out from Dark. As you take a look here, you can look at the buy from Complexity as well. 4 players coming up from main, and they only have pistols. They have 1 AK in the hands of Fang, 3 a Glock, a Tech-9, a Deagle, and Kicker's holding this angle with a Molotov in hand, knowing that Complexity are going to be kind of on a half bar, maybe just pistols, a save rifle, and we can't see Flit, but Flit's also going to be playing towards a glizzy position. So the CTs are actually in one line right now, and you can see in the 1 minute 30-second mark, they're going to be going for this pop play. There's a contact play coming out from Complexity, and they get caught off guard. Now, this is not the sort of round you want to lose, especially when you have this full buy, and this should 100% have
have been around being won by Outsiders, but they messed up there, allowing Complexity to steal around and eventually getting at least to OT. So you can see Outsiders are not comfortable at all, but in the end, they were kind of able to ameliorate some of these mistakes and at least get the dub in the end. And back to you at the desk.
They still make it work. They still gut it out over a long map. And now to get a word from the coaches in that halftime break, we've got Heku standing by for a sideline report.
Yeah, I did manage to grab TC just for one moment, and he did say that when they went to Anubis, they went in blind because there was no way for them to actually gather information about Anubis for Outsiders. But the thing is, both the teams already played Overpass today. There was not a lot of time to prepare, but luckily, Complexity, they do have an analyst. Anton, he gave them like a summary of all of the things that they might possibly exceed today on the server. So there is still a possibility that right now, Overpass will go in the favor of Complexity, and we'll actually find out who is better on Inferno. Back to the death.
That's certainly something Complexity is going to be hoping for, that we make it all the way to Inferno. But first, they've got to get over Overpass. How are we feeling about this one?
The thing is, like on Overpass, I didn't see much from outside. Even though they played it multiple times, they lost to Fnatic, they beat NIP, I believe, and they had a win today against OG, but which was like very crippled.
It was still kind of close as well.
But it was close, so I didn't see too much of their T side. Like the CT side was always bringing them back in a verge of victory or victory itself, but the T side were super slow and one-dimensional. So that's the thing that worries me. If Complexity gets on a good start, like we know they can, and they did so far, they can get away with this, with this Overpass, and then we go into the territory where like the both teams are kind of, playing well. That's Inferno, but still coming into Overpass, it's not going to be easy for them by any means, but it's not impossible for them to get a second map. That's the whole point.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at his map pool, even though Anubis should have been Complexities, considering it was their map pick, even if they've lost us, I expressed surprise when Overpass was picked by the side of Outsiders, right? So for Complexity, they're not quite done and out yet, still have Overpass, and if we see Inferno, I could still definitely be siding with the NA side here.
And I mean, they talked about it, Heku talked about it in the halftime report. There wasn't a lot of information out on Outsiders. This is a team that likes their prep. They've talked in interviews about consuming demos, doing 10+ hour prac days, all that. A little bit more information here. They will have been working on it. So maybe a little bit more to counter-strat in terms of what Outsiders like to play.
But they left a little bit of like a trail of crumbs on Overpass. Like they played multiple on this event. That's the problem for them. So if Complexity knew they were going to pick it or suspected they were going to pick it, they will see the information they need to actually prepare for a good CT side, because they're going to be probably, 99% starting on that CT side. So there is something to work with. There is like weaknesses that you can exploit in the Outsiders, because they are not the Outsiders from the major. Like they are not unstoppable like they were in Rio. They are definitely vulnerable. They have like work in progress with the new players. So if they did their homework, they're going to be in an okay spot, like not underdog spot. They're going to be in a 50-50 position for Overpass.
One thing I don't want to say very quickly. Sorry, I just want to point this one out. One thing I hated seeing from a T side, especially from Complexity, is the individual plays being taken there. One player just going by his lonesome, looking for duels, and relying on his 50-50 duel against players like Chiron, like Flitware, Fame, where you don't want to put it up to luck. So I want to see more cohesion on this T side, not individuals just going for picks.
Well, we'll see if that cohesion can come to bear, if Complexity can take us to a third and maybe keep the hopes of joining their friends in Liquid in the Spodek alive, or if the Outsiders will return to form. We'll find out when we come back.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Quite literally about 25 meters. Once you're in the Spodek, it's not far for the trophy.
They keep making that walkway longer and longer. Give you more time to savor that moment. But here's the 2 saved AKs and a couple of upgrades around it. Will there be an overstep here from G2? Deep banana control taken by Hooksy.
Honestly.
Yeah, Barrel will be spotted and dead. Great shot from Bit.
Brilliant. Some young gun action. Bit catches the rotation back in from alongside. And in that very moment, the whole of Na'Vi start to lean towards that bloodshed. Like sharks. Starting to circle now.
Brave from Nico there with the AK. Spamming through. They knew exactly where that was coming from. Pretty tight doorway as well.
JKS, I mean, brilliant in this first test. This is going to be harder. Flashes in, and NPL takes him down. Hiding in the site is Hunter. So many Na'Vi members. They clear their corners. The frag comes through, and a flawless response. This was on a conservative buy. A couple of rifles, sure. Bit, NPL.
Yeah, they make the most of the save right there. The fact that both of them are able to get picks on those saved AKs, great. This is why teams do it, right? And Simple gets himself a free AWP. Yet to frag short, but he'll take that upgrade right there. And Hooksy, well, just has to sit back and watch here as the bomb planted. 5-on-1 situation. And we'll call that Na'Vi drawing first blood here in map number 1. Their choice of Inferno. And good to see, right, that they can do it on these lighter buys. This is a trademark of Na'Vi over the years. A team that, you know, you just have a couple of guns thrown into the mix and they can make that magic happen. And it didn't have to be through Simple, so that's a positive too.
That's true, yeah. Bit nice contribution, taking down Monacy. And it just seemed like he just overlooked that. I think the pace by which he was making that crawl was quite forward.
Yeah, when I was watching back on I was watching on Shadow GG, just scrubbing through it, I was taking a bit of a gander thinking, okay, Apartments does feel like a place that they could try and apply a lot of pressure here because JKS gets left with Monacy or Hunter in certain setups there, and they're focused more on locking down mid and boiler than Apartments. They're more worried about Apartments if they think it's going to be, you know, an apps explode with the pistols. So it could be a pressure point that Bit and MPO want to continue to here to try and push. But it was Monacy they found this time round. No timeout taken from G2. They understand this happens, but we'll get back into the buys here. Another one of those, and then G2 will have to start questioning their purchasing power.
It's not that I don't love seeing Calf get those frags, but Jay, we can sanitize those boys for next time. NPL. Maybe joining Bit on his adventures towards the apartments, and it will be a little less manned by the defense to start. In fact, taking that up towards the B side early. Monacy is a demon around this half wall. Like, just peek logs and jump half wall at your own peril. That's all I'm saying. This man will exploit any mistake you make. Nico calling for that flash now. He can hear them coming. Perfecto on the clear. Flashes in. Perfecto turns, but the frag comes through, and Simple down 2. We've seen it before. It's like Groundhog Day. 2 up, isolated, and Monacy catches Simple on the attempted trade.
I thought Nico was dead every day of the week right there. Can't believe he got away with that. But back to Apartments, back to the crawl from Bit. JK's under pressure, flashed again, and gone. Bit's found them space here.
There's a lot of space in there. Scarpering into the site. Hooksy saves them from a red face. Had that been the multi-kill, this round would have a very different taste. Oh, Electronic eats the flash, manages to get himself back into the apps, but...
Coming in to this series, we had a chance for 2 NA teams to make it to the Spodek. With Outsiders having stolen away that first map, the task gets a lot taller now for Complexity. A 2-year drought of NA in the Spodek, the last time back in 2020, and that was to an empty arena. It's been years, and we had a chance to have 2 NA teams make it through. But now the Liquids come, the drought is over. Can Complexity join them?
Yeah, the last time we had 2 NA teams, Harry, if you want to go even further back, was only 2018 with Liquid and Cloud9 making it there, of course, and Complexity now got the world against them as Outsiders sit pretty with a map in the pocket, their opponent's pick, and Overpass, which has just been such a difficult map to take down the Outsiders on. Fnatic managed it here at Katowice. Mouse took it once over in Rio, but otherwise, this has been a solid run for the Outsiders in the last 6 months. 7-2-2. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, this is the first time Cole have even faced in this form the Outsiders, and in Cole's own form as well. Almost a year since the organizations took each other on. But James does not forget. James does not forgive. They crunch it and close in overtime, and they come in cautious to the T side of overpass.
Yeah, a slow burning pistol round here, but they have made it all the way up the connector and through the short side and the toilets. Now it gets spotted by JT in the sight. Flashes start to stream in over the top, leaving him blind. Another one to supplement this push. JT out of ammo and locked out of the round. Everyone else from Cole starting to scramble up these stairs. Halzerg still on an island over towards Long, and outsiders are ready for him here.
Oh, they know, but they don't chase it. They just run back to toilets. Fame has to be aware, but everyone else has that bomb in mind. Halzerg moves in. He's seen his back. They know Kickett's cutting them off as they try and cross in from CT. But remember, with that bomb on truck, Cole can get right on it. Grim's got the kit. He's hunting. He's going for kills. He needs to get on the stick, and he has a bit of cover. Floppy trying to dance with death. Grim knocked off the bomb, and Floppy no chance here in the 1-on-3. They chase him. They run right forward, and Chiron is there to close. Awkward round for Complexity, but how much room do outsiders get up on that A site? They don't even get spotted till they're already in front toilet. And they make it work in the post plant despite a very scary bomb plant position. If you win pistol on overpass, CT's taking a full eco is a really good call, because on a very CT-sided map like this, getting a 3-0 lead, for example, man, that can be half your half, done instantly. Cole want to minimize the freebies they give away. Kicker lobbing everything into B. His team will be joining him. Cole, they don't even have a flash to make this swing. If anything, that might do them a favor. All appearing together as outsiders sneak through Monster Tunnel.
Oh, yeah, there's the swing. The Pistols get a handful of frags, but it will be an outsiders round. Chiron with 4.
He's been sick. Let's talk about Chiron again, Harry. I can't get enough of this guy, right? Obviously coming straight from an academy team into this roster. Not straight, but his debut really at a decent level in Spirit Academy. Getting a game here or there in Spirit. Even leaving Aurora, another CIS roster that's been making waves recently for this opportunity to play under James.
And I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? James kind of always batted in this guy's corner. Even made him his bold prediction. And he's always been a Chiron believer.
Now, he's a Chiron achiever.
Yeah, you know, it's very cool. I like that they're giving him a lot of freedom here. That was clear in the Kicker interview. I've memed on it a few times, right? That quote of like, yeah, we brought him in to just get headshots and take space. But like, hell, that is this guy's speciality, right? At top of that as well, he's a very identifiable player. He's kind of the hype man of outsiders. I think that's fair to say. The one who's going to show the most emotion. He always did. Even back in the Academy League, was always very animated. On top of that, you can instantly tell if you're dealing with Chiron based on how he sat at his computer. He's always had the gamer posture, the goblin posture, the goblin king of outsiders. This round up against the full investment though, and a very, very light, you know, not even buy, just bonus round from the outsiders. James even rocking a P250, and that's it.
Oi, oi.
Fang has found this timing. He spots them in the bathrooms, but it's not the A play. So this man in Connector, his time's getting wasted right now, hunting down this kill onto Fame, while the B site falls into enemy hands. At least he gets it. At least Fang picks that up and carves a path into the 3-on-3. Considering outsiders come into this round with next to nothing, really. If they win it, that is heartbreak for Complexity. That's his first rifle round falling on deaf ears. Yeah. So they really need this. They were not up against a lot.
Going to hear this. They know the flank's coming in. James can't take the fight, but I guarantee they've heard something. James now gets a spot, and he gets out of dodge. Fang is just here to stop him from escaping after the plant. But there's no way that Cole can win without a kit, I think. Jaime and Chiron ready to receive, and Cole, it connects in the head. They know what's up. They've got to go and give it to Outsiders. A third round, and that bonus, like you said, was so weak, so
That's
minimal.
like one of the weakest bonus rounds I've seen a team play, right? They had 2 rifles in it. They had a MAC-10, a P250. It was borderline nothing. That's like a bad 4-spy is how that was looking.
Yeah.
And they managed to find the round with it. That's so lucrative for the Outsiders.
I think it's a very different round if Fang gets that kill quicker, but he just got unlucky on timing, saw Fame creep into toilet, and he didn't want to rush that kill in case there was more to it. So he walks him down and then has to full flank T-spawn. Jaime has short control for the post plant. There's no kit for Cole. They've got an orb. All these reasons shut them out of the round. And Outsiders, a nice, easy, early B crunch will put them on the board further. Boosting the rifle at B. Grim sees some feet, but he won't get that kill. And you can see the frustration even in Grim that he couldn't convert that. He knew that was an opportunity, and you don't get many. When you're in a round like this, you need that 5-on-4. Halzerk, Orping Monster. Deep peeks. Oh my god, Jaime is so aware, and his AWP knocks him out of the round. Floppy's going to grab it. Can be cycled over. But Outsiders still in no hurry with this advantage. And now all the util gone from Complexity. Yes, the rifles are together. That is the only hope, though. Heaven smoke on the fly for Jaime as well. They might just be going through.
As this first point of contact reacts only when that flash comes in. The timing's perfect on it. This is a mow down from Kicker. Perfectly set up by that flashbang over the top. And just Fang remains now. B site lost, A site lost too. Nowhere is safe, nothing is given. The Deagle comes out with 1, but it won't go any further.
James already getting involved in a lot more kills here in this map, where he was very passive on T-side. Anubis didn't really see him get up to all too much, was saving a lot in CT. Bottom performer, at least in the kills for his team, which wasn't necessarily a big problem. But right now, setting up his squad for success, found that opener, lobbed the triple nade set into B, and Kicker eviscerates the defense. They're both rifles together, and they barely make a dent. Now another full buy at least for Complexity. I can't say I'm surprised to see Outsiders rip roaring at the start of this T-half. They know by logging out that Anubis overtime. And this is their game to win now. Their playoff spot to secure. Complexity are going to have to play the best CS they've played all tournament. And that's saying something, because we've just seen such a great run for Complexity here. I don't think many people were ready for even their difficult closer to Ents back in playing. And they did right by it. They didn't waste that opportunity they got by getting into the group stage. Eliminated 2 more squads. Fang, he has to go forward, but he might get out alive. That nade should be the kill. He's a dead man, but so is Flit.
Jaime doesn't trade this.
He's respected enough. That's insane. Fang is allowed to walk away.
Dude, that's wild. I know, Jaime, we know he loves staying alive, but my goodness.
Yeah, that should have been a trade.
Flash in middle, and Fang gets his revenge. Kicker will trade that out at least. Fame still in the round, still in the picture with an aggro push up the short side. Halzerk's not spotted him yet, but now he's got that info. Gonna fall back, go through the motions with this AWP. At this point, Complexity can just wait. They can set up in the 3v2 for a retake, plant a truck. It's a tricky post plant to play around.
He jumped the AWP.
This time there is the kit. It's on Grim. Out from truck, Kicker is deleted, and now it's Grim to cross onto truck with that kit. If he gets on the bomb, there's very little Fame can do, and he knows it. He can't win this round.
Get the AWP.
So we'll go back to mid, grab that AWP for his leader. Complexity find their way to a first, and in no small part due to Fang's heroics down in the connector.
You know that they were expecting a lot more con control in that round, not just because James doesn't chase this trade kill when he should, but also because they're so paranoid of that flank in the 2-on-3 that they plant truck, not con, and it causes them to lose the round. There was no con flank, there was no backstab after they traded JT. So surprising to see that self-doubt for Outsiders. But Complexity will take it every day of the week. Nice start for James. This time wins his battle in connector. Removes the AWP on the other team. Fang knows that now with no con, he's got to move out of position. 5-on-4 though for Outsiders nonetheless, as they roam the top site. And well, they don't know yet. This is such a gamble for Complexity. Moving a fourth player into B, completely conceding that top site. Outsiders right now are looking like they want to play into this. But I have a horrifying feeling that even with every player of Complexity together, Outsiders still have a shot.
Kicker has even been able to walk up, tuck himself in at the sandbags.
Ooh.
Gone all the way back over towards Monster.
Cheeky.
Floppy with some aggression, spots the bomb.
Oh, wow.
Floppy wrestles with that A4, but is good for 3. A hat trick in the round. And he puts a stop to the B play with the bomb drop back at barrels. Flit and Fame worlds apart on this one, and only 30 seconds left. There shouldn't be a doable round for the Outsiders. Floppy could risk giving away a kill here. Alternatively, he might add to these stats even more. Knife out, and they were not ready for him. It's just Flit left standing, and another save out of there.
Get my all.
Lovely from Floppy.
I can't believe he kills James there as well, right? Like, James the guy, remember that previous... Oh, he's going to take it? Yeah. Remember that previous B hit with Kicker coming out Monster? It was James throwing Heaven Smoke, Molly Barrel, and the God Flash to get those 2 rifles in B blind, and Kicker finds 3 kills on an entry. James lining up, I imagine, a similar or same util set, and this entry for Floppy, not traded by Kicker. He waits to peek with Chiron, and they both go down. Ridiculous round for Floppy. B-stack pays off there for Complexity, even though only 1 man was required. In a game like this, you have to make gambles. So nice to see Complexity willing to call them. There's nothing more paranoid than leaving a bomb site open.
Dude, I mean, those rounds are the hardest to pull back versus the Outsiders, right? When you've lost a man early in that big silence that they like to leave in 5v4s, that's what makes the push from Floppy so impressive, so ballsy. Another battle down in the connector again. A lot of onus being put on this in the last couple of rounds. Fang and Grim playing it together. Door's been blowing off as well, so even a chance that they can help out if this does end up down towards that lower site. The initial look doesn't feel like it's going to. Instead, it's a bit of a mid-take here out of the Outsiders. Halzerg floating around with the AWP.
Oh!
And Molly displaces him at a very awkward timing. Thankfully, Grim down in the connector is going to bail him out. Fame Crossing has found a bit of a gap here. As they attempt to trade Grim, Fang should have his back. Ooh, near! It nearly gets away from them, but Fang will be there to get it in time.
Cole have survived so many fights they shouldn't in this game. From Fang and Con, now Grim. Halzerg even sitting in front of that Molotov, allowed to get back to the bomb site.
Halzerg is alone over on A though, right? This is a lot of resources in connector, and they've all had to leave and go back on a lengthy rotate. That swing will see Halzerg fall, but with only 20 seconds left, it's another save round from the Outsiders.
James want to go hunting, perhaps? He's got no armor, so he'd rather have kick it save with the orb. James going to try and plant. He will get killed. There's 2 players here. They're not going to let that happen, James. But at least he forces his death, giving himself the loss bonus. That's actually a smart play. James knows he's not trying to fight, because if he kills someone and then survives, he still survives with no armor and no money for the next. So by playing with the bomb out, he forces them to kill him and gets the loss bonus. Looks silly, but it's all part of the master plan for Outsiders, which is give me back that orb kicker. That's mine. You were only borrowing. Still, though, Cole coming alive after what looked like a very strong start for Outsiders. Floppy's multi-kill at B, and now they're building off of it. More pistols for this T-half, as James needs to be getting involved in openers. Patient, but Halzog won't make that same mistake twice. This long toilet, even that is very dangerous. Halzog will eventually have to fall back into A. So they don't have any mid info, any con control. But Outsiders are indeed very patient. Halzog still has this cross. Opening shot, but he can either flash back in or retreat. It will be the latter, and as long as Outsiders have pushed him back to the bomb site, that's enough for them, they think. Bombs outside of B. With con control, they can drop back late, or Kickit will come to join them, and so he shall. Gonna go for this A attack. Halzog, gotta be careful with James, just left that angle. That is a James kill if Halzog goes any earlier. But now he's got it on lock.
He's got his attention divided between the bathrooms and the run-up short, though. And he was alone in the A-hold. A second AWP gained. Chiron with it on the entries. Fang, that's an awkward flash. It wrecks him over the top. Flit fully blinds the rotating players. And so with next to nothing, the round comes together for Outsiders. It's not even like James AWP did anything there.
Yeah.
That was just the pistols every step of the way.
And Halzog doesn't want to play long or jump spot dice and get AWP'd, because he knows that AWP is the only thing Outsiders have. So he's trying to play positions where James won't be, right? Yeah, sure, he takes that con angle that's dangerous, but he goes for a toilets fight. The AWP shouldn't be in toilets scoping on that line, but because he walks in, they are ready with Deagles, and that one tap for Fame is enough to just give them full control. He was too far forward to be a solo player. And they might even hunt these kills at the end. Cole don't have the money, they can't afford these casualties. JT, he dies. Floppy trades, but JT's out. So they save one gun.
James the Redeemer.
Yeah.
So saw how he was posed just there?
No, I was looking at the kills that we didn't see. But Complexity at least can buy up around it. Or was he doing the double fist bump where he puts both his arms out?
He was doing the double fist bump?
Yeah. He puts them out with like hands up and lets people just slap him, doesn't he, usually?
Oh, dude, I can't get over how that feels like, you know, that's rough. They try to run through the dumpster smoke. It's a move that for me was always really associated with the current Cloud9 team. They love that on overpass, coming through the dumpster smoke, trying to use it against them. But coupled with that flash from the Outsiders and the pistols, feeling like they had nothing to lose, really, already spilling up into the site. It was one step too far. Now the money is on the line for Complexity, and at this point, Outsiders are on the verge of putting up a great T-side already. They win this round and go 6-3 up. There's nothing for Complexity in the next.
This is just such an annoying T-side to play against, because so many of your options as CT are aggressive moves, right? Especially on A, like taking mid with Molotov, climbing up party, doing like double long pushes. But Outsiders are the perfect team to remedy this. They are so late at even getting out into playground, for example. Fang wide in connector, and Flip beats him to the punch. Cole really want to force these early kills, but Outsiders will not give them the satisfaction. And a round, again, where Halzak is solo A, gives a huge gap. And of course, James managed to find it. Moving all the way up long right now. There was a flash thrown for Fame. So Halzak knows they're up long, but ooh. He saw a player. And he didn't want to move away, not yet. Molly makes him decide, and he commits to it. Nice kill for Halzak. Got to care long, though. Still getting played with as they drop back down into B. JT gets that kill. And that's going to change the game as well. Fame is so far away. Kicker's out Monster all on his own. He knows they're short, but does he know about the pit? Doesn't matter. Hits the flick. Grim over the top on the boost, and they're ready for it. Kicker is so aware on these B entries, and Halzak has missed his chance to drop the bomb.
Yeah, that would have been a golden opportunity to rescue this round, to return the 2v2. Fame wraps the short player of JT. Halzak could still win this. Catches the bomb crossing. They don't have time to plant anymore. Halzak, it's daylight robbery. He stole this one away. One kill in the right place at the right time, and out of nowhere, Complexity are the ones to win that round.
Oh my goodness, it felt like he'd missed his opportunity, but Jame was stuck behind the pillar the entire time, and his team couldn't get there. Fame was so late on that con flank. And so Jame just had to risk the cross, and with the shot getting hit, that is all that matters.
Okay, this needs to be the second win for Complexity. A round like that does not come by often. And now you've got to start a streak. You've got to start amassing a CT side that you can be proud of. Because if you don't do the legwork in this first half, it's going to be real hard in the second. That has to inspire the troops. Fang, over in mid, sinks his teeth into Fame. And an early man advantage picked up for the Complexity squad. Outsiders, a lot waited on these opening duels, and they come up short all over again. Fang gets out at 1 HP. Gonna try and put Kicker and Chiron to use out of Monster, teeing them up with flashbangs. Kicker, the usual entry man down at B, falls. Chiron, head on a swivel, has found one, but there's still more where that came from. Grim getting walked on, was not ready for Chiron.
It's boozed.
James throwing him the bomb. Now Chiron taking the odd routing back. Will have a chance to get this bomb planted. The boost is assembled. That's been heard as well, or at least it should have been. They know that at least two are coming from the short side right now.
Chiron, he can get wallbanged here. He's got to be careful. That flash won't get him. He sees it coming. He knows they're pushing through. Hits a perfect headshot and dies through the wallbang. Jame now needs both. Now he knows. Kill feed will tell him the full story. Halzak's walking out and Jame nails the shot. 1v2 clutch for the captain. Puts up another. Him and Chiron combine on the B site, and Outsiders win a crucial round. A money breaker.
A 2v5. That's wild. That's going to hurt. And what a redemption story for Jame in that moment as well, right? From falling down in the 3v1 last round of Halzak to walking this 1v2 over the line.
What a relief.
It's a great return to form. And yeah, the frustration, that is real. Halzak, angry after that one gets away from Complexity.
He's had his opportunities, hasn't he? He's had a couple of repeaks that have cost Complexity entire rounds as a solo A player. Those feel the worst.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you know, this is the pressure of this game, what it means to Complexity, what it means to these individuals to have a chance to make it to the spot, feeling like you were so close, only to have it stripped away by the Outsiders. And you know, we're getting glimpses into the mental, into where the heads are at for Complexity. It's an overwhelming feeling.
Yeah.
Coming as close as this, but then having the Outsiders winning out rounds like that on their map pick, this is already a great T-side, right? This is already a T-side you could be more than happy with. And it's got the potential to get even sweeter here.
Just after such a long fight through this lower bracket as well, when you know there's only one spot available, when you've had to defeat more proven teams, 2 top 8 major teams from Rio. But it's the big bad final boss. The champions that Cole might be not ready for. JT, he's now here to assist A, but he needs assistance himself. Everyone running that rotate up. Outsiders a bit of a faster round here, and the kills come to them. They always do. James finds a way, magnetized into this A site. The AWP has a homing missile inside of it. Cole do get out in front of the truck. 2 players here, but these rifles should be fine to win the fight. Hauser gets a kill. A couple of swaps back and forth to send the MAC-10 in.
They're aggroing.
The force fight. MAC-10 tears them to bits, and Fame will fall, but he's done his job. Just Grim runs away, tries to read this rotation. He's done it well. They have taken space, but they hear this on the top site as well.
Yeah, Flit's just called, like, mate, he's dropped down lower. Oh! And even though he comes close to besting Kicker in a clash of pistols down on B, he was never going to win that clutch. He was never going to win that round.
Kicker did his gun?
No, he eco'd.
Oh, okay.
Another one where they're just focusing on the long game, right? James made that call twice now of playing pistol into these low econ rounds.
They just know because of how slow they play, they're not like running full executes out B together, that if a player gets picked, they can just swap over guns, right? Throw the AWP over to someone else, pick up one of the 3 rifles in play. It's a very, economically wise way to play. And Cole can't really get aggressive to punish it because of this AWP.
I mean, dude, James always been super smart when it comes to the economic side of the game. It's one of the big reasons why outsiders are hard to close against.
I love that as well. Kicker waits, he goes in, he gets a kill, then he waits for the flash, and so Complexity swing off that first kill, knowing Kicker's close, but then they're full blind as they commit. It's like the perfect timing for outsiders. It couldn't have gone better. And look at them peeling back as the pistols run at them. They deny every single frag. 4 from Kicker. 16 and 6 on this guy. This was the weak performer back on Anubis. Now he's leading the charge. How many rounds does Kicker multi-kill entry be?
Dude, this game especially, this map especially, is showcasing why James, earned that little nickname of the accountant, right? He's done such a good job of teeing outsiders up. You're in this position now where your money is... I don't want to say unbreakable. Yeah, it's unbreakable, really. So much cash split between this T side means that for Complexity, they will never get respite from the outsiders. They will always be there nipping at your heels every step of the way. Even if you find a round here, there's guns coming out till the end of the half. And that's a big problem. And this is all thanks to some of these little decisions earlier in the game. It didn't feel like a huge deal at the time. Playing P250, I think, twice now on this T side. Having someone just bank up that much more money as a result. Even how they play versus the USPs to maximize the number of players surviving. That was a 5 alive anti-eco round. No one masters the money in this game the same way that outsiders do. And it's such a big part of why this team, combined with their resilience, remain competitive in every game, no matter the scoreline. That's a lovely kill for Grim. There's no accounting for that if you're James. No amount of moving 1s and 0s around was going to save you there.
He's going to write it off on his taxes anyway. 1 AWP unused. And I'll be interested to see how outsiders manage this round now in a 4-on-5 without the AWP. I mean, the amount of raw entry power now left in this roster should be more than enough. Nades. They're nice. And outsiders, Kicker and Chiron, have kicked down this B bomb site door every single time, but this setup looks sick right now for Cole. The AWP taking contact. If you try and dry peek this B site, that's a free kill for Halzerg. No one's lining up flashes. Flit's going to finally get them out, but Chiron takes that first shot, and Halzerg hits it. A little more as the flash comes in. Halzerg's good for 2. AWP anchoring B to better results than when we've seen him on this top site. And that might just call the save again for outsiders. There's an AWP somewhere. James begging you to take it, Flit. And you don't even mind it, because with this T side already fielding 8 rounds, they've got full control of this game. We haven't even talked about what outsiders can show us on defense on this map. I mentioned that heroic outsiders grand final on Overpass. It started with a 12-3 CT side. They certainly aren't going to be worried with 8 already locked in and more to find. Complexity trying to pick up their heels, trying to feast on scraps.
Yeah, and you know who you're up against. You know the reputation that this team has, and all that is coursing through your mind. The idea that every round you get, sure, it's a step in the right direction, but it's the ones that have already passed you by that do you in the long run. Rim tries his hand at the spam again, but they're not going to fall for it this time. Well, Flip makes it by.
That was a part of what I talked about earlier, right? Like how you want to try and find openers on CT, how you want to make aggressive plays, but you can't take party, you can't take play round. Outsiders won't let you. And so boosts on B or wall bangs are probably your best way to get opening kills. They're going to go for the latter, boost up. The molly below, it forces any player out. There's no one there right now. Outsiders don't even have short water.
Yeah, the Outsiders have this incredible ability to completely change the way a game of Counter-Strike, a map of Counter-Strike is played.
Oh, they're walking out B, but Hauser on the pillar. He has been a pillar of consistency in this position. Second opening kill for Hauser here. 5 on 3 now. Outsiders, there's almost no reason to save, but the money is good as it is. So they're just going to pop Monster. James is far out, and that gets denied by a smoke. So James got to find this opening kill on top site. Fang has been extremely patient, but as I say that, he goes for a swing on A. James mollies him out.
Oh, they're
Floppy
rotating a player away.
20 seconds, he's been good though.
Floppy needs this double. If he falls, the B site is in peril. It's in jeopardy, luckily enough. Oh, they might be past him, but he turns on a dime. And with that complexity, they managed to find this round. James, far too far removed, just saving the AWP. And it's Floppy with some heroics in the smoke.
That's a 3K round, and we remember the 4K round earlier when he went through Monster and killed James lining up a BXX. Outsiders have been scared out of B by Floppy. And Complexity, you've got to give it to them. The resilience to still be fighting here with all the Outsiders are throwing at you. I love the change to start to put Hauser on this B bomb site. He's not been missing a beat there, and he was leaving a lot of gaps open on A. Fangs had to fill that void. Maybe we do have an actual A round here for Outsiders where they work mid as a unit, because we've not seen them take toilets since their last eco, or half buy. Hauser's here as well. Fang's ready to swing at a moment's notice, and Cole have seemingly got the same read. They've got 3 strong on this A site.
Yeah, JT might be struggling individually, but he's cooked up a good call in this round. Fang over at long. That was the chance at the opener, but it's the one that got away. James will be the guy finding a 5v4 to open up round 15 for the Outsiders, and this is where they get real tricky. You do get handed a chance at the equalizer. That is huge, really, if you're Complexity. It can be so hard to play these 4v5s out versus this team. Normally, they do not give you that equalizer till the hit is coming in. That's a bit of a leg to stand on here for Cole, but now they've got to stick the landing.
Yeah, and they know what's going on. Grim's already begun his rotation down to this B-bomb site. He's got a nade as well, ready to go out. 30, almost 5 seconds for Outsiders. And are they really going to change their tune right at that bitter end? James looks for a B pick while the bomb walks up connector. It's again up to Hauser on this top site. Can James sell anything? He's firing shots. He's firing blanks. He's trying to keep Cole here. But Hauser, he has had problems on this top site. This round must be an exception.
Yeah, dropping off. Hauser delivering. Double from the AWP, and with so little time left, he can decide it right now. Slamming desks moments ago, now slamming the hammer down. A is closed, and it's a split half. Complexity able to channel the energy, put 3 up to close that out, and now it's neck and neck.
That one will at least rattle around the brain here of G2, unless Hunter and m0NESY pull off a 2-on-4 situation.
There's grounds for it if m0NESY wants to, I was going to say clear into the site, but he'll throw the smoke out instead. Wants to mantle over and clear that pit.
Simple's coming.
And Simple will likely finish the job. m0NESY mantles up on towards the balcony, spots the retreat towards the apartments, and there's 8 for Na'Vi. Now, the run back, it's going to be laden with pitfalls. It's not going to be easy. You've managed to muster 3 T rounds. And now, perfection required. G2. I mean, to be returning to this map, we've seen G2 get the better of them, albeit in a variety of different ways.
Yeah, well, the most recent is pretty damning, isn't it? 14 rounds over 2 maps of play here, and now they're looking to hold them to a 16-8 scoreline. Just one more required, and, well, now they know that the AWP is in play here. You see a different pace. They're coming real fast, but Simple. Onto Nico again.
Yeah, but a different result in the sense that G2 will leave with top banana, HooXi holding that. Perfecto dipping into the site, Electronic to rotate back, and looks like HooXi's calling for some setup.
Yeah, he wants a flash here. Likely the entry flash from m0NESY. This will give him the pick on towards CT spawn. And across. Oh!
And out.
Yeah, for a second. And now again, another one of these situations. And this time round, HooXi didn't get the trade back. It will be a 3-on-5. G2 traditionally do pretty well in these type of situations, but they don't have any site control. They don't have any space. They do have 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flash, however, and that sounds like the recipe for a nice little B execute.
Let's see if this recipe can cook up any trouble. Simple gonna immediately extinguish, which implies to G2 it's gonna be a bit of a head-on collision. m0NESY pulls the trigger first. Okay, Perfecto has to dip off that. Will they really expect a second in the same position? Perfecto reveals himself, needs frags, gets 1, quick trade. G2 are in. The bomb's not, though. On that CT smoke, m0NESY, hard clear and a good shot to NPL.
The Spot Echo waits for the winner of this matchup as Outsiders and Complexity rages on into the night. James, the accountant, is shaking the apple tree and fruit is falling from the sky. Are Complexity going to be concussed is the question going into their T side as Outsiders field 8 rounds on the T side of Overpass. That is damn well competitive. They were able to clutch it out in an overtime affair on Anubis, Complexity's map pick, and now in the home house of Outsiders, we start this second half.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very different T side, or so you'd like to imagine here. Complexity remaining grouped to open this one. They want to try and take this con control, and they've been given it for free. JT with all the util has walked out mid. This is all the makings of the A play. Got a smoke for Dumpster to cut off some of these angles, flashes to send everyone else in.
Feels inevitable that this will be a retake and there's no kit, so James going to have to really thin the herd or completely give it up and come in on a quick 5v5 post plant. That's like it, more like it for James. 1 kill and he gets out into safety as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what Outsiders wanted, really, right? They were set up to play for this retake, but Complexity tried to change the game up by bringing the fight to them. Oh, Outsiders, they're used to a certain degree of respect in moments like this. The Complexity aren't having any of it. Bomb planted over at the truck, and everyone down at CT and Bank for Kicker. There should be an impossible task, and he knows it. He's out of there. Complexity, I do like that.
That's unbelievable.
That is such a ballsy call to come out of JT, right? Coming into this round, you know who you're up against. They take the opener. They're 5v4. So many teams give the respect to Outsiders in that moment to pick and choose when and where the next fight happens. But Cole full send with a flashbang. James was not expecting that. I think in his mind, he'd done enough to have Complexity paying their respects, to be doubtful.
And you have to, roll the dice. You have to make a crazy call like that if you want to win a round up against outsiders who are made, who are born in these man advantage retake moments. Like we said, that was what Jame wanted. 5v4, have the site, have it. Well, Cole will go one step further. They will shock outsiders in that pistol round. And Hauser, who had his fair share of problems on the top site in the first half, he is leading the way. 3 kills on that round, 17 and 9. Keeping up the expert performance we've seen from the young Norwegian all tournament. All right, if Cole want to play that game, this might still be an interesting series yet. It still might be one with legs. Complexity.
Yeah, I gotta say, one of the big worries for me right now is a very underwhelming performance from Grim to open this one up. Now, we never really got to see too many enemies. I will say that's a bit of a caveat to go alongside it.
But yeah, it's T-side entering. You'd like to think he can get a little bit more activated here, right? He was a huge piece of that Anubis T-side towards B. Even started mid-lurking late in the game.
Well, on Anubis, kick out with a 5-7 was the reason that outsiders upset the grain. But this time, it's a different story. He falls immediately, and outsiders, they're going to call a save here. They're not even going to give this a look in.
That's a nice call. You're hoping that Kick and Smoke can buy a bit of respect. But dying instantly, not even doing damage. You want to play this force round again, so outsiders give it up. And compare that the fact that outsiders are willing to force with how Cole knew we've got to maximize our CT side rounds in this game. They took a full eco when they lost pistol. 2 extremely differing styles on T sides. One very aggressive team, happy to run quick executes, versus the outsiders who, we've just seen their T side, can leave you scratching your head at times. But boy, does it work. The 8-round T side, somehow Cole need to match or beat it. Seems like such a tall task, but they've taken 2 at least.
Yeah, if they do manage to grind a way back in, that's where this gets crazy. Because on first half alone, this should be written off for Cole. So it's going to take everything they've got to get back in. But it's not impossible.
Never is. Never will be. They've got no reason to do anything but believe. Flat rifles, 2 Famises, and a bit of a push to drop one of them. JT's had a quiet game, but it's a massive kill to keep the advantage. Will anyone be able to grab that gun? They're looking for it. They can't seem to find it. I think the nade, it's blown it out of anywhere. J-Raz is frantically looking for it right now. But it's gone. Lost in the source. Cole, they've got B short, and they can just... yeah, good luck. Nice catch, Jay. Nice catch. How the hell are you going to find that if you're outsiders? And now Cole, they've got everything outside of B. They're just going to pump and dump, lob it all in.
Yeah, and only 2 players here for outsiders. Kicker and Chiron have got their work cut out for them now. Just Kicker with the dualies, and they don't last long. Outsiders save again. It's another one of these quick B takes.
What's James saving? A flash and a 5-7.
That's 5 alive in both of these first rounds here. A really strong foundation for Complexity to try and build this T side up. They need all the help they can get. And so building up this early bank of money, that can be so worth it in the long run, especially when, outsiders, they had to make concessions to start building up their T-side money. Cole have done nothing of the sort, and they managed to get out with 10 alive in both these, in the 2 opening rounds total.
It's great for early game, right? As we've already talked about with the money being such a big factor for outsiders. Yeah, Cole need to count every penny they can. And for outsiders, I think it's going to be a comparison of the B sites, right? For last game, Kick at Chiron, the B anchors together. they were solid. They had a lot of multi-kill rounds. Chiron did not look concerned with holding that dark position, an integral part. Kickit had many multi-kills on main pushes. Outsiders need to make sure these two players stay reliable in this second map. If they want to stop some of the B executes, Complexity are just going to keep running. Run them till they don't work. Cole come through yet again for lower. Fang smokes mid-molly, throws his flashes, keeps attention on that top site. Even if you're not drawing rotates, you're making sure outsiders aren't comfortable enough to stack 4B. And that's enough. As Fang now comes back through T-spawn, sets up with his squad. He's actually holding rotates through Con. Perfectly fine. But as said, reliant on this two-man B hold. And Chiron back in CT. And you want to talk Grim having a tough time, Flit must also be in that conversation. 5 and 10. Time to test him.
Oh, it's a good one and done. Oop. Flit moves in to lend a helping hand. And this one dies on the back of those entries, not coming through. The B play written off here. Complexity still with time to play with. Gonna look for a solution to this problem, assembling the boost. They could catch this pillar player, but Halzerg falling off. They won't have a chance at it. It's a real shame. Chiron keeps being open to the boost. If they pulled that in, that would have been the 3v3. A very unfortunate fall off. Flit waiting. Flash goes over the top. Good for another. USP tries his hand at Halzerg, but he can't take it. Now Halzerg all alone at the end of this one, and 3 players down lower for the outsiders. They won't let him back in.
Damn, he swapped off the AK to avoid reloading, and the Glil dinked that B player, so was within reach, but the rifle lets him down. And outsiders hold strong. Nice round out of Flit. He was the top fragger in the entire server last map alongside Grip. Both these players, the coldest and quietest here on Overpass, but he shuts out with a multi-kill on B. Even just winning those first fights stopped Complexity from fully committing, made them re-attack. And you can see they were uncomfortable there, trying to go off with the boost that didn't work. Then just late popping back in. James Orp over on long. Fame in the toilets. Ooh, Fame gets curious. On top of the boost, Fang finds a lot of damage. Let's force James back into the bomb site. Doesn't fire on the flash, I like it. He knows that's not a kill. He wants his orb to be unknown.
Look at it though. Look at what Cole are doing. They've really sold the idea that this was going to be a commitment, right? You've spotted the boost in mid. You saw Util coming over. They pulled 3 players, even a 4th man, kind of swinging around, hanging in the balance on a rotate.
Oh, not anymore.
But now they've called the bluff. This fast play back in a B, well, it was lacking the fast part. They come in very, very late, and it feels too obvious to the outsiders. They pull bodies down lower, but it doesn't make the task any easier. All the entries for Complexity. And outsiders get dismantled. This wasn't close. This wasn't a round that they had anything, any moment where this looked winnable. It's how one-sided these rounds are that's giving me a lot of faith in Complexity right now.
Yeah, I think the benefit of that fake there, even though, sure, outsiders call the bluff, they do pull 3 players back down lower. They Kick never left. No one's set up for Monster. No one's wood. They don't have this double Monster setup that is so important on the B site of Overpass. Everyone's a little bit more passive than they would be as they're, filling the holes of the boat before it sinks. But Complexity, they rock that boat. And they drown outsiders. 4 alive as well. Still trying to keep this money good. As they were early in the half after winning the pistol and denying those force buy attempts. Very nice little fake out. Even though we know that outsiders are a hard team to close about, they are certainly feeling the pressure here with the Spodek only minutes away. 3 timeouts used. Outsiders, they've been lock-ins to the playoffs of Katowice. In the last 2 years, both times, even in a grand final. When it was online. It all felt so guaranteed. It all felt so meant to be, but Complexity are shaking up a storm right now in this series. Some very well put together T-side rounds. Now they're going to try some tricks. Attempts at picks with the nades. Won't do anything. But Cole don't want to be a one-trick pony. Keep Outsiders guessing. An AWP for Halzuk this time is roaming around in the playground. But he's not going to find anything with how passive Outsiders are yet again playing. This position for Kicker also very hard to flash. If you do a typical flash through the monster tunnel, it sometimes won't go deep enough because of his height. And also it's kind of the last place you're looking.
Still, Complexity think they found a weakness. This B site has been their go-to time and time again. This round is no exception. All it takes is a tiny bit of util over at upper and all the info is cut off for the Outsiders. It's very reactive how they're having to play right now. Do they have that reaction? Chiron spammed out. Flit keeps this in their favor, but now he's all alone. Rotates moving down. Jame is here to lend a helping hand. Flit fixates on the monster and deals with Halzuk, leaving it all on Floppy in the clutch. 30 seconds left to play with. Bomb on his back, and he wants to give this one.
No bomb.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I thought this was a crazy play. Like, if you had a minute on the clock,
It's
you
out
know,
monster.
yeah, go full Cadian, go for the big
I don't have
flank,
my glasses
the
on,
Guardian move. No worries, we'll
That's a
forgive
rip.
you. We'll forgive you. It's done. It's a save.
Yeah, that's sad. There was a moment where I was really
why is he
all
not
hyped up.
planting?
Oh, what the
Why
hell,
is he not?
Floppy?
What?
Right.
They're all B.
Outsiders with a 10th, and they finally repel the lower take.
It's more like it.
It's a good feeling. Big stuff between Jame and Flit.
Yeah, what a resurgence of Flit, right? Again, both, or not both, but 2 of the 3 B plays Cole have done in gun rounds. He is multi-killed, and he has put up a bit of a fight, so that's what we need here from Flit. Heavy hitter. Brought in to assist Yakinda, was left trying to fill his void. Now it's Complexity calling their 3rd timeout. 2 remain, 1 per team.
Yeah, this was really nice. And
these are the positions you want, right? These positions, the 2 positions that get multi-kills in that round, are the positions they don't have after Cole run that A attack into the B fake. It pulls everyone so much further back towards Pit, towards Graffiti. That's why it's a lot easier for Outsiders to hold the B site there.
And the timing from Flit was perfect to turn and check Monster. That only happens because Jame rotates down, takes up his short angle at the perfect second to allow that kill to come in. All right. Outsiders, that's 1 on the CT side. Have they got any more? If they win this next one, they're looking to leapfrog up into the lead. That's also another round where these nades have gone in early out of Complexity but haven't found a thing.
I like that they do that on a AAA attack because it's going to look like they're heavy B, but that's not the case, and Jame finds out the easy way. He knows that was a run boost just by how Halzuk got there. What a crazy shot to hold that wide.
Yeah, right, exactly. He's holding the wide angle, expecting the run boost. That's insane. And now him and Fame just fall back into a very passive A-side setup, right? They've been running this time and time again. This time it's even better. They have the man advantage to play with.
I mean, they've been running this out of spawn. You know, they've not even been playing for mid or for long in most gun rounds. So, yeah, you add on an opening kill to that, and they are very comfortable right now. And Fame even has the room to move into the toilets while Jame can check everything. Cole, they kind of get their hand forced into this B hit. What Grim's going to do is throw this deep long smoke so Jame has no information. But will that lack of info yet again cause self-doubt for Outsiders is the question. In fact, it will. Chiron's rotating out, and this is just what Cole wanted. 3 players coming in through Monster. Missed flash on the A side and no flash on the B side. So Kicker's a free kill. Traded after 1. Cole have 15 seconds to get that plant.
Floppy tries his hand at disrupting Flit. The trade found for Chiron.
Uh-oh.
Second man is very far away. Grim only just arriving now over towards Short, and they're holding for him. It comes together. They might have been a man down in it, but the 2v3's clean. Chiron running at them. Full faith in James to hold in that 2v1.
Yeah, and as quick as Grim's smoke on long makes Chiron rotate out of B, that's how quick he gets back to the site. Very nice play from Chiron to rush down Fang off the plant, and they knew that Grim, who just killed Fame rotating on a flank down connector, was too far away to stop that. He had to peek short. That allows James to go super wide on the pillar. He doesn't have to worry about Monster. There's no time for Grim to make that play. And so it's a guarantee, 100% certain on what angle Grim was coming from. And James does not miss the easy shots. That's what you can say about this guy. There's something to be said for that, right? James again.
See, Complexity have been used to getting this for free. This time, James playing it, but that's actually going to give them a chance at fighting him early. The hero gun of Grim put to work. A double con hold, not something that we really had to see them worry about, but they're still ready for it. Grim, with this one gun, is delivering hope. Flit is trying to take all that hope away. Up through the connector, in with 2 quick kills. It's going to force Complexity to follow through into this double setup, but it's all Grim. It's all Grimithy. 3 in this round. He had the one gun, and he's cooking up solutions on for the ace as he finds 4. Flit in the 1v3. And he's going to try and succeed where everyone else on his team fell down. Grim on the edge of the ace to keep the lead in Cole's favor. And just Flit stands between them. And that position, Flit is not... Hello. Hello.
Hello.
He's moving in a little late here.
Oi, oi.
Makes his presence known. Moving onto the truck. Molly for long. Tap on the bomb, but there's no time for Flit here. He's going to make it an expensive round at least.
And Flit gets an ace instead.
That's
5 kills.
insane. 4 kills for Grim and the ace for Flit on the other side.
They weren't ready for that. He con-flanked, remember. He went all the way around the world. And even though he doesn't stick that bomb, even though he probably would have got sprayed off inside of the smoke, my God, 4 kills beats 5. Nice try for Flit. But Grim making a case to be crowned as the best player in his country. Unbelievable round. What a wild ride. He wants that playoff spot. But who wants it more? Who deserves it? Complexity competing when they were 8-7 down coming into the T side of Overpass. And we called Grim out. We also called Flit out. Both these players went from top of the server on Anubis to bottom after the first half of Overpass, and now they're rising back up the ranks.
And that round was just them.
Just them. 2 guys hanging out, having a good time. But a better time for one. Absolutely mind-blowing. The game we're getting right now for the final Spodek spot. And again, I like these contact A plays for Cole. That round would have been a lot cleaner if not for Flit, and this time he's not even in connector. They will just walk their way up into A. JT gonna try and cause a ruckus down below. James flashed out, can't commit through the smoke. 2 site hits at the same time. JT swaps spaces in the smoke with Fame, and Outsiders are going to save inside of B, but they don't know there's a man in there. Flit is gone. JT goes further forward, and Cole have already won the round. He's just here to break the bank. He will die. That gives an AK over, but Outsiders are not messing with this round. They will take the save, and I'll honestly be happy with it, getting out with this many guns, but still, Complexity competes. I can't believe that they are in the lead, not by 1, but now 2.
On the T side of overpass as
Against
well.
outsiders.
Against outsiders, man.
I think they've got to be feeling the pain right now. Something needs to change. Something needs to happen. We've had multiple players walk and swap positions in that monster smoke in this map. It was heavy B execute to the start of the half for Complexity. Now these back-to-back contact A rounds. And they get so deep before the outsiders have that info. There's so many similarities in these T sides even.
Yeah, dude, I gotta say, like, you know, early on, Jane was sticking to his guns. He was refusing to budge on playing his style, but we need him to try and get activated in some of these moments, right? It's all well and good saving the AWP for the future, but if you're never gonna fire it, what was the point in it being there in the first place?
Again, LB. It's only JT right now. Floppy's going to come from short, but look at the room he's garnered inside of this site. They're going to swing triple on the smoke, but there's a Molotov behind it, and JT picks the rifle from afar. He's looking for 2, and he might just find it. The final shot connects through the wall. Floppy's followed up. It's a grouping through short. They don't know about Fame, and this 5-7 can tear through anyone. Grim left with a single point of health, and you talk about the save, Harry. Well, once again, it's all Jame can do. 4 strong on B, and his team can't hold it down. The South African smashes open Monster, and they are here to end this round and remove the AWP. Not today. You don't take James AWP, but they do take 14 first.
Yeah, look, man, if there's an AWP on the wall in Act 1, it better fire off in Act 2, or else there was no point in it being there. That's James' story right now. Save after save, but no impact from this CT AWP. And if there ever was a time for James to get a little looser, surely it's now.
And what was the adaptation that Halzok had, right? He was having problems on CT side. He was getting timed. He was getting walked on this A site. He went down to B. He started playing Pillar. He had back-to-back multi-kill rounds on that site. Does Jame want to make moves? Does he want to be thrown into the whirlwind that is this lower site against constant contact plays where you don't know which way to look? Even harder as a Cyclops. Jame. Best gun in the round.
By all measures, this is a very aggro purchase from the outsiders, right?
Yeah.
The save from Jame has allowed for it. And actually, Complexity immediately respond with another timeout called in here. They really want to go over this. They know this is the make or break. It's not every day that you get to complete a comeback versus this team, and it's all weighted so heavily on this round right now. TC's taking the extra time to talk to the troops, make sure everyone is on the same page.
The scalps the Complexity have already found in this tournament. I mean, as we've already said, they are immense.
They've just been going through the major playoff teams.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to beat, on this second map, completing a comeback, the major winners.
And it's not like you can even make the case that, oh, Chiron, the latest edition, he's falling short. He's having trouble. No, he's been at the forefront of so many of these rounds, as has Kickit on B, but still they aren't trading enough to win these lower site rounds. And Cole know that. They go back 3 strong, smoking a molly. Again, a pace upped by Floppy. B short, never taken by outsiders. Floppy's had full reign, and Jame trying to force an opener again. But Grim has crept right beside. Grim's below the scope. This is Grim's kill, surely. JT's again dueling out B, and Grim goes below the AWP to find that long pick. That's going to cool the full Cole up to this top site, but Fang can't afford to die. Grim's not ready to trade him. Fame was out behind the truck. They thought they had it clear. Fame remains here, and 3-on-3. They slow down.
Oh, this is a very high-pressure moment. Complexity, outsiders, there was a minute of pause before coming into this round. It was that damn important. Complexity have pulled the brakes. They wait to see what the reaction is. They cut off the flow of info. Outsiders don't commit to this stack on upper, but actually Flitz made a very aggro move here. A very aggro move from a team that's been passive all damn half. He's pushed all the way through B, gets the info that it's not the B play, and now he's wrapping these short players. Floppy, shot in the back. The penny's gonna drop now. Complexity. Outsiders know where you are. They know where you're trying to end. Someone's got to open the doors, got to carve the path. Grim is not up for the challenge, and now it's just Halzerg. 10 seconds to play with. Time is against him, and Fame locks in that all-important round when it was all on the line for the Outsiders, when Complexity was staring a win dead in the face.
They did everything they thought they needed to win that round. They picked the seemingly only A player. JT traded 1-for-1 out Monster, but Fame coming through behind the truck was the fly in the ointment. The surprise slap to Complexity's face. And just that one kill made Complexity stop in their tracks. That was their opportunity to close. You said it was a very aggressive buy by Outsiders, but it was worth every penny. Halzerg all out of bucks to give, buys an AK into an eco round. And again, Cole go back to this contact crawl, this creepy conga line, ahead of when Flick could flank. Chiron's even rotating up. Outsiders have a read.
That smoke's not ideal. JT can get ahead of that and still feel somewhat comfortable fighting here. Just gone a little too deep. Chiron and Fame are trying to take space. Trying to play aggro up close to the front of the bathrooms here. That could leave them in harm's way. Or it could be the slightly more aggressive move that Complexity are not expecting.
Yeah, that's what got them last round, and this time again, more than they bargained for. Fame finds the rifle, and he's caused problems. 2 kills, Jame from a range, Fame to finish, he will fall, but Jame, firing off everything he can to end this round, even moves in with a pistol to close it himself. 13-14, they get rid of the eco. Nice read from Outsiders. That third rotate up of Chiron. They had everyone there, they had every reason. The writing was on the wall. And Complexity, even though they have performed an unbelievable, monumental T-side comeback, what do we always say against the Outsiders? It's so hard to close, and this is why.
James throwing in the mid-molly. I haven't seen him do this yet, so I think he wants to take a bit of ownership of middle.
He's going to flash Fame in, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh. Dude, this is the thing as well, right? They'll condition you for 30 rounds in a game that they're going to play this slow, grueling style, but then when they need to, they try to come through with these aggro moves.
Cole are trying to beat it to the punch, though. They're going very quick through Con, and Outsiders are hoping this would have wasted time. It's really not. Cole have a lot of control despite that setup, because Outsiders went all the way back into A. Kicker just 8 and 8 on B as well. He's down to 8. He's got to be very careful. And this is a round where Cole are going to look for a B execute. And Jame again may be left out of the action. Kickett's rotating up. He might just play Heaven considering he's low. Nothing wrong with that, but a smoke will come down into that position eventually.
He's full rotated on this. He's fully lent into the idea that this is the A play. Jame has called a bit of a gamble here.
Oh dear.
And it might leave them wanting as now Complexity look to sink their teeth in. Chiron, the young gun, can't withstand it. B crumbles under the weight of Complexity. They move in at the perfect moment, right as Kicker left, right as that 3-man stack was dissolved, and they reap the reward of it. 15 for Complexity after a 7-8 half in favor of the Outsiders. Moving into a T side where they had to try and claw their way back in. They've managed exactly that, and now they stand just 1 round away from taking this series to a third and keeping the dream of the Katowice playoffs alive.
Yeah, what an unbelievable story and so well earned. So many top 8 major teams died to give Complexity the berth into the Spodek. Ents out in the play-ins, Mal's removed, and Fnatic fell as well to the clutches of Complexity, and now they are just but 1 round away from playing in front of a packed-out Spodek on the other side of the world, joining Liquid as the second North American team in the playoffs, a stat we haven't had since 2018, where Cloud9 and Liquid both made it there as well. It has been so long. But this young group of ruffians in Complexity might just be within reach, Harry. Outsiders save, they always do. They put their pennies together. They forced a full buy here with all the rifles with James Orb. He is still stubbornly playing this top site despite what we're seeing out Monster for Complexity in some of these rounds. Is he going to live and die by that top site, or will he make the change that got Halzuk activated late in the game? Finally, we even see a B hit there that Flit doesn't multi-kill. Those flashes were pristine. Him and Chiron both full with a kill between them. Not enough to hold back Complexity, and the pause is over. We're going back in, folks. This is what you've been waiting for, to find out who it will be, or if there are more rounds to play. The last game of the group stage, and we are almost there.
Yeah, James been incredibly stubborn about getting involved early. Incredibly stubborn that eventually this A play that he's been so desperately waiting for will come. This round is a little different though. James up close in the toilets, wanting to be just even a few meters further forward.
Oh, these nades.
Nades are gonna go in, but they'll sail on in, and Kicker brought down low.
Yet again.
Once more, a victim of this util damage. Attempt at the response. The flash landed, but no kill found. That would have alleviated a lot of the pressure here for Outsiders. Instead, it's left 5v5 with Kicker coming out worse for wear. Complexity are grouping down on this lower side of the map. They've got 4 players here. They're going to throw in this boost.
That's nice.
They throw the molly to complement it. Oh. And out in the open, Chiron is caught, the first to fall. Halzuk's running back with the bomb now. You can feel this B play taking shape. Outsiders, they've seen this one. They've seen this one countless times. They've got to repel it this time, or else Complexity are going to wash over them.
25 seconds, Kicker. Those nades put him so low. He holds the line for 1 kill, but the trades are good, and it's up to James. No saving here. Save the day, or go home with your head in your hands. Complexity have done it. The Spodek awaits. They will take it out. They will take them down, and they will go through 16-13.
Yeah, crazy scenes from Complexity. Inferno left waiting in the wings. My word, what a comeback there. Insanely cool from JT to counteract the likes of James in his head. Every step of the way, it felt like a split series now, and the score will be settled on Inferno.
Another absolute nail biter on Overpass, but we are going the distance. We're going to a third map, and it's going to be Inferno to decide this, as it has so many classic series.
Listen, I am extremely impressed with the composure being shown there by Complexity. I won't lie, that first half, we saw the classic example of Outsiders just asphyxiating a Complexity on the CT side. They were struggling to really, get a timing right, and James, sure, he saved a few rounds there with the AWP and whatnot, but he still have 7-8 rounds on the T side. You're very happy with that. But the way they're able to grind back, not losing focus, not losing composure, despite the fact a couple of those rounds were stolen away by Outsiders, credit where it's due. These guys seem to have, I feel like they're graduating. You know what? They're finally graduating to getting to that level they want to be.
No matter what happens, they will, be a better team coming out of this event.
100%.
That's a fact. On the top of that, we have the JT, for example, who delivered some high-impact entries on the TT side, and he kind of leaded the way of Complexity in the tactical sense and in the the entry sense of the game, and big props to him for that. So overall, the T side of Outsiders looked decent-ish, especially because they won the T-side pistol. They grinded those 7 rounds, and everything looked like it was going to be another Outsider win, but we mentioned before this map that their overpass is not strong as they might think it is.
Yeah.
There is a couple of weaknesses, and maybe we can find out later if there was like a game plan coming into the side of overpass, exploiting something that they saw in the previous games from Outsiders, on this event. So it's going to be interesting to hear. But at the end of the day, nobody's giving up on the Spodek dream yet. We have the Inferno, the map that's coming up right now. Sick map for Outsiders, and a good map for Complexity at this event. They have been picking it, they've been playing well and beating teams like Fnatic, for example. Today it was 16-3, 16-4, maybe it was 16-7, sorry, when the Fnatic managed to grab a couple of rounds at the end. But overall, really good performance by them. So it's going to be a battle at the end of the day, who is going to get the Spodek.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, speaking about that Inferno, right, for Complexity, it was a map that was like cursed for them for so very long. Finally feels like they've broken through that particular barrier. You've got that bastion of strength in for Outsiders. To me, it's going to be about that psychological game. We saw the improvement from Complexity here, right? I saw one moment in the cams where Hozek was about to go for the desk pound. He stops himself, runs the hand through the hair, settles down, and it feels like that's the ultimate test for Complexity. Can they withstand the absolute psychological torture that is dealing with the Outsiders, with Drame saving in 27 different ways, opping you from every corner you could possibly think of?
I think they were able to handle it very formidably, if you ask me, right? And I think the one cool thing we got to notice here is the fact that I personally expected the Inferno pick coming in, right, from the side of Outsiders, considering how good they've looked, and Complexity sure to struggle in the past and whatnot. But the fact that they allowed Inferno in as a decider rather than going for the pick means if you're Complexity, you know that you kind of have a little mental edge, that Outsiders are a little afraid of you on this map. You've got to remember Heroic as well. Now, I get it. Heroic's not Complexity. Complexity is not Heroic. But even Heroic, despite the fact that numbers didn't quite pan out, the recent victories they had were looking very good. Same thing here with Complexity as well. Right now, Complexity should be feeling confident. Despite the fact their map pick didn't quite go their way, it was a very narrow affair in OT. This one, the way they're able to bring it back on the T side, they should have the edge here. They should have the mental advantage, so to speak, going up against Outsiders.
That's what I was going to say to answer your question and your general wondering about the mental aspect of the game. I think they're in a little bit of a better spot right now, coming off that second map win, and the way it wasn't really it's on the T side that gives you a little more confidence coming into the Inferno that you're going to take more aggressive battles when it comes to banana control and bracket control. So coming into this map, psychologically looking, maybe, just maybe, Complexity has a little bit of it, but there is the experience of Outsiders. And the fact that they won the major, played a million events, I think Dustin said it in that interview pre-game, over 50 LAN events, that comes into play, especially in the games.
And that's why I also wanted to go back to just what I mentioned right now, that this feels like the graduation moment for Complexity. If they're able to take down Outsiders, knock them out, and get a ticket straight to the Spodek, that's going to be a certain like a barrier being broken by this team, right? And they know what's on the line.
Well, that barrier is going to do some fighting back of its own. And standing on the sidelines, we've got Heku with a little bit of a check-in.
14-11, there was a timeout. Dustin was very vocal. He explained the things that he did not like on the B side of Outsiders, said that, don't worry, they're not yet at 15 rounds, just focus. And that's what they did. They focused, they managed to get a few rounds, but it was not enough for them to actually secure the map and secure the series. right now, it is going to be Inferno. It's going to be a map that for a really long time was just cursed for complexity. And Outsiders have one of the best win rates on this map. So I am really looking forward to see what's actually going to happen on this third map. Back to you, Mike.
Now we are going to talk about that third map, and it is going to be critical. One guy I want to highlight here, it's Halzerg, the Opper. He's had a little bit of up and down performances on Inferno. There was one map I know where you were pulling your hair out after he jumped through a smoke in mid. Then there was another map where he dropped 32 frags on Mouse and completely took it over. So what form of Halzerg are we going to get heading into this third?
Here's the thing, Outsiders, we keep saying that they're the hardest team to put away, right? And Mouse are not Outsiders. They're going to punish you for some of this plays you're going to be going for. And one thing in that 30 bomb game here against Mouse, he was going for certain plays where he shouldn't be getting away with some of the plays he was going. He's just going for dry peaks at times, kind of feeling it, so to speak, as we like to call it. But if you do that against Outsiders, it doesn't matter even if you might have the mental edge. It doesn't matter even if you might be feeling confident. You will be punished, and he needs to be aware of that.
Yeah, it also like come down to the game plan for the third map for the T side. How aggressive Outsiders are going to be on Banana, on the CT and the T side, how much fights we're going to see in that area, the utility battle that we usually see on a map like Inferno, and who is going to come on top of that fight. Whoever comes on top of that fight is going to be in a better spot to actually call a better mid round and then execute towards the site. And I think if Outsiders manage to lose that fight somehow to complexity, then we can see a much more like loose complexity in terms of like making moves like Hazard going with an op left and right, and then getting into a good spot to get to the spot deck. But if they lose that fight in terms of complexity, like if they lose that fight on Banana and Bracket, then I'm afraid it's going to be the end here.
All right, one last thought, quick thoughts. Who's taking it?
Complexity, let's go.
He's going in?
Outsiders.
He's still holding the Outsiders. Look, the brain may say Outsiders might have the edge, but the heart bleeds red, white, and blue. Complexity all day, baby. Back to your casters, Harry and Hugo, for the last time.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
After a hard-fought battle, Complexity complete the comeback on Overpass. The map pick of the Outsiders, locking them out in a full match, in a full game. They're able to go toe-to-toe with these giants, the ones who we always say you can't close it out against. Well, Complexity have managed that. And now they get us onto this decider of Inferno. Beautiful scenes here tonight as James' game plan was disrupted.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do. He ends that game with 10 deaths. His double-digit death in the last round of play. So many top site saves. It felt like Cole read right through him, and that is not an easy thing to do against a literal major champion and last major as well. Chiron still kept his cool coming into Overpass. He had some rock-solid B holds, but ultimately the fact that Complexity are even here is immense. Many men have already fallen to this North American squad to get to this third and final map of the series.
That's the one.
That's the one. We'll get there eventually, whether we like it or not. And now Cole need to do right by an immense T-side Overpass comeback and close it all for good on Inferno. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. Otherwise, the Outsiders, again, will long out a BO3 series into the night.
All right, then, it's Inferno. It's Outsiders over on the T side. Complexity. Are they going to come into this one rip-roaring? We're about to find out. It's all to play for. A spot in the spot deck. Let's get it on, shall we? Flit and Jame, they've got the util here. Complexity, 3 strong out of the gate over towards B. But wouldn't you know it, these pesky Outsiders, they're looking to go elsewhere, a little further afield as they look to take the apartments here to open up.
They're committed in this setup. Triple B. Other than checking for flanks, JT won't make many moves. That being said, the double pit side setup is good for an apps pop. That's exactly what Outsiders have called. James got the flash in middle. Flit's got the smoke ready to go. Looks like Moto. And Cole, Floppy, needs to be careful that he's not caught looking the wrong way. The flash won't even reach him. They go diving through, and he is stuck on that first target. Kick at will, get that entry kill, and Halzuk does nothing. So that's a pistol round. However you slice it, Cole are cut out.
Yeah, just an all-in save to open up. That's a bit of a rough one, right? When you play the triple B like that, the round can just be decided in 2 kills, and that's exactly what ends up happening. You needed at least a 1-for-1 out of these site players, and with that not coming down the pipeline, it's a decisive opener here for the Outsiders T side. We had them start strong back on Overpass. Complexity was still up to the task of meeting them every step of the way. But a nice start on the T side. It's always appreciated. It's always a feel-good moment. Chiron and Kicker, the ones to do it. Gonna have a chance to run this back now. Complexity, they've been pretty tame with these second round forces, but let's see what the call is. With some armor saved out of the round, it looks like they're gonna go for the force buy.
Yeah, worthwhile with what they got out of the pistol, at least with 3 players surviving. Although I can't believe even in a strong T-side start for Outsiders, right? The fact that they just got away with an 8-round T-half on Overpass and still didn't close it. Nothing feels safe. Nothing feels certain anymore in this series. Quite a B setup. But Outsiders are contact the entire way through. Hey, gotta give it to Cole. Those are good grenades considering they had no information on how deep Outsiders had gotten. They're about to lob in a little bit more, but that shouldn't do as much. Outsiders are ready to dump everything into this B bomb site. JT caught in the open, spams the deagle and even finds Kyron.
That's all the util on his back. He's trying to get it out. The nade will get rid of him, but in his dying breath, he lobbed out a smoke and a nade, stopping this play into the B site. JT might have fallen, but he was quite the hero in those dying moments. Outsiders, they've got a lot of damage dealt to Flit and Kicker. With Chiron dead, that entry responsibility might have to fall down the line here. I'm looking at you, Jame or Fame. Grouping at the banana, they're going to try and double dip this util in now. Smokes rain over, but Complexity are poised. 3 strong on this side of the map. This is not a walk in the park. A scout tag out of Halzerg softens up another man. Back of the pack, James sending in the others first. Now looks to overtake him, but he's knocked out of the round. So it's these 2 low HP players with no time left. It's Complexity on the Force Buy, finding success and even deleting Fame once the timer expires. How's that for economy?
Yeah.
Complexity, a great way to find a round. If you were ever going to pick it up with the Force, if you were ever going to do it, you want a kill after time like that. It's going to leave them in such a good spot now.
They even grab AKs out of it as well, so couldn't have gone better for Cole if they tried. Awkward combat save denied. And we saw some shouting from Fang after that one as well, just trying to ruffle Outsider's feathers. See if that has any effect, because I don't know who's going to be shouting back. Maybe it'll have to be Chiron. Oh! Kicker lets his actions speak louder than words. Picking the long player of Halzerg. Now there's still 4 rifles here for Cole. So okay, well, nothing is safe, we said. And not even this eco. Grim needs to find a multi-kill. Oh, the Grim Reaper steals their souls. 3 kills as they try to get back into Banana, and there's a smoke in the way. Flick can do nothing about it, Grim. He wants more, and he'll be punished for that play.
Oh my! Fame's P250 strikes, and now it's just JT. This one's getting away from Complexity in spite of Grim's heroics. JT moving in. A chance at this 1v1, but Flit deletes him. And it's Flit and Fame. Fame at 1 point of health in at the end. It's crazy. Such slim margins, but the pistols pick it up for the Outsiders.
Oh, that one's got to hurt for Grim, man. 3 kills in a round-saving play, and then he walks the smoke when he knew Flit was there as well.
And the Grim Reaper fetching their souls at the bottom of ramp, like shooting fish in a barrel. But these COD are zombies, man.
Oh, dear.
Force back in. Complexity. They want to fight for this. The Force by wars are afoot. Outsiders grouping for an A hit. And I mean, this is a similar vibe to the pistol, isn't it? 2 kills in the right place can decide the outcome of the round. They want this fight. They want to entice Flit to try take Banana. That flash dismantles the boost, but they might look to throw it back up. It's probably their best option here. Maybe even their only option if they want to hold on to this. Outsiders looking further afield, start to lob this util into top mid. No one going on the back of it though. This is a fake. This isn't the real deal yet. Trying to gauge the reaction, and Complexity aren't giving them a lot to go off. That little bait and switch works wonders. Trade found into the 4v4, and they get the info that it's a B stack, so now they've got to pick up the pace with the A play.
Crossfire from pit to site. Floppy and Fang. They wait patiently. The molly will do nothing, but that flash is beautiful. Fang, he can't do a thing about it. Floppy is going to get dropped on by Fame. And these apps pops already proving to be effective for Outsiders. Breaking open yet another A round. Halzerg can't do a thing. And Outsiders get out with 3 rifles as well. A 3-1 lead. To think that Cole stole that force buy and got kills after time, but they celebrated a little too soon, perhaps. Been there, done that. Outsiders, Deegs, put them back on the right trajectory. And now we have a full Eco 4 complexity.
Yeah, just a bunch of USPs all grouped over towards this B side of the map, and with how Outsiders are playing, they're not going to jump the gun. They're not going to get ahead of themselves here and have a USP round come up against them. They're very thorough. And they'll leave no stone unturned as they spread out, take this map control. They've grabbed alt mid, they've taken banana. Where it can sometimes fall down for them, that they might not have this lurk player over in the apartments get too involved, look to go out on a journey. Fame might just be holding. They've lobbed in this util, and now here's the swing out of complexity. It's held, it's maintained. Outsiders remain composed. They even look to chase down Grim at the back of the site here. And with 3 players up against him, it's only a matter of time for Grimothy. There's the killing blow. And with that, Outsiders, they complete the Force by Wars. They complete this trilogy as they put up 3 in a row. Now we have that buy coming down the pipeline out of complexity. It's not going to feature the AWP. That's not an option available to them here. And with how influential Halzerk's being with it, even on this very map, that is an absence that will be felt by the Cole squad.
Oh, right down banana. Grim's got that deep smoke, and well, don't know if he saw Flit there, but looks like it. Little gap on the edge. Flit's dead, and Halzerk follows up in apps, but they've got to escape Boiler, and Chiron will not make it easy for them. He has to make a play in a 3-on-5. He goes through with 2, but the second denied. Halzerk even hangs out for more, and he sets up Floppy for another trade. It's a very loose round after Outsiders lose those first 2 kills. It had to be. James gets that scope off while the nade goes and explodes. So they actually don't know he's here right now. But taking this scoped in peak to pit is not pretty. And is James saving already? He's going to go back, really hoping the kills come to him. And oh, would you look at the time? It's James time.
You know, so much of this Outsiders game plan, so much of the T-side game plan really does center around these opening fights. And so when you don't find them, you know, the conclusion can be drawn that this is the only play left. So James backs out, gives complexity a second round.
Kind of crazy to me that he would just full save when, you know, it's a map where you can, I mean, especially in a 1v3 like this, you know one of the sites is weak. You can win it off of 1 kill, getting the bomb down, and then suddenly you're, if anything, can be favored. But James uses the clock and the wallet to his advantage. And Cole were never going to go chasing for that.
Still, it's a good feeling to have repelled this attempt at, you know, a cheekier play. You thought Chiron was going to get away with murder, didn't you? And he nearly does. But complexity are down to tango. Reinvestment back in from the Outsiders. James taking his AWP over towards middle. Tries his hand at the early fight, but isn't given one. From complexity on the other side. Once again, they've lent into this triple B early, and we've seen that betray them before, so they want to try and do something with this side of the map, with the resources they have here. They look to take this banana control.
Yeah, at least James taking aggressive angles early, right? Even if he just sits on this one, Cole try and get any info in this round towards middle, they will be picked. We obviously know that's not an issue right now, but James wants to try and force the fight. Kicker spots that jump at Banana. An attempt at selling Grim's position. But will he be convinced? There's 3 Molotovs on this T side to try and burn out Grim. Smoke will come down. They flash right through. They're going to check this, you think, but the first player doesn't. And Grim gets away with 1. Kicker, the Banana double up is nice, and Fang fires through the smoke. 3 on 2. The bomb's down there as well. This has come crumbling down. Halzerk sleeping at the wheel will get picked by Fame. Got a dink off at least. And so 1-1 splits mean Outsiders will give this a go, grouping up and trying to find Floppy back in pit.
Oh, dude, it's this uncomfortably slow pace. It makes you doubt everything if you're Complexity. Floppy down in the pit is solely responsible for the outcome of this round. 1 kill in the right place could win it. And there's 1. Why not make it the double? Floppy uproots the attempt at that 2-on-3. Snuffed out. Easier said than done. A lot on his shoulders there, but he makes it look easy. That's a 3rd for the Complexity squad. And on the back of it, they've thrown the Outsiders' money into a very weird spot here. This skirmish for Banana, one that Complexity are able to win out thanks to Fang, and then the flop in the pit with the close. Timeout called. Dastan wants a word. Gonna try and imbue a bit of knowledge onto the Outsiders for how he sees them getting out of this spot. We've got a hero gun for Chiron in this round. So how do they want to use him?
Cole been taking a lot of Banana control early, so not going to be easy for Outsiders to mess with that out of the gate. Kicker had a very nice double up there. He is often left on his lonesome to work Banana in gun rounds while Outsiders take brackets. Just this 1 gun given to Flit. But at least some Kevlar behind it means if he does find some skulls, he can arm his team. Pre-smoking halfway up B. Not only putting out a molly, but making Cole doubt Banana takes. So they won't push all the way down this time. They double nade logs. Meanwhile, G2 looking ready to go through straight above Na'Vi in a 2-0 fashion to those semis.
A lot of people looking at G2 as favorites to take Katowice. And while this would put them one step closer to that hurdle that they couldn't get past last year as well. And with no phase here, maybe it's wide open. They've now done it. Elation for G2 and G2 fans, but we're still waiting on the result of our own here. Flash into Banana's nice. Grim and JT with a killer piece. Chiron moving in with that hero rifle. He can't stand the test of time. Grim bests him. And now has this smoke to play around as well. The flash to try and set him up for this fight, but they're not out of the woods yet. Closing the distance. Fame now deleted. And James walked the smoke.
Cheeky.
Wrapping around, they don't know he's here. They've got no idea. They turn around, they spot him, but Fang on the receiving end of that P250. He won't take it any further as Grim locks down the B site. It's off limits. A big 4K from this man. 13 and 4, topping the charts for Complexity. And locking out that hero rifle round. This is the Grim that Complexity need if they want to long out another map versus the Outsiders.
Yeah, he's such an important piece of their Inferno, especially. I remember back in the play-ins that Inferno decider against Ent, he was just unbeatable. 28 and 10, was taking so many fights down. Banana was, as he has been in this game, even with smoke pushes, taking the bottom of B in gun rounds, staying there, and still getting out with multi-kills. Such a problem for Ent, and he really has been for every series here in Katowice. Inferno often featured. 13 and 4. No slow starts for Grim today after that was the case on Overpass, even though he had a miraculous recovery with some huge T-side rounds. He's coming kicking to map 3 of this series. Mid-take. Flitz left alone back at B to hold for a flank, and you have to be careful with what we've already seen come through. Cole have made a read. They've moved a 4th player over, but Fang is still conceding Archway. It's going to get smoked anyway. That does mean Cole are in a bit of a worry. Halzerk and Floppy, only 2 inside of the site. Fang's going to walk in. That's so ballsy, and he gets away with a kill to Chiron. Halzerk barrel might give him away, but Floppy just swings, and everyone else mops up the kills. It's Fang instead who finds 2. And Flip may know where he got up to, but 15 seconds, this one's past it. He's going to go try and fight in middle, but a 4th player on long that he never knew about, and he may never find. This is one hell of a combat save for Flit. Already seen kills after time, but I think he'll just survive this one. 5 rounds and 5 alive for Cole.
Dude, this is, it's a real stylistic clash. It is what, really whoever faces Outsiders. But, man, I got to say, Complexity, they've done such a good job. I think Outsiders are great at playing a bit of a mental game, right? They kind of get you doubting all the moves you make. They kind of force you to subscribe to the way they play. And Complexity have taken to it like a duck to water. They're pulling in these aggro moves, but it's later. It's later in the round. It's once Outsiders have revealed their hand. Once they've played their cards, that's when Complexity are moving here. Walking smokes, finding timings, and even taking the real estate that Outsiders give them early. This is a very convincing look from Complexity versus a team that can often embarrass squads. It's just not happening. The confidence, it's all coursing through Complexity's veins right now.
Yeah, and these 2-man A-holds are doing it right now. It's not coming back to A, though. This double banana setup with Grim looking into the wall. JT will fall first, but he's going to take Flit with him at least. He might want to swing before a volley could potentially come in. There isn't one available, but now they definitely won't check for Grim. 2 more. Oh, Fang helps out with a double instead. And Chiron comes through, but no way back into that round for the young'un. Good setup down bottom B. What a ballsy play to make. They don't jump the gun on the flank when it looks like Outsiders are splitting that A site. And Grim and Fang combine for all the glory in Banana after JT sets up his stars. JT side up again. Had it earlier, saved it. Took some aggressive angles, didn't find any fights. Might have to force them. Gonna hold for the mid-cross right now, but Halzerk's not been on this AWP so far. Fine and dandy with rifles. Ooh, beating the util here is Flit in logs, and they've used their HEs already, so if we have a re-aggro down Banana, Flit's in prime position, and they really should have no clue. As far as they're concerned, they've cleared this. He's even hearing the jumps. Talk of jumps, he tells James, and he almost finds the pick. Gonna have JT set coffins, can flash Grim back in. Through a smoke as well.
I love that from Complexity. They flash back into car, and usually you want to try and use that info for something, right? You want to try and hold on to the position once you've gone back in and cleared it, but they don't. They know that's what Outsiders want. They want you taking this map control, and then they're going to use it against you later. This is such a good adaptation. Complexity refused to play into Outsiders' hands. They keep this triple lean over towards A, and with a flash to set Fang up, he will come up short. Kicker delivering. Halzerk left in this one all alone down in the pit, but that's the bomb dropped, and with so little time left, Halzerk, has he given them a chance? They're going to go grab it. They flushed him out of the pit right away, but the bomb! What? The bomb's ended up on the roof! No! If only Kicker was a little taller! If only they realized a little sooner! The Norwegians just stole it away around in the wildest of ways! And he's really trying to let them know about it.
Oh, that's a tilter. That is a full tilter. What an unbelievable bomb drop as James. He was jumping, I think. He got killed jumping around the corner. That's why it goes flying. He got picked from pit. And the bomb on the roof, Harry, with no time. I have never seen anything like it. That is the stuff of nightmares.
Mate, this is I've never seen a squad be able to kind of dismantle the way outsiders play and use it against them. But this is another round lost to time. It's another round where they just don't have the time to make it work. You know, if there was still 30 seconds left on the clock there, you just boost up, you just get it, you just grab the bomb.
That's so
but they don't have that time.
That's so reminiscent of the round back on Overpass where Halzuk was in heaven and Jane was behind Pillar and it was a 3-on-1 and he had to cross to plant and he ran out of time. He realized he just had to go. He couldn't wait for his teammates. There was no heaven smoke. Halzuk hits one shot. They run out of time and they can't plant. But that one's even more painful. And Complexity to make sure to rub it in.
And what do you do when the whole brand you built for yourself, when the way you've played Counter-Strike forever, and you've always had full faith in your leader, the obscure way the outsiders play, not one that gets put through the ringer, put through its paces like this. How do you adapt? How do you change? Because Complexity are keeping it varied every damn round. Well, okay, there you go. Well, that's
it shows where Color out, that they're going for that play. They get a pick and they flash through the banana smoke. Yeah, James hits it with the orb, blinded, but still, Cole, there's been a shift mentally. They can feel it. They know it's within reach. Floppy setting up his teammate on balcony. He can afford to die here. He'll drop off instead. That's really going to sell the back position as they chase him down. They don't even know that Fang is here as well. Floppy takes all the glory. 3 kills and another bomb drop. Hey, James, tick-tock.
And man, like, you know, you're hitting this point where, yes, Complexity aren't even letting him save anymore.
There's something in the water, Harry.
This is a dismantling. This is a whole fresh perspective. James has never had to think like this. He's never had to feel like this.
I just think that bomb drop round, the way that goes down, I think that kills even the most mentally sound team. Sure, there's recovery. Sure, Outsiders are a comeback team, but Complexity, they feel like they can do no wrong.
I mean, dude, you know, you're done. Oh, look at this!
No.
Look at this! Salt in the wound. They're pushing down mid. They're really wanting to drive this one home.
Welcome to North America.
Lays waste to this partial buy. Kicker fighting, but can't hold on. And James in the clutch. No saving in this round. Complexity have got the bomb. They're all in at Banana. And with the smoke in his face, it will give him the room to arm himself.
Is he going to go around the world? That's quite a play. He's going all the way around the world. This is a ballsy one for James. At least all the util will have been wasted, right? They still have this molly, but the smokes will be gone. But they are already on the angle with the orb. James, dodge this.
Oh, Halzuk nails him, and he's been getting his number time and time again. And I feel a pressure for James that I haven't felt in a long time. When you're watching him save, when you're watching him in those like possible 1v2s that he elects to save in, normally you have like this unshakable trust. You know, the vision, his eye for the game, and the way that he thinks and the way that he calls and the way that he plays, that eventually it's all going to pay off. But that is not the case right now. His teammates are sitting there after falling in the round, watching him save in 1v3s. So finally he cooks up an opener. Something to earn the respect back, something to inspire the troops, and they look all the better for it. Flit extends this lead even further.
Looks like he's just taken off the shackles there. Sent Flit out on a merry run, alone up B. Takes a wide fight in middle himself. Hits a collat. Tags Halzuk. I like that energy for James. We need more of it in these last 2 rounds because Complexity are making a gamble. A Triple B with nothing to lose. You kill these two top car players, you go right into Halzerg. I mean, they have money no matter what happens. So this gamble is not economical. This gamble is just in belief, in full faith that outsiders will come your way, but that faith may be misplaced. Fang waiting. Flick looks ready to clear it, and the Flick will do so. JT swings for the trade, and James caught throwing nades, nets 2 kills, but still Complexity are going to go for this. It may be an A attack with JT finding a double kill, but they have nothing to lose in trying.
Yeah, you're dead on. And, you know, that's where Complexity and outsiders differ. They look at their money, they go, mate, we're buying whatever. It doesn't matter. So let's give this a go.
Nades.
Let's really full send this. A 2v5 into the 2v3 retake attempt. Up through the short side. JT flashed in. One more man.
No way.
Back turn. They line up for Chiron. And he will keep this in check. The youngster delivers. The outsiders owing everything for that round there.
Oh, he had to do it as well. And he was full flashed when they came up pit side. My God, they were believing in that.
The fact that even gets so close, man, like that's a fundamental difference between these teams. Outsiders, if they have money to buy, if they're in that spot, they're saving every day of the week. But Complexity, there's something in the water tonight. They've got confidence coursing through their veins. They pull this back from a 2v5 to a 2v1 that Chiron had to clutch out.
Oh, kicker back to Banana. Oh, the smoke. Oh, he threw it too far. It didn't bounce. It didn't bloom. Luckily, the molly doesn't spread. Kicker will keep logs. JT's had quite a recovery as well. He's been absolutely A-OK taking these first fights down Banana when he's not flashing his team in for them. Instead, he is 5-1 as the in-game leader on opening kills. Often, JT is 1-5 because he's happy going in, being that entry man, and getting traded. But he is the one causing commotion right now. Retake at top B. Smoke, flash, Grim gonna go for it. They're blinded, and he's got both kills on a plate, but Kicker just shoots. He takes that trade. JT just gonna go for it. Nothing behind it, and he sees them leave as well. Now they know this A attack's inevitable. And Hauser goes back to a safer position as a result. Last round of the half, outsiders trying to play it tricky still. JT tries to make this read. He saw them leave, and they know that just as much. They will re-attack Banana. It's going to have to be a retake.
There's a bit of pace on this take. Over towards B. Outsiders. Oh, they've pulled the brakes. They slow it down. Cole are re-aggroing over towards A. They've spotted this util, but JT feeds the beast. Jane finds him. A man down, Fang with the spray. That's the bomb dropped again. 15 seconds, it's in the fire. They've got to go back and get it. They cannot lose another round to time. Plant found, but in an even odds bout now. Complexity, they went for the retake in the 2v5. They're going to give it a go every step of the way in the 3v3 to close out the half. Halzerg with this flash, they're waiting, it better be a good one. Jame nails the shot and Fame follows up. Halzerg left alive in the 1v3 to see this one through. Jame walks it over the line for a 9-6 half. Outsiders, they just get 2 on the board right at the end to somewhat recover this, but is that gonna be enough? Complexity spearhead the charge at the end of this first half. They take 8 rounds consecutively before Outsiders are able to find results. We have 4 spy wars to open up. It looked like it was going to be back and forth, but it was anything of the sort. Complexity now move on to the T side versus a wounded-looking Outsiders. A very different vibe on this third map to how this series started. And now Outsiders are the ones having to dig deep and come back.
Well, they've done that before at least, but it does feel like Cole truly know what they're up against. They did what felt impossible on a T side of Overpass. And they break James' system apart. But can he piece it back together again is the question. Started 4B. And still might be 4B. Chiron cheats back. He hears them in Banana. And it's going to be a full exec. Cole throws smokes. They throw mollies. They throw flashes. But they need to throw hands as they come into this site. Chiron through the smoke with the Julies dies. And JT gets that kill. But they still haven't cleared a man off the boost as Fame peppers away. Jame rather falls off. Flit. Oh, they clear him from on top the box. And there's no bomb plant yet, but there's no hurry. Smokes will fade soon and Kickett's here. But Cole wait for kills. And Outsiders, this is unlike them to jump the gun.
Oh, Jame gets involved. That one's for free. The 3v2 gets away from Complexity, and Jame taking scalps. Now Kickert's arrived on the scene.
Wow.
Floppy can't do it. It looked like Complexity were going to break apart the B stack. A 4-man hold, but Outsiders will see it through to the end.
I've seen Outsiders in so many positions like that where because the bomb isn't planted, they just won't face. They won't do anything. They'll wait till a player has their hands down on the bomb, and then they'll go for the fight together. Instead, they're just taking dry peeks, and they win it out. It's exactly what Complexity were ready and waiting for, but it still surprises them. Big pistol out of Outsiders will close the gap very quickly, but Cole, who have elected to eco after losing their pistols in this series, finally throw in a force. They won it in the first half when they did the same. Even though that ended with a little streak of rounds for Outsiders off of their own Deagles. Cole now need to do just as much.
And I gotta say, man, it's scary because, you know, with how this game's been, with how Inferno is as a map, they know that if they get these kills in the right place convincingly enough, they've got the rounds. So they try to all-in B. They try to run it down into this side of the map where Kicker puts on a bit of a show, but only for a moment. 2 in the round, and he's out of it. Plant now found. This time Complexity have got that bomb to play with. Nades far too late. Up through Banana. Fame is late to this retake. It's 2 through the ruins. Chiron, gotta find this opening. Gotta find this opening. Pressured, and they run at him. Jame will get the trade. An 8th round found as they stave off that 4 spy from the Complexity ranks.
Oh, but do you buy again is the question. And JT's got to come up with the answer, right? 3 kills, a bomb plant. Could be a few AKs and Galils. It could be tempting. Certainly, it'll be better than the last round buy, and look what they did with it. Important kills for Jame right now in these retaking rounds and back-to-back. Making sure they don't quite slip through Outsiders' fingers. I think more eyeballs on him than ever. They will buy. Outsiders getting ahead of it with a timeout. Probably expecting this exact move as well, because look at what they've got behind it. 3 AKs, 2 Galils, and barely any util. It's going to be another NA round. Full focus, full fight. I just think about that streak on the CT side after they got in Outsiders' heads with the bomb on the porch and the screaming. They just started running such aggressive rounds. Got to pull back to that now. No other choice with a buy like this.
This is a Complexity that's confident. That's what this buy screams. They really want to try and flex and take this early control. Kicker up and over and into the waiting Grim. The spam connects. Jame with the response. Too strong still for the outsiders over at B. Complexity hit the go button on the A play, but time's running out. Outsiders are pulling resources over. Everyone is up and left B at this point, and they're here ready to clamp down on the A play. JT's deeper than they're ready for. Both players are. They don't realize that they got so deep up long. And so Chiron's caught looking the wrong way. Down in the pit, Fame's trying to stay alive. Time can matter so much here. Jame on this rotate in, doesn't need to face. JT looking both ways, nails that shot to Fame. And now as one man at 1 HP left to beat. Up through the short side, Jame on the angle already, gets the better of him. The IGLs clash. And it's 1 point of health the difference, 1 HP as to why Outsiders win that round.
Even though that round was all just aim power, right, and a great timing for Complexity, for Jame, it's brain power. What a rotate round. He drops that long smoke to freak JT out, who's in grave, and knows he can get traded at any second, and then goes wide on cart. That's such a sick play for Jame. Such a risky play to give up control of the bomb. But he believes in it. And now Outsiders are getting in just as well. Another force for Cole, not even off of a bomb plant. They don't have nades. Again, Grim thrown into the firing line. He was good last round for that opener, but Outsiders aren't giving him any opportunity. Back in the bomb site, and they've even won that opener. Flip v Grim has been the highlight head-to-head of this series. Both with incredible resurgences on Overpass. But Cole, this is the awkward spot to be in, where you feel like you have no way back into this round with 1 smoke, 1 flash, with no control, with a crossfire from pit to site. Flip might give it up. He thinks they're not up in time. Floppy gets that entry, and now Cole just go.
Yeah, double pit setup though. Chiron from this position won that 1v2 that kick-started the resurgence for the Outsiders. In it again, and a chance to disrupt the round. Complexity have to plant safe. This plant is not for anything. They're trapped, they're boxed in at the site, but they're winning the gunfights. They've still got Fame to deal with. He's been here since the start of the round, trying to play his hand now. He's ready for the short fight, but Halzerk clotheslines him, and Jame is left saving. Complexity, they throw in 3 force spies in a row. And it's on lucky number 3 that they break through. They break through the ranks of the Outsiders, and they tee themselves up, not just to take this lead, but to build upon it. It's where they can go from here that's important.
It's such a risky move to go for that for Complexity. I think back to that IHC Cloud9 game, and the exact same decision for Cloud9 on the T side, buying 4 or 5 rounds in a row at the start of the half on Inferno. That's what dug them such a grave, and then they went and lost that map 16-14. It's those decisions that, while they don't feel massive in the moment, eventually can compound, and it's all you're thinking about by the time you get to the end of the map. But Cole, they make do with it, and they make it worthwhile, taking the lead back on the T side, calling a timeout, making sure now that they actually have the utility to play with, they can call something a little deeper. Jame, only option was to save there. And now only option in the round is him. Yet again, AWP surrounded by pistols. Cole had no business making this a 3-map affair after the first half of Overpass, after falling in overtime, a clean overtime for Outsiders on Anubis. Now they are moments away.
Outsiders have put money into this. They forced up around James AWP. Not the most par for the course move from them. Is that a sign of confidence? Or is that a sign of desperation? This makes this round even sweeter. This makes this decision to have forced in all these opening rounds so much sweeter for Complexity if they win this one. Chiron's up close. It's a double bulk setup. He taps out the first man, goes back in for more. Doesn't know when to quit, but Kicker will rain down death with some support from Flit in the sight. This crossfire is too much.
And Molly won't do anything. They've got a smoke down there. You're not going to make outsiders comfortable. The Orb's even gone back to B just in case Cole try and get cheeky. It seems like that's exactly what they want to do. 50 seconds, Grim clears the bottom of B, but this round will live and die on his fight to Jame. He'll choose not to take it. Alzok's called he's got long. That's opened up a big path to wrap CT if they want to get weird. And outsiders don't budge. They don't have the range to do so. Smoke at least allows them to move and try and retrieve some of these guns. And Cole are going to try and fight them for this. 20 seconds. They need 3 kills. Flick with his back turn is the first to fall.
Yeah, bomb's been dropped to Halzerk. He's going to get that planted. They've at least got the plant here. There's still this double pit setup. Grim's about to uncover it. Oh, wasn't ready for the second man. He drops into the 5-7. A missed shot. James' bullet sails past, and Halzerk's been given a chance. A 1v2 that should never happen. James dead, and Halzerk converts it. He stands tall. He's the kryptonite of the outsiders. Such a huge win, and he's getting loud.
They're all getting loud. That's been the difference. No one's been screaming. It's been stoic. It's been silent all series. Ever since that bomb drop fiasco, Complexity have been screaming the roof down. And compare Halzerk there to Anubis, where he was frustrated. He was punching his desk, yelling out of anger, and now he's closing clutches against the clutch team themselves of the outsiders. You can see what it means to them. Complexity had no business winning that round into a 5-man A stack. A 2-on-4. And again, it leaves a mark in the mental for the outsiders. So many rounds robbed in this series.
And with how heavily weighted that round was, this is where Complexity can put a bit of distance between them and the outsiders.
I mean, Jame, notorious for keeping all his money to himself, has just bought a rifle in an eco round and given it to Kicker. He's told his oldest teammate of over 5 years that he has to perform, and Kicker will answer the call. First kill for that gun. Cole will make sure it is irretrievable. So Kicker, the job has just begun.
It is a wild sign of the times to see James dropping a gun over. This from the guy who used to have a player in his team whose job was to drop him AWPs. It's a sign of the times. And with Complexity setting their sights on A, this one should be as good as done. James in no position to hold on to this site, and JT is going to let him know that. With James dead, outsiders fully leaning over towards B, this one should be set in stone.
What's insane about this, if Cole actually go and do it, is one of the storylines that we were talking about at Rio, the irony of how outsiders lose Yakinda, the biggest piece, seemingly, of that puzzle, the biggest firepower player undeniably, and then they go on to win the major. Meanwhile, he gets stopped in the Legends stage. He doesn't even go through to the playoffs. Now it's the flip side. Liquid have already made it. They took down FaZe earlier, the Titans. And Jame may not join them. 4 rounds away. Fame going manual Doja mode. Going to try and get Dinks off right at the end of this round, but they should be gun out and they should be ready. Good flash. He'll kill JT. That was worth it. Nothing to lose in that engagement, but Cole still run through with 3 alive with their AWP and with a 4-round difference between them and the playoffs of Katowice.
There might be something special in the air tonight. NA looking to win big. After Anubis got away from Complexity, you did not fancy their chances. That's what makes this all the more impressive. That's what makes this all the more important. They've demanded our attention here. Ooh. Kicker, good for the opener again. Wins that fight out over at Banana. And there's no way to trade that for Complexity.
Yeah, Outsiders has been running really passive B setups in these previous few. A lot of that supplemented by Kicker's opening kills. But now again, the right read, the right stack. They've had so many correct calls, even if they haven't necessarily won the rounds on CT side. From the A stack with 5, now still strong 3 at B. And Complexity don't have enough depth of util to doubt this one. They've got to commit. One flash, one smoke. Flip makes it a 5v3, but Fang comes through and he delivers a double. They won't be ready for Chiron. This kid's never here. He's the A anchor and he surprises them. Hauser caught, they've got to run him down, but Chiron suffocates them in the site and Outsiders put up a round out of nowhere.
Not the first and not the last time Chiron's had to do that. They've relied on his multi-kills in this series. They've relied on the latest edition, the youngster of this team, delivering in these incredibly high-pressure moments. But he's up to the task.
That's going to calm Complexity down for a moment.
I mean, up until now, there's been this inescapable feeling that Outsiders have just been treading water. But it's with that from Chiron that they've now got a chance to try and rebuild, to try and make something of this after all and not go out with a whimper here. A hero gun for Grim is all Complexity have to go against it. Last time he was given the hero gun. Last time he was given a hero AK. He got 4 kills to win the round for Complexity. We're going to need that Grim again.
Yeah. Instant long smoke out of alt mid. Means Colt are not waiting around. Immediately they deny the info and Outsiders have to respect it. They don't have an AWP in position. James has to go all the way around, and again they make this gamble. How many times have they done this? Outsiders, 5 players on the right side. JT just flashes B, but he's not going there. That might make Outsiders doubt it a little bit. You can see them shuffling back, but still, it doesn't matter unless Grim gets these entries. If he dies without multiple kills, this round is lost. And this flash to B, while it's drawn Outsiders back, Cole will still go for it late.
I've got to draw your attention to a very uncharacteristic move there. James, who normally loves his reads, normally trusts his gut, went aggro. He peeked into mid, and he got the info that that no one had taken that top mid control away. He's now sent himself back over towards the B site, getting here just in the nick of time, right as Cole are about to move in. Leg connects, killing blow dealt from that AWP finally. Grim mowed down, but the Glocks respond. James left to get past. It's another leg out of this AWP, but he will deliver, buying time for those rotates to come through.
For such a passive player, it's always nice to see James after he gets a leg. He will re-peek you with a pistol every single time. He will never relent when he knows you're on 20 health. Uncharacteristic considering his typical demeanor on CT sides. But right now, he is taking matters into his own hands. From that forced M4 into Kicker to take banana fights to these gamble stacks off of feeling and nothing more. Outsiders have woken up at the right time and on the right side of bed.